When I started surfing, I remember I was 7 years old. I said to my dad, I want to surf my whole life.
Show the world. Show the world what you got.
I have that feeling inside of me, like this is my year. Like I know I can do it.
A season flipped on its head. The order undone. The throne wide open. While fresh faces rise, some of the sport's biggest names are drifting off course. Now, Punta Roca sets the stage. A perfect canvas where talent can rise and reputations can be rebuilt. With the mid-season cut looming, we land in El Salvador for the next chapter, the Surf City El Salvador Pro. It's an early morning here in El Salvador, and the best in the world are loving the look of Punta Roca this morning. Real groomed conditions, and world number one preparing for his first heat. He'll be in heat 6, which will be heat number 2 this morning. Levi Slauson, the wild card from San Diego, California. We'll get to battle it out with current world number 3, Ethan Ewing. Alyssa Spencer getting the call up. Some good San Diego representation in this event here at Punta Roca, La Libertad, El Salvador. Thanks for being with us for stop number 4 of the championship tour. Short opening day yesterday, but we did get 4 heats done. The tide drained out, and after several calls, we packed it up and came back down this morning, and it looks really fun out there. Joe Turpel, Mitchell Salazar. Buenos dias, Carnal. It's great to see you once again. The waves we've seen so far in the warm-ups have been brilliant, especially a wave we got to see of Ethan Ewing this morning on dark.
Yeah, it looks way more consistent than yesterday, Joe. And of course, you know, the big thing is the tide's dropping, which is very favorable for us, but clean conditions out there. It's cloudy right now and overcast. I feel like we're going to have an excellent day, a second day right here at the Surf City of Salvador Pro.
Always exciting when you see a wild card get their first chance to compete against the best in the world. For Levi Slauson, he's given us a lot of big performances, especially through the World Junior Series, onto the QS now. One thing to note, he has have a little bit of a brace on his ankle that we've noticed the last couple of days. I talked to Marcio Zuvi of Sharp Eye, said he injured it about 3 weeks ago, but holy smokes. Let's hold the phone for a second, because, I mean, what more do you want in a point break?
Yeah, light north wind right here, which is slightly offshore, Joe, and look at the set. Everybody caught out of position. We didn't see this really during the entirety of the competition yesterday, and this is already a good indication of things to come.
Glassy conditions.
Oh, my.
Just a canvas to lay down every type of turn that you could imagine today, Mitch. What do you want to see out there?
Well, I want to see people surfing the pocket, and it just seems like with the high-performance shortboards we're seeing from Sharp Eye, from Mayhem, that's going to allow for that type of surfing on these perfect canvases out there, Joe.
We might lose Rosie because she wants to surf more than anybody. How fun did that wave look, Ro?
Oh, I had my back to it, Joe. No, I was mind surfing that one. What a beautiful set. And someone that has been surfing this morning is Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa, what are the conditions like out there?
Yeah, it's really fun out there. It's definitely improved a lot from yesterday. It's a lot more consistent and a little bit bigger on the set, so I think it's going to be a super fun day.
Great day of competition. We've got Levi Slauson in the water from your hometown. How fun is it to be a wild card along with him in this event?
Yeah, it's super special. We both grew up in Encinitas together, so it's really cool to see us come all the way from surfing as Groms and where we are now. It's pretty cool to see both of us here, and yeah, I'm super excited to watch him surf in this first heat.
We'll enjoy this heat, and Alyssa will be coming up in heat number 2 of the women, which will be running today, Joe, after the completion of the men's opening round.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Alyssa Spencer. Looking forward to that. So the official call is men's opening round, trying to complete that. Women's opening round. Both men and women's elimination rounds will be on standby for later on today. So big day for pro surfing. Fingers crossed that we can continue on, especially through that low tide that we'll have at about lunchtime today.
Yeah, and these are some of the most memorable moments I've ever seen right here. Overcast, a little cloudy. I remember when Hannah Hank Gaskell won the event back in 2012 at the QS level. We saw similar conditions. When Kira Pinkerton made her QS debut right here at this wave in 2016, we saw a lot of days like that, but look at how beautiful the background is, Joe. I feel like with the consistency we're seeing with the swell period still dropping, but the size increase coming, it's going to be a real fun day. And of course, we just want people to have opportunities out there, which it clearly seems like we have, and good tides that are favorable for us too.
Yeah, we're coming off the most extreme tide changes at the beginning of this waiting period. Already past the peak high tide and low tide at 12:28 p.m. when the pupusas will be delivered to everybody here on site. Yesterday we saw that tide completely drain, but then the real big factor too is that wind really picked up yesterday, which really forced the contest to be pushed till this morning. The thing is, Mitch, sometimes it's hard to find the tempo of the sets on a wave like here at Punta Roca. It can surprise you at times, just like that set did to kick off this heat. Ethan Ewing, famous for being very patient, can drop anchor and catch 2 waves. But does that hinder him at a wave like this?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a hindrance, but I definitely think it's an opportunity for everybody else to gain some ground on him. And can be very selective, as you said, but this wave in particular hasn't necessarily been his best stop, considering that he's excellent at right-hand point breaks. He has 2 Championship Tour victories at waves that are similar to this at Bells and, of course, over at Jeffreys Bay. He has made a quarterfinal in the past, though, Joe.
Ethan Ewing, number 33 from North Stradbroke Island, 2 Championship Tour wins. And to be honest, that surprises me. For how talented this guy is, I'd expect that to be at least 4, 5, 6 CT wins. You know, he's finished runner-up in the world in the past. You know, but this does show how consistent that he is on tour, and that's the kind of season that he's having at the moment, coming off back-to-back third-place finishes.
Yeah, and we've seen him do very well in different parts of the world. Great beach break surfer, too, coming off the semifinal, as you mentioned. Back-to-back excellent results in Portugal. He's also made the final in Brazil, too, Joe. And, you know, what I saw in Fiji last year was something very impressive, and having the finals over there this year, I feel like he's definitely going to be one to watch out for. Real good when it gets heavy, but this is bread and butter right here. Perfect right-hand point break conditions. Watch out, he is lethal.
Marco Mignot, representing France, calls himself a French-Mexican. Living in Sayulita, and that's really where his surfing really began, and in a competitive fashion as well. He's got most of his family here supporting him in El Salvador. I talked to his dad. His dad's like, well, first time I've ever been here, and you can tell how happy he is that his son's surfing at the top stage in the world. And talking to his coach, Jason Aparicio, Jason's like, you know what? I'm not worried about Marco in this event at all. The one thing he told him before this heat is that go all out. Time to let out the beast. And Marco grabbed his jersey, and I think his game plan is to go for 10s in this heat.
Well, especially going up against the 2 big dogs that he has. Ethan Ewing, one of the elites out there, and of course a dangerous wild card, as you mentioned, Levi Slauson in the white. But after that set, no waves so far, Joe.
We'll see what strategy is the most effective, mentioning Ethan being very selective, and on the opposite end of that, as we focus on the CT by the numbers, most waves per heat on average so far this season through 3 events. Marco's on top of the list.
Yeah, and you know, Italo, no surprise that he's right there at number 2. Imai, I am a little surprised that he's at number 3, 6.9, close to 7. Barron, I feel like his wave count has definitely gone up in the last few years. But of course, Marco, coming from Sayulita, tends to be more of a beach break surfer, but he excels in these types of waves. And coming off of his career best result over there in Portugal, 5th place, where he defeated defending champion Griffin Colapinto in that event too.
Very true. Yeah, Marco throwing a big punt. Hard takeoff spot, hard landing. He's very explosive above the lip. Looking forward to that. And if Italo saw that little stat sheet there, he's going to go, I need my lead back. You know, he wants to win everything for sure. World number 1 coming up next, taking on George Pitar and the local hero, Brian Perez. Rolling into this one to kick off our morning. World number 3, Ethan Ewing starts off with a beautiful first turn. Nice clean carve. Driving off the bottom and just lays into it on that DHD. He'll get stuck in transition, but recovers into a wrapping turn. Flowing off the top again, right into a wrapping turn. Getting close to the rocks on the inside, and he will blow the tail incomplete on the final maneuver. There are some flashes of the brilliance of Ethan Ewing. Little disruption of flow.
Right.
But even the way he recovered it was smooth, and I think it was smart not just to throw away the end of the wave. You never know how inconsistent it can be out there, and so he finished on his feet. Ethan Ewing getting the first score in the first heat of the morning.
And I was surprised that Marco had inside positioning for that, Joe, and he let it go. And as you mentioned, he's top of the list when it comes to waves per heat right now. And Ethan said, you know what? I'll take it. Might as well not be waiting around. Excellent first turn, but he really gets to work right here in this mid portion of the wave. Lovely carve. And then how's the timing on this one, Joe? Just power hack right there in the pocket. Slight bobble, as you mentioned, but how's the recovery, though? Doesn't let him phase him. Just make sure to complete the ride, as you were mentioning. And to me, I know the conditions are so much different than yesterday. It has to be one of the best waves of the event so far. Just the combination on the outside, the quality of the first couple of turns, and doesn't necessarily ride out of the last one, but you can see right here from the drone angle. First turn was solid, a lot of spray, great timing. And then here, he's read the section very well in the past. And how's the lightning bolt? He just drops on this one. The power Zeus in that turn right there, Joe. As crisp as you can get. And then that one bobble right there, but they score you based off of what you did and not what you can do. So it's still going to be determined complete coming out of that one. This is nasty, Joe, right in the pocket. And that's what I'm saying. You want that little extra fade coming around the section. And that is as good as it gets for a turn right there in the forehand.
Looked rad, could have been a cover shot back in the day. That style, perfect technique, explosive, which is what this wave demands. Ethan's wins, the 2 wins he's had on tour at right-handers, at Bells, and also at Jeffreys Bay in South Africa. Those made a lot of sense. I feel like this should be the next one for him to achieve a third CT win. Opening score of the morning goes to a 6.0. Now let's say a big buenos dias to our good friend Chris Cote in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. How's it going, Chris?
Oh, it's going great. I mean, there's a simple equation in here right now. Better waves equal better energy. You see a lot of smiles, a lot of conversation. Down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, you know, you've got your Crosby's, you've got your Italo back here, Ramsey. All the alphas are out early. And I think the fact that that first perfect set came through, unridden, really kind of sparked some excitement with this crew. You know, you see a lot of conversations happening, but it wasn't like yesterday where there was this kind of weird nervousness because waves didn't really look that great. Today's a completely different story. It's feeling really positive in here right now.
Chris, any sightings of the local hero, Brian Perez, or is he kind of finding a quiet place to prepare?
Well, earlier on, we saw Brian Perez in the back corner, and there was a couple crossovers between Perez and Italo. You know, I think there's a little bit of scar tissue remaining from last year. Even though this is non-elimination round, you could tell there's some serious intent whenever Italo looks over and sees the Pink Panther. It already feels like he's out for revenge, which is great for surf fans because that's a matchup that I think everybody wants to see again.
Good man, Chris. Thank you so much for the report. The wild card story is one of our favorites in pro surfing. You can think of the Sean Holmes story at Jeffreys Bay over the years where he would upset the world title race. You know, all the great wild card memories at Pipeline from Jamie O'Brien, Johnny Boy Gomes, and beyond. You know, here with Brian Perez, it's a really special one to this local community. From coming from really tough beginnings to become not just the surfer he is today, but the man he is today. Always humble, always happy to greet the world's best to his local lineup here at Punta Roca. Perez coming up next for another shot at not just the best in the world, but also Italo Ferreira in heat number 6 of the opening round.
And Italo was coming off of the win in Tahiti at that event, Joe, so it was a big blow for him. Still finished runner-up in the world, and working with Reynolds right there to his left. Obviously one of the best in the business. Reynolds worked for Billabong for a long time, and I have to say a big influence on my career as well, that guy. But Italo, he knows what's on the line right here. And as Chris mentioned, non-elimination round, the thing right there is just get first or second, Joe, and make sure you're advancing into the round of 32.
George Pitar also in that heat coming up next. So just the 6.0 for Ethan Ewing, Marco Mignot, and also Levi Slauson. Levi is known for some hi-fi type surfing. What do you love about his act?
Dude, he's got so much good energy. He's traveling here with his entire family. I spoke to his dad yesterday, and older brother Noah, who's also an amazing surfer, is down here with him. But, you know, he's staying close to where Jake Marshall's house is, over there by El Cocal. San Blas area, which has a real fun wave in front. He hasn't surfed that much here though, Joe. As you mentioned, the ankle injury, it's definitely something that he's looking at, but right here, maybe just take a couple of painkillers, go out there and prove yourself, and runner up to the World Junior title a couple years ago, he's definitely got what it takes.
Certainly does. Can't wait for see him on his first wave with a CT jersey on. Big thanks to Surfline for all the reports that we've had. Going way out before the waiting period started. Now here on day 2 of the waiting period, giving us a little bit of an update. You can see the wave heights have dropped a bit. 3 to 4 foot plus, still plenty of fun surf for this week.
Yeah, and the swell period drops a little bit. Luckily for us, there is a moment during the day where we should be seeing a little spike in the size, but the onshore wind should be picking up quite strongly this afternoon. And then for the next few days, Friday looks really fun, Saturday a bit smaller, and Sunday and Monday could easily be 2 days that we're looking at to compete as well. But out here, to me, less is more. You want that longer period swell, and of course, that consistency when it comes to the quality waves, Joe, which we've seen during the free surf, although we've only seen one wave so far in this heat.
Now checking out the lineup again, Ethan Ewing, probably happy that he just locked in a 6. More time that ticks away, he'll be feeling better about that decision of really owning that first position on that ride. 26 years of age, Ethan Ewing. Last year finished 5th in the world. Year before was runner-up in the world. And going back to 2022, finished 4th in the world. This is the time for Ewing, who built on his whole heat strategy, his approach to the CT after falling off after his rookie season, going back to the qualifying ranks and putting himself back on tour as a better complete athlete.
And I remember he made the final of the US Open 2016 against Felipe over there, and that kind of showed to me that he was great everywhere. Most people at that time already knew that he was excellent in point break surfing, but you know, the 2 victories is one thing, the multiple finals. I think most importantly, the way the dude carries himself, Joe. He's very quiet, very methodical, and as you said, real good when it comes to decision making out there in the water. And his run through the finals a couple years ago, especially with the broken vertebrae in Tahiti, that's really something ridiculous. And I think outside of surfing, most people don't know about it, but they should, because that's not something that just an average human being could do, Joe. This guy's different.
Oh, it was beyond heroic, that comeback. I remember the internet was exploding with comments of like, will a surfer be replaced in the WSL finals?
Yeah.
What's going to happen here?
Yeah.
Everyone was just expecting Ethan to have to wrap up his year and start on his recovery. But he had different plans. That determination to get back, to not lose out on a chance to go for a world title. Not only did he come back, but I felt he surfed stronger than ever. It was the best surfing we'd seen from Ethan Ewing at that time, and went very close decision and finished runner-up in the world title race.
The first matchup with Felipe in the big finals, this is definitely a very close one. But Felipe found a way to beat him, right? Because we hadn't seen that aerial surfing from Ethan all day. We saw it from Phil in that one, but I mean, he dispatched up the who's who in those finals events over there. And of course, got a couple of dangerous surfers out there in the water right now and still waiting for our second wave of the heat, Joe.
Yeah, still quiet. One man that doesn't mind being patient is Ethan Ewing. On the other side, Marco likes to get going, so we'll see how he's feeling out there. Just over 14 minutes on the clock. How would you really break down the vibe and the energy that comes out of Sayulita?
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's sensational. There's a lot of life, a lot of vida over there, and of course some amazing surfers, Diego Cadena, Kale Carranza, among some of those 2 top that I would say really pioneers of Mexican surfing. Most importantly though, there's a sense of community around there, Joe, much like you see on the North Shore where you live, where people just embrace each other. And of course, there's always that competitive and friendly rivalry in the water too, which is necessary.
Exactly. 13:50 on the clock. The lull is continuing here in this first heat of the morning, but still a lot of excitement here in the locker room as the local hero prepares. The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. Heat number 5 continues here. It's the first heat of the morning. We did 4 heats yesterday. Ethan Ewing still with one score, 6.0. You haven't missed anything. And look at this, a little drainer coming off the top of the point here at Punta Roca. Now setting this one up, it will be Levi Slauson throwing down an opening top turn. The wild card from San Diego now lights up the lip section. Throws it into the pocket again. A couple of clean vertical snaps for Levi. The former runner-up in the World Junior Champs is now belting the inside. A tough fall there. On his CT debut, Ewing in position to back up his 6.0. Nice connection and control carve to snap off the lip. Hitting it on that end section. Nice, clean, controlled 3-turn combination for the Australian. Levi getting on the board. Now Mignot will have priority.
Yeah, and what a combination right there from Ewing and Mignot. Marco still waiting on the outside for his opening ride, as he said, establishing priority now with a third of the heat still to go, and Slauson was on his way to a solid number, and it was going to be a good exchange considering that you already have something to base the score off of with the 6 of Ethan Ewing at the beginning of this heat. First turn not bad, does lose his control of the fins just slightly, Joe. Recovers well in this mid portion of the wave though, and a bit taller right here. As you can see, really does like to get into the lip line, a fast surfer. Great combo right there into the inside here. I was thinking, okay, just close this wave out and you're going to have a solid keeper. And unfortunately, maybe just goes a bit too hard for that section. It was running down the line, and you can see his eye line was already looking past this one turn. But just an excellent combination on the outside. And what he brings to the table, Joe, is a lot of speed. And I feel like especially against somebody who has so much power like Ethan Ewing, you want to be able to differentiate yourself. And these combinations on the open face, especially when you're hitting the lip line with that amount of spray, it makes things look so much more dramatic. This combo, though, I mean, how good is the maturity that we've seen from Ethan Ewing and his reliability on his wave selection, Joe? 3 turns, but that's going to be a great backup score considering at the time frame we're at in this heat right now.
Ethan Ewing, so smart in wave selection, rarely makes mistakes. Oftentimes can win heats just with 2 waves and he'll call it a day. Doesn't ever have to use any unnecessary energy. And then, you know, for Levi, for me, that just looked like a settler a little bit. You know, it was disconnected. He got a little bit off pace, especially after that first turn, and then with the fall. But he really made up for it with a couple of big turns.
Right.
I mean, that CT jersey has to be a wild feeling for him to put on, and I think for him, he did enough to probably settle into that heat. Couple of turns felt great, a 4.83 for Levi, and now a 5.5 for Ethan Ewing. So Marco now needs a 4.84 to move into second. Think back to those wild card moments when you're wondering how the nerves are going to play a factor. Dylan Perillo, I remember when he got a wild card moment in Puerto Rico. A guy is so talented, such a great surfer, and I saw him right before the heat, and he's like, I can't feel my legs. The nerves were just overwhelming at the moment, and all he was trying to do is to do his kind of surfing. It was a simple task, but when the nerves are enormous, it's sometimes seemingly insurmountable.
Well, it's the biggest moment of your career up until that point, and shout out to Dylan and the entire Northern Lake Board Riders crew. They won Battle of the Board Riders yesterday in Huntington Beach, so congrats to them. Dylan dropped a 9, I believe. Marco here, important wave, Joe.
Marco Mignot, the rookie on tour, has a beautiful wall here at Punta Roca. Lays down a nice clean top turn, hitting it off the lip line for the rooftop float, jamming it in a critical part of the wave. And now full wrapping cutback. Finding his flow and rhythm, pushing hard with his rail work. Punching out the pocket right there, fading, and now setting up another clean wrapping cutback. Mignot in sync towards the tail end of this ride. He's just trying to put it to bed now. The most active surfer at heats this year on tour had to really settle down. 7:10 on the clock as he kicks out of his first wave of the morning.
Yeah, and just reliable on himself right there. A lot of maturity and, of course, trust in yourself to really execute when you needed to, Joe. Around the 8-minute mark when he caught that wave right there with priority under pressure, especially after the good answer from Levi Slauson with the 4.83. This should be a great wave and an excellent use of priority, I might add, too. Just knowing that you needed to get a score at this point of the heat, and the only score that you've had so far, smart thing would be sit on the inside a bit wide and get a quick backup if you can.
Brian Perez, headphones on and all focused. Marcelo right behind him. This man always bringing that world #1 energy to the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He's got that type of determination where he's going to achieve his goals no matter what.
Yeah.
And if there's anything in his way, he's going to go around you, he's going to go through you.
He'll jump over you.
Whatever he needs to do. Italo, been a giant this season.
It's so funny when you do the awards ceremony, Joe, and he tells you, hey, Joe, can you get out of the way for just a little bit? I'm about to do my backflip right now.
Marco Mignot, real patient, picks up a gem.
Yeah, an excellent use of priority right here, but once again, trust in himself. That floater with the offshore wind is difficult, especially when you add in the little rock and roll that he did. Excellent timing on that turn, and then some great variation here on the inside. Gets to work, too. A lot of body movement right here and extra torque on these maneuvers, Joe. I really like the kind of energy that we're seeing, and that's what Sayulita does. It brings out the best in you with that kind of progression factor that we see from all those guys over there at the small beach breaks for the most part year-round. But then an excellent closer right there for Mignot. And as you mentioned, traveling with his whole family, older brother Nome right here, who was on the Challengers for a couple of years. But how's the timing on the outside sections right here, Joe? Laying it on rail and fully committed to those waves. And might I add, for him being so young and having qualified at this age right now, he is doing very well considering who he's gone up against this year.
Very true. Love the combination. A lot of variety. Spicing up that one. There's some risk in that with the airdrop.
100%, especially when you consider the offshore wind, too. It's a difficult maneuver to select. And not only that, the size of the wave has a lot to do with the score that we're about to see, Joe.
What a great pace. Great start for Marco Mignot. The 24-year-old locks in a 7.17. Now has the best number of the heat so far. And with a completely different game plan of being incredibly patient, really based on the pace of the waves and being out of rhythm for just being in position for the start. Ewing owns the deepest position on the 6.0, then got a 5.5. Levi's 4.83, and now Marco's 7.17 will put him in second, and now needs a 4.33 for Ethan's lead with 3:59 on the clock.
Smart. He's going on this, Joe. Get a backup. Make sure you could even move into first if you get the 4.33 right here, too.
Paddling hard to back up that 7.17. Smaller inside runner. That first section is going to keep him behind. Great idea.
Yep.
Just a little bit deep. With now 3:35 to go, Marco paddles back out. Started off with a 17th at Pipe, 33rd at Abu Dhabi, then a quarter-final finish at Portugal. Looks like he's still working on sneaking a score under priority. Mignot throws down a nice snap. Nice cutback. Hits the lip well. Got a nice amount of speed to blow the fins out into a layback. Loses control. But I think that strategy will be effective in putting himself in a great position, not having a backup scored. 3 turns scored there with 2:50 to go.
100%.
As we focus in on Marco Mignot, a big part of the rookie class. The 24-year-old said he's so prepared, he's so ready. Talked to him in the offseason, and he said if it starts tomorrow, it's on. And he was learning a lot from a lot of his mentors. He had a big shout out to surfers like Mickey Picone, who spent time on the championship tour. He's got a huge list of people that he thanks, especially his amazing family, and a really fun part of the rookie class. We've got to see him a couple of times previously, getting wild card opportunities on the championship tour. Man, he was so young in that first event in France years ago. And gosh, it seems like we've known him for a really long time. And like you said, he's still got his whole career ahead of him.
Yeah, and, you know, we called the final at the U.S. Open. He made it over there. He was beating Allen the entire final up until the last wave. And then when we went to Saquarema, he was needing a result to qualify. Without a doubt in my mind, he was the best surfer throughout the event. Ended up winning, defeated David Silva in order to qualify over there. And his seeding improved, and that's due to his not only excellent results in the water, I would also have to say his decision making. But the amount of patience that he really had to gather right here in this heat, Joe, depend on himself and trust himself, that takes a lot of maturity, and we're seeing him really throughout the first 4 events not only prove that against some of the world's best right now, including the guy in red, but Slauson so far, he's not out of it. Unfortunately, does have second priority, only needing a low 5, Joe.
Minute 10 on the clock, priority with the heat leader, Ethan Ewing. Marco has just been playing with these waves through the inside. Nice glassy wall for the rookie. Just a little lift off on the float. Big blast there, the fins sliding, attacking the lip again, right into a floater. Threading it off the top, and Mignot will shut this one down. Rapid fire, small wave surfing for Mignot, and the family's loving it.
There's a chance he takes the lead with this wave too, Joe. 4.33, what he needs at the moment. Just around 30 seconds on the clock, and great patience, but highly intelligent heat right here from Marco.
Levi, second priority, as he's the one in third, the wild card, getting a chance to compete against the best in the world, representing the North American region on the QS. Waiting to see if this is enough to take the lead off Ethan Ewing. As we know, this is non-elimination, but there is a seeding incentive on the line. If you get first, you can potentially have a better matchup into the round of 32. Numbers locking in for Marco Mignot. Not enough for the victory. It will be Ethan Ewing with an 11.5 total, taking the victory with 2 waves, just like he does world number 3. Moving on with the win, we'll see Slauson in the elimination round. Up next, world number 1, Italo has a rematch with the local boy, Brian Perez, along with rookie George Pitar.
And here we go, our first wave of the day. Italo with everything to lose right now as he is finally cracked up into that top 5 spot. I'm liking the tempo we're seeing from Italo right now. Our first look at our local wild card, Brian Perez. Airdrop floater right there. Italo bad on his backhand. Big whip out the back. Here you see building speed. What do we have on the inside? Critical section for Italo. But watch out for the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. Setting things up. This guy's got a massive air game. Is he going to go to it? He does.
make it.
Whoa!
Come on now. Good morning. Buenos dias, everybody.
Look at the height on that thing, though. And look at where he lands, literally on the lip.
Brian Perez, whose point is this? Let's go. This is insane.
And we've just seen a shocking upset. Number 5 in the world, taken out by our local wild card.
That moment feels like yesterday still for all of El Salvador and for Brian Perez last year, doing that gigantic frontside air to upset Italo Ferreira, who is fresh off a win in Tahiti. Wow, you could feel the buzz and the energy here at Punta Roca, and that went global. Perez with another shot here, now for the 4th time to surf against the best in the world on his local lineup, also with George Pitar. And how about that, Italo Ferreira once again to kick things off.
And shout out to our audio guys, too, for the excellent tracks that we have this morning right here, bringing out the vibes in Central America. But you mentioned the previous heat, Joe. A victory as a wild card could easily not only change your career, it could change your life. Point in case, number 2 in the world right now, Baron Mamiya, without his wild card win over there at Sunset Beach, he would not be where he's at right now. We could say the same thing for Brian Perez. It changed his life. He became an Olympian, and now look at him, 4th time surfing here at the CT level.
What a story for Brian Perez, living so close to where he's sitting now in the water, just raised on this point break. Surfing was more than an outlet. It gave him a beautiful life that we're seeing today. Some scary stories from his childhood. And he had a couple of great mentors like Marcelo. We saw them working out in the locker room, seeing Brian's talent, had him move over with him over at Puro Surf, and they started training and focusing, and they're still like brothers, working on taking on the world's best.
Yeah, and he basically gave him a place to live too over there at Puro Surf, and Marcelo, part owner of that place over there. But most importantly, he gave him an outlet, as you said, to maybe pursue some other things that, you know, you get involved with the wrong people at the wrong time and he wouldn't be where he's at right now. So it's a life-changing moment for him. He's got a tough feat as Jorge Pitar. Kid's a star. We saw him last year as a wild card, do very well in multiple events. And of course, number 1 in the world, who is definitely looking like a guy who wants to win the world championship this year, Joe.
Oh, certainly. Italo Ferreira has just been beast mode all season long. Just looking like the Terminator, the way he prepares, and also the bravado out of him, you know, when he took over the event win in Abu Dhabi, winning back in 2019, one of the most dramatic finishes to a world title showdown we've seen. It was him versus Gabriel Medina. Whoever won the final at Pipe, which was the last event of the season, would become world champion. For Italo, he had never been in the final at Pipe before. He had never had the best results at that venue, and he dug deep. He used every bit of energy that he had and became a world champion. Ever since, he's come incredibly close, even going to last season where he was runner-up in the world. Italo moving up to 10 career CT event wins with that victory in the pool, just passing John Florence and Sonny Garcia on the all-time win list, as now he's chasing Taj. Also won the gold medal Tokyo 2020. That was the first time surfing was in the Olympic Games. And you can see the Olympic rings tattooed on his neck.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but you call the final when he won the world championship, that was the only wave he went right on. The first backdoor wave in the final, right? To keep Gabe off of that wave, too.
That was a wild moment for sure. It's like you can still close your eyes and see it.
Yeah.
The crowd going crazy. You know, Medina at the time, already a 2-time world champ at the time, now 3. But he was the giant out there. You know, Gabe's the guy at Pipe. He's so consistent, almost more than anybody else on tour. And for Italo to find a way to win that day, it's, wow, what a part of surfing history. Now looking for world title number 2. And it's been an interesting journey, you know, for Italo, where there was a bit of downtime for his vibe, you know, in the last couple of years, even though he's still performing. It felt different. It felt like he wasn't happy with where his scores were, and he had to really dig deep in the off season and prepare even just mentally. I mean, if you remember last year through the mid-season cut, you know, he was in that conversation with Iago heading into Margaret River where we might be losing a world champ on tour.
2 years in a row, actually. The one heat that he had against Jack Robinson that was super close at Bells a few years ago, he thought that he should have won, and you know, yet now you have two guys that are the opposite stance in the water against you right here at a right-hand point break. Even though Italo comes from Bahia Formosa, which is an excellent right-hander in the northeast of Brazil, George Vitar, growing up in Vanuatu, has a lot of experience in heavy waves, obviously an excellent style and frame for a wave like this at Punta Roca. And then you have the local wild card who defeated him last year. There's an excellent heat. We need some waves, though, Joe.
Very true, Mitch. Let's catch up with the winner of the first heat of the morning, Ethan Ewings, with Rosie.
That's right. Well, Ethan, it's just gone about 7:10 in the morning. Most people are just waking up, getting ready for work. You're already done for the day. What did you make of the early start and the conditions out there?
Yeah, super early start. Yesterday was such a big day. Stayed down here for like 5 hours with all the calls and everything. So it was good just showing up and just knowing that it was going to be on. And yeah, really fun waves, but just really slow in that first heat. It was a bit of a torture, but yeah, happy to make it through.
Well, you got the heat win. And talking about wins, Bells, J-Bay, your wins have come at iconic right-hand point breaks. Where would a win in El Salvador rank for you?
Yeah, it'd be right up there. I grew up on these sorts of waves, and yeah, it's like my favorite sort of waves to surf. So I've never really done well here in the past, but yeah, looking forward to changing that.
Let's see if you can get better than a 5th place. You're looking good, Ethan. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Rosie. Ethan Ewing looking comfortable, controlled, calm, always keeping his game face on. And his game face looks different than Italo's.
Yeah, it does. I don't think anybody can look similar to Italo, honestly. But I like that he has in the back of the mind that he hasn't necessarily done well here in the past, and he grew up at these types of waves. They're his favorite waves. Honesty is a big part of this, Joe, especially if you're at the highest level. You want to be honest with your capabilities, and he knows what he's achievable.
Yeah, sometimes those results don't speak to your ability at certain venues.
Right.
You think of Miguel Pupo in Tahiti, when he had 8s in the early rounds in the past, but never had great results until his victory. And Miguel was like, hey, I've always loved this wave. I've just made a couple mistakes here and there, and he didn't really prove in his track record that he could be a future event champion. For Ethan, he definitely can take over most venues on tour.
Right.
As we hear the horn sound, and we will get a fresh clock for heat number 6, getting the restart. And now a fresh 30-minute clock will start ticking away again. Italo, George, and Brian Perez. Loving that they're getting more time. It has been a little bit slow this morning, like Ethan mentioned. And these guys will be able to hopefully get a few set waves.
Nice contrast from the Atlantic coming into the Pacific right here. Super tubos, a lot of short period swell. Here you have the long period swell. And speaking of GP, George Vitar, love his style, the way he surfed. Lost a very close heat in the elimination round over there in Portugal, and had one blow tail in that heat that I went up to him. I told him, hey, like, that was nasty. So you keep that up, and you're going to get some great results this year. Part of our rookie class, our true rookie class too, Joe. Didn't win an event last year at the Challenger Series level, but he was very successful overall, and I'm excited to see him catch his first wave here at the point.
I was kind of thinking George was almost coming in with the most hype for good reason as a rookie because of those really successful wild card showings that he did have.
Right.
Not all rookies have had that, warm up or that stage to get the call up, and George certainly made some noise when he had those wild cards.
Yeah, even the heat that he lost against Ethan at Winky Pop, like, he was leading the majority of the heat. Ethan got the wave right at the end and flipped the switch, but yeah, I mean, not everybody gets a 3rd place finish over there in Margaret River and loses to the best ever to do right there, John Florence. So the kid's obviously got talent. He's got the determination. He's very young too, Joe. Kid who's only in his early 20s and working with one of the best in the business, J. Bottle Thompson, and everybody from Surfing Australia. I love what I'm seeing. He's on the CIs. Bren Power doing an awesome job alongside Britt Merrick with the entire crew. Right here, though, Italo with deeper positioning. He needs to be aware of his surroundings and make sure that he gets a wave early on in this heat.
Certain surfers just flex even harder when they're wearing yellow. I think Italo's one of those guys
no
mentally.
Doubt.
When you kind of compare it to even a Mick Fanning, when he was just out of that number 1 spot, I almost felt he was more dangerous. When he could sneak around the media a little bit more, when he wasn't just constantly being interviewed as world number 1.
Yeah.
I always felt that Mick would bring it even more when he was just slightly under. You're right there, but when the noise was around number 1 or 2 in the world, that's usually when Mick could take over.
Some people don't want the attention, and there's others that relish in that kind of opportunity to get all that kind of attention. And I would even argue that Italo, at certain points, is over it. He's like, hey, dude, you know what? I need a little bit of a break. That's where I want to be in my hotel room or in the gym. And I feel like that's why he especially spends a lot of time in the gym to kind of drain that energy out. But overall, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think he's somebody that absolutely relishes being in the leader spot. And most importantly, he wants to be the people that everybody wants to be. You know, like he wants to be the guy at the top that everybody looks, okay, if I beat you, I know that I'm beating the very best in the world, Joe.
Last year, there was an emotional interview from Italo at Margaret River. He had Kelly Slater's autograph on his surfboard. He knew that he was moving up into the ranks and made the midseason cut, and the tears were just flowing. All the passion, all the hard work. You know, he knows very well his whole life in surfing started on the lid of his dad's ice chest when he was a kid, and it's like he goes all out. There was just definitely a switch that went off after the emotion was let out. Came out 1 Tahiti, 1 in Brazil. The embrace with his father there was incredibly special, as you know, now he's, you know, taking care of his family. You know, he's got a house there right on the Point Break that he grew up on. His parents now live with him, you know, and he takes care of all the local kids. Christmas time's a fun one for Italo because he gives all the local kids backpacks, school supplies. It's never covered by media. He just does that. You know, sometimes his mom will take care of it and hand out all the presents or whatever they need in that local community. So beyond a hero, Italo Ferreira and Baía Formosa.
A true champion, and that's what champions do right there, Joe. They take care of the people that took care of them before, and he remembers his humble beginnings, where he came from, but he still knows what he's capable of right now.
Let's catch up with the Triple Crown champ, Jesse Mendez, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Buenos dias, Jesse. Let's talk conditions. What are you seeing?
Buenos dias, my brothers. It's good to be back here and finally running. We expected kind of to be smaller, but it's actually bigger and very clean. And that first set that came, the guys got kind of out of position of it. I was by Leo and Ramsey and Ryan Collin, and they're all talking about how the pace of the wave was so nice. And we kind of seen it this morning, how every wave the guys took off on it. They didn't really have to run down the line. It was running in that beautiful pace for them to just go to town and rip it. And that's all because of, we have kind of like a south-southwest swell that comes from the right of the screen right there and wraps and hugs the bank and the shelf very nicely and it slow itself down. So this is kind of lucky for us today because we're going to see fireworks probably from the boys all day. It's beautiful conditions and great pace, and everyone is not complaining about that, and instead of trying to run down the line like yesterday.
Carnalito, buenos dias. As a goofy footer myself, I know what it takes to be able to get a great score out here, and we've surfed during the high tide, low tide. Personally, for yourself as a goofy footer, you have a preference on which tide to surf at?
I think that's the next point that I was going to go to it. I think with the higher tide is obviously better because it slows the wave, and also the swell direction with this nice space to it, it favors the backhand. Obviously, when you have those running points down the line, it makes it a little bit trickier for you to read the wave, to generate speed, and then slow itself down. So I think this is a dream scenario as a right-hand point break for the goofy footers. And like I mentioned, I was by Ryan Collin and Ramsey, and they were fired up with that set that came. So yeah, it's going to be, I think, for me, higher tide with what we have right now and this swell direction. It's perfect for goofy footers.
Jesse, and a big story for this season is the comeback to the tour for a 2-time world champ, an event champ here in Felipe Toledo, who is coming up next. You know, we all expect him to just break the judges' scale every time he competes on a wave like this. Are you feeling this is going to be his day?
I mean, if there's someone that is not worried about the wave running a little bit too fast, that's the guy. But obviously favors everyone. I think he's going to go to town. I just was talking to Bruno Baroni, which is a little bit behind him right there with the camera. And he said he's fired up. He was like, hey, Felipe is ready. We've been putting on the work. He loves this place. This is one of his favorite spots. And as we know, he has the best average, best score, whatever. He beats everyone in every category here. So it's going to be exciting to see him put on the 5th and 6th gear in this event, and yeah, just put on a good show for us.
Thank you very much, Carnalito. Jesse
Dale,
Mendez.
carnal.
enjoy a Red Bull and relax and enjoy the show here. Italo, George, and Brian still scoreless at the moment after a restart. And Brian Perez being the true local here, born and raised right here at Punta Roca, into his 4th wild card call-up, and he's been in a lot of events. Obviously, the Olympics was huge for himself, for his country, but he's also had some reps through the qualifying series as well. He was brought up to the United States to compete when he was young. More people saw his talent and would bring him up there to put a jersey on and start figuring out heat strategy and how to compete. So he's been doing this for a long time, even though it's not a ton of events on the CT. He's definitely really well prepared with how to manage this heat.
Yeah, and big thank you and shout out to Jason Bennett and everybody at Chemistry Surfboards in North County, San Diego. Big support to Brian throughout his entire career. And you know, you mentioned his experience in smaller events too. One of the first ones I saw him compete at, and I've known Brian close to a decade now, was in Alas at La Bocana, got second in Normar McGonigal, and just as good on the backhand as he is going on the forehand here, Joe.
Here comes the local hero, Brian Perez, on the opening wave. Big classy wall, hits it right in the guts of the pocket. Off the top and throws the fins out, but loses it. And now George Pitar winding up. Quick rip off the lip line, belts it vertically. Nice transition for George, throwing a lot into that rail work, crushing that section again. Big wrapping turn as Italo winds up, a massive rotation, but disappears. Still sticking with George as he's pacing through that carve. And hits it nice and clean off the lip. Just so many maneuvers from George Pitar, and staying calm even though the athlete zone went crazy on Italo's over rotation, went beyond full and just sank on the landing somehow. So for Brian falling on the finish, George executing so many majors down the stretch.
But as you said, maintaining focus while there was a lot of stuff going on at the same time. You had the local surfer on the first wave of the set, which would have been a keeper score if he finishes that last maneuver, Joe. And then GP just went to town. Great pacing. Let's start with Brian, though. Kind of a tricky wave from the start. Has to gain a little bit of speed right here, but the first turn's major. Big layback jam right there in the pocket. Into the lip, solid timing, and then I thought right here, okay, just bend your knees a little bit more, you're riding out cleanly. But the first one was excellent, Joe, and the timing, of course, we got to talk about the kid being literally from steps away at the point. And I thought to myself, okay, you just clean this wave up, finish it well, you're getting a solid keeper, and then GP just went to town at the beginning of this wave. Excellent carve right there. Great timing with the second turn. Didn't try to push too hard. And then right here on the inside section, the meaty, bully part of this wave, Joe, he just goes to work. A lot of froth on the inside, kept the speed. And then I thought Italo, to myself, personally, we're seeing an excellent score if he rides out of that thing. And here, just cleaning up a little bit of part of the end section right here, Joe, for George. So shouldn't be a major score, but it's going to be the best of the heat so far for the kid from Manly.
Well done for George Pitar, lighting up some big moves here.
No, I mean, technique-wise, he's always in the pocket at the right time, and not only that, how's the technique too? Maintains his balance and poise the entire time throughout the turn. Shoulders follow the hips, and most importantly too, he's never getting ahead of himself, Joe. See how he doesn't over-push this turn right here? Knows that there's still a lot more wave to go down the line, and just make sure to ride out of it and continue that wave. But timing, poise, and once again, maintaining focus in a lot of chaos. Combination of majors on the outside, though, from GP.
Well done, and the last thing you want to do is give Italo more chances at his helicopter.
This was crazy on the outside, Joe. Oh, man, that guy only knows 0 or 100 for sure. That would have been a sick frame if they would have got that timing well with the turn and this rotation. How quick is he, though, Joe? I mean, as he said, a helicopter. I mean, he lands that thing. We're seeing no doubt something up in the excellent range.
It's a pretty scary maneuver if you're competing against Italo, because first you're thinking, okay, it's a point break. Overall performance, 4 or 5 plus majors down the line to get your scores, and then Italo doesn't need to be in position. He could be in the closeout section and just throw that tail towards the beach and spin. It's saved him a lot. I remember a wave at Snapper Rocks where he got a huge score for a single maneuver opportunity. he can really bend the scale to his favor when he needs it. It's a pretty wild version of a backside full rotation, and that one was beyond full. And now Italo will have priority, and we'll see if he gets another chance at that punt.
Yeah, and with the time remaining on the clock, especially after the restart, it was good for all three guys just to be able to get on their boards, and GP dropping a solid score right now at this point of the heat, Joe.
As we focus in on the run of Italo Ferreira, it almost seems like a runaway world title race at the moment, because he's got such an enormous lead out front on the rankings. As we focus in on CT by the numbers, Italo with 13 heat wins already in just 3 events on tour. Winning in Abu Dhabi, semi-final at Pipe to kick off the season. He's just been in the zone, you know, and to go from just abrupt transitions from Pipeline, wild, just powerful reef break to kick off the year, then across to the Middle East to surf in the wave system to win, and then to freezing cold and windy, stormy Portugal. The guy can just transition and adapt on the fly. Priorities with Italo, he's going to let this one go. George got a 7 for his opener. And here he goes on his second wave. Big tail huck and controls it for a moment. Just thought it was going to be a throwaway at first, but
the incredible run. I mean, I'm talking incredible run by Italo so far. This wave would have been nasty by GP, and that's the blowtail that I'm talking about that he pulled over there in Portugal. Lost a close heat, but he lands one of these things, Joe. We're seeing not only a big score with one maneuver, technique on point. Look at how well balanced he is on his board too, but coming out of the transition, seems like back foot just slips a little too much and put him out of position coming out of it. So gonna be a throwaway, but a nice attempt going up against the best in the world at the moment, and the dangerous wild card who defeated the guy in yellow.
Love those big tail hucks. Nice attempt there from George Pitar, big part of the rookie class. Growing up in Vanuatu, representing Manly Beach, 22-year-old rookie regular footer, gave us some brilliant wild card performances, going to Margaret River as well. We mentioned the close decision he had with Ethan Ewing over at Winky Pop, the Bells event. But he's been training a lot, growing up with a great sparring partners like Joel Vaughn, and working through the Challenger Series, was able to celebrate qualification at Saquarema. And already has a 7.0 in the water against 2 of the best on this wave.
Another thing too, Joe, he got 5th at Pipe. Well-balanced surfer, beat Kanoa. Literally that heat got decided on the beach. I want to say it was the last heat of the day, and you know, to not only defeat a guy who's made the final out there, to do it in that fashion was something very impressive. I didn't know he really had that in his kind of arsenal, but as you said, true rookie on tour, did well at the Challenger Series level. He's proved himself in different types of wave, but that's what I'm saying. Growing up in Vanuatu, a lot of heavy waves over there. Then he transitioned to Manly, where you primarily surfing beach breaks. He is well balanced and well versed.
Down to 14 minutes on the clock. It's fun talking to the locals in every region that you go to, and met a guy named Hugo Castillo.
Yeah.
He showed me a really cool photo of what he was saying was the first contest in this region in El Salvador at Sunzal back in 1979. He was in that photo at 13 years of age. And he was so proud to see where Brian's gone in his career, and talking about all the people that have supported Brian Perez. He's always proud of his humility and represents their country so well.
And I'm going to go on record and say that outside of the events in Mex, this has been the most important and really a catalyst for momentum within Spanish-speaking America too. It's grown the sport globally. Brian's obviously had the opportunities, but look at what it's done for Alan's career. Look at what it's done for Nadia's career. All these people that have defended on events here in El Salvador. I mean, they're really supporting, and shout out to the minister and Surf City for doing such an incredible job. The scaffold that we have this year, Joe, and the 4 events that we've had so far, right here at Punta Roca, it's the best ever, and our amazing staff really want to say thanks.
Oh, the booth here is like a hotel room. I could stay here right on the beach at Punta Roca. Big thanks to everyone setting up such a beautiful event site. 12:40 on the clock. Let's see if world number 1's about to make his comeback after this.
My house is 1 minute walk from the point. That's my house right there.
That's your house?
Yeah.
So close.
But yeah. This is where I grew up. This is my mom's house. This is my brother's house. This is my cousin's house. That's me in the barrel. I open my window and then I see all the waves and then I go straight to the point. This is the point, Punta Roca. It's a point break, so we have like a few sections. The first section is a little fast because you can get barrel or you can get speed and make that section and connect all the way. I like the barrel and then get some turns.
Let's do it.
Inside section is in front of the house. I think this is the best spot to go on the water. You can get all the way to La Paz. So rippable. Wow! Look at the next one. So fun. A barrel, air, and turn. That's the combo. Thank you for coming here. Let's do it.
Brian Perez, what a great host. What a great human. Always smiling, always laughing. He just gets better and better. It's been fun getting to know him over the last few years, representing his home break so well right here at Punta Roca. As you can see, this beautiful view above the trees. See this dreamy little cobblestone point. All glassy this morning. It's got a lot of different moods, and when all the elements come together with wind, tide, and swell, this wave truly goes world class. When it's absolutely firing. Earlier you brought up Hank Gaskell and those early QSs that were down here, and I ran into a big wave champ, Billy Kemper, the other day on Oahu, and he was remembering coming to this wave and surfing with Deja O'Connell and a great crew, and he said it was one of the best surfs he's had on a point break. He said it was unbelievable how amazing this wave was, combined with high performance and huge barrels. So, you know, when you go on a surf trip, you're always hoping to score. And, you know, for El Salvador, you know, this place can be fun at a small size and also have the way to go world class and be one of the best waves on the planet. As we've got Italo, only had one wave. That was the miss on the full road. Now he's blasting that first section right into a carve. Third turn complete for world number one. 2019 world champ misses the second air attempt that he's had in this heat. But gosh, his turns look explosive.
Is it me, or did he also lose weight? I feel like he might have gained muscle mass and maybe lose even more weight. He looks great. Spent a lot of time in the gym over there in Portugal. So
yeah, he's definitely in love with his career, where he loves surfing, and I think he loves the weight room just as much. What'd you see here?
Just quick surfing, as you were mentioning. First turn was major. Has to go for the Mama Roca right there for the second one. And then the quick readjustment right there. The two pumps, Joe, uses his entire body to gain that speed, and just an incomplete air. But see, he uses his entire body, upper and lower, and make sure to use his arms to be able to generate that speed. And I just don't think he got the right amount of pop right here, and especially with that light offshore wind. Just a small miss from Italo. We've seen that air multiple times before this season already, and watch out for your board, too. That was kind of an awkward fall, Joe.
Yeah, tough fall there on the air, but I'm loving the energy on his turns. You know, the update on his equipment was really about helping his turns out more than his airs. He's so good in the air that he doesn't really need the outline of the board to really help him in any way. He's just so good at doing that big twist and whip on demand that they really just wanted to open up how he can move in the pocket. Pulling things in on the tail and on the nose, and it's looking great.
He's done an amazing job with Timmy and the guys over at Silver Surf, Tico and Teco, and want to talk about the legacy that we're seeing in the Shapers Bay too, because I believe Keone Patterson is actually making a lot of the boards over there for Timmy now, and you know, Italo being a longtime team rider, now they have Alan Cleland, and he's got his own model with the brand as well. So slowly but surely they're getting a larger number of surfers on the World Championship Tour, Joe.
Oh, it's so cool. As we look at Italo on another opportunity here, he's starting to identify a ramp section over the rock. An unbelievable full rotation and still swinging through. Now 3 turns to follow. Oh my goodness. That was radical. seeing that little wedge pop up from the rock, lofting. I don't know if you could land an air more perfect than that. And before you could even blink, he did 3 turns to follow.
I don't know if there's anybody that can transition the way he did from the air to the maneuvers. I mean, as you said, really the wedge that the rock gives him right there. How's the height on that thing, Joe? Gets inverted. But look at the adjustment he makes going straight into the turns afterwards, especially with that amount of speed. That is so difficult to do. I know that's a smaller wave, but good Lord. I mean, you got to give credit where it's due. This is an incredible air, sensational and otherworldly, Joe. There's no other way to put it. Look at the height, but how inverted he gets too. That is as difficult as you could possibly get right there in the air. But see how he lands, perfectly placed, his feet on his board once again, and seamless transition into the maneuvers right here with the turns. I mean, the guy is world class, and there's a reason why he's leading the rankings at the moment, Joe, and an excellent combination of maneuvers right here at the end too. This should be one of the largest scores we've seen out of the event so far.
Absolutely brilliant from world number 1. 2 attempts at that backside rotator. That one sky high, perfect landing. But just identifying that wedge off that rock. He was going, okay, give myself an air section. There it was. And uh-oh, now he's running free. Italo Ferreira, one of the hardest guys to watch without priority. Throw tail reverse to start. Wrapping cut back into the pocket. Driving to the lip again. 4th maneuver is a little carve. And now pop shove it. Uh-oh, he's using everything he's got in a heat that just was keeping him quiet just based on the amount of waves that came through. And now he's running around this lineup doing anything he wants. He just dropped an 8 on his wave previous. George up and out. You know, George and Brian were just staring at Italo flying through the sky. How do you not get rattled when you see something like that?
Well, what are you supposed to do? Go on the same wave and try to replicate what he did? I mean, that guy's unique. He's otherworldly and superb when it comes to the aerial antics. Big answer back right here. Bettis, he needs an excellent score, Joe.
Brian Perez now setting up his first turn. There's a nice clean sweep into the pocket. Driving into the next section. Now he's trying to stretch this one out. Big section to throw down the rotator. He gets it. That section keeping him behind for a moment, working hard for a potential finishing move. He wants to load up again, getting stuck on the finishing rotation. And the local fans just holding their breath through every single maneuver. Brian Perez will wait for that score as we watch the rookie get started. George now throwing down a beautiful top turn wrap, belting the lip, squaring up again for a powerful hack in the pocket. Punches out that section, flowing through this down carve. And now playing with the inside corner as world number 1 is teeing off already behind him. George looking to finish things up. Italo going for another tail high full rotation and stomps it so clean. What is this guy made of?
I don't know, but he definitely inhuman, I can tell you that, Joe.
You can't compare him to anybody else from the past. He is just so unique as an athlete, as a performer. Had the 8 from his punt before, followed by 3 big turns. That one completely different with the way he approached it.
He reminds me of Derrick Rose when he won the MVP that season in the NBA. Just so explosive to the rim. I mean, some of the nastiest and really best dunks you've ever seen by a point guard. Because the guy's not too tall, Joe, but he definitely has that mentality of just going for it every time.
Brian Perez with a nice clean snap, staying in the game. Even though world number 1 is making a lot of noise at the moment. Nice controlled blast off the lip. Driving into the end section, throw tail reverse, getting stuck again. Down to 90 seconds.
Waiting for a score for GP too, and you know, definitely not going to be the 816 that Betos was looking for in the previous one, Joe. So I feel like just under 90 seconds to go, he's probably going to be needing 2 scores right here. And GP, very smart, great awareness in the ocean, but most importantly, being aware of what the announcers are telling them right here, Joe, with the time remaining, winning another wave, and is definitely going to improve on the 4.33 in my eyes.
Thank goodness we got a restart in this one. How about this wave, Mitch?
Yeah, just quick transition right here into the turns, and then eyes the section on the inside. Once again, uses his entire body to gain speed, and another beautiful rotation and high one, Joe. I mean, the back end of this heat, he has surfed it perfectly, but once again, transitioning from the turns into the air, he was so good at this. And look at the height he gets, especially tail high right there, gets inverted, and coming from Bahia Formosa, it is a wave that is extremely similar to this one. Another completion, Joe. He's looking outstanding so far.
Just unbelievable mechanics, footwork. Al Cleland Jr.'s got to celebrate a performance like that. Al always stoked, like everybody is when there's good surfing going down. And it's probably easier to celebrate because you're not in that heat.
Yes.
Which helps. Al's coming up next. He has Ian Gouveia, a two-time world champ Felipe Toledo. They will be inspired by this performance from world number 1 as he will be taking a bit of a victory lap here with 5 seconds to go. His ability to just throw these on demand is unbelievable. This one, he's laying back and does not recover. A lot of different attempts for the backside rotator. Went with 2 falls, then greased his first for the 8-point ride. And after it looked kind of like a heat where he'd only have a couple waves, now the judges are playing catch up. They've got a few scores to lock in before we make this one official. Hats off to George Batar, 7.0, a 7.17 with some clean rails. Different type of surfing compared to Italo's. Ferreira's last score needs to be at least a 6.17 to take the lead off George.
As you said, he focused on himself, made sure to just be advancing, because Brian's a dangerous guy out here, and he had a couple of solid attempts, Joe, but, you know, the back end of this heat definitely went to Italo. I mean, he surfed it perfectly, had the only excellent score of the heat, and it seems like he might drop, if not close to another excellent one right here at the end, too.
Just such a nice rhythm and pace. Scores coming through for Italo Ferreira. 6.67 gets the lead back. George goes to second, which is still advancing to the round of 32. And local boy Brian Perez will be in the elimination round here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Up next, Felipe Toledo returns to El Salvador for Heat 7 with Ian Gouveia and Al Cleland Jr. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Jesse Mendez for the call. When Felipe Toledo is in the zone, the whole event bends to his will. It's not just dominance, it's presence. You feel it. The confidence, the swagger, the unshakable belief. It's Muhammad Ali in his prime. Floating, stinging, knowing he's the best. Felipe is fire and fury. His emotion, a raw current running just beneath the surface. When it fuels him, he's untouchable. When it spills over, it can turn against him. And here's the thing, when Felipe is feeling it, it's over. Done. Pack it up. He's got that mob boss energy, that you already know how this ends look.
And just like that, we are back. Loved that piece right there. Got us super fired up for what we're about to see right now. This is opening round Heat 7. Felipe Toledo, Ian Gouveia, Alan Cleland Jr. in the lineup right now. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. Jesse, I think we're all still a little bit shock and awe after that last heat from Italo Ferreira. What a way to really just kickstart his whole campaign here in El Salvador.
I mean, I think that just proves what we mentioned a few times already this year, that he's in a different gear. He doesn't need the best waves, at least on the first few rounds, to make the heats, and that's what he proved right there. He got like a 2-foot wave, way deeper than everyone, and turned into an excellent score.
And the funny thing about that is kind of slow at the beginning of that heat, and you're going, uh-oh.
He's in trouble.
We're seeing some cracks. And then all of a sudden he goes berserker mode and drops huge scores. And I think that roll is going to continue right there. I think Italo fired up Felipe. Felipe dropping 8 on this wave, Jesse.
Are you kidding me? Look how tight that first carve was in the pocket, and that's what's so impressive of him. He's capable of doing that in the most critical part of the wave, but because he has so much leverage of speed, he gives him spare time and just finish it off with a beautiful rotation. And that's Felipe not really trying that hard on a condition like today, and he's still going to get a massive score for that. He's going to eye it down here, this closeout section. And he doesn't even need to go that big on that first wave, but it still goes. That just shows how confident he is. He's aiming it outwards off the lip to land in that flatter part so he can land in transition and not get stuck by the lip coming back up once it hits the water. So it comes out pretty clean. You can see the front foot way up in the nose. You see that a lot for surfers, just give them stability. And here's all different approach, obviously, very heavy footed, beautiful carve on that second turn. Obviously a little bit slower than Felipe, but heavier. Displace more water. Nice timing there for him. Just very well surfed wave and finish it off strong. Maybe a little bit later than he would probably hope for, but still good surfing. And we have a flurry of waves here.
Love to see it starting strong here in Heat 7. This is Ian Gouveia. You knew, we all knew, and now we know factually his backhand is lethal out here at Punta Roca.
No doubt about it. Look how many times he was able to go up in vertical and come out with speed, and very small wave too. He kind of squeezed everything out of it.
All right, we got 24-14 to go here in the opening round, Heat 7. Well, our surfers made their way back to the lineup. I wonder what the Red Bull count is so far for Italo Ferreira. It looks to me like about 5. He's on the glass now with Rosie Hodge.
And so incredibly entertaining. We can't go past it all. Italo, the first excellent wave of the event so far. Talk us through that 8-point ride.
Wow, that heat was so slow. I was like looking for the ocean. I was like nothing, like flat. And I was like looking, and then I was like, okay, give me just one chance. And then we had the first session, and then I had kind of like a closeout, and then we waited like for so long for the next one, and I had like to take the shitty ones and to make it happen, you know. And I had like the 8-point was crazy because I had a third priority, and that was kind of like a shitty wave. And then I saw the rock, and I was, okay, it's a good ramp. And then I wait a little bit, and then I waited for the good moment and get speed and go like high, because I knew like, because the other guy had like 7-point already, and I was like nothing on that moment, and I was pushing hard to make the score. So I'm glad to make that one, and then I had the others like couple moments after that, and then to win the heat. So I'm super stoked.
And Italo, you've had an incredible season so far, but you're also looking super happy, a lot of energy. How are you feeling in 2025?
2025 have been super fun for me. You know, I had like a couple like good results. I just won the wave pool, the event that I would love to win, and then Portugal, I had like one more final, and then yeah, it's just opportunity. You know, I just living my best life and enjoy the moment. I just want to say thank you, God, for like all those moments and everything that He gave to me.
Italo looking dangerous, but we'll look forward to him in the rest of the event, boys.
Absolutely. It's all fun and games till Italo starts blasting back fives at just on command. No problem. We saw him fall in the first one, and then he came back strong. He did 3 or 4 more. That's just pure Italo right there. And so far this year, he's definitely the favorite, definitely the standout. I think at the moment, if he keeps surfing like this, he's absolutely unstoppable for a title.
I mean, he's showing us. He's proving it to us. And it looks like Ian's trying to do the same thing as Italo with third priority.
Ooh, love that opening turn, but goes down. Ian Gouveia, I mean, he's just one of these surfers that the minute that he came onto the scene and we saw what he's capable of on his backhand, I mean, I'm a goofy footer. I want to do turns like that. I think we all do. He's got some Aki in him. He's got just that whippy backside, hook that he can just unleash at will. And this being his first CT event here in El Salvador, I think he's more excited than anybody to show us what he can do here on his backhand. And nicely timed right there, just whips it around halfway out. But it's a no-go.
And that's what I love about Ian. He's very unpredictable, like even on when he's falling and all of that. Like obviously I grew up surfing with him and it was always exciting. Something was going to happen when he stand-ups on a board. Good or bad, it was going to be amazing to watch. So he's just very dynamic, very powerful for such a small guy, and gets very critical, like mostly like in big heavy sections.
Low-key, maybe the funniest guy on tour?
Yeah, like has to be one of it. Not the ones that don't try it, that he's one of them. Things just happen to him.
So good.
Kind of like same as his dad, Fabio Gouveia, just like funny guy to be around,
Yeah. So this is a super rad character. The tour's lucky to have Ian Gouveia. I know he's had, a pretty wild road to get to where he is right now with 20 minutes, 37 seconds. Let's get to know Ian Gouveia a little bit better.
What motivates me more, it's my family, really. I think I was able to keep giving a hard time, hard work all this time because of my family, because I do everything for them, and I know they would be stoked for me to be on tour, and I know it's their dream as well, because they want to be with me traveling, and they want to see me doing well, and I gotta put food at home, and I want to give my family and my daughters a good life. So I always enjoyed when I was on tour with my dad, traveling with him. So if I can do this to my daughters, I would be stoked.
That's so cool. Second generation CT surfer, giving his daughters the same kind of lifestyle that he enjoyed from his father. Love to hear that. And one thing, the tradition now that we're seeing of Brazilian facial hair is still rolling through. We saw Italo with the bushy goatee. You've got Gouveia here. It's kind of the chin strap mustache goatee combo. Of course, Felipe Toledo, his mustache now pretty famous. So that group text that you had mentioned earlier about the Brazilian facial hair is it must have heated up.
Who's winning right now?
Before this.
That's the question.
Who's winning?
Yeah. Italo had a good one just now on the interview.
Yeah.
That looked interesting.
That is the bushiest goatee we've seen so far this week.
Ian's kind of has the Wolverine vibe, connecting everything out.
And
like
we've seen footage of Medina, even though he's not here. He has that tight mustache, a little flavor saver. Maybe a conversation for after the event. Here we go, 18:39 to go. Gouveia now streaking down the line. He gets the ramp, double grab, back 5 attempt. That would have been incredible.
I think that turn itself, it's what qualified Ian Gouveia last year. He had that up against the wall at Snapper Rocks.
Right.
Against Matheus Erdi. I think Samuel Pupo was in the heat as well. So it was a heat that no one expected Ian to do well, or maybe do well but not make it, because you're talking about a perfect point break.
Especially with the air, right?
Yes.
Going up against Matheus Erdi.
And Samuel.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he just pulls that off, and that was very close once again. The only issue right here, the wave kind of copes out under him, and as he lands it with the tail, it's in the middle of the lip, and that's not what you want. It kind of makes you just tail dive right there. Usually you talk about the nose dive, but this is a different scenario for it. You're gonna see him grabbing both rails right there. He's eyeing it down the transition to land, but in the middle of the lip, and that just doesn't give you stability. The board spins too quickly, and that tail just sinks.
I mean, that was close.
That was going to be a massive score.
So had he made that, looking at a 9?
I think he has to be an excellent score. I mean, we've seen it already from Italo get an excellent score. Obviously, he combo it up with other maneuvers, but that was more critical. Obviously, variation on grabs right there, even though it was a double grab, but it's you have a slob and a stale fish, which is kind of tricky to do, not easy to reach.
The spin was so fast, too.
It was very incredible to see from him. It's interesting to see the positioning right here. We've seen it a lot throughout the event so far. We haven't seen, obviously, that many heats, but usually surfer with third priority has been optioning to sit deeper before the rock that pops up that they call the Mama Rocca, because it gives you that deeper opportunity underneath that sometimes you can squeeze in a score like Italo did in the previous heat. You're going to see Ian right there with third priority seating deeper than everyone, which usually doesn't happen in other point breaks like Jeffreys Bay or Snapper Rocks. So it's interesting to see this plays out specifically on this wave, and that's all because of that deeper wave that kind of hugs it underneath, and the surfers that are on the main spot they can't get it, but it's kind of too late for them. It already goes out to sea and then it dies off. So you really got to pick and choose your position out there and make sure you don't get sailed by the person in third priority on a mediocre wave.
Yeah, exactly. And cadence of the sets has been pretty sporadic throughout the morning. You know, we've seen 10-minute lulls, but then we've also seen kind of quick succession of sets coming through. So pretty hard to kind of decipher the timing of the waves right now. But let's talk a little bit about the beginning of the year for Mr. Felipe Toledo, your surfer in red right here. You know, he's had a quiet start for him, but for anyone else, they would have loved 2 9ths and then a 5th. So that's just kind of an improvement throughout the first 3 events. Here's your CT by the numbers for El Salvador. These percentages and these numbers right here are stellar. 90% heat wins. Okay, so that's Hall of Fame style numbers after only 2 events. So what, 9 out of 10 heats he served, he's won. Like the math here does not make sense, but this is factual math we're looking at. 11 excellent waves. That average heat score 15.94. There's no other surfers in the entirety of the draw with numbers like this.
He's kind of untouchable. Obviously, every heat's a different scenario, but he showed it to us. First wave he stood up here. It's already an excellent score. It looks like he's up and riding right here.
This wave looks so fun. I mean, this is skate park perfection for Felipe Toledo. And then like nice snap airdrop floater combo there. And right behind him, Al Cleland Jr. Such a great style. You see a lot of Andy Irons, Bruce Irons influence with Al Cleland. He comes around this section. Beautiful carve there. Frontside vertical snap. Underrated for how difficult that trick actually is to do and keep your momentum. So right there, that was just kind of blue collar, meat and potatoes surfing, especially for Al Cleland Jr. He does big airs. For a big kid to be able to do big airs, that's saying something. But right there, kept it on rail, pure power. And one thing we know, power surfing will never go out of style. So that's going to be a decent number for Al Cleland. He starts off with a 5.67, so he'll definitely be throwing away that 0.70. For Toledo, not quite the backup he was looking for. Just comes through at a 2.4. It looked like he was kind of searching for something special in that wave, but it never really gave him anything to work with.
Yeah, that wave kind of stretched out down the line a little bit more than he probably expected. And even a guy like Felipe that, I mean, it's the fastest in the world, still couldn't catch up to it. But beautiful wave surf for Al Cleland. Like you said, meat and potatoes, but very well done, and it's never going to get out of
gourmet meat.
Yeah, it's amazing. The only thing, my only question about was that the time to pull off the trigger with first priority. Like, you know, he just got a 4-point ride. He's leaving the door wide open for Ian to come on a good set and kind of put him with the back against the wall and with third priority. So
yeah, that 8 is lumen large so far, but
and it looks like there's a set just about 2 minutes after he pulled the trigger. Let's see what's going to happen.
It's going to be Gouveia with priority. Here's the windup. Kind of a carving turn to start, just setting things up. There is a big snap. You see it amplifying his turns down the line. 4th turn there. And that's Aki all day. You see him just pushing on his back foot through those turns, adds a 5th right behind him, Toledo. And here we go, Felipe Toledo. Quick float, set things up through the bottom turn. trademark Felipe Toledo carve. Comes around this section, blows the tail a little bit, gets hung up, but easily reacts and gets out of it. Another fin blow right there at the end. So that was a lot more energy than we saw in his previous wave, which was just a 2.40. That score is deleted, gone. Gouveia, he'll most likely replace that 4.83 as well. Nice and casual there for Felipe Toledo. 12 minutes left. He's got to be feeling good.
Yes, he definitely is. Almost like he's going to be like at least a step and a half in front of his opponents, mostly with all Cleveland right there with the 5, 6, 7. I feel like he's going to better that score, so he's going to be leaving a big gap in between him and all. And here's a beautiful tight carve that he starts, and that's the difference. He's going to be able to, in such a fast wave, cut it tight, but still come back with plenty of speed. Always coming back from behind a whitewash to be able to get up and vertical in the most critical part of the wave and finish it off with a banger. Beautiful blow tail there for him.
So the subtleties of this wave, he just had that little stall right when you took off. What did that do for him for the rest of the wave?
It just sets the pace for it. I think the important part about that as well is when you stall yourself and put yourself a little high on the beginning of a wave that it's very stretched out, it gives you a good vision of what's ahead of you, and you can read the wave better and plan what you're going to do down the line better instead of just going straight down the bottom. Looks like all Cleveland's going to get a good wave as well.
This wave looks perfect again. Punta Roca showing us what it's all about down here in El Salvador. Comes around this section, big whipping snap right there. He's currently in second place. Needs a 4.74. That is, of course, before we've seen the last two scores drop through. Comes through to the inside, looking for a ramp, slightly caught behind. Now he gets back into the open face. He finds it, but does not go his way. Meanwhile, Gouveia, that combo was savage. Huge start for Ian Gouveia, almost goes down there. It just kind of caught a little bit behind, but wow, that combo bottom turn snap was lethal.
We might have missed something before as well because we were watching all Cleveland's wave previously.
Felt like he had gained, he built some momentum after something.
And that's the importance. All Cleveland had kind of like a wobble in both of his closeouts. And that's the importance of what Felipe did with the highline on the beginning, or even resetting halfway through the wave to give you time to look down the line. It's not a beach break. It gives you so much opportunities, so you really got to be patient and make sure you're doing the right move at the right time and not getting caught behind. Here, nice first turn, beautiful opening for Ian, and I think this third one is where he gets very critical. You see that bottom turn, he cuts it short, almost borderline catching that inside rail. And right here it was the 2-4-1. That's the only little wobble he had on that wave. Maybe if he would have kind of reset it right there, but this is the, I mean, money. Look how upside down
bottom turn, top turn combo I've seen of this entire event so far.
I agree with you. How he cut it short, and he always does that very well. That's the advantage also a goofy footer is going to have, like always being very tight in the pocket. And here all starts off doing a little airdrop on top of the wobble right there from the rock, and this is a beautiful tight carve he's going to do right now. Identifies that, no, sorry, next one. Identifies that bowl, brings it all the way around. The judges are going to love how he drives through that turn with the inside rail, lots of power, and this is the moment where he kind of loses the timing of the wave. The wave runs down a little bit more than he was expecting, and then he resets, but hits that section just a touch late and gets stuck. But good surfing from him right there.
I mean, how good is his style? You mix power with just perfect style like this, you get a special surfer.
Pretty effortless as well. Stands pretty tall on his board, doesn't need to move the board around to generate speed. But I kind of have a feeling he might be in trouble with Ian's last wave.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, because as of now, with the last scores that come through, Felipe Toledo now has just taken the highest heat total, pairing a 7.77 with an 8. Gives him a 15.77 total, so he's now eclipsed Italo Ferreira, what he just did in his last heat. But we're still waiting for Ian Gouveia's last score to come through. And he's got a 4.83 and a 5.33. Yeah, so there's how you get the 7.77. Oh, so many sevens. 77 on the jersey. Must be a lucky number type of thing right now. 7:42 to go. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the culmination of Heat 7 and a Sanctimony Superheat coming up next.
Busca velocidad, vamos a ver aquí frente a la cabina de los jueces. A toda velocidad Felipe Toledo va a buscar el aéreo. Le todavía una pared de la ola. Una maniobra más. Y se viene hasta el final con otro. Cruzando la tela de la tabla. Cruzando. Mirando a la
Still waiting for scores.
You wanted it, you got it. The Toledo show is on. We are live from Punta Roca here in La Libertad, El Salvador. The Surf City El Salvador Pro is going off. And we are right now being entertained by one of the fastest surfers on the planet. And a guy who looks like he is ready to take another title, Felipe Toledo. Just nice lofty frontside ollie there. Still going. And no worries. As if a 15.77 wasn't enough, you can feel that Felipe is shooting for the stars here. That was incredible surfing.
Does he feel like he put the 6 gear already on the first heat of his event so far?
He was chilling earlier too. We saw him paddling out. He was kind of just hanging out in the water like, okay, having a deep breath. He's doing it right here. This is energy conservation because obviously right when he takes off, he goes nuclear.
I mean, look at this first turn right here. How he's gonna identify the most critical part of the wave. The wave is breaking on top of him. Massive snap layback. And then the third one right here, putting it all on the line and risking the whole rest of the wave. And this is what I was talking about, resetting. Make sure you highline and look what's in front of you. Make sure you don't waste anything that is ahead. Beautiful rotation, and to finish it off, another massive blowtail. Almost lands on his back, almost loses his foot, and is kind of shocked at the situation.
He's like, hey, what more do you want? I like him in the air too. You know, we talked a little bit yesterday about, you know, the difference between just a proper air off the section and kind of a ollie or like a chop hop. Sometimes you can kind of use that as he does right here. See, that wasn't a super critical, gnarly section, but he made it look like a proper air, and that's just pure technique.
Yeah, pure pop, pure speed, and that's the gap he has in front of most. Here you're gonna see him bottom turn, and he just sets himself up for that most critical part of the wave, and you can see the fins coming out. That just shows how much commitment he has. Judges are gonna love that. Beautiful bottom turn right there for him. The wave's almost breaking, the lip's breaking on top of him. He comes inside of it. See all those 3 fins disengaging, but because he has so much rail engaged, the inside rail engaged, he still has control of it. So that's the difference that Toledo's gonna bring on a point break right for everyone. And then the third turn, he's gonna come up. This is just a setup for him. I feel like the third turn, he's gonna push even harder than that first one. Look how tight he gets. Like, it's so critical of doing. It feels like he's gonna disengage and just lose control. All those 3 fins once again outside of the water, just relaying all on rail on the heels right there.
Score comes through, it's under the 7.77, just by a touch, 7.43. And the answer back now from Ian Gouveia, who's climbed his way into second place. His last wave comes through to 5.57. Snap, float combo there, gets back at it. Through to the inside here, Gouveia. He fits in a lot of turns on these quick waves. Solid finish there. So in looking back at Toledo's previous wave, the 743, it was just under the 777. I feel like although he had that combination of major maneuvers, a lot of different turns down the line, maybe just a little of the flow kind of taken away as he had to readjust through a couple of those turns. What do you think?
I think looking at judges' perspective, that's the only thing, the point of difference from the previous wave he had, that it kept that score on the lower side, because the commitment, I think, was higher than any of the other waves, but he did lack a little bit of flow and the speed connecting through the transitions. Ian here just very good surfing, very sparky. That third turn, probably getting more out of it than we were expected, and finish it off strong with a nice up and vertical stab right there.
Now,
but just smaller wave.
Do we have Goofy Footer goggles on? Because I'm loving what I'm seeing right now from Ian Gouveia. The judges aren't buying it. A 5.33 and a 5.57. That last wave a 4.70. What's happening right now with Gouveia? Why isn't his surfing getting himself into that 7-8 range? Am I seeing something different here?
Well, I think a few of the waves are in smaller in size, so it lacks the power and the energy. I think that's the case on this last wave, and the 5.33 he had. I'm with you on that 5.57. He had some critical turns and the wave was bigger, but he mistimed that last turn. So maybe the judges kind of catching that edge right there, and Felipe just kind of cruising to finish it off the heat.
Maybe Gouveia's waves have been kind of shorter too.
Yeah,
even though he's done a lot of maneuvers, Toledo's waves have been longer, giving him maybe quantity over quality.
I was actually surprised on the 7.43. That was my take. I think the risk involved on that wave and how difficult it is to put a combination of those maneuvers in one wave itself. There's a lot of risk involved, and Ian's going to go for an air.
Oh, going for the signature move. Yeah, I think the eyes from above, the judges, pretty spot on in that heat. Just the scores for Felipe Toledo, the 8, the 7.77. To me, those numbers are perfection, and I do think that I personally fell into the Goofy realm, just wishing that I could surf like Ian Gouveia.
Yeah.
And I think
more relatable.
Exactly. I just think his waves maybe were just a little bit shorter, maybe not as impactful.
And also the 5.57, he caught the wave halfway through. He was spelling back out, so there was some missed opportunity there. Just, I mean, luck of the rotation, I guess, right? He was spelling back out, and that wave came, and actually was his best score, and it was enough for him to make the heat.
Yeah, I think all the scores absolutely spot on there in that previous heat. Felipe Toledo, dominant performance. 15.77, highest heat total of the day so far. Stick around, we'll be right back with Griffin, Cole, McGillivray. Grips going off. Ooh. Time to do it again. The Surf City El Salvador Pro rolls on. We've got Matthew McGillivray, Griffin Colapinto, and Paul Hauschman. San Clemente Superheat, plus the South African stuntman. There you see your three surfers heading out. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. Hard to pick a favorite in this one, although Griffin Colapinto, if you look at the numbers, past winner here, has had some incredible showings in El Salvador. This wave just looks like it's tailor-made for what Griff does. But Cole Hausman on his backhand has the ability to displace quite a lot of water. And Matthew McGillivray, this guy's a wily vet. He's been doing it at a high level for a long time. And he's actually had a 3rd place finish here in El Salvador in 2024. So I would say kind of underrated when it comes to this wave.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And just an amazing right-hand point break surfer. Got caught a little bit on that first turn and then cleaned up on the second one. Nice launch right there. Tail high reverse, was able to actually regroup and get back on the face of the wave and finish it off with a nice floater. Beautiful rotation right there, eyeing it down. He's gonna project that outwards. She'll land in transition. Then you're gonna see him regroup right there, put that back foot back on the tail pad as he pumps down the line. Moving the foot, those little adjustments give him the stability and the speed down the line. That was a beautiful execution from him, and basically getting a 5.83 for that one big turn. Had a little bit before, a few wobbles, but that was what got him the score.
McGillivray is so well-rounded. I mean, he's got everything it takes. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the top 10, top 5 towards the end of the year if he gets a roll going. 26:29 to go. Rosie Hodge is on the glass now with Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, Felipe taking some time off the tour last year. I want to know, is this event one of the ones that you missed?
Yes, for sure. You know, this place is amazing. A lot of really good waves, right point breaks, the style of wave that I love, that suits my surfing. Feels good to be back. Good to see you too.
Likewise, and continuing your impressive stats when you're competing out here, more excellent scores to your name. You only make finals when you're out here. What's it going to take out a win again here?
That's a very good question. With all my 3 waves, I thought it was over 8 points. First wave, okay, I thought it was the first wave of the heat. It's okay to hold back a little bit, but the next 2 waves, I thought it was better than my first one, especially on my last wave. The variety, the speed, the air in the middle, the bull tail at the end. So yeah, I don't know what else I have to do to get bigger scores. You know, I wish they can go out there and do the same thing, but yeah.
So what's the process for you now? Do you reevaluate tape, and what do you do to kind of take away from this heat and implement more good surfing into the next round?
Nothing really. I did what I had to do in the heat. I said what I had to say here in the interview. Now I'm just going to go back, enjoy with my friends, surf again. And then when the next heat's on, I'll be on.
Excellent. I mean, Felipe, thank you for the honesty. We appreciate that, and we can't wait to see you in the next round.
Interesting. I mean, he has the highest heat total of the event so far, but he wants more. Felt like he got some pretty big numbers there, but we'll see what happens as we roll through. 24:39 to go. Matthew McGillivray now back at it. And in the piece that we've been seeing throughout this event, written and read by our very own Joe Turpel, I love the line he used in there, mob boss energy. And Felipe was really showing us that right there.
Yeah, and the variety of commitment. Like I mentioned, there's 3 of those turns that he had that all the 3 fins disengaged, and he was relaying on rail the whole time. I kind of agree. My personal opinion, that last wave was his best wave, but like we broke it down before, and we move on to the next one.
Yeah, I think flow was the word that I'm thinking of, but either way, still highest heat total. 23:56 to go here. McGillivray, and again, the complete package: power, great style, every trick in the book. And obviously fearless. And that right there, I mean, as a transitional turn, that's exactly how you want to do it.
Yeah, and you see Griffin kind of having a look out the back right there. You just saw it.
That's what you want to see is your competitors throwing.
Now he looked away, but he was like, oh, what's going on right there? But you could see him kind of having a look. And I love the seniority as well on the positioning right there. Cole Hausman obviously being the biggest guy on the water right now, but leaving priority right there for Griffin. Like, you know, both grew up. He's the grown. Like, hey, I have seniority over you. You gotta give me that first wave. Because both of them obviously right now there's no priority set being between them 2. And he could definitely be trying to fight for the inside, but opting to give the priority to Griffin. Let's see what's gonna pay off, because you know, sometimes you're letting that first wave go and your opponent gets, and the second one comes with the better shape, you never know what's going to happen. It's surfing.
Griffin Colapinto is your 2022 Surf City El Salvador champion. Could have got it again the next year after, but had an interference with Zhao Chianca. One of the most radical near comebacks we've ever seen in surfing. He had a couple waves that were just so, I mean, spectacular is the word that comes to mind. I don't use that often, but just the way he was surfing it, what he was doing, almost broke the combo. Either way, it was so fun to watch.
He got scary there for sure.
Oh, yeah.
and I love to watch. I think that was my favorite heat he had all year as far as performing. And it was kind of like a refreshing of what Griffin used to do when he first got on tour. Looks like Cole having a look.
All right, buckle up. You're about to see buckets thrown. Cole Hausman. Maybe. Wave let him down a little bit. So he goes to tech, gets the backside reverse. Not doubtful that that's how Cole wanted to start. I mean, you saw right when he stood up, he was ready to start flexing. The wave just kind of got a little frothy and kind of just a little weak through that midsection.
Yeah, sometimes that does happen, Chris. Like when you have, as you see, as they were paddling for it, it looked like the wave stacked up and had a good line down the line, but there's probably plenty of water from previous waves that rolled in, and that wave moved into the inside way too much. So that's why I had that track, as you can see here in the middle of the screen, that track of whitewash. So as soon as he took off, there's whitewash throughout the wave, and he loses power. He stretches out, but he doesn't have the coping for you to generate speed, and as like you feel like you have to force things out, and that's what he did, and it just doesn't look that good because the judges are looking for a wave that gives you the speed and you can match it with it. And right there, he just had to force things out. Unfortunately for him, just kind of a mistake on the wave selection and losing priority right there. But you know, Griffin had a look as well, so both of them thought that the wave had potential. It just moved into the inside and that inside shelf a little bit too much.
Yeah, somebody had to do it. You know, you don't want to stalemate with both surfers. Kind of just being stubborn out there. So I like that Cole Hausman went, and hopefully he'll open up his campaign now. Here are your past winners. Griffin Colapinto did it in 2022. Felipe had a rematch against Griff, so they had a good, you know, back-to-back final heat right there. And then John Florence, this was really his comeback event. His first CT win in 4 years. Came right here in El Salvador, and we know what happened next. He went on to win the world title. So this can be the event that really propels you into greatness. Of course, last year and all the previous years before, this was a post-cut event. So a little bit different of a feeling. And we have our entire field now. So I think now this could be the event that really sets people up either to feel good about the mid-season cut coming up or to start really getting concerned.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to get out of here in a few days with a lot of dreams starting to be broken, and a lot of guys with the back against the wall. Some of them are going to rise up, but a lot of them are going to feel the pressure. So that's just how it is. It's, you know, it's professional surfing, it's professional sport, and there's going to be pressure, and those guys love that. So they're here for that own reason. That's why it keeps them coming back, and even Kelly Slater kept him coming back for 30 years.
This might have been one of the spots that Felipe, you know, when he saw the schedule, when it dropped, he's thinking, okay, yeah, you know, I got to get back to El Salvador. I would like to say that this place makes him happy, but it seems like it just fired him up.
Yep. I feel like he's an emotional athlete. Like, that's what drives him. We can expect even more. I feel for the person that is on round 3 with him, because this is going to fill up his fire. And
he's going to take out his energy on them.
Yeah, because as much as he said in that interview, what else can I do? He actually has a lot more in the tank. And that's the crazy thing about Felipe, is he's that good of a surfer.
Yeah, if you're looking at the 2025 WSL judging criteria, commitment, degree of difficulty, innovative progressive maneuvers, yeah, check, combination major maneuvers, check, variety of maneuvers, check, speed, power, flow. Okay, so the speed was there.
The power was there.
The power. I mean, but if you're looking at power compared to, you know, a Gouveia or, you know, even an Al Cleland Jr., I'd say they would be winning in that category, but we'll see what happens next. Here's your CT by the numbers, 9-point rides here in El Salvador. Griffin Colapinto has had 3, Yago with 3, Felipe with 3. Leonardo Fioravanti comes through with 1, and John Florence with 1 as well. But the asterisk next to that one tells a story that was the only 10-point ride here in beautiful El Salvador. You know, I like that the judges are leaving some space up top, because while we've seen some incredible surfing, we know everyone in the field, you know, here in the non-elimination rounds, most likely saving a little bit up for when they really have to, you know, kind of, in case of emergency, break glass and get wild.
Yep. I mean, with the conditions that we have on offer today, there's definitely more gap of those surfers, mostly some of the names that stack up. Obviously, you expect so much from them, and the guy in the red jersey being one of them right now. Obviously, Griffin suits this wave perfectly, but at the time has been sitting for quite a long time, and that's added pressure mostly in the situation that he sits. I know he's very good at dealing with that. He's a clutch surfer, but it's undeniable that those thoughts are going to creep in his head, thinking that things are going against him. You know, nothing's really flowing this year so far as far as the expectations that he has for himself and everyone else that watches him. Obviously, title contender.
Griffin Colapinto there with 6 minutes, 30 seconds left. He's only really looked at one wave, and I think he made the right decision in not going. Cole Hashman did take off on that first wave. Comes through at 3:10. Enough for second place for now, but I feel like all these numbers that we're seeing are potentially going to be erased in the next 16 minutes. It's just a matter of, you know, when these sets start to perk up. Tide is dropping at this point. You're starting to see some more rocks exposed on the inside section. That just makes the equation a little bit more vexing, right? Where do I sit? You know, I think with every kind of tidal shift, with every hour or so that passes, it's almost a completely different takeoff zone.
Yep.
And even if you've been watching all morning long, you know, from 6 a.m. to now, it's a completely different lineup. It's subtle, but it's different enough to really make you question your positioning out in the takeoff zone.
And you also seen the difference from the first heat we had, how good of a pace the wave had with that higher tide and the swell angle that we have on offer today. The wave was running a bit slower up the point more and finish it off almost in front of the scaffolding where the surfers are sitting at the Red Bull athlete zone. And on that last heat, we saw a lot of waves with guys just kind of having to run down the line and catch up. Felipe, on his last wave, the 7.43, he basically finished right in front of us, which is way down the point. That's one of the longest, that's the longest wave we've seen in an event so far. And that's all because there's less water in the point, and the shelf gets exposed and stretches out the wave a little bit more. So you're gonna have to really pick and choose the right sets to pull the trigger. And right here, less than 15 minutes left, and Griffin still hasn't caught a wave yet. But
8:30 here local time, so the tide's going to be dropping till around lunchtime.
We have big tides.
It's a big swing.
We have big tides right now.
So Griffin, between events here, you see his results are not very Griffin-like. A 17th at Pipe, a 9th at Abu Dhabi, and a 17th in Portugal. Definitely not a start that we're used to from Griff. Talked to some people in his camp saying, okay, well, what's he doing now between Portugal and El Salvador to potentially, you know, really just start to fire his year up a little bit. And him, Katie Simmers, big crew, they were working with Tommy Whitaker in Oceanside and grinding heats. And, you know, Griff, who we know as a, you know, spiritual warrior, super happy, super positive, you know, in kind of getting more intel on that. He had some emotional moments in those heats. So, you know, that means he was taking that very seriously. So, of course, it's mind, body, and soul for Griff. The mind, you know, the meditation that he's doing, the internal work that he's doing, you know, that's right up there with the best of the best. The body, obviously, you know, the dude is as fit as they come. And so you've got to think of it as the soul of it, right? Getting back to basics, grinding heats, and trying to, you know, get that, I guess, tenacity meter up. Because, again, those numbers that we see his year so far, not indicative of how good Griffin surfs. This is not where he should be in the rankings. This could be the event that he, you know, gets things on track.
And also, just to mention, like, the surfing he's applied on the heats have been really good. Just guys kind of out-surfed him That's what happened when you're under the best. People are going to have to do their very best to beat you.
Little tester there for Cole Hausman, looking out the back, seeing this set roll through. This is one of the bigger waves that we've seen of the morning so far. Wow, the wave kind of shrank pretty quickly there as it started to hug the cobblestones. But here we go, Griffin Colapinto. There it is, nice lip sliding turn there. So 3-turn combo, looking good so far for Griff. He starts to put the pedal down, goes to the air, just expertly done there with the front 3, straight into a big frontside snap. The huge turn there, overpowering this wave through the inside. What's he got for us on the inside section? Quick speed float, vertical foam climb. That's how you want to start your heat. Griffin Colapinto will have a big number next to his name after that one. That was great surfing.
I mean, that was excellent surfing for me. Maybe the wave lacked a little bit of intensity to it, but the way he approached the wave, just the timing, how clean the rails were, variety, flow, kind of ticked every box. It just, the wave started a little bit on the slower side, like you mentioned. It kind of downgraded, but right here he gets that nice release with the tail. But then the wave starts to bowl on that inside section. Eyes it down that section down the line and goes for a nice 3 right there, lands it perfectly. You see him move that front foot back towards on top of the wax right there on the sweet spot of the board, and it's gonna finish it off strong. The nice floater down the line and just climb it up. And just to mention that he has done that after seating for almost 20 minutes, it's very impressive.
That shows you that the work he's done internally is paying off, and the board looks absolutely perfect. We're gonna wait for a big number from Griffin Colapinto. You're gonna have to wait for it as well. We're gonna take a quick break, but we will be right back.
Y viene Blanco, aprovecha. Arriba Gilbert, ahí ayuda a picar. Primera maniobra para Mati. Otro floater. Buscando completar. Responde atrás Azul. Primera maniobra para Cole. Aprovechando las oportunidades, un poquito más lento, con menos frecuencia de olas. Pero hay que hacer el trabajo, hay que construir la casa. Estamos en los últimos.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf.
And here we go, back at it at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Matthew McGillivray, right off the commercial break, straight into a searing combination of turns. Solid finish there from McGillivray, right behind him. Cole Hausman, big whip there. Again, Cole finds himself on a kind of a frothier looking wave, not a lot of open face to work with, not glassy, not really a picturesque type of wave that usually will generate you a bigger score, but the score came through for Griff, a 7.17. We got a heat on our hands, Jesse.
Well deserved, and props to Griff for sitting for 20 minutes and doing the damage that he's done and looking as confident as calm as he did. But Cole just kind of, once again, picking that wave with a previous wave, filling up the shelf and just kind of coming inside with a little bit less energy and a lot of froth on it. I mean, the damage that he did on that wave was incredible, but just the wave is not going to give him the score. And right here, the opposite. You see how clean that wave is, how much it's stretching up, and it's actually coping, bottoming out. And I just love the angle on this last turn right here. He was late, but he was able to put that inside rail to work and lip-lined it and get a very critical angle to a section that he normally would have just floated and the average surfer would have just kicked out. So that was very impressive from him to cat reflexes as well to actually pull that off. That was clutch from Matthew. Beautiful
behind
turn.
the section too, but sometimes when you come from behind, things get exciting.
Yeah.
You know, you can have a different look. That just adds to the creativity, the uniqueness of McGillivray surfing shining right there. So 7 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Score for McGillivray comes through a 5.77 paired with a 5.83. Hausman, a 3.90. So now it's all about Colapinto. Can he get that backup score or improve on the 7.17? You talked about Jesse sitting for 20 minutes. We are in the tropics. Nobody's going to feel bad for a surfer sitting for 20 minutes in 80-degree water, but it can affect you in a different way than sitting in cold water. As we see now, Griff, just laser-like where he places his turns, adds a little bit of extra flair at the end, right there, blowing the tail, making the most out of a smaller-looking wave, but wow. I mean, this wave is just now surrendering. Please, no more. You've done it all.
Have you noticed the difference of energy he had to put on that wave because of the lack of size and the lack of opportunity? He knows exactly how much he needs to do in order to make the heat, in order to get scores. And first wave, obviously, pressure is on top of him. It was a decent wave for the heat, and he had to just keep on a good pace and finish it off. But this one, he's going to put in a fourth, fifth gear. You see kind of how the body torque and how much he actually uses the upper body to give that X factor and the flare to it. You're going to see in this, look how tiny this wave is and how much flare he gets out of that. And that's all because of he's using every inch of his body to generate the speed, and even more on that last one. This is not going to be a massive score, but he had to do that in order to get a decent backup. And that's just very smart surfing and a very mature approach from Griffin. And always, no matter how much energy he puts, he's going to have a clean and beautiful style.
That's low-key grinding, but it's so stylish that it doesn't look like grinding. It's a whole different thing. And I don't think there's anything more he could have done on that wave. I think he probably maximized the potential of what that wave gave him. Love to see surfing like that. I'm a small wave enthusiast myself, and when I see someone surf a small wave that well, it gets me pumped. And I think a lot of people watching probably feel the same.
It's all heart. Like, you know, you have to control when to actually get those beat up higher and when you have to slow down. And he showed us in this heat exactly when you have to do it. That was perfect execution of a heat so far for Griffin with the opportunity he had in front of him. Obviously, the heat before, we had about 5 sets and everyone kind of went to town. This one, different story. And Cole Hausman just kind of pulling that trigger on that first wave and setting himself up on such a bad rhythm of the heat.
Yeah.
Like always with third priority when sets came. Couldn't really capitalize on anything he got because the opportunity wasn't there. It wasn't anything to do with the surfing. Just needs to kind of reset and kind of need to go for broke right now. 7.7 with what we previously seen in this heat and the previous heat is not a small score.
It's like when you know your favorite song comes on, you run out to the dance floor, you start doing your moves, and the DJ switches. You got to reset your whole deal.
You have to.
Here are your stats for Griffin Colapinto. 2 WSL Finals appearances at his home break, Lower Trestles. 5 career CT event wins. The 2017 Triple Crown champ adds his name to the list that our friend Jesse Mendez is on as well. Great stats right there. Those are Hall of Fame numbers for Griffin Colapinto. He's going to be on the Walk of Fame, the Hall of Fame, all of Fames. Griffin is that good, and he's got a long career ahead of him as well. I see a world title in his future. What do you think?
I mean, it's a matter of time and if he can put together, because obviously since I met him when he was 13 years old, when we had the same sponsor, I was like, this guy most likely is going to be on tour and have a world title, you know, the type of surfing. And you need something specific to be a world champ and to have the attitude. You need to have a lot of attitude in waves of consequences, and he's one of the most psycho surfers we have on tour right now. He swings on anything that goes in front of him.
And I think that the fact that the finals will be in Fiji, that could actually help him. A lot of pressure when the biggest event of the year is at your home break. You're in it, all your fans are there. That's got to feel like the weight of the world on your shoulders. So we'll see. I think he's going to be there, but there's a lot of surfing to come between now and Fiji as we see McGillivray showing some flash in his surfing. Of course, the power of the technique is all there. So Jesse, what do you think the difference is? The numbers tell us that Griff has been, that he's had the command of this heat just with that 717, but it feels like McGillivray has been the most consistent. He's found great looking waves. What does he have to do differently, in your opinion, to get up into that 7-8 range?
I think on that last wave, on the 7 range, I think it just needs it lacked a little bit of variety in the first 3 turns, but he did come way up on the 4th one, which the energy already had a little bit less energy. We'll get back to that after Griffin's wave.
Ooh, a little bowl on the inside here for Griff. Nice opening turn there. Yeah, he has definitely clicked into a different zone. He's turned something on in his mind that's allowing him to just fire things up down the line. He's got more force on the inside. Big front 3, no worries, standing tall. Ooh, what was that one? I know these guys have been practicing their claims.
He got a grenade.
Was that a grenade out of his pocket?
Yeah, it has to be. That's why he just blew up that thing.
Yeah, Red Bull Surfing put out a really fun little Instagram edit of these guys creating some new claims and going back to some old faithful claims. Here we go. Can Cole Hausman get back into this heat with 1:15 to go? Huge power snap there. So now we're on our 3rd big power turn. We have a good racetrack section, by far the best looking wave of his heat, but just gets caught behind and gets his heels clipped and goes down after his, 5th turn. So not the way that Cole wanted to start his run here in El Salvador at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. But sometimes if you can get that kind of dud heat out of the way, you're going to set yourself up. But unfortunately, with 40 seconds left, it looks like Cole Hausman will find himself in the elimination round. And Griffin Colapinto, who didn't do anything for the first half of that heat, really flipped the switch.
Pretty flawless.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost hear like whip cracks, Indiana Jones style, every turn he did.
So did Matthew. Like, Matthew had a very smart heat from the get-go, like starting off pretty quick with a great score, and actually would most likely felt like he was going to get the lead with that last wave.
This is a wave we didn't see right behind Matthew McGillivray's last wave. Light work for Griffin Colapinto right there. He's a really good surfer, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, he's an amazing surfer.
He's real good.
All of these 3 surfers are incredibly good at what they do. And actually, Matthew McGillivray getting 7.27 with those first critical turns, coming up with the air reverse.
So that's exactly what he needed to do to get into that 7.27 range.
But then there's the last one, not the last one, the previous one from Griffin, which finished it off with the grenade claim.
He handed us the grenade. Well, I think he handed a grenade to McGillivray, because even though Matthew McGillivray got his highest score with that 7.27, it was Griffin Colapinto at the end of the heat, 14.87 total. He gets the win. McGillivray comes through in 2nd, but a great surf heat for our South African McGillivray. Cole Hausman, 9.33. He'll be in the elimination round with more to give. We've got more coming up for you. Kanoa Igarashi, Seth Moniz, Imai Kalani DeVault coming up next with Joe Turpel and Mitchell Salazar.
Tardecita haciendo sketchbook en el Cerro Verde. El Cinturón de Fuego es una línea de volcanes que atraviesa prácticamente todo el país, de punta a punta, y forma una parte súper esencial de la geografía del país. Los volcanes son un elemento que representa un montón a El Salvador y también a mi arte, porque es un elemento fuerte, quiere decir que el país también está lleno de mucha fuerza. Estos se consideran como símbolos nacionales del país y son bien reconocidos no solo por su historia, sino que también por su gran presencia visual. Y es una fuente de inspiración increíble para dibujar, siempre los incluyo en todos mis paisajes. Siempre tiene que haber olas, palmeras, montañas y volcanes, porque es lo que más representa a El Salvador y eso es lo que representa mi arte también.
Griffin Colapinto getting a high five from Scotty Hammonds. Having some good laughs, celebrating a nice opening round victory, 14.87 combined total. The past event winners flexing here at Punta Roca, from Felipe to Griffin, looking like they are getting even more comfortable at this beautiful Latin right-hand point break. Look at this gorgeous morning. We've done a lot this morning. We've seen a lot of high-fi surfing and a lot of the big dogs really taking domination in these early heats of the day. Now we've got Kanoa taking on Seth and Imai. Joe with Mitch here. Kanoa is a guy that has a nice steady pace on a wall like this. What are your expectations for Igarashi coming up next?
Well, first things first, Dale Moreno. We got to drop that in right there. That's what we call each other here in this beautiful part of Central America. You know, it's a timing, Joe. He comes from a beach break over there in Huntington, but importantly, his only win so far at the CT level has been a Karamas wave that is very similar to this one, Joe, but it comes with the speed management and the timing. That quarterfinal heat that he had with Griffin at the first time we came here at the CT level was amazing. Should be expecting similar things right now.
So Kanoa was extra deep up the point and getting him a little off pace for this set. Navigating where to draw this line is Seth Muniz. Kanoa gets out of the way. Still a lot of foam from the previous wave that he's dealing with. And now lays in a solid hook right in the pocket. Pushes off the bottom, little down carve sweep, and then attacking. Now the Hawaiian redirects with the carve. And making him really earn it towards the tail end. He'll put a lot into the finish.
That was cool.
Even though the section wasn't giving him much, just based on his talent, he pushed a bit harder.
Yeah, and very light-footed surfer right there. Moniz comes from an amazing surfing family. Tends to do better in heavy waves, which is really surprising considering, you know, his stature and his size. But this guy is one of the best in the world when it comes to variation maneuvers. 9th place finish in 2023. It's his personal best at this location, Joe. I remember the air that he did here a few years ago, full rotor, to be able to make it out of the heat, and has the capability to flip the switch just on a given section too.
Well, you have to be well-rounded to make the tour, right? But when you are kind of known for your pretty radical approach in heavy water waves, that tends to stand out in your profile as we take a look at his first few turns here.
Yeah, more than anything, just kind of a personal wave. Just getting things going, wanted to feel things out. Probably haven't surfed that much at this time of day, especially with only 2 other guys out. So a lot of froth on this one. Second wave of the set, as you were mentioning, because Kanoa went on the first one. It's a beautiful wrap in the pocket, Joe. Little off timing right there, but recovers on the last third of this wave. Goes into the lip a couple of times, get a variation with the carves as well. And that's what I'm talking about. Very light-footed, makes things look a lot easier than what they are. And this was cool and creative. You know, bit of variation right there at the end and making something out of nothing, Joe. Wasn't really the best section. Really nice surfing, though.
There's that setup as this thing really started getting going. He saw Kanoa duck dive. Still had kind of a slopey face here, so he was really just biding his time to the back half of the wave.
Yeah, and more than anything, you don't want to try to push too hard with all the froth on the face either. Fins tend to slide out quite a bit if you do that, Joe, but good timing right here. Wanted to find his rhythm on this wave, and you know, it just goes to show you that during the free surfs here with all the CT surfers, tends to be very difficult to catch a lot of quality waves. And great ending right there. I love the creativity and kind of spontaneous maneuver right there at the end too.
So Seth Muniz pushing hard off the bottom. Great technique, real polished act. Pushed hard once it got critical under his feet there.
Yeah, and definitely surfing in the pocket the entire time too with the slow-mo right here. Great stuff from Seth Boy. into the lip for that one. More of an off-timing turn just to kind of set up the rest of the wave. But when he gets into the pocket, Joe, and he can lay it on rail, he is as good as it gets. Case in point right there. Great technique, always surfing with the amount of speed that the section's asking for. So should be a decent opener for the Hawaiian surfer out of Honolulu.
Seth Moniz finishing, and he's paddling back out. One of his best friends on tour is on the glass. Griff is with Rosie.
Silky smooth surfing that we love to watch, Griffin. It took a little while to get into that heat, but once you did, you went a bit turbo.
Yeah, it definitely took a while, and the heat before was pumping. It just tickled us right before we paddled out. I was like, oh, I was fired up to ride a bunch of waves, and then, yeah, I don't think I stood up till like 17 minutes had gone by. It was a good test, though. I was out there kind of just, you know, just hadn't caught a wave, first heat of the event, and just almost could have gone down the, like, why is this happening? Like, slow start to the year, now this, but then kind of alchemized it and just went, you know what, this is a great test for me, and if I can handle this, I can handle anything. So, yeah, I able to flip it over, got the 7. I was pretty proud of myself for going for the air on the first wave too, because I've been doing that all on the free surfs, and you know, just to be able to trust that felt really good. And yeah, and then got a even better one at the end. So feeling good this morning.
Always learning, always evolving. 14.87, your highest heat total of the year so far. Is that a bit of a confidence boost just to know that you're putting up those kinds of numbers and to build throughout the event?
Yeah, it feels good for sure, but I think you get your confidence from all your training and your preparation. So, you know, I've been putting that in all year, and the results haven't been showing, but you know, I just got to trust myself and trust the universe, trust God, and you know, let it happen.
Lastly, the equipment that you're on, the Avatar board, you've used this to great success in the past. How's it feeling?
Feels really good. All my boards are Magic right now, so it's whatever I go out on, I'm going to feel confident with. But yeah, it feels cool to bring that energy back, because I had a lot of fun with that last year. So I'm excited I can ride that board.
Great catching up with you. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Rosie.
Love that chat, Rosie. Thank you so much. Griffin in a great place. Beautiful performance, as we'll catch up to some lines thrown down by the Maui boy, Imai Kalani Devon, on his opening ride here in heat number 9. Trying to stretch this one out, just keeping his board in the high line position. Now punching out the pocket, rifling off another nice snap, and then the tail release on the carve to hook. I love those types of carves, and you know, this wave really allows you to see a lot of different types of power turns. The carve to blowtail, the carve, the full roundhouse.
Yeah.
You could do a speed burning one, or the down carve to set up the lip. We've kind of seen every version of that already this morning.
Yeah, Timmy Reyes, the carve to snap too. Like, you look at Imai and his performances here in the past, they haven't really showcased his talent. Best CT results in the past, 3 5th places. But when I woke up this morning and I saw the waves that we had on offer today, Joe, he was one of the few people that came to mind with this style of surfing. As you said, it presents different styles of power surfing on a completely different wave that we saw from Seth earlier. So that came in as a 4. I'm thinking this might be just over, just under. A little stuck at the beginning, Joe, but he wanted to commit to it on the inside, knowing that he was already up, used priority on this one. This is where he gets to work, though. Kind of stretches out down the line. Next thing you know, great bottom turn in the hook pocket right there. And, I mean, he goes to town. And overall, the capability that he has to do well at a wave like this, especially coming from Maui, one of the few surfers that has qualified from that beautiful island. As I said, it comes with the power, Joe. And all those guys, Maui no Kaoi, they have the power over there. And we're talking about a kid who does very well in heavy water waves, Haleiwa, Sunset Beach. It should be able to translate here to Punta Roca.
He's one of those guys that could easily have a successful career without the jersey on. He's that type of surfer where he surfs strong, he surfs meaningful, he can surf big waves well, and he's got that real cool just demeanor about it all. You know, he doesn't change his style if it gets giant, and he kind of throws up the clips you really want to see.
Yeah. Riding different boards too, which I think is really cool, and I feel like a lot of CT surfers don't try to do that often because they feel like they're going to lose the sense of feeling of what being on a shortboard's like. He's not that person, Joe, and you know, the Haleiwa International Open, the HIO, I remember one year, it was massive. He went out there, he had a final with Seth, actually, Kalani David and Cody Robinson, India's older brother, and boy, those guys went to town. And I just remember seeing Imai in those types of conditions, and I'm thinking to myself, you get on the right wave in a CT event, you're going to win the event, no doubt.
3.17 for the start of Imai. Opening ride for Seth that we saw at the start. 4.0 So maybe a couple of numbers that could potentially be ditched at the end of this heat when we came off a heat with Griff and McGillivray throwing 7s down. We had two, big totals, 14.87 for Griff, his best of the year. Matthew McGillivray, 13.10. So a ton of time to sort this one out. Kanoa's with priority. He did have the game plan of out-positioning everybody.
Yeah.
We'll see if that ends up hurting him in the long run. We did see Italo fall in his first wave, and then it kind of put him into rhythm in the back half. That's what Kanoa's hoping for today.
And I think especially with the long paddle back out, there's potential for you to catch wave a little on the shoulder or just a bit wider than the other two surfers and maybe even get your backup. Potentially your best score too, Joe, but he's made it to the quarters twice at this event. Once again, that quarter that he had with Griffin back in 22 that we were able to do, it was just a slip that cost him the heat. Don't feel like he's at that point anymore right now. A lot more maturity on his behalf, but when we talk about a guy that has done a lot for surfing worldwide, it's the Olympic silver medalist right here from Tokyo 2020. Good friend of mine, and had dinner with him in Portugal, and we just talked about how appreciative we are of our lives. And he said, I wake up every morning just thanking everybody and with a lot of gratitude for what I'm able to do. And he's done it for a very long time now, Joe.
Well, you think what he's taken on, maybe the pressure of becoming who he is. He's accomplished that. His parents moved to Huntington Beach to have a pro surfer. That was the intention before he could even walk. And to be able to take over the U.S. Open multiple times, to stay on tour, to achieve a silver medal is great, and also become a true citizen of the world. I mean, Mitch, is most of his time in between events really in Portugal these days?
Yeah, or Puerto Rico too. That's where his partner's from, Havana, and spends a lot of time in Latin America, and of course Portugal, as you were mentioning, now having a house over there too, and has to do a lot of work over in Japan. So the kid's really on the road majority of the year, but he learns how to appreciate the small and maybe little time that he has at a lot of his favorite places worldwide, Joe. But that just comes with being a true professional.
And he's had to show us some different moods in his career, coming off making the WSL Final 5, the silver medal. And it's interesting when you call, I don't know if you'd use the word slump, but you almost regress from your best season you've had, and you talk about trying to find yourself again. You're still making the cut. You're still doing all these great things to stay on tour, but when you miss the Final 5, it quickly goes to, what do you need to change? And I think he looked at that honestly and even brought back Jake the Snake Patterson for some familiar coaching, some familiar confidence, and Snake was just like, I'm just reminding him who he is and how talented he is, and it was just a switch in confidence for Kanoa Igarashi, and he totally feels different now.
100%, no doubt about it, as it all comes down to your personal success, and you want to be able to replicate that down the line, Joe.
Imai Kalani Duvall on the wind up, big blowtail, going for it, incomplete. We're talking about different things you can do on the face.
Yeah.
As we throw down a nice, clean wrapping turn. So precise. Big racetrack going around Imai's Kanoa. Lays into a big section. Flawless on the approach. Through the lip line. Attacking from just behind the pocket. Smart decision there. And then into a perfect rail hook. Thin ditch to finish. His lines are so clean. It's like perfect surfing in his read. He places them in the perfect section, but with finesse as well. That was classic Igarashi surfing.
Are you going to drop one, Joe? Are you going to go for it?
It's your turn.
Okay. Dale Moreno. That's what we're talking about right there. And the speed of management, especially coming from behind the section, Joe. He got so much speed with a couple of pumps right there on the outside. And as you said, he is surfing way up the point right here. The setup carve to start things off, comes around it, really gets to this racetrack section. Look at the way he uses that speed and then diminishes it once he gets to the layback. That is a major maneuver right there. A little late on that one, but look at how it puts him and sets him up for that turn. That was critical. And then the last two, as good as it gets right here, Joe. Excellent timing, but the speed management, once again, that is really his bread and butter out here at the point.
Do you mind those turns where he's slightly behind the section?
Not at all, because it makes things more unique and creative, and definitely presents something else for the judges too. So look at the way he decreases his speed right there at the end just to be able to fit that layback right in the pocket. So that one, he's just slightly late, but it set him up so well for the rest of the wave. That was a difficult turn, Joe. The lip was already coming down, and then he gets a 2-for-1 right here at the end. So great finish. and it's going to be no doubt the best score of the heat so far.
Kanoa Igarashi showing us a lot of variety. Had to hustle to make it down the stretch of this wave.
Yeah, and just incredible the way he was able to gain speed, then shave it off, and then fully commits to that one turn right there. Put on a lot of muscle mass the last few years, Joe. Spends a lot of time in the gym, and as you said, wants to get back to the success that he had early on in his career. Has one win over Karamas already, but now a member of the top 10 again. That was a tricky section, dude, and he just went ballistic on that one, Joe.
Back with Snake, now on surfboards from JS Industries. Kanoa Igarashi locks in a 6.67. And after those replays, he's already in rhythm for another one. Big power hook, blows the tail out. Igarashi now sets up the inside track. Big tail hook reverse. Kanoa laying low. Come on and stand back up. He will get the completion.
That was filthy right there. It took him a long while to ride out of the reverse, but it should still score well, especially when you combine it with the first turn. And once again, Joe, he caught that wave, paddling back out under priority at one of those wider ones that just broke a little off of the point and should be a great backup, or could potentially even be better than the 6.67, but just under 12 minutes. Also seems like Moniz might have caught a wave right there in that exchange.
He did, Mitch. This is what Seth just locked into.
Yeah, so had the 4 at the beginning, Joe. This one very similar to his first, actually. Little setup and then a lot of froth, and then wave really stands up, kind of hits the bank much better, closer to the rocks. And that's what I'm talking about. He has that ability to kind of go from 0 to 100. Unfortunately, incomplete right there for him. This is one of the best turns I've seen all event long, though. A lot of commitment right there, Joe. Great use of speed. And then right here, the wave goes flat, and then immediately he has to change gears and try to throw the reverse down. And that is a filthy maneuver right there at the end. Took him a while to ride out of it, but still, he's going to get credit for that maneuver being complete.
That is so radical. Like, if you're a kid just dreaming of 2 moves you might do when you're a pro, I mean, that would be it. The carve, but then to let go of the rail at the end of it. Yeah. He's showing so much power, and then the progression as well. And like you said, you know, judges don't like when it takes a little bit of time to regather yourself. They want to give you a bigger score if you land it and get up and get the completion quickly. But Kanoa's putting on a show out here on Punta Roca. Can't wait to see the last 10 minutes of the matchup. We'll be back. Imai Kalani defaults into a nice section here at Punta Roca, hitting it off the top, a little stumble, lip to the face. Disruption of flow is not gonna have him kick out. He's still laying down some tracks, but unfortunate on that moment. Now trying to force the fin throw and trying to clean it up over the rocks. Now Seth Moniz wanted to get into this heat. Quick rip off the lip, drives off the lip again, blows the tail a bit, and now a nice paced cut back. As he's waiting for this thing to bowl up again, he's got some speed. Punting, passing Imai, and whoa, an awkward little finish. Looked like he was in two minds on really trying to maybe push a blowtail, and ended up trying to go back into a float. Ends up losing the last turn. But some of his better connections out the back on that real bowly part of the wave, like you mentioned on his second wave, he had two similar type of looking waves that were staying really flat on the takeoff. Much better wave selection for Seth on that one.
And a good bounce back for both DeVault and Moniz, as you're mentioning. So better wave selection. A bit disrupted the timing for both of them, Joe, but just under 8 minutes to go right here, it does seem like they're going to get two of their best scores. And for Moniz, this was kind of a crucial score considering that Imai has already a 4 and a 3 now, so wants to at least match that 3 that Imai has as his backup. Because Igarashi so far, it seems like he's been on the best waves and he's really been in control with close to 12-point heat total, Joe.
Kanoa Igarashi, a couple of numbers, 6.67, still his best. The more recent two-turn combo we saw during the break, 4.83, showing us that the judges didn't really get too excited about how long it took him to finish that last turn. He's up and now, live, driving, beating sections, tracking off the bottom, and whoa, what a creative turn that was. Saw the slope of the wave getting full, so he identified that, popped the tail out early. Nice clean tail blow on the snap. And now Kanoa into the end section, just kind of lays it in there and steps off. Jake the Snake Patterson liking it.
Muy conectado, se mantiene bastante activo el compendio.
And Kanoa paddling back out. You can see there's a lot of different kind of off-speed changes to the curve in that wave, and Kanoa had to respond kind of differently on each section there.
But it's as you said, that one turn was creative, but I think he had to adjust on the fly right there, Joe. Didn't really expect that turn to be that way. That first carve was beautiful, great timing on it, especially the little extra push he had off of the tail pad. And then this section right here, this is the one you were talking about, had to adjust on the fly. So went for a layback and eventually transitioned into that carve to snap that you were talking about, Joe, and then recovers well here on the inside. Gets one banger in, and then a tough section to make it over the whitewater. And then somehow is able to make it back to the open face and fit one more in. A bit odd right there at the end, but it's going to be a completion for him. And I think that 4.83 is long gone after this wave. But how's this turn, Joe? Within the middle of the adjustment right there, he has to go back to being on the tail path the entire time, diminish the speed, and just have excellent control coming out of it. That is a World Tour surfer right there on camera.
What I'm reading by his surfing and spontaneity is he's really free right now.
Yeah.
He's staying very present move to move.
Look at this too, timing on point coming out of that turn right there. It just seems like that switch to JS has been working out perfectly for him, and of course, you know, having that extra label under your board, knowing that those things have been dependable for people in the past is something that's really good for your mind, Joe.
Seth Moniz now lighting up some sections, late to the punt. Almost thought he had it though. Another fall for Seth. His wave previous though, the 4.87 is his high mark as he's in the second spot. Remember, top two do advance to the round of 32. And he's in second over Imai at the moment. DeVault's last of 4.03, which is Imai's best, as we see what Seth did.
No, this combination on the outside was excellent. I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe don't push too hard. I just don't think he got the pop rate at the end that he was looking for right here, Joe. But I was thinking he's easily going to replace the 4 that he already had in his score line. Fortunately, just a little late right there. And once again, wasn't able to get that lift above the lip line. So 4 minutes to go right here. Imai with the ball in his side of the court, Joe, with priority needing less than a 5.
What a moment for Imai. It's what every Grom dreams of, having priority on a world-class venue on the championship tour, and knowing that the next set that comes around the corner, you can take any wave you want. Decision time, making sure that you are prepared to perform, and Imai needs a 4.85 to move into the top 2. Last of Seth was the 2-ish score, a throwaway on the fall and the punt. So keeping that second spot very close. Kanoa's got a little more room out in front, still waiting for his last if he can improve on a 4.83, and he does. Last score for Kanoa, the best of the matchup so far, 6.93. And now a pretty solid lead over second and third.
Yeah, and he's paddling back out slowly, knowing that he's done his job already. Want to keep out everybody else's way, not try to commit a priority interference, which is really the only way he's going to lose this heat right now, Joe. And, you know, pressure on Imai right here. You got to perform, needing close to a 5, but keep in mind that Seth Moniz is also very capable of working under his priority and improving on the 4-point ride too. So want to get something, I would personally think, in the 6s at least, to be able to get out of this comfortably and move into the top 2 with a solid heat total right here, Joe.
Kanoa Igarashi kicking off the year with a 9th at Pipe, 5th in Abu Dhabi, 9th in Portugal, as we watch Imai looking for the 4.85. Tries to really lay into the first section, getting some speed to catch up to the lip line float. Now behind it again and just forced to throw a little whitewater hack. Just a little bit behind it as it caught more pace over the cobblestones in front of him. Tough use of priority now at 2:15 to go.
Yeah, I feel like that wave let him down. He was probably expecting it to do something different and had to respond the way he did. A couple of floaters right there at the end. They were critical, but needing close to a 5, I don't think it's it right now, Joe, and still has time to paddle back out. He's a little wider than everybody else, and with 2 minutes right here, you just got to be waiting for a wave that could potentially break a little bit off of the peak and give yourself a chance right here, because Moniz with priority, you got to be thinking he's going to be setting the anchor on the outside, Joe.
Minute 45 to go for Imai. Back of the line now for priority. Jersey number 22, the year he qualified for the CT. He's had some big moments, some crazy ones on the Challenger Series as well. Hard-working surfer that really wants to make this event count. 5 events previously before the mid-season cut. This year moving to 7. This is really the halfway mark, as Imai's had 2 33rds this year. So already showing the trouble he's had with this first round this season.
Yeah, and fortunately that score comes through and it's not enough, Joe. And a couple of waves moving through right here. Does have an opportunity to maybe get something a little wider than both Kanoa and Seth. But it seems like Moniz is interested in the first wave of the set, Joe, which is smart. Just make sure you're on something and keep your opponent off of it.
So Seth now working on protecting second over Imai. He needs an 8.73 to take the lead off Kanoa. First turn, just a quick swipe there into a fin throw that's incomplete. And now with 30 seconds to go, Kanoa holds down priority and a pretty solid heat total out front. And you're starting to see a lot of jerseys out there. That's one of Kanoa's best friends, childhood rivals, Leonardo Fioravanti, preparing for Heat 10 with Liam O'Brien and Crosby Colapinto.
Great heat.
And Imai, even though he did get second priority with Seth's fall, he runs out of time. Seth and Kanoa will move to the round of 32. And Imai will be in the elimination round. Heat 10 up next here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Be right back after this. start to the season. If your name is Leo Fioravanti, you've proven yourself multiple times at pipe and backdoor. After having a scary injury in the past, breaking his back, it's turned into really his favorite venue on the planet. And what a show he put on. A tie-break decision in the final with Bear Mamiya when Leo was severely comboed. It was one of the greatest comebacks we've seen to get back in the heat and actually almost make it undecided. You know, some judges could say, hey, Leo, I had you winning. You know, it was that close. What a show. Kicking off the season, world number 2.
Well, and especially psychologically, as you mentioned, 2 finals now over there at Pipeline after breaking his back close to a decade ago at the very same wave, Joe.
And standing next to Leo on the podium, handing out the trophies, that one was definitely one where you could tell the energy was there. Being that close to putting your name on the most legendary list of champions and have it just not go your way, especially against the guy to beat at Pipeline.
Right.
That was a tough one, but it fueled his fire. He moved on like a true pro. Now world number 6 heading into stop 4 as he headlines the matchup with Liam O'Brien and Crosby Colapinto. Lobby, the Australian, Cros from San Clemente. And Fioravanti, like we often talk about, has been traveling around the world his whole life. First and only full-time competitor to represent Italy. Spending a lot of time in the southwest of France, a lot of time in Portugal, a lot of time with his stepdad, Stephen Bell.
Yeah.
And going to CT events when he was just a little kid. So he was able to have a guy like Kelly Slater, the GOAT, as an uncle and a mentor.
And 2 9th-place finishes right here in the Salvador. He's had multiple excellent scores too, Joe. One of the hardest working men on the World Championship Tour. And as you said, he's just good everywhere now. I mean, close to making the finals in 2023. He was just outside of qualification for that. But excellent barrel rider, great in the air, and of course, one of the best surfers on rail we have on the Championship Tour. This is an amazing heat, though, because we have 3 very similar styles out there in the water. O'Brien's done well in the past, and we all know what Crosby Colapinto can do coming from over there at lower trestles, Joe.
Let's try to separate these guys a bit with expectations, starting with Leo Fioravanti on this wave.
You know, 16 points achievable for everybody out there in this heat. When we talk about being able to separate them, you need to be able to be creative. And, you know, that's something that I feel like we've seen with Crosby in the past, especially growing up with his older brother Griffin. For Liam O'Brien, he comes from the long right-hand point breaks over there on the Gold Coast. So you have waves that are similar to this. What can you bring to the table in terms of variation on a wave like this that'll bring out an excellent score, Joe?
Let's see how Leo Fioravanti is feeling now as he's sitting out the back. He's just holding position. Liam O'Brien, Crosby Colapinto sitting right underneath him. Beautiful morning, isn't it, Mitch?
Just excited.
Great conditions. We started off with a high tide, which we passed about 6:15 this morning. It's going to a dead low at about 12:35 in the afternoon, local time. Leo's been down here nice and early. He's looking calm, looking happy. Saw him chatting to Ramsey, having a good laugh with one of his best friends on tour. And preparing for the long rides here at Punta Roca. For me, Leo's just real standard, almost a little like a wild wire version of Canoa at the time, but he's got real sturdy types of maneuvers that he can look for on a point break like this. Lobby might have a bit more finesse when you compare it to the rail transitions to Leo, and then Crosby might have that X factor, kind of like a young build of a young Jordy Smith, and a bit more flair when it comes to above the lip surfing, and maybe more risk being part of the youth brigade as we watch Cros link up a silky smooth power hook, belting it perfectly, passing the boil of the rock there, and now jamming it on that bowl. It's bending Adam, which allows him to flick that tail towards the beach. What an excellent way to kick off this heat as the low seed in heat number 10. That's waking up the Italian. Leonardo Fioravanti punches out the guts of that one. Jams it off the top with a fin blow. Out in front and just greases that wrap. Back to the lip again, punching it out. Hammers another good section on the open face. Now fades it. Brilliant ride and throwing some risk with that little layback slide. He's not done yet. Throwing down a reverse. And finally stepping off. Take a bow, Leo. That was brilliant surfing from start to finish. Changing gears with variety, explosive all the way through.
What an exchange, though. What an exchange, Joe. And, you know, we're talking about the alpha out there in red and the kid that's only on his second year, and here's Lobby now with the answer.
There's that smooth operator from Burley Heads. Great connection to start, leans into the second one. Twist and wrap in the pocket for O'Brien. Forming out once again out in front. Quick little check fade, just hanging in there just in case there's an inside bowl. Still on a wedge now, so he'll throw a wild reverse away.
You asked me, Joe, what everybody has to do in this heat to be able to be different. Well, we saw it right there in that exchange. What a way to start off this heat.
Can't wait to hear those scores, and can't wait to hear from Kanoa, who's hanging out with Rosie.
Good heat win, Kanoa. A couple of board changes in that heat. Talk us through the equipment rotation.
Yeah, that was a fun heat. Just, I mean, you never know if you're gonna get a slow heat or a heat with waves, and that one was, I felt like had some more waves. I just changed boards. There were just two different files. I haven't surfed out here yet, so I just wanted to get as many waves as I could, so I could just kind of like get a feel for my boards. And I have a board that's really magic, and I've been loving. So I started with that one, and then I had another board that was just a different file that Jason made for me, and same Golden Child, but yeah, a couple little tweaks in it, I think. And they both felt really good. I only got one wave on each, so I didn't really get enough waves to really feel which board I want to ride. But yeah, it's this wave is so rippable. I feel like you can really ride whatever board you want, and it's gonna go good. So that was a fun one.
And why was it your first surf out here?
Just because there's so many other good waves around here. I've been surfing, and it's so crowded out here. You know, the whole tour is out there from like 4:30 in the morning, so there's no window. So, you know, just sit in the AC and catch my little waves wherever I can, and then, you know, just expecting to get opportunities in the heat. So that's kind of the game plan.
And then a quick transition from Portugal to here, and a different elements from what you experienced in Portugal. How do you manage that?
Yeah, in Portugal, you jump in the car and you put the heater on as hard as you can, and then here, you jump in the car and you're just hoping for the AC to kick in. So, you know, I went home, I went back to Cali for a day, and I just took my bag apart, and I just left with the bare minimums, with just shorts and t-shirts. So it's packing is really easy here, and definitely losing the kilos that we put on in Portugal. So it's a nice balance to go into the Oz leg afterwards.
Great surfing and looking relaxed. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rosie. Great execution from Kanoa Igarashi. Are you allowed to do R&D in a heat? I mean, he's just trying things that what might work for later on in the event. I mean, that's how free he was feeling. I mean, just to be able to try different boards, to see what he might be riding in the next round. Nice, classy performance from Kanoa.
Not many people that can do that, Joe. Mid-heat, adjust that way.
Big numbers locking in for one of the best opening exchanges we've had throughout this event so far. Crosby Colapinto 7.17, then to Leonardo Fioravanti, going excellent, and in fact the best number we've had so far of this event, an 8.33.
Well deserved, Joe, and we talked about his power, his finesse, but add the extra pizzazz right there at the end with the variation maneuvers, had the throw toe reverse, and of course we talk about the wave selection. He's an alpha out there, always dominates the top of the point. The opening exchange though, on this wave, how's that second turn, Joe? More of a board slide kind of maneuver, but it's just a testament to what he does in the gym. He is so physically fit, because this wave demands and taxes you. I mean, this is a long wave, a lot of maneuvers, and of course, especially when you're pushing that much water throughout each and every turn, it takes a lot out of you. That maneuver was sick too, in the pocket the entire time, releases the tail, and of course, the little extra reverse right there at the end. So, well-deserved, excellent score, Joe.
Really loved it. Going through that first turn again, Mitch.
Yeah, and he made sure to actually, you know, not only conceptualized the way he was thinking about surfing this wave on it, most importantly, executing when the wave presented itself. Those first 3 were excellent, of course, in the pocket the entire time. But once again, the physical tax that this wave takes out on you, especially with the heat out there, Joe, I mean, you got to be well hydrated. You got to be well, not only informed about the waves that you're trying to select. Of course, you got to have the repertoire too, which he had on that wave. The combination at the beginning, though, look at the bottom, turn deep, and this is just really picture perfect stuff. A board slide right there, Joe, and then straight into a different bottom turn for the next maneuver. But look at this technique off of the bottom the entire time. Great stuff. And then Crosby also came in as a good score, Joe.
Yeah, 7.17, that huge carve.
Oh my God, and then the second turn as well. A lot of froth on this one, and this was the first wave out of the heat too, so setting the scale right here, the judges, and then throwing in that creativity and the extra variation right there at the end. But really the combination at the beginning was the majority of the score, Joe. And then Lobby right here, he's gonna get the short end of the stick, but you know, good solid start for him. Not getting the hair wet just yet. That second maneuver was ridiculous, though. Fully committed to that section. Just feel like this wave kind of let him down, though. It shouldered off just a bit quicker than he was possibly thinking. And then right here at the end, I was like, okay, you stick with it. You've already got some work done on the outside. And he was thinking to himself, I popped the air right here. I'm going to get probably a keeper score. Could potentially be his backup at the end of the heat. Incomplete at the end, but major commitment right here, Joe. I mean, look at the amount of speed he had going into that turn. That is just beautiful, and we talk about one of the best styles on tour. Liam O'Brien definitely has one of them.
Can bend in different ways, can't he? He's got that Gumby type of relaxed, soft knees. He can really put himself in really cool positions. Unfortunately for Liam, it'll be stuck at a 4.5. Crosby 7.17. Fioravanti the 8.33 as we focus on the judging components when we break down maneuvers. Where do you want to go with Leo's score there?
Yeah, well, I think a combination of major maneuvers on the outside, of course. He brought in the variety, at the end of the wave. But the commitment and degree of difficulty is really the one that stands out the most. Beginning of the wave, we're talking about having so much risk of losing a perfect wave, Joe. So you do something like that on the outside, it's obviously high risk, but a lot more commitment. And of course, the flow aspect, that is huge out here at a point break like this, especially one so long. He integrated the majority of the aspects of the scoring criteria into that wave, and for good reason got one of the few excellent scores we've seen throughout the event.
Well done for Leo Fioravanti. As we mentioned, started off the year world number 2, had another close decision that didn't go his way over in Abu Dhabi. So he had to kind of deal with a couple of little heartbreakers. You know, had a rematch with Barron once again at the last stop, and he just seems like he's having the whole position of having water off a duck's back. You know, he's just short-term memory of those stings and just really putting it into the fire and the flame to compete and try to be a part of a world title run this year. Well, it is stop 4. Let's see how Leo's goals are matching up at this point of the year.
5 is winning an event. I'd love to get on that podium and hold the trophy up. Wherever that is, we'll find out, but I will give it my all to make that happen. To accomplish that goal, both the goals that I have, it's just putting in the work, putting in the time in the gym, in the water, but also not overthinking it. Trying to really realize, you know, think about last year, study what happened last year, and start to see where I can improve on the mental side, on the physical side, on the, you know, in the water. And hopefully, you know, with all that work I've been doing with my team, I can bring it into this year. And all those little changes, those better changes, will help me achieve that goal.
Really well spoken, Leo Fioravanti, mentioning he's ready to win that first event. And that interview was right before Pipe. So he almost accomplished it on the first strike of the season.
Yeah, and I think some people will agree with him that he actually did win that final, and you know, has had to face Barron a couple of times this year already, Joe.
Fioravanti rolling into this one, snap to start. Speed float, passing the Boyle off the rock, lays into a nice speedy little lean back carve, attacking sections and kicking out. Wow, even on a small wave there, he looks so engaged. Speed's really popping out to me, and the amount of maneuvers he's lining up in a short space is just brilliant. So he'll have a number to back up the 833.
Yeah, and Marcio and the Sharp Eye crew, they're doing amazing work with Leo and the entire team, too. That board looks impeccable out here right now, Joe. And, you know, we talked about how good he is with flow, performing in the gym, as he's mentioned before, being physically fit. It's very demanding out here. And, of course, you know, he wants to stop overthinking. I think that's a big part of it right there. If you're committing to wave, you might as well go full 100% on it. Once he did, he definitely got a backup score out of it, Joe. Beautiful layback right there, in the pocket snap, and a shorter wave, but it's going to be a good backup to the 8.33 at this point of the heat. But once again, as you mentioned, the speed that he's carrying throughout a lot of these different maneuvers, it's noticeable. And of course, with his equipment selection so far at this event, I feel like he's one of those people to look out for, Joe. But combining things in the pocket in the most critical sections, he is surfing to the criteria at this moment.
What a fired up approach that we've seen so far from Leonardo, and then Liam O'Brien on this one.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to keep the score down is the size of the wave, but the surfing's great. Beautiful first turn, down the line snap, just really to gain some speed, and he has to go over that hump right there. This turn was nasty though, Joe. Oh my God, blows the tail around all the way. And unfortunately for him, once again, the quality of the wave wasn't there. The surfing definitely was, Joe.
So Liam O'Brien just hoping that he can get a part of a set wave similar to the wave that Leonardo Fioravanti had to kick off this heat. One of the best styles on tour. Liam O'Brien has been clutch with some great performances in his career, making finals day back at Rottnest Island as a wild card. Now really enjoying his run as a full-time competitor on the championship tour, and always get even more excited when he's on a point break. See what he can come up with as he's grown up on right points on the Gold Coast of Australia. Well, we've got some stats to update you on. We just saw an excellent score from Leo Fioravanti, and focusing in on the numbers that land in the 8 to 10 point range. Italo on top of the list. He just improved on that stat sheet this morning. Now to 14, and Leo right behind him. Throwing down some of the best waves of the year so far. 7th excellent score of this season. His 3rd excellent score that he's had at Punta Roca.
Yeah, and how about John Florence right there, also on that list, Joe, with 4. Only surfing 1 event at his home break at Pipeline 2. That goes to show that, you know, he's definitely missed on the championship tour. But 7, number 2 with excellent score so far for this guy, a top 10 member at the moment. The real deal, the Italian surfer we're talking about in red.
Oh, it's just a feeling of confidence, especially for a headspace that Leo has. You know, like you mentioned, he's an alpha in heats. He's an alpha in the locker room. He believes in himself because of that training, hard work ethic. He believes in himself because what he's been through as well to pick himself back up from not just the injuries, but falling off tour in the past, you know, and coming back on to the top 34. So for him to hear how much the judges are responding to his surfing, that's only going to build that profile to try to dominate this season. He's got a 12.5 total out front. Liam O'Brien has jumped to 2nd with his 4.27. Cross with priority only needs a 1.6. Back for more in El Salvador right after this.
Technical 8 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. 30 white, second 30 red, third 30 blue. In the lead is Red Leonardo Fioravanti with an 8.33 and a 4.17.
It is time for the pulse. What a round we've had. Italo Ferreira gets his 14th excellent score of the season, an 8-point ride. He had a few of these attempts for that helicopter. Landed that one when he saw the ramp show up off the Boil the Rock. Backed it up with a 6.67 total domination. Al celebrated. He was waiting for his heat to start. He was just enjoying the show. Saw fins flying all over the place. He had about 6 or 7 attempts at that punt. That was the best. And then how about Felipe Toledo back into his happy place. His third start here in El Salvador. He's only finaled or won in the past. We love seeing this show. 7.77, 8-point ride, 15.77. He thought about a couple of scores that could have been higher, but he's keeping a game face on. He's just going to fuel that energy into the round of 32. But the king of high performance is back. World number 9 is trying to creep up closer to that final 5 picture, on the hunt for a 3rd world title this season, and another past champ flexing and finding his groove here at Punta Roca. Griffin Colapinto, a couple of big 7s, but surfing with confidence. Boing! Loving that. When he's in that kind of free-flowing state, you know, he's prepared mentally, physically. A lot of comparisons to California-style waves here, and he is just right at home in El Salvador. Putting on a show for his pops on the beach, his younger brother, Cross. Past champion in El Salvador. Giving us a little bit of a vibe as he moves on to the round of 32.
There's some claims nowadays, Joe, where I don't fully comprehend them. I appreciate them, though. And I think the creativity with the claims is something that we've come a long way with.
Well, it's a topic, Mitch. For years, there's been articles in the great magazines, discussions in forums, on podcasts, to claim or not to claim.
Claim. Claim, for sure.
Please go further then.
Look, if it feels good and it feels like the right moment, you go for it. Express yourself. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Of course, it has to be the right wave to do it, though. I'm not saying claim a 2 or a 3, but if it feels like something truly out of your heart, Joe, go for it.
Yeah, it tends to be a tough crowd sometimes with claims, but then some claims become something of legend. The shotgun claim from Andy Irons.
It's the best one ever.
Teahupo of Tahiti. He was actually shooting Dean Morrison. The crazy part about that story was Dean got the score at the end of that heat and got the win. Andy had a laugh about it later on the island of Tahiti. But there's been some great ones in the past. Griffin, just pure emotion.
He has a few.
He's got some great ones. Sammy Pupo has a lot that he's got in his back pocket.
The Spider-Man one's great. Spider-Man.
So I enjoy it. It's an extension of your personality, how you're feeling. You're putting on a show, right?
Of course, and you know, surfing is an expression of yourself. It truly is an art form, and it's an extension of yourself too, Joe. So if you're trying to truly express yourself, why wouldn't you do a little nonverbal communication right there at the end of a wave that you feel you were comfortable with and you were stoked on?
What about style? That's always a huge topic in pro surfing and just surfing in general. What's your take on it? What are you really enjoying these days?
Well, I have bad style, so I can't really add too much to that.
I disagree with you there, but continue.
Oh, thank you. Look, I think it's a component of our judging criteria too. It's deep in there. I think it adds into the flow aspect of it. And the better style you have usually means that you have a better read of the wave you're surfing too.
I suppose, yeah, it used to be an actual written word in the old, criteria. Now, with flow, we can kind of bring that into style and connecting your maneuvers. It seems like now you just really want to see each individual personality. You don't really want everyone to surf the same. That would be pretty boring.
Exactly, and that's the whole point of doing this. And that's what you asked me, how do these 3 surfers present themselves in a different way? They have to do something different and not have the same components on each and every wave.
As we focus on the heat recap, during our heat check, Leonardo Fioravanti exploding to an 8.33. You can see what each judge from their region thought about that 8.33. Couple 8.5s thrown there as well. And you look at how solid he's been with selecting his ride. Just 2 waves ridden. Crosby still being patient with his one number of a 7.17.
Yeah, and O'Brien with a couple of 4s, Joe, and this is the 8.33 that you were talking about. 3 judges thrown in 8.5 at this. He threw out the highest and the low. Average comes out as an 8.33. And for Crosby, he's only caught one wave, Joe, but a 7.17 at the moment. A couple of 7.5s from our judges. This is one of Lobby's waves right here. I believe it was the 4.5 of his. And, you know, he's surfing good. He just hasn't been on the right waves at this moment yet. Still in the heat and in second place, not by a whole lot, but, you know, we talk about the style, the flow of everything. How about the hairstyles that are coming back, too? I love the afro that we're seeing from Liam O'Brien, Joe.
Looking cool, isn't he? Yeah, that was just a throwaway punt for Leo, or excuse me, for Liam, and then we've got Leo on his 4.17.
Yeah, so this was the backup score right here for the Italian surfer. I mean, nothing crazy, but just smart surfing on a smaller wave, knowing that he want to get something to back up your 8.33 at that point of the game. It's a smart move, Joe, because it's counting at the moment and has him in first place with just under 3 minutes on the clock now.
So for Crosby, he got a great wave, the 7.17, where he really got to open up. And you can see where Liam, he hasn't been in the spot for a set yet. So he's been forced to kind of get those fours and a couple little mistakes in there as well. And for Liam now being in the back of line priority, he's in a really tough position to hang on to second. I mean, who would you rather be? Crosby with the big 7.17 and priority with 2 minutes to go,
right.
Or the advancing to round of 32 spot with Liam with a couple of fours?
Just considering how small the requirement is, I don't mind being Crosby at this point. At 1.6, you do a couple of small turns, you're probably getting that score. And O'Brien, as you said, he's the one in third priority, and knowing Leo and how big of a competitor he is, despite being in first by a large margin, Joe, he ain't letting Liam go on a wave. And you just got to consider right now, a minute 40, at what point, if you're Crosby, do you actually make a move for a wave right here? Only needing less than a 2. And I've told you in the past, Joe, I've seen people lose world championships needing less than a 2-point ride. One of them a few years ago that cost him the world championship. Don't put yourself in that position. If you see any kind of wave needing a score that small, you go on it.
Minute 22, Crosby with priority. Missing the first couple of stops of the season with that elbow injury before Pipe started. So throwaway results for Pipe and Abu Dhabi, then a 17th in Portugal, where he had made a finals day in his rookie year at Super Tubos. So really needing to move quickly up the ranks here, and now starting to drift into position, realizing he's running out of time. Needs a 1.6. And he's already starting to look for it now. Insider, he's just gonna take this wave, so going a bit early. He needs to complete a maneuver here. Crosby now belts that section, gets out in front, taps it. He's gonna try to do everything he can over those dry rocks. He's trying to save his board there. We saw a couple of little lines behind it, but I think he just was like, I just better get a wave.
Yeah.
You can see it's getting crowded. Next heat getting ready, Jordy Smith, Joel Vaughn, Ryan Callanan. And we'll wait for the reaction from the panel. You know, a couple of turns. I feel like he's done enough, but we've got a few seconds left. Liam O'Brien does have priority. Can he get here in time?
No.
And the horn sounds before he gets to the feet. He feels like he's too late, but he still will throw an aggressive air reverse, and with him incomplete, we definitely know he ran out of time. So it'll just come down to the final score for the Cross, getting a half-a-foot wave right on the rocks, and did accomplish a couple moves there.
I thought he was deep at the beginning of that, and I was like, are you even going to get to the open face? And great heat win by Leo. We know he's comfortably in the lead with the excellent score, Joe, and Crosby only needing a 1.6. I know it's a smaller wave, but I mean, given how it was, he surfed it pretty well. And, you know, bummer right there for O'Brien, who was needing a score right at the end, Joe, and unfortunately for him, it seems like he's going to be in the ER.
Wow, that's as close as it gets. One judge said it wasn't enough for Crosby. Ends up being a 1.87, just barely. Uses the clock, winding down on the rocks. Couple of turns there to move up into second to advance on to the round of 32. With Leonardo Fioravanti, we'll see Liam in the elimination round as heat number 11's coming up next. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Jesse Mendez for the call.
Almost in the words of Ricky Martin. We are living La Vida Roca. We are live. This is Surf City El Salvador Pro. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez, and you're watching Jordy Smith laying down the hammer. Nice opening wave here for Jordy. See a little bit of breeze puffing up, but it is not affecting the flow. This large South African man somehow has the mix of power, speed, and lightness on his feet, unlike many other surfers in the world. Jordy Smith now with the score on the board. Chris Cote, Triple Crown winner. Jesse Mendez, so far so good. Today has been entertaining. There's been some drama, but pure excitement from the jump. And we're going to continue that trajectory. We've got a great heat in the water right now, Jesse.
I mean, we actually do, and this is going to be exciting to see. I've seen Joe Vaughn the last few events actually step it up more than I expected from him, mostly on rail. Like in Portugal, he had an amazing heat against Ramsey, joined out some power hacks, and not to mention Jordy Smith just going to town on that first wave. That might be the biggest score we've seen in a below shoulder high wave. Like the amount of water he displayed and the combination of maneuvers on that wave was impressive. And Ryan's back, which is very cool. It's good to see him back. He's such a great surfer. Beautiful style.
The tour's not the same without Ryan Callan.
I totally agree with you. One of my favorite surfers.
All right, 26:48 to go here. A lot of talk about Joel Vaughn. A lot of questions already answered. Was he ready? Well, yep. There you go. Absolutely ready to take it to the big dogs. Huge front three for Joel Vaughn. So far, I would say he has to be the most exciting rookie on the championship tour for 2025. Him, along with George Pitar, both have been, you know, kind of battling. And I know it's very early for the Rookie of the Year conversation, but if the tour ended now, you'd have to say Joel Vaughn's right there.
Yeah, I agree that the amount of commitment he had a pipeline with the waves that he caught. Actually, George had as well, but I just love the variety that Joe can bring to his surfing. Just really second to none in the air. Very consistent, and we've seen it on Challenger Series, and he's actually able to apply here. And I was just about to mention how this wind's going to favor him with the little crisp on the onshore, and Ryan Kahneman back in the Jersey, just going over the falls right there a little bit too late.
Happens when it literally happens to the best of us. Arcal, one of the best of us, it happened to him. All right, here we go, back at it. Joel Vaughn. I like the tenacity here, straight back into the wave after a really solid air, goes down, but you can almost feel the energy and excitement coming from Joel Vaughn right now. And he got himself onto the championship tour. Part of this really interesting, cool rookie class we have here in 2025. He got a quick start. I think I don't want to jinx anything, but I think he's safe for the cut. The way he's been surfing, I mean, he's going to be with us till the end of the season.
Yeah, and even though sometimes like doesn't have the most like, spectacular results, but the surfing has been provided, kind of like the same deal as Griffin. Like he doesn't have the results that we expect from him, and he probably expects for himself, but the surfing has been done. It's just a matter of time when things start to click. The problem is the other way around. Sometimes you're making hits, but you're getting lucky. And that's when your confidence kind of goes down and everything goes south. So I think he's in a good path to, you know, just prove that he deserves to be on the championship tour.
100% right there with you. 24:35 to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. That gives us the chance to catch up with Leonardo Fioravanti on the glass now with Rosie Hodge.
The highest wave of the day so far, the 833. Leo, talk us through that wave.
Yeah, that was a beautiful wave, and I missed Crosby's wave. I actually paddled for it and missed it, and I was like, damn it, that's a bummer. And then right about 2 waves behind was this other one. I'm like, okay, that worked out pretty well. And I took off pretty deep, so I think that's why I got a couple extra turns, because we were sitting pretty far out. And just tried to find some rhythm on the wave. I mean, this wave, when it comes, it's one of the best waves that we have on tour. And I was really happy the way I surfed it as a first wave, especially. You know, you got the nerves, first heat, and just stoked to get a couple turns on the wave. And I wasn't expecting that big of a score, but I guess it looked decent.
It did look decent. And talking about decent, the second place finish at Pipeline. You've got a couple years under your belt on this championship tour. You're looking so relaxed. How are you feeling coming into 2025?
I feel great. Starting at Pipe is always a dream. I love the wave, and you know, especially when you start good. It also takes a little bit of pressure off, I think, to make sure that you need those results to make the cut. I think I still need some results to make the cut, but definitely had a good start to just focus on my surfing. And that's what I've been doing. I mean, really, focus on myself the best way that I can possibly perform. Training the best way possible, hydrating. I have a great team around me. Working again with Richard Dog Marsh this year, which has been great. And the boys, Connor and Ryan and Gabby as well. It's been a really good crew, and I'm loving where I'm at the moment.
Traveling with a good crew. Thank you for the time, Leo.
So far, so good for Leonardo Fioravanti, the highest single wave score of this event so far. Get back into the lineup with 22 minutes, 43 seconds to go. Jordy Smith has a 6 and a 4 for an even 10. Joel Vaughn, his first wave, a 6.90, really on the strength of one big front three, executed perfectly. Let's take a look at a replay. This is that 6.90 for Joel Vaughn.
Just a down the line set up into a pretty lofty air reverse, and I love just the rotation, how he kind of delayed it halfway through and then he spin it pretty quickly. Usually you see that the surfers also aimed it more outwards and landed into the flats, but he landed right in the middle of all that turbulence. I almost felt like he was going to come out unglued, but he did not. And
Jordy went Grom mode, spinning around halfway through.
Can't hold himself on top of
I
the
got
board
one too.
Yeah, he was like, hey. He actually rode out of that wave, so he got a 4-point ride to back himself up pretty quickly. 10-point ride. Like it's not a massive total, but he already has a backup, and now he can kind of sit, put the anchor, and come on a wave that looks kind of like what Ryan is up and riding right now, because that looks great.
Callanan now. Pretty obvious and safe to say he's got one of the best backhands of the entire field, and unfortunately for Callanan, just caught a little bit behind. You saw those rocks starting to bubble up right in front of him. That might have been a blessing in disguise, falling right there in kind of a deeper part of the water, because literally 2 feet in front of him, it was about to go dry. That's a risk that we are going to see more and more now with the tide dropping out. You saw Crosby Colapinto's last wave. He better check his fins. They're probably still out there while his board is in the locker room. He really was flirting with disaster. But for our Cal, Ryan Callanan, starting off with a 2.60 and a non-scored body surfing over the falls El Rolo. Not the way he wants to start, but he still has 20 minutes, 51 seconds. He's a vet. He knows what to do. Jesse, you're a vet. You know what to do. What is Ryan Callanan going through in his mind right now to kind of reset things?
Well, obviously he's trying to get back in rhythm. Missed that last event in Portugal, and obviously didn't have the best result in Abu Dhabi because he was already hurt. So he's just trying to get back in the rhythm. This is a great opportunity for him because no one loses, and just reset at the moment. Knows that there's nothing, like there's been some good scores on the board, but nothing has been set yet, nothing of big substance besides the 6.9. So he's riding rich and kind of roll the dice, like he has the freedom now of just putting himself in opportunities a little bit underneath, and sometimes they grow down the line. Maybe a big punt could give him a good score and get back right in there. Take advantage now that there's been a few sets, so most likely it's going to take a few minutes for the next one. You never know, it's the ocean, but that's how it kind of rolls. So maybe he can find a sneaky one underneath everyone.
1950 to go. One of the all-time greats of our sport, and still at the top of his game, Jordy Smith, currently in the lead for now with 1940 to go. Let's learn a little bit more about 2025 Jordy Smith.
Kind of growing up, I just loved to compete at anything it was, whether it was surfing or not, whether it was soccer games or it was running races, whatever it was. I just was a big fan of competition, and I've always felt like that's where it brought like the best kind of version of myself out all the time. And yeah, here we are. I think it's 17 or 18 years later, and I just still love it. It's a lot of people kind of get that mindset of like, oh, kind of when's he kind of gonna get over it? But a lot of people, I don't really think they realize how good the life is too. We get to travel the world, chase amazing waves. Yeah, fair enough, we don't exactly get every spot firing, but we are given the best opportunity at getting the best waves in the world, So for me, it's a great way to support my family, show the family what I love, and it's the one thing I know in my life, man. So if it's something that I can share with my family and my kids, then this is it.
Jordy identifying that he does in fact have the best job in the world And, you know, he's been doing it for a long time. I guess he's probably one of the oldest surfers on the championship tour, but that's all relative. He's still a young fella with a lot more to give. And I'm definitely not counting Jordy out for a world title.
I mean, you can't really, because he's been some of the best surfers in the world in the last 15 years. And
here's the proof.
Yeah, here definitely is the proof, and how good he's able to mix it up in every sort of condition. Obviously, this right-hander is his bread and butter, but you're going to see the progression that he still has it with the age he's on it. Right here to finish it off. It seems like he was almost done the wave right there, and he saw there was an extra section. He's like, might as well go for broke. Beautiful tail high. Blow tail right there, almost like in between the blow tail and air reverse, and coming out. He was fired up. Like, you can see that.
His surfing is still so relevant, so modern, fast, powerful. You know, he really was one of the guys that started what we're seeing now, just in terms of doing airs and heats consistently, and he's still right there among the best of the best.
For a few years, he had some of the biggest airs we've ever seen, like that Modern Collective area.
Yeah, and best video parts.
Yes, it was, and he was competing while he was doing all that. A beautiful rotation here for him. You can notice how those surfers are actually in the air, identifying where they want to land and putting the board in the right place to it. Like halfway through the air, he was looking down to the bottom of the wave, making sure he was right in the sweet spot of landing. To come out pretty clean and still be risky. So this is going to be a great score for Jordy.
Yeah, 37 years old, and you know, he could be taking that Slater path, surfing on tour until he's 50. He just kind of has that presence about him. I do like that he's already kind of set himself up for post-championship tour life. He's got his board company going with him and his dad, Smith Shapes. That's an international surfboard brand. You see a lot of those boards in the wild as well, and to me that's kind of a good sign, a good tell that the boards are gaining popularity. You see them on East Coast, West Coast of the USA, and I'm sure there's a lot of surfers riding them in South Africa and beyond. So that's a pretty cool thing for Jordy to be doing right now too, and what a way to connect, you know, with a parent. You know, you have a business together, you're making the most beautiful crafts. You know, it's an art form that you get to share with your dad. That's pretty rad.
It's pretty rad, and he kind of comes on. G-Force kind of goes on the road sometimes, you know, like he goes to Brazil every year, goes to another few events, and they have a good relationship, and obviously the crafts are working pretty well.
If you look at Jordy historically, got on tour in 2010, finished second place his rookie year. Or excuse me, in 2010 he finished second place, his best placing. He got a fourth place in 2017, a third place in 2019. 2024 finished 8th in the world at 36 years old. It's a pretty solid stat. I mean, 36 is young. You're still prime time right then. But to be on tour for that long and to still be consistently in the top 10 is huge. I mean, he's got those beyond Hall of Fame numbers.
Yes, he does.
Talking all time. He's on the list of all-time greats on every list there is.
Yes. And if you think about how good the tour suits him, right? Like we talk about the next 4 stops that we have. He's previously won a few of them, and that's his bread and butter. Point handers on his forehand. He's really second to none. He's proven that before to us in places like J-Bay, Bells Beach, Margaret River, and now here in El Salvador.
Your 2006 World Junior Champion. Didn't get to compete in the 2020 Olympics, although he did qualify. He got 9th Paris 2024 of the Olympics. 18th CT season. Had a perfect heat in 2017 at J-Bay, and guess what? J-Bay's back on tour. You said it. The back half of the championship tour is all Jordy Smith.
You can't really count him out, even places like Pipe and Chopu. Like the last few years, like how he charged and how good he got on his backside too, Brad, in which he was already good, obviously, but he stepped it up big time after moving to Hawaii and spending a lot of time in those waters. You could definitely see an improvement from Jordy, and he could win the world title, like you mentioned.
He will send it, would not be surprised. 13:30 to go. Jordy Smith in the lead with a 12.40 total. Joel Vaughn second, Callan in third, but a lot more to come. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back.
¿Sabes por qué El Salvador tiene tan buenas olas? Muchas de las olas buenas que tenemos acá existen por cómo se formó el terreno. Los volcanes prácticamente moldearon la costa. Hay diferentes olas para diferentes niveles de surf y diferentes estilos. Y creo que lo que las hace especiales es la exposición que tienen las olas al Pacífico y a los swells que vienen. Ese fondo de piedra y los diferentes oleajes es lo que hace que tengamos olas tan constantes y definidas. Y el fondo de muchos spots acá no es de arena, sino que es de piedra volcánica, la que lo hace más limpia, más larga y más predecible.
And we're back. Further proof that El Salvador is awesome. What you're seeing right now, Jordy Smith is having a field day. What else do you want? He's done every trick in the book on one wave. He had the Superman, the front three, a couple snaps. You think, in his interview, you saw how just calm and chill and how much fun he's having on tour after all these years. It's still going. It's happening in real time right now.
And that's also the cool thing about we having a little bit of texture. Obviously, it decreases the level of the waves and the quality of the waves, but it also gives those surfers a little bit more expression to go above the lip, because that wind's actually going to help them keep the board on their feet. Obviously, Jordy Smith on that first air opting to get his foot off the board, but holding it with the hands. You're going to see a nice first setup turn right there, and he's known for this Superman's.
Super dad.
Not overly extended. He had to keep it a little bit short, but then combo it up with a nice front three right there. And another turn straight off the bottom. That was beautiful surfing, just variety to the max. See him setting up and just kind of eyeing it down, generating speed for this turn right here. Cuts that bottom turn short.
If we were playing the Transworld Surf video game, his special meter would be going through the roof right there.
This is a very technical maneuver. Obviously, both of your feet coming out. Not as extended as he was probably hoping for, but he did not have the time to do that. He couldn't get as high as that wave, didn't have enough power to launch him higher. But beautiful layback to combo it up and finish it off with this beautiful three.
Who's having more fun than Jordy Smith right now?
I don't think anyone.
I agree.
Just like the freedom of not having priority, how fun that is, like in conditions like we have an offer right now. A bunch of waves kind of just squeezing through, and he already has a solid lead on top of the surfers and can just kind of go to town and grab whatever's in front of him.
His son Ziggy, no doubt watching and getting hyped for dad, who's taking it to the Groms right now. He just dropped another big score, a 6.4. He basically gave the judges no choice. So, doing all those maneuvers on a wave that was not that great, they had to just throw out that number, a 6.40, add that to a 6. Or, sorry, the 6.40 was the previous wave. He's going to improve on that. So, again, just giving the judges a lot to chew on and think about. They drop a 6.47, extends his lead. Now he's got a 12.87. The proof is in the numbers right there. We're not just glazing Jordy Smith for the last 20-something minutes. Look at his scoreline, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4-7. Super consistent.
And that's just him outperforming the wave and the surfers against him. That wave probably had a scoring opportunity of just surfing a solid surfing of a 4-point ride, and he turned over to a 6.47. And some judges even thinking that variety in the progression went up to a 7.2 on the scale, which I totally could agree and see that going there, because we haven't seen it before. It's very unique, refreshing, and not to mention the guy has been on tour for 15 years. And for him to be refreshing himself every time he stands up on a board just shows the commitment that he has on.
I remember there was a period in Jordy's career where you could see some frustration and anger. His post-heat interviews, he would kind of let loose a little bit, but this new chilled out Jordy, happy Jordy who's having so much fun, is a real joy to watch. Makes me want to surf. I think it makes the viewers want to surf.
If I could picture a perfect scenario for me to be on tour right now, it would be like Jordy, and I always mention, it feels like he's just relaxed. It doesn't really matter the results so much, but still he puts in the work, and he's loose, he's light, like light-shouldered, and just putting the best performance he can in front of him, and understands the scenario, understands how things work, and not always going to go his way, but he's going to live his best out there with a lot of joy, and it's fun to watch. It's great for us on the other side.
Yeah, we do have to talk about the other side, the unfortunate heat that Ryan Callanan is having. Started off with a pair of 16ths and then had to pull out of Portugal due to injury. So you'd have to think that that injury may be kind of hampering him a little bit right now. He's such a fun surfer to watch when he's on. But right now, only one wave ridden for Ryan Callanan, and he's still in second priority, so he has to wait and see what Joel Vaughn does. Not a great start, but that's why we have these non-elimination rounds, right? We set the tempo, we set the field, we set the seedings for the rest of this event via this first round. Things definitely escalate in seriousness in the elimination round. Goes Jordy Smith again with third priority. Having a nice little runner here. A little bit more languid of a pace on this wave. Kind of just carves around and then gets out of it. Here goes Ryan Callanan. Comes from behind, just trying to build speed for something big. There we go. There we don't go. Apologies for the commentator curse. Called it too quick. It's usually a move that RCal will pull 99.9% of the time. Sometimes, though, you have a shocker, and I think that's what we're seeing for RCal right now. Does he have time to turn it around?
And that's the problem sometimes on beginner backhand. That wave started to run down the line a little bit too much, and as he went for that air reverse, couldn't get enough rotation, so he had to force, when he landed, to bring that board, the nose of the board, back into traction and caught that inside rail. But that was a beautiful, very stylish tailed high air for Ryan Callanan. But now back against the wall, because second priority with 4 minutes and 40 left and no scores on the board of substance whatsoever. As you see it, he's kind of trying to catch up the whole time and then knows he has to go massive. Tries to bring that board back around. Once you land with the tail of the board, the fins are going to engage and bring it with you, but his body was a little bit away, so he had to force it his way up there. It's a beautiful rotation, very stylish, always very lofty and tail high for him. But right there, the tail's going to engage, fins are going to engage, bring that nose back in, but his body wasn't enough on top of the board, and then kind of catches that inside rail, and the body goes over the handlebars, and the board sticks to where you not want it to be. But close from getting a pretty decent score in a very mediocre wave. And he kind of had to pull the trigger. He has nothing right now with second. He had second priority at the time as well. And Joe already has the high score of the heat, so you expect him to back it up with something decent. So he couldn't wait around too much longer. Just on the wrong side of the rhythm of this heat so far for Ryan. Maybe caught himself on that wave. He went over the falls. That wave was very good down the line, just a little bit too deep with the lower tide. And mostly with this onshore coming, gets crispy. The wave starts to break a little bit quicker than you expect, and just kind of threw him off the whole heat.
Maybe couldn't quite shake the sting of body surfing that opening wave.
Which it looked like the biggest wave we've seen it so far in this heat, right?
Yeah.
Like that was the tallest, seems like the tallest wave we had in this heat.
Well, I think you got to lean into optimism, right? If you're Ryan Callanan, you got to think, all right, I got my bad heat out of the way. Everybody's allowed a bad heat until the elimination round, until the next round. So when you get your bad heat out of the way in your opening round, you get to go again. So in terms of kind of that mental game, the reset, you know, just take this heat, crumple it up, throw it in the trash can, and go to the elimination round with a chip on your shoulder, with some attitude, and fight your way back into this event.
And for those that never surfed and competing and are watching, he missed an event, and the other event he actually was hurt, so he couldn't really perform to his best. So the rhythm gets off a little bit. It's like when you go on vacation and come back to work on your first day. It takes you a little while to get back in the groove and get back in a good rhythm. And you're talking about the ocean, that you have to be completely connected in order to do well. And for him, it might take a heat, you know? It's okay, like, it's understandable. And I know he'll bounce back. Like, he's that type of surfer. He's been on tour for that long, and Jordy Smith unparalleled.
Driving down the line, let's see it. Modern Collective, boom. That was easy, that was cool. A little shifty. Frontside ollie there for Jordy Smith.
as much as for him was nothing, for everyone else it's a pretty cool move.
That would be huge for me these days. I see you do big airs like that all the time, Jesse.
Not really.
A minute 38 to go here. Jordy Smith in control, in command of this heat. Just casually paddling back out into the lineup as we see out the back, Joel Vaughn holding priority, and he's put himself on the inside of Ryan Callanan. So what is Joel Vaughn doing here? For the layman who maybe has never served a heat with priority, why is Joel Vaughn positioning him to the inside of Ryan Callanan, whereas if you were just free serving with your friends, Ryan Callanan would be in the spot to be in priority? But what's the difference for competition?
Well, I think the one main thing is we're in a point break. The waves are going to swing from the right of the screen to the left, so that gives him an extra time to identify if that's a good wave to pull the trigger or not. Second thing is also, you never know, your opponent might not be interested on that wave, so also gives you time to actually have your opponent to decide, hey, I'm going to go, and then you can have a look and figure it out if that's a 6.81 for Ryan Callanan or not, and give him the opportunity to ride the wave. So I think those are the two main things, and you most likely will see those surfers doing that. And then in case a set comes here and it's an obvious wave, you're going to see him start to go to the best part of the wave, obviously, and maybe even go deeper than him. But with the situation that we have in hands, I think they kind of gave up already, but he's still going to do a little paddle, make sure nothing kind of comes wider and he gets sneaky, because we've seen that happen before. Shake hands and go and turn the heat over.
Jamie O'Brien, John Florence, Volcom Pipe Pro, one of the most famous finishes ever.
That he got a wave at Gums, that it was a backdoor Gums wave that didn't exist.
Congratulations. I'm just going to go ahead and go on this next wave.
I'm going to go home, which he lived that way at the time.
And that's it for Heat 11 in our opening round here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. It's all Jordy Smith in this heat. Your surfer in red, a convincing victory there. Joel Vaughn moves through in second place. Ryan Callanan heads to the ER. We'll be back with more. Coming up next, Miguel Pupo, Jake Marshall, and David Silva.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
It's my favorite surf podcast, The Lineup, with Prodin and our guy, Mitchell Salazar. And in the words of AC/DC, for those about to Punta Roca, we salute you. Let's kick things off with Miguel Pupo. This is Heat 12 of our opening round. Silky, smooth, stylish, goofy footer. Miguel is a sort of consistent surfer. I was about to say super consistent surfer, and then he fell right there. Commentator curse, it happens. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez. We've got Jake Marshall, Miguel Pupo, and David Silva in the lineup. Two goofy footers going up against Jake Marshall, a certified lot troll from Encinitas, California. So it's Encinitas versus Brazil. Let's make some picks. We haven't done it yet. Jesse, who is the favorite in this matchup?
Oh, I was just about to mention, I think Jake Marshall will be the favorite because of the conditions are suiting forehand very much right now with this little texture in it. You could see how much that wave was running down the line with the low tide as well. The wave stretched down, and Miggy was having a lot of trouble. Even though he was flying and that board felt like he was going Mach 10, he still was trying to catch up the whole time. And because there's texture in the water, with the water getting drawn out of the reef as well, it helps create a lot of noise. It makes it very hard for a backhand surfer to generate speed and engage rail. So I think because that being said, we have obviously two goofy footers, Miguel Pupo and David Silva, against Jake Marshall, the only regular. He's going to have an advantage on that.
Yeah, Jake Marshall, I mean, he's a pure surf rat. And when he's home in Encinitas, he is surfing all day, every day, with the La Troll crew, along with his little brother, an incredible surfer. Nick Marshall is, I mean, one of the best aerial surfers I've ever seen. But here goes the opening wave for Jake Marshall. Love Jake's style, super fluid. Kind of reminds me of like a Shane Beshin type of surfer. You know, his arms, cool looking, unique, and obviously ripping down the line on this wave.
Yeah, but you see it right there, all that noise that is on the bottom because of that water getting drawn out. It really makes it tricky, but he started off beautifully that wave, those two open up carves. And the wave is stretching out so much, and it's just very tricky. Like it feels like on your backhand, you're always trying to play catch up and you can't really get around the section. But if you find that, you know, slower pace wave, it's going to help it out. And maybe here, David Silva finding that.
Disco spin on his backhand. Quick snap there. It seems like, then you tell me, it seems like the Glacier waves are almost better for the goofy footers, and the waves with a little bit of chunk and chop in the lip line favors the regular footers because maybe they can see it better.
And it's less forgiving, right? Like you're talking about noise on the board, and on your backhand you tend to have less speed and generate speed. It's a little bit trickier. You actually need more help of the wave. So that's what makes it complicated on your backhand when there's texture.
Nice snap, high speed for Jake Marshall. Long float, gets a little airdrop, adding some drama to the turn. Late hit, double late hit. Sometimes you win the fight against the lip, just like that. 1-2 punch to finish for Jake Marshall. Great looking wave.
That was great. Solid surfing, very hard to read, and that's the problem. Like, that was a perfect example. Even him on his forehand, able to generate speed with his body more than the wave needing to help. It felt like the whole time, as much as he was gaining ground, the wave was running faster. And that's all because of that shallower bottom and also a little bit of crispness with the south winds getting a little bit stronger. But you're gonna see him setting up here, beautiful down the line, goes into a floater, and then the wave starts to bottom out and he's behind, gets up vertical, then finish it off. Cat reflexes are there somehow, is able to put the bottom of the board, presses on the back foot to get that nose up and high and go overboard.
I don't know many goofy footers that could have fit 2 turns in at the end of that wave.
I don't know
if
any could. That's the thing, and that's what gives the advantage right now for Jake Marshall. You're gonna see him right here, beautiful floater to set up.
I love floaters.
They're awesome, mostly when you gain that much speed. Look how much he's gonna stomp on the back foot right there to put that nose up and vertical before the wave was breaking. And also, keep the pressure on the back foot to not nosedive. That wave kind of bottomed out, coped out, and if that felt good, you can see on his face right there, he's kind of smiling. And he's not a man of emotions, you know, he's always pretty steady. It's just he's done it in things that are way more incredible, but that was a very hard wave to serve.
Yeah, you know that the bonus second turn in the last 2-turn combo was underrated, I think, for how hard that is to do. That is just, he wasn't thinking, it was just pure muscle memory, snap, and then he just saw that little split second window where he could get that finish. Comes through to 5.33. Add that to the 5.17. And you've got a solid heat total to start at 10.50. Jordy Smith won that last heat with a 12.87. So Jake Marshall is right in the numbers there to start this heat off, and he still has 22 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yeah, and the conditions are decreasing, in my opinion. You can see that line right in the middle of the screen with a little bit of whitewash. You can see the wobbles right there. So it's just because it's getting very shallow right now, and you're gonna see a lot of crumble, and the bottom of the wave is gonna be a little bit straighter. And because of the rocks are uneven, it creates that little wobbles that you can't really see on the screen, but surfers can feel it.
No doubt. 22-22 to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. And we've got Rosie Hodge on the glass with one of the GOATs of the sport of surfing.
Oh, one of my favorite surfers. Well, you wouldn't know it by the way he was surfing in that heat, but Jordy, you're actually not feeling well. So talk to us about having to compete while you're under the weather.
Yeah, I don't know. I woke up last night just mad squirts, to be honest. And sorry, but this is the truth. And then, yeah, the whole house just got taken down pretty much. Yeah, so just tired. And might have gone, you know, kind of my way just because I was like, I've got to just wait for the biggest waves. And trying to wiggle around on the inside wasn't going to help me.
Feeling light, feeling loose. Well, Jordy, was a big congratulations to you growing the family. But how's that juggle been, like the family life as well as competing at the same time?
Geez, Rose, as you know, it's just psychotic. Having our second son, Sonny, in England with my wife was amazing. We spent like over 6 weeks there. And then straight into the event in Portugal, had to get the passport and then jam them back home. And then all the way back to South Africa, then from South Africa to El Salvador is not a small flight. So, and now this. But it's all going. Everything happens for a reason. You just keep the ball rolling and just make sure you keep having fun.
Well, congratulations, Jordy, and yeah, get some.
Just say one more. Just huge shout out to my wife, holding the family down at home. Yeah, it means a lot, babe. I love you lots, and yeah, we'll keep trucking.
Thank you, Jordy.
Relatable right there to a lot of us. And, you know, that interview, that'll be relatable to our very own Strider Wasilewski going through the same thing right now. Strider, we hope you feel better. We need you in the lineup tomorrow. And hopefully Jordy and the crew is all better by tomorrow as well. 20 minutes, 32 seconds to go, and I do have to say a shout out to all the partners of the Surfers on the Championship Tour. Not an easy job when your partner's traveling around the world for most of the year, and the hardest job in the world, racing kids. Also the most rewarding. So you got the best job in the world as a pro surfer, but then the hardest job in the world, raising kids. So
both the most rewarding.
It is the most rewarding.
We'll see when the waves are as good as what we had this morning.
Well, we've got 20 minutes to go here. Jake Marshall in the lead. You say David or David? The spelling D-E-I-V-I-D. How would you? What do you think he would prefer, David or David?
David.
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 We tend to like
the third one.
Yes, the third one. There you go.
Here we go, Miguel Pupo. Kind of rolling in, takes the high line. Cool snap to start. Big backside whip for Miguel Pupo. You can tell he's entering this wave with a lot more intensity, going vertical and going down. What is going on right now with Miguel Pupo?
Man, that's crazy. He was on his way to the best score of the heat, no doubt about it. Found the jam of a wave for goofy footers. He kind of ran down the line, but then it slowed itself down. He was just going with massive maneuvers back to back, with the judges love to see. Just that last one, maybe got ahead of himself a little bit too much. There's a little bit of noise and texture in the water. We're gonna see it here. He eyes it down, that section way down the line. Doesn't get
that
caught.
high line start right there.
Totally.
So cool.
It sets him up. Look how beautiful the setup right there. Almost loses his foot on that first bottom turn because of the texture and the bumps. Cleans it up. Second turn, bring it even more. Third turn, up and vertical, but just
overcooked.
Overcooked. It's thinking ahead of himself just a little too much. Had to kind of just get low, let the board do the talk and come back around. And that nose was very deep, going inside, inwards, and his body was already moving forward like, hey, I finished this turn, I'm good, I'm safe. But the board was saying a different thing to him.
You know the old catchphrase, only a surfer knows the feeling. Well, surfers know the feeling of being overexcited sometimes on waves, and I feel like that was the case for Miguel Pupo. He had everything going for him, flying down the line, and you know how exciting it feels when you're kind of on path to have a great wave. Sometimes you just overdo it, and I think that's what happened at the finish there. We've all been overamped. We've all been, you know, a little too eager on waves. It's rare for Miguel Pupo because he's such a steady competitor, but it happens to the best.
And talking about steady, I just want to mention something about Miggy's last wave. That would be cool for us to kind of break it down and go to the telestrator.
Yes.
Because the transition, how things went south, but he regrouped it halfway through the turn. It was very impressive to see. And we can come up here. He's going to eye it down this section in front of him. And he's going to get a good projection out of this turn right here, generate extra speed. And we can slow itself down right here and stop right there. You can go back just a little bit more, just a touch. You're going to see his front foot. It's going to be completely extended, his leg. And what that does, it's all because of that texture and how it bottomed out right under his board. And he almost loses, but somehow he keeps it calm, and then he goes into a beautiful bottom turn that's going to set him up for the best turn of the heat that I've seen it so far. Gets up in vertical, pushes on that back foot, and brings it. You can stop right here once again. Look at that nose, how inverted it is on the beginning of the turn and how he brought it back. But he's going to come out with a lot of speed into the next turn. So that just shows how mature of a surfer he is and how he can regroup off of little sudden mistakes that happens, but just into success. But unfortunately for him, that last turn, he wasn't able to capitalize.
Well, he's back at it, flying down the line. Big whippy snap there to start. Loved that breakdown, Jesse. You're really good at this. The nuances of surfing. When you have a guy like Jesse Mendez breaking it down, you can really kind of see everything that's happening on these waves. For Miguel Pupo, I think speed is his friend right now. You can tell that the board that he's riding is magical. You know, look at the burst he gets off the opening bottom turn he does right here.
Yeah, this is like the acceleration that he can get throughout the wave and how tricky it is for him to ride because of how much wobble there is on the wave right now. It's pretty impressive. And let's just mention that this was his worst board in Portugal, and he said he brought it over, and Adriana made him put that board in the water, and that's his magic board for here in El Salvador. So out of all the 510s that he had on his quiver, I think it was 5 of them he brought, that was the worst board for the previous event, and it's the best board on this one. So that just shows how different it is, every scenario that you have in front of you, and how well-rounded and in tune with the shapers those guys need to be.
And I think that's a really helpful part of having a knowledgeable coach like Adriana de Souza. He was going to probably trade this board in, but it's working well right now, and you can see he's already recovered from that early mistake. But Jake Marshall now is back at it, perfectly placed frontside snap, comes around the section again, blows the tail, lays back. Solid surfing there for Jake Marshall. Now David Silva wants to get involved, throwing spray to the sky. So it's interesting because you look at David Silva, and you can kind of compare him to Ian Gouveia. Stature-wise, power-wise, they're both right in there, but completely different stylishly. Gouveia super loose and flowy, and you see David, he's like a rock, you know? He's rigid, but in a good way. You know, he has that just center of balance that allows him to just attack the lip and drive down the line. Right now, he's kind of been on the wrong side of wave selection. Jake Marshall, Miguel Pupo, obviously getting much better waves than Silva has ridden. But the good news for Silva is he's back outside with priority, and he has plenty of time to go, just inside of 15 minutes.
And that's been happening in every heat, obviously. Like, someone has been kind of on the wrong side of the ball and just wrong rhythm. But here, Miggy just finding another kind of a mediocre wave, but just applying beautiful maneuvers. Finish it off very nicely right there. And Jake Marshall on a bomb. It shows how much time he has been spending here the last few years. He has a house here, so he comes here quite often. And he's going to finish it off with a lot of possess. Very critical, but still in so much control. The whole time you could tell that he knew exactly what he was doing. Kind of the same way as Miggy, you know, like very sure-footed surfers, very mature surfers. And unfortunately for David here, just can't really find himself on the right side.
So Miguel Pupo drops a matching 4.6. Still in second place, Jake Marshall, 5.33 and a 5.17. David Silva, the 3 and a 2.5. He's going to want to delete both of those waves. Still waiting for some scores to come, and we're going to wait a little bit and let the judges lock those numbers in. And while they do that, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with the culmination of Heat 12. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Situation, first blue with 6.83 and a 5.8. 4.60 and a 4.60. Looking for a 7.56 to go to first. Third, white with a 3 and a 2.50. Looking for a 6.20 to go to second. First priority white, second priority blue, third priority red. Situación entonces con el último 6.83. El primer lugar es para Jake Marshall de los Estados Unidos en azul. Segundo Miguel Pupo con 2.4.60 busca un 7.56 para ir al primero. Mientras que David Silva, el brasilero en blanco, necesita 6.20 para ir al segundo lugar y meterse en la ronda de 32. 11 minutos con 40 segundos. Parece que tenemos horas en el horizonte. Vamos a blanco en ola. David Silva controla ese flotador. Va sobre el toque de la ola atacando de backside. Bottom turn y otra maniobra más. Con fuerza, con potencia, con velocidad. David Silva continúa.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by El Salvador, land of hosts.
We are back. Surf City El Salvador Pro rolls on, and now we see David Silva trying to fight his way into one of those top two spots to avoid the scary, dangerous, threatening elimination round. And surfing like that is how you climb out of a heat. He is totally looking like a different surfer now. His first two waves, not great, a 3 and a 2.5. But David Silva, there's a reason why he's climbed through the ranks in the QS, the CS, made himself a household name in the sport of surfing, and fought his way back into the championship tour for 2025. He will be on the board in a big way. Was it enough? Was it a 6.20, Jesse Mendez?
I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a 6.20 or not at this moment. He's going to better his situation so much, and that's all because of how critical the third turn is from him. He's kind of sets it up, and then he's going to go up in vertical, blows that tail all the way back around, which is very impressive from him. He brought that to the table the last few years. He used to be very good at just going vertical and throwing buckets, but now he can mix it up, and he's going to finish it off with what's his signature turn, just a big bash. Beautiful surfing, solid, and it doesn't seem like he was actually having a shocker on the heat, but look at this bottom turn. He's going to get up in vertical, that front arm going very up and high to get the nose of the board out of the water.
Well, you know what Devo always says? When a problem comes along, you must whip it. And that's what David did on that wave. 4 big backside whips to claw his way into contention. Everyone, of course, in this opening round, regardless of if you call it a non-elimination round or not, everyone wants to be first or second because that third place finisher will go into the elimination round. That's where things get real. That's where you're out of this event if you lose.
And he could possibly tonight. So that means you have a whole day of just 40 degrees and over and sun in your head that you have to kind of regroup and find the energy before it gets dark. So it's very taxing, and you want to avoid the pressure and everything that comes with it. And like I mentioned, it didn't matter if it was a 6.2. What matters is he needed a score that would match or be better than Miguel's, and he did that.
Well, so far this year on the championship tour, it's been a world of extremes, right? Portugal was freezing. I wasn't even there, and I was cold watching you guys. And you come down here, and of course, it's tropical, it's gorgeous. But even yesterday, you know, surfing for 25 minutes, came in with pruny hands and sunburn. So it's definitely the opposite end of the spectrum, the extreme opposite of what it was like in Portugal. You know, I think most of us, if we could choose, we'd choose to be in trunks, but it does come with its own set of challenges. And speaking of challenges, we've got the women coming up next to challenge each other to get in the top 2 spots to avoid the elimination round. First heat is awesome. Molly Picklum, Bella Kenworthy, Nadia Arostarbe. And I'm really excited to see what the women are going to do out here. They, I think they kind of have prime time tide-wise. It's 1040, so it's going to be dropping for a little while longer. And I feel like, and common sense would tell you that usually when the tide's dropping, it's less consistent. But I think it's the opposite right now. We're seeing a lot of waves ridden in the last, 6 heats than we saw this morning at high tide.
I think the tide dropping is not an issue. I think the tide exchange, when it drops, bottoms out, and then it kind of slow itself down for them to start to fill up again. And I think once we go over that tide, and then it's going to start to fill in and feel better. More waves, probably the whole ocean pushing towards it instead of going away. So I think that's what he mentioned. Like, it does get better. There's more opportunity with the mid tide to the lower tide because those smaller waves cope it out more and don't go too close to the rocks. But once it bottoms out, we're probably going to see a little bit of slowness. But this is just nature. I could predict something that is completely opposite. But yeah, it usually does that. And then once it goes over and it starts to fill in, and then it's like game on. So I feel like those surfers are probably expecting they're probably going to have to grind it out a little bit. And then the surfers like on the second and third heat and on are going to get, the good side of things.
Prime time. Speaking of prime time, Molly Picklum is in a fierce battle for a potential world title. And she's obviously very tough because these rocks are not affecting her. I can guarantee you they're pretty much hot lava right now. But Molly Picklum is as tough as they come. She's literally just running across these rocks right now. We see most people kind of almost crawling across the rocks at low tide.
And like you mentioned,
fearless.
they're lava. It's literally lava right now.
All right, 5:40 to go. Let's check in with Mitchell Salazar.
Hey guys, you were talking about the heat and the rocks right now. So you go from having to go, maybe 30, 40 yards of hot rocks, and then all of a sudden you get to the super slippery ones. The paddle out right now as we're nearing the low tide, Chris. It is difficult. And of course, we're talking about excruciating pain. If you slip on these ones, you got to be out here at Punta Roca at this time of the day to practice, guys.
Mitch, maybe you could take your shoes off and run across those rocks for a little bit and really get a feel for what these surfers are going through.
I'm good, my brother. I've been there before. I know what it takes.
And also, Mitch, how many people have you seen it fall out of the pro surfers on the last few days? Like, it happens quite a lot.
Good question. I'm not going to say any names, but I've probably seen about 3 or 4 at least today. But overall, Jesse, being here since 2012, at least a couple of times per year, I've had to say it's more than 100 so far.
Yeah, I agree with you. We should add up all like that, and that's the thing right there. It gets very slippery right where you mentioned, Mitch, and that's where Molly Picklum is just about to walk through it.
Yeah, I think social teams have been crushing it with some of the more comedic elements of surfing here in El Salvador, some good rock dance moments. It can be serious, of course. I mean, it's no joke. You look at what Molly's facing right here, and yes, we would all want to be on a surf trip here to El Salvador, but in the context of competition, I feel like the variance in rock sizes, the slipperiness of the rocks, a few urchins here and there, there is a danger element to just getting out to the lineup. I prefer to surf at high tide, the Punta Roca and the points beyond, because the walk is shorter, the paddle's easier.
For sure.
Low tide, the waves might be a little bit bullier, a little bit better, but you're gonna have to earn it with that walk in and out. And the caddies are going through the same thing as well. And in the rare case that you're going to break your board out here at Punta Roca, they're going to have to do a long crawl in with no surfboard underneath them to protect them. Here are your Punta Roca tides at the moment. We are at about 10:45 a.m. So we're still going to drop till 12:28. That's a pretty big tide variance. 3:22 to go. Jake Marshall. Lot of trolls. Rise up. Here we go. Quick snap there to start. This wave kind of bowling and speeding away from him. I think he had much of a choice there. It really tapered off down the line, and you could tell he was looking at the lip line thinking, I'm not going to fight this thing. Get out. You do have time to get one more. Jake Marshall still leading this heat. Miguel Pupo, though, he's making it interesting. 4.6 and a 4.6. That last wave comes through for Marshall, a 1.93. Silva back in it as well with a 5.93. He's now only looking for a 3.27. And Miguel Pupo out the back with priority. And we're most likely going to see some friendly fire in the priority realm with Miguel Pupo and David Silva now kind of battling to see who gets the next best wave.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because we've seen it previously with Crosby Colapinto. He was needing only a 1.8 or something, and he just barely got it. and there's quite a few minutes left on the clock. So in this situation, David needs actually a wave of a little substance at least to get a combination of maneuvers, but it seems like there's sets approaching, and this is when Miggy has to like, hey, do I pull the trigger right now or just let him go and wait for something even better?
Well, there could be a couple waves in this set. Miguel Pupo is going to activate here on his back end. Takes the high line, streaking super fast down the line. Can he make it around this section? No problem for Miggy. Sets things up again, and the wave just fades away beneath his feet. That leaves David Silva out the back with priority. Remember, no relation to surfing super coach Doug Silva, although they are both great goofy footers. Here we go, Miguel Pupo. Quick check out the back. Check the watch, minute 30 to go. He's done his job for now, but he has a little bit of time to be concerned. We know how wily David Silva can be. You see little bro, Sammy Pupo, sweating it out on the sport bike. The bikes have not been used that much down here.
I mean, I feel
need
like
to warm up, really,
yeah,
right?
you warm up as soon as you get off the car.
Yeah,
so
open the door,
it takes
you're
about
warm.
10 seconds. This is looking very tricky for David, actually. He let that second wave after Miggy goes, and I almost felt like that was kind of an opportunity because now with 50 seconds left, he's having to pedal way deep up the point, and with the low tide, that wave seems to get very close to shore and just kind of runs very fast. I almost want to be a little wider. When it's like higher tide, you can go up there and get those deeper ones like Italo had. Ian Gouveia had an attempt there as well. You see a lot of surfers do that, but with the lower tide's a bit different. But it looks like he might find something. He kind of has to pull the trigger. There's no other option.
Having a look, having a paddle, up late, but gets right to work. Huge fan to start. Another big backside turn there. Okay, looking for a 3-2-7. Ollie the Rock. Takes the high road. This wave's gone weird, but when the going gets weird, the weird go pro. Bam! Big finish there for David Silva. Was that a 3-2-7? Pretty convincing.
I mean,
to me.
He did a lot of work.
But I'm not a judge. They're going to have something to think about right there. Time is up.
The thing is, we did have some waves from Miggy that 4.6. Obviously, the wave was much better. He had a lot of damage done in those turns. So the judges now, they're just going to look back throughout the whole scale of reds and whites waves, like or at least their best wave, and kind of have an idea of like, it'll be pretty clear who made that heat, David or Miguel Pupo. So it's up to them to decide now. And it's probably going to take a little bit. They're going to have a look at other waves to compare it.
One of the best to ever do it from Encinitas, California, Jake Marshall will get the victory with a 12.16 total. Here's one more look at David Silva's last wave. Looking for a 3-2-7. 3 big turns out the back. I mean, you do the math at home. What do you think?
That second turn was money. The third one was a bit on the flatter section, and right here, obviously, he got an extra one. He had to make the most of it. But the comparison is this a 1.5 worse than Miggy's 4.6, which was that bigger wave with the combination of a floater with 2 big maneuvers and fall on the last one? It's extremely close, like, because he did a lot of damage, but I'll just leave to the judges that one, and I'm glad I'm not them right now.
That is one of the toughest jobs in the world of professional surfing, no doubt, and thankless. So let's go ahead and thank them. Thank you to the judges for working hard throughout the week, and they're going to have their work cut out for them for the rest of the week. A lot of waves ridden, and here it is, and it's just enough. A 3-6-7 comes through.
What a way to find that only one wave that came in the lineup after the last 3 minutes. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is, and great call by our judges upstairs, an international panel, male and female. You look at that wave, right? 3 big turns out the back.
Mostly that
with the bonus fourth, right?
That
yeah, the
second one was massive. So,
crispy.
I mean, we're talking about massive for the opportunity he had in front of him, right? Like, we're not talking about a 6-foot section, but as much as what he had in front of him, that was as good as he could get.
Yeah, the wave did him no favors. He earned every bit of that score. All right, we're very excited to flip the script, and the women paddle into the lineup for the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Joe Turpel and Rosie Hodge will join you.
Jake Marshall, great job. 12.16 combined total. An easy victory with just connection to this wave in Punta Roca. His family got a place down here years back, over a decade ago. So he was making little strike missions down to El Salvador. He's always loved the waves, and gosh, it paid off. He had no idea there'd be a CT event here in his future, and look how much it's paid off. Taking the win, going straight into the round of 32. Now it's time to go into the women's opening round. Joe Turpel with former top 10 in the world, Rosie Hodge. Rosie, this is a fun year so far. Here at stop number 4 of the season, we'll get to see Molly Picklum in this first heat, and she's really kind of opened a new chapter in her book on tour. What have you been loving about Molly this year? Well, hang on to that thought. Speedlining on the opening wave is Bella Kenworthy. Just putting herself into the narrative quickly. She's like, hang on about that talk about Molly. I'm coming swinging for the lip. I'm going to climb that section and step off. Bella is part of the rookie class. Fun competitor growing up in Dana Point, surfing all the waves in San Clemente, California. Easy trip down to Oceanside as well, where Katie Simmers is from. Great heat to look at on paper here.
Yes, such a fun one to watch. The rookies this season have been so impressive, and then obviously Nadia Aristarabe coming in as a replacement for Joanne DeFay. She was very impressive to me watching her on the Challenger Series. She was super consistent there and a very well thought out competitor when she hits the water for the heats. Nadia Aristarabe really wants to make this event count, makes the rest of the season count. Being a WSL replacement surfer, like what Ian Gentile's been doing, with Gabriel Medina's absence, is you do get points. So when you get called up to surf in these events, you can potentially create a spot for yourself beyond the mid-season cut. Yeah, and such amazing opportunity for her coming from the Basque Country, representing that nation. But like I said, very impressed with her. She was so consistent on the Challenger Series. She's got this call up. Let's see how she can link the rest of the season together and if she can find a qualifying spot. 4.83 start for Bella Kenworthy on the Dawn Patrol show to kick off this event. Yesterday morning, we were kind of talking about the world champs here with Tyler Wright. Hang on, we've got some cool moves out there for position. Getting deep on Molly's Nadia Aristarabe, making sure she got this wave. Let's see if it's going to pay off. Getting down the line, first turn and through the whitewater. A little bit of a missed time, second move, but a much better third off the top. Belts it again. She can really unload on that back end. Kenworthy is going to get this one down the line. Arcs it onto the open face. Driving off the top. Attacking those sections really well. Bella looking to finish. Lays it down and is able to create some space even through that inside part where she's losing wave height, but still got the carve to complete it halfway out the back. So a cool moment for Kenworthy, just identifying a wave that she could pick up. Some of these waves, our heats have been a little lully at times. Might as well just pack in the scores early, Ro. Yeah, really good kind of heat strategy there. Getting 2 early waves. Notice she's wearing a bit of hardware on that knee, so it doesn't seem to be hindering her surfing at all. Been impressed with Bella as a rookie on tour. So interesting to see. All of these rookies are factoring into that top 10 picture at the moment, and Bella's definitely been impressive. Yeah, we've been asking Bella about the knee brace, and it seems to be like, okay, the knee's fine, but you know how it is when you hurt yourself, you're trying to gain confidence. And it's sort of like, I just want to keep putting it back on. I think the craziest thing when you come back from injury is just learning to trust that part of your body again, where you almost tend to safety things because you just don't want to re-injure it again. And, you know, for Bella, feeling 100%, but it's just kind of this little piece of comfort that she's been putting on every time she surfs. Yeah, and I can definitely relate to that. I've had an MCL kind of strain and a tear, and it is just that feeling like where you got to put your confidence in your recovery and that your body's back to 100%. So definitely just giving her a little bit more confidence in that knee, having the brace on. That's right, Bella out in front, Nadia 317, and Mitch Salazar, we've got a new marshal in town.
Not only that, Joe, another SoCal kid right here doing well at Punta Roca. Jake, congratulations, first of all. It's no secret that you've been here multiple times. Your family owns a house just right up the road. What do you think that consequences we're seeing outside of your surfing so far, your comfort level right here in El Salvador?
Yeah, I love coming to El Salvador. I've been coming down here since I was like 14, and the local people are always been super cool and just a super rad place. So it's nice coming somewhere that I've been a bunch, but I think more than anything, it's just nice to be surfing like a fun right point break. You know, like the first few stops of the year, it's like pipe obviously is insane, and then Portugal is like kind of tricky to surf, and same with the wave pool. So it's nice to just get into a good rhythm with the ocean. Like I've kind of been a little struggling a little bit with that this year, like feel a little out of rhythm. So that heat was great, just to feel like I was on good waves and I was surfing confident and didn't really fall or anything. So that was nice. But I've been feeling really good down here. A lot of really fun waves in the free surfs, and yeah, it was super fun to get a couple waves in the heat.
And Marcia Suvi's down here. What kind of conversations have you had with your main shaper right here at Punta Roca?
Yeah, it's cool. Marcio's down here. I mean, we're just kind of talking about boards and stuff. But I mean, at this point, like it's such small little refinements, you know. But I think a lot of the guys were probably on a similar model today. Like the waves are a little flat and stuff like that. But yeah, we're always working on little tweaks and stuff. And I was just kind of telling them what I've been feeling since I've been down here. I have a few different models I was trying in the free surfs, but kind of just went back to the stock standard for the heat. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun having your shaper down here, and having him get to watch the comp is always great.
Message back home, brother?
Yeah, shout out to everyone at home. Haven't done too many interviews this year, so good to see everyone. Happy birthday to my little brother C. It was yesterday. Hopefully he's recovering today, you know. But yeah, shout out to everyone at home. Miss you guys.
Congrats, Jake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Jake. Great job in that heat, and big happy birthday to Jake's youngest brother, Connor. Great kid, now a grown-up. Having a blast celebrating his birthday. Great family. They've always been supportive of all the brothers and their just different interests that they might have. All grew up in the water surfing Seaside Reef, and now they're all supporting Jake on the championship tour. Nice 12.16 total for Marshall to move into the round of 32 and skip the elimination round. This heat underway with some scores. Molly Picklum got started during the interview with Jake, a 4.53, just under Bella's best wave of a 4.83. More waves on the way. Kenworthy with priority, looking to extend her lead, getting a lot of momentum as that bottom drops out. Clean cutback. She's got a little whitewater crumble to tag on her second move. Getting out in front, little slash. Got some clear water ahead of her. Just changing gears, trying to find another good section. Kind of a climb, snap, drift to get down to the end section, and real smooth surfing from the Californian. Molly Picklum's got a bowly section there, connects well. Throws it in the whitewater and steps off. Aristarbe getting in the mix. Love that commitment in the pocket for the backhander from the Basque Country. Love these heats where they all just get to catch waves. All three of them getting some nice different points in. And Nadia having the clear point of difference, being the goofy foot in the mix. But really liking the rhythm and flow from Bella Kenworthy in this matchup so far.
Yeah, it seems like she's gone out there with a plan, Joe, and she's executing it so well. I think, you know, watching the men's heats, just identifying that wave selection is so important, and she's definitely made it her mission to put herself on those set waves.
Let's take a look at all these waves. Nadia first.
Yeah, so Nadia, you know, the third wave of the set, that was a beautiful turn from her. The best in that pocket. Like you mentioned, the goofy footer in this heat, and you can see that clear point of difference where she gets to stay tight in the pocket, and she's definitely utilized this wave to its full potential. The third wave of the set, you can see there's a lot of froth on the face, but she does some great power moves, releasing the tail there, feeling that flow as the fins go free. She's going to have to readjust the feet as you see that one foot kind of shuffles to the side of the board. And then Molly, I just love, you know, the pocket work that she was doing on this wave. Trying to find some open face, gliding down the line, burns a bit of speed so she can get in that tight section. A little bit mistimed for what Molly was maybe feeling, but good two-turn combo, and then finishes it off clean. Just really loving the technique that I'm seeing from Molly this season. And then like this wave from Bella. I love the combination that we're seeing right now. You got the lower tide, but also that sea breeze, but it's not really hindering the conditions too much. It's still got a lot of push and power to it, and connecting these sections just looks so fun out there. Bella's got like kind of a skateboarding background too, and you can tell that that little bit of flow and finding the coping on this wave, I think that comes in as an advantage. And this was the first wave of the set, so it had a little bit more kind of chatter on the face to deal with, and Bella did so well, just really making it all smooth and clean.
And then Molly's wave here, Rosie.
Yeah, I love Molly. Like I said, just the speed, and you can't really take your eyes off Molly. She's always got that kind of that rhythm where she's like a loaded bow and arrow. She's ready to attack every section.
And she's got a lot of different things that she can go for. Loves to push progression as well. And we'll see if she can find a nice ramp in this setup we have at the moment. Lower tide, that'll bottom out at about 12:30 this afternoon. It's still 11 in the morning local time. The sun rises early and it's hot very quickly. The water temperature sometimes almost matches the air temp. You've really got to make sure you have the tropical wax. Even warm water is going to melt off your board. It's just an amazing location, Rosie, that you've been coming to well before the CT showed up here. And you kind of obviously identified the waves that you love to surf, but also the local culture as well.
I have such a soft spot for El Salvador. I came here for the first time in 2015, and you mentioned the waves, and this is just my favorite type of wave, a high performance, fun, right-hand point break, but then the people. I mean, I love the culture, the food, and just the way that we're welcome to El Salvador. It's definitely a surf destination, wave-rich, cool culture, cool people. Really enjoyed, Joe.
Yeah, and going back to 2015, you've definitely been seeing all of the changes that have happened. You know, with the president of El Salvador so dedicated to create this surf city vibe. And even in 2022, Bukele made an investment of $100 million to even increase this destination with more infrastructure and really make it set up for international surfers and tourists to check out this part of the world. And it is just amazing how quickly it's just turned into like a luxurious surf trip experience. There's so many different places that you can choose to hang out at and book hotel rooms. There's a lot of different waves, and there's a wave for everybody. Sunzal is kind of where it all started here. Great wave for you to get your first wave of your life on a smaller day. It can actually hold some size as well. There's an amusement park, a great pier that was added and kind of rebuilt a few years back. And with great weather and sunshine like this, why not get down here and have yourself a surf trip?
And seeing the value in surfing and preserving the coastline and just the environment that we love, I think that's so fun and just such a good element. And taking a red-eye flight from LAX, you're in the water just before sunrise, so you can definitely maximize a south swell if you see it on the radar and want to head down here.
Let's look at the last wave from Nadia Aristarbe.
Yeah, I mean, Nadia is just this backhand attack from her. You know, you wouldn't really, when you look at her surfing, the fact that she's an injury replacement right now, but the type of surfing that she's doing and the way that she's managing the heat, and even the little paddle battle for the positioning that we even see here with Molly, she's definitely one of those surfers that's able to kind of manage a heat really well, isn't intimidated easily.
Nadia Aristarbe turning in a 6.0 from that last wave. Got a new high number in this heat. Nadia stays in third but holds priority. Bella to second, Molly Picklum in first after Picklum just got her 5.3. So Aristarbe pushing this heat with a nice 6.0, keeping her points, and her goal is to make it past the midseason cut at stop 7 at Margaret River. Back for more right after this.
Bella with 4.83 and 4.43, meaning a 5.01 to go first. In third place, White Nalia with 6 points and 3.17, meaning a 3.26 to advance in second. priority white, second priority red, third priority blue. Time call, 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Blue up and riding, Bella Kenworthy. Parity remains with white, second parity red. 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Stop number 2 of the season, first ever championship tour event in the Middle East. The Surf Abu Dhabi Pro had a wild surf-off battle that kind of felt skate-themed, where they were just going blow for blow. It was Molly Pickham versus Katie Simmers, the new school, taking over this saltwater basin. Every time Molly picked up the scale a bit higher, Katie answered back. They've got a great rivalry in the making. A tough part of that rivalry is Molly hasn't found a way to beat Katie yet. Simmers went 6-0 over Molly with that decision in the final. But the camaraderie, the level of women's surfing, and the vibe was just through the roof that day. And I just, thanks to Katie and Molly for their enthusiasm for the sport of surfing, their passion to compete at a high level, and they brought it that day. That was one of my favorite real heats to watch, even though it's not the normal ocean-based heat. It was just the back and forth was so unique.
I absolutely love it when Katie and Molly meet up. I think they just bring out the best in each other. The heats that they've had at Pipeline have been so impressive too. And just if you ask Molly who she wants to match up with, it's always Katie Simmers. She wants to lift her level. She wants to be against the best.
So Molly with the lead at the moment. During the break, Bella Kenworthy caught this wave.
So Bella trying to regain that first place position. Love the bowl on that wave. Just picking up the tempo there. Cleaner face, a couple really bowly sections for her to just hammer out these maneuvers. Love that turn from Bella, and that's kind of been her signature move onto. You can tell she's fired up too. I love the body language.
Rosie, what do you do now when you've had 4.4s, you know, in different parts of that scale? He's got 4.83, 4.43, now 2.4 throwaways. This is for Bella Kenworthy. The last thing you want to do is repeat yourself again and again. How can she adjust?
I think what the surfing that she was doing there, she's identified she needs to get more aggressive. She's got to link those major maneuvers and really combo up her surfing.
Oh, tough moment there for Nadia Arostarbe. Couldn't come around the corner and has to step off on this set wave. We've got Molly and Bella a bit out of position. Nadia punching through with a duck dive. Priority is with the Australian. And this one is also going to roll underneath him. Nadia potentially could get a piece of it. Thought about it. She's going to have to sneak underneath. And that one's going to peel down the cobblestone point without him. Though there's always excitement when you see sets start stacking up, and the situation will remain the same.
Yeah, definitely. When you see those lines coming through, you get that heart rate that kind of picks up a little bit. You could tell that all of the surfers were kind of, their interest was peaked. Nadia unfortunately fell off on that wave, and then it didn't really eventuate. It didn't really hit the reef in the right section. You can tell that on this lower tide, though. It likes to double up. You want to get that early entry and the slingshot into it.
So Arostarbe incomplete on the last one, just the drop in, and couldn't come around the corner. The 0.5 throwaway keeps her in the third spot, and now third priority. Had a great run on the Challenger Series last year. Had a quarterfinal at Snapper. That event's been upgraded to a CT once again this year. And then we've got the third place finish for Nadia in Sydney, then to a quarterfinal in Bolito. Then we saw her get a semifinal at the US Open. All these results, you're going, okay, here we go, qualification run. And Then it came down to a 9th in Ericeira, 25th in Saquarema, and put her a spot out of qualification.
Qualification on the women's side is so tough, Joe. Just watching someone like Nadia, you just mentioned all of those great results, and it just crumbled coming down to Ericeira and then Saquarema. It really is, you know, you within a heat win away of qualification. All the women are so close on that leaderboard.
And it's great time in the sport, always improving, as we noticed from the last few years, you know, from equal prize money, which was done a few years back, to equal events on tour for men and women. And now the tour is getting bigger for the women. At the start of 2026, it's going to be a bigger field.
Yeah, it's, you know, you see the wealth of talent that we have on the women's side. There's so many great stories to tell. There's so much talent. I was actually with Molly Picklum and Steph Gilmore in Bali at the Rip Curl Grom Search event when that announcement happened, and they were celebrating, and they were so stoked to know that, you know, that the women's field is going to grow, and that talent was going to get, you know, to be on the world stage, to be on the championship tour.
So that'll move to top 24 for the start of next year as we focus in on Molly Picklum and what she's done so far this season. CT by the numbers on heat wins. Only surfer ahead of Molly is Katie Simmers, and that makes sense when you look at the leaderboard. Katie, #1 in the world. Molly Picklum, #2 in the world. Picklum with 8 heat wins, looking for a 9th if she takes over this round, which she's still in the lead, 6 minutes on the clock. Feels like a year for Gabby Bryan, who's put up a lot of heat wins as well, 3rd on that stat sheet. Paddling into this one under priority is Nadia, only looking for a 3.26. The goofy foot just up and out. Mentioned in that morning show as well how even the playing field is for regular footers and goofy footers at this venue, especially when you look at the success of the backhand of Caroline Marks on this wave. And then Nadia getting that 6.0.
I do think that there's, you know, something about the technique of being able to come around that section on your backhand, and the timing just looks so good, Joe. Sometimes on your forehand, you get forced out onto the open face, and it's a little bit harder to keep it critical.
Now hitting the 5-minute mark. Caroline Marks, back-to-back champion here in El Salvador, is coming up next. Current world #3, fresh off the win from Portugal, takes on a good friend and a longtime sparring partner of Lakey Peterson. And Alyssa Spencer getting the call up with Tatiana's announcement of taking the rest of the year off. So 2 goofy foots coming up next, and the veteran from California, Lakey Peterson, current world #9. As you can see, there's a river mouth at the top of the screen, at the top of the point here. Punta Roca. A lot of the locals called it La Punta for many years. Bob Rotherham was one of the first to really have a little setup for traveling surfers to stay in, and he had Punta Roca written on the accommodations, and then that name just gained traction and really stuck. You'll talk to some old locals and they'll still reference it as La Punta. Got the Chilama River mouth up at the top, which is referenced quite a bit. And a lot of different sizes of these cobblestone rocks. You know, when you go to Lower Trestles, Rosie's new home break these days, well, for many years now, you kind of have a similar size for the most part. Here, there's a giant boulders, there's small ones in between. It mixes it up a bit, and it kind of shows in the wave itself with how much the sections can change down the line.
Yeah, it's so true. You see there's almost like coffin-shaped rocks that poke out amongst the cobblestones, and those rocks can be extremely slick. You see a little bit of that seaweed that grows on them, and really hot. I mean, this time of day, 11:16, you can pretty much fry an egg on the rocks down there. Yeah, blisters on the feet happen so easily. You want to toughen up the feet, maybe take some flip-flops down when you're going down to surf.
For sure. It's a real strategy just to make sure your feet aren't burning off, especially at this point in the day. The only thing you want to keep hot are the pupusas that are being served on site right now, the local tradition. A lot of cool things to check out too outside of the surf. Some volcanoes that you can visit. Waterfalls. Our favorite part, all the different surf spots that you can enjoy. Some surfers even opting not to practice on the CT venue because of the crowd, and just kind of staying away a little bit. Cano had his first surf at this venue in his heat because there's a lot more waves around the corner. 2:22 on the clock. Molly 5.3 and a 4.53. Worked with Glenn Microhall for several years and then made the announcement in the offseason. She was changing things up a little bit, and she's kind of been hopping around, working with different types of coaches throughout the start of the season. And you see these athletes make those big, meaningful decisions at certain points. If it's a coach change, a board change, all just going into putting together something different, something fresh, and hoping that you achieve your goal at the end of the season.
And really just experiencing, you know, the entirety of what the tour has to offer you, traveling to some amazing places. I know Molly's had her boyfriend with her for a few events, Portugal, and here in El Salvador, she's got one of her best friends, Kobe Enright. And you can just tell there's like this happiness that Molly's exuding, and she's surrounded by really great people. And obviously Micro did so much for her career, but I think Molly just on a personal level wanted to see, you know, what she's made of and how she's going to go on her own.
Oh yeah, the back and forth of those two is like so much love between them from that coach-surfer relationship. And I think Crow is definitely proud of what she's doing so far this year. A minute on the clock. Kenworthy, second priorities, dropped to second. Molly controlling it. Still the best number of the heat is Nadia's, but she's in third priority, only chasing a 3.26. She's taken 3 waves looking for that score and hasn't been able to really get a connection. Nadia will take this little 1-footer now. And just one little turn, that won't be enough. Top 2 move on to the round of 16. And Nadia Aristarbe is trying to avoid the elimination round. She was able to surf at Pipeline to kick off the year with Joanne DeFay's absence. Got an equal 9th as we watch Bella Kenworthy throwing some water, getting a ride into the beach. Wanted to see where Nadia was, and now she'll commit to the rest of this wave. Just trying to skip the rocks there, and she will step off. Aristarbe runs out of time. She will be in the elimination round. Great mustache always from Jason Kenworthy, her father. As Bella and Molly move on to the round of 16, we'll prepare to see the defending champ Caroline Marks taking on Lakey and Alyssa right after this.
Late nights on rock and roll, cigarette papers light my soul.
¿Sabes cuál es la ola más larga de El Salvador? El Sunsal tiene una de las olas más largas y suaves del Salvador, lo que lo hace ideal para longboarders. Estamos en el Sunsal, a 10 minutos de Punta Roca. La playa es súper larga, entonces es perfecta para ver el atardecer. También hay olas perfectas y siempre hay gente surfeando. Y me gusta un montón porque hay palmeras, hay montañas, acantilados, se puede ver como un montón de toda la naturaleza. Y el sunset aquí, dependiendo de la época, se puede esconder o en el océano, que es súper lindo también verlo cuando está surfeando, o si no, en los acantilados y las montañas. Eso hace que salgan un montón de celajes y el cielo se vea rosadito y anaranjado.
What a beautiful day here in El Salvador. Opening round, heat number 1 just finished. We had Molly Pickham and Bella Kenworthy move on to the round of 16, and Nadia Arostarbe will be in the elimination round, heat 2, with a lot of hype because it's got Caroline Marks in the water. Two-time champ here, back-to-back seasons, looking to make it 3 in a row this year. She's with Lakey Peterson and Alyssa Spencer. They're still sitting out there looking at the horizon, getting their positions all set as they're looking back towards the scaffolding. An exciting one to break down. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge, and now Jessie Mendez joining us. We're getting some information from the top part of the scaffolding, that top office, the highest one, with Renato Hickel in there. And they're really assessing the conditions right now and looking to put the contest on hold at the moment. So standing by for that update from the top tower. So these three were in position, ready to go. They're probably like, hey, I did the rock dance already. Let's get this thing going. But now they're getting the message that they are going to be on hold for heat number 2. Just like we saw yesterday when the tide bottomed out. We went through several calls and actually never got the contest back on. We'll see what we have in store for the rest of the afternoon. It looks like the next call will be at about 2:45 local time, to see if we can finish opening round for the women. It's nice when you get started early in the waiting period, Jesse, because we've got a lot of days ahead of us. I never mind these holds because our goal, everyone's goal, is to see the best surfers in the world in the best conditions possible in this waiting period.
And that's the scenario we expect for obviously helps the surfers and everyone watching. It's more exciting. And we had some amazing action this morning. It was clean, but now with the tide bottoming out, and all that texture, as you can see right there with the wind coming in, creates little swells like as big as half a foot pretty much, but it really makes it tricky for the surfers, and the waves stretching out, getting pretty fast with the low tide, and it also kind of slows things down right on the transition of the tide. So we're going to see things filling up, and it's going to get better throughout the day, and yeah, it'll be fun.
That's part of the territory, especially here at El Salvador. I mean, you know that sea breeze is going to kick up. We know that tide's going to bottom out. But there's still some energy in the water. Really hoping for a little bit of a Lego, a late afternoon glass off.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that from now on. Let's now get more insight from Mitchell Salazar.
Hey, Joe, Rosie. Well, we're officially on hold right now. A 2:45 call for potential 3 p.m. start. As you can look behind me, the tide is still bottoming out. And, of course, really difficult conditions out there. It did get a little lowly in that heat, as you guys saw. Most importantly, though, we do want to see that tide fill back in because we do want to see that coping and those bully sections closer to Mama Roca. Still fun, but really not contestable. Maybe this afternoon to finish the opening round for the women. And men's and women's elimination round is off for the day, Joe.
Thank you so much for the update, Mitchell Salazar. Grab yourself a pupusa, and we'll hopefully get the contest back underway. So 2:45 call for heat number 2, which is a big one with the back-to-back champion Caroline Marks, fresh off that win from Portugal. Lakey Peterson and Alyssa Spencer won't be able to run off to their homes. They're going to have to stay put and assess the conditions and be ready if they're called back on. We are going to take a quick break. Join us for the Corona Cerro Update Show right after this here at Punta Roca. Buenos dias. It's still the morning here, about 11:30 local time, and it's time for the Corona Cerro update show here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Saw a lot of great action today. We finished the opening round for the men. Remember, we completed 4 heats yesterday, so finished the round and got through the first heat for the women before the tide dropped out. We're going on hold till 2:45 this afternoon. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Jesse Mendez. A lot of fireworks throughout the day, but before we go through the men's draw, let's just recap that last heat. We saw a really controlled, balanced surfing from Molly Picklum. Bella Kenworthy had her flow state underway, and Nadia Aristarbe gave us a 6-point ride, even though she stayed in third, Rosie.
Yeah, Nadia with the high mark of that heat on her backhand, looking sharp. Bella so impressed with the way that she managed that heat, but obviously Molly Picklum has been in the red jersey for a reason. She's the top seed in that heat.
We have a lot of heats like this, Jesse, where you see 3 great championship tour surfers all into the 9s. It's almost hard to separate their surfing when the conditions got a little trickier.
Yeah, and you just nailed right there. It's just because of the conditions, it gets streaky, so it gets very even. Obviously, Nadia had that 6-point ride, but couldn't find a backup. But beautiful surfing from all the surfers, having to deal with that chop and the low tide, the wave just running down. You saw in the previous wave from Bella and this run from Molly Picklum.
World number 2, Molly Picklum, looking comfortable. Remember, she's won Sunset twice. That's off the calendar these days. So she's still looking for a first win this season.
Yeah, Molly at number 2 on the rankings, but like you said, still looking for that elusive win. Made a final in Abu Dhabi, but definitely hungry for the W.
Love watching her rail work. She's got that spontaneous type of act where she can go for an air or that progressive slide if it comes her way, hoping that she gets more of a bowling section in the round of 16 as we check out the numbers. Jesse, Nadia should be proud. I mean, she had the highest score of the heat so far. She's still trying to get the reps on the championship tour.
Yeah, those ones stink sometimes, you know, mostly her. She's trying to prove herself that, you know, she's here to make a point and she deserves to be on tour. So, like, she just needs to bounce back now and be a little more consistent on the wave selection, most likely.
We'll see Nadia in the elimination round. Another big heat, always big when you've got a local hero, Brian Perez, representing Punta Roca. And then a bit of a rematch with Italo. Remember, Brian eliminated Italo last year with a gigantic frontside airs. Add Ian Gouveia into the mix. Excuse me, Gouveia's in the next team with Toledo, but it was George Pitar looking super silky smooth. Solid performance from George as well.
Really solid from George. I think he led this heat for most of the way through it until Italo really started to turn things on, but looking just like a sharp dagger in the pocket there.
He looked so smooth with that release from the carve to the snap, and then Italo started with a fall on the full rotation. Actually didn't have much in the first half of the heat, Jesse, and then started going ballistic.
I mean, it's crazy to think about it, how he had to muscle through that entire heat. That wave right there was about 50 yards deeper than whatever all the other surfers were surfing at the moment. As you can see it, he was launching through that air, and the surfers were right behind him, waiting with priority. So he just manufactured an 8-point ride.
That's so true. And even just chatting to Italo afterwards, as we see El Cleland there celebrating for him, he identified wasn't the best wave, but he knew that his surfing would take him to excellence. And then also utilizing that rock boil for that easy landing on the rotation.
Then he just kept nailing them, kept going for different versions of his favorite maneuver on tour, the big backside full rotation helicopter move that he's been doing for a very long time. The way he lands so perfectly really makes it stand out. In the flats, in transition, he can go into more radical maneuvers. So world number 1 looking solid and getting some payback on Perez. You know, we had Perez looking sharp. He had a couple of nice moves, had a couple of falls when he was trying to enjoy that little air show. He'll be in the elimination round, and the whole country will get behind him. George Pitar looking great. Couple of big 7s as he will be reseeded into the round of 32. It's easy to get lost in that heat, especially with all the narratives flying. You've got a local hero, you've got world number one. So really impressed with George, just kind of playing his own game and sticking to his strengths.
And it came down to that last exchange. George did get a wave at the end there and really put some solid surfing up. And then obviously Italo, that nail in the coffin. But yeah, just really enjoying all of the surfing from all the competitors. We've seen such different conditions over the last 2 days.
As we know, Jesse, I mean, Italo hasn't won this event yet, but the kind of form that he's in right now this season, is he really unstoppable? Is there anybody that can slow him down?
I mean, there is obviously Felipe. A guy that also comes up to mind is Ethan Ewing or Griffin Colapinto. Those are names that are probably gonna, put a task for him in front. But it seems like he's on a different gear than everyone. People are gonna catch up to him, and that's just a matter of time. That happens. Someone just starts launching in front, and then everyone else kind of catches up. But yeah, so far he's just muscling through when everything's against him, and when things are flowing, makes it even easier.
Well, let's go with your first pick, who you chose that could potentially stop Italo. Felipe Toledo. He's only been in here at this event 2 times out of 3. Last year he took his break. He's only finished in the final, a runner-up and a victory. He also had the goofy foot, Ian Govea, with him in this matchup. He was hi-fi surfing, exploding with big power carves, giving us a lot in this heat.
He's got such great stats coming into this event, a win and a second place, and his excellent surfing is just on display here. I think he got an 8 flat for this ride.
Big full rotations, looking very comfortable. Number 9 in the world and looking to really put himself straight into the world title race. Hal Cleland Jr. unfortunately ended up staying in 3rd in this one, Jesse.
Yeah, it was just a matter of actually heat strategy. He started off pretty well with a 5.67, if I'm not mistaken, but then he pulled the trigger a little bit early. He had priority, went on a smaller wave, and kind of gave the rhythm to Ian Govea to ride 2 kind of decent waves, like more set likes, and ended up, having to deal now with the second round.
This is that gear that Felipe can get into. He looked pretty fierce on the glass with you, Rosie. So focused. Really looked like he was doing his job. Just playing the game well, but unbelievable hi-fi surfing in this one. It looked like he had every weapon he wanted to choose from.
Yeah, he was on fire and very analytical of his surfing and the scores that were coming through. So tuned in, and I think, wow, just so powerful, so fast. I think it's hard to really break down the nuances of the technical difficulty of what he's doing because he's going so fast. And when you're watching it with the naked eye, you're just seeing like a hummingbird just flying down the line. And when you slow-mo it, you realize how difficult what he is doing is.
And he really was going against himself with that heat. Like, he was literally surfing against himself after that first and second wave. He had the 8 and a 7.4 or something. But Ian, no shy, beautiful bottom turns, aggressive up the top, just amazing surfing. Has a few little things that he needs to clean up, like on that wave itself. You're going to see him going to lose a little bit of the rhythm and try to go 2 for 1 and should have just finished it off strong. And that would have probably brought his score up to the 7-point range. So if he cleans up, he's going to be looking deadly for the next round.
Felipe there just showing us he wasn't happy with those last couple of scores, even though it was definitely a one-sided win. No chance for anyone else in that heat. 8 and a 7.77. A past champion, a 2-time world champion, back on tour looking for a 3rd world title this season. It's a great part of the year for Felipe. Moving on from pipe, maybe the big misstep for him was in the pool, where I'm thinking he's got to be in the final at least. Quarters in Portugal, he's sitting at number 9. When you're a 2-time world champ, it's easy to go, wait, where is he? But when you look at El Salvador, with his track record here, and basically every event for the next 7 stops on tour, he's either won it once or multiple times. The last thing the tour needs is for him to catch fire here, but it's it's almost like undeniable. It's going to happen, as we saw that performance today.
Yeah, definitely, and great to see him back in the kind of form that he's in. But like you said, this tour really caters to his surfing, the lineup that we have next. Bells, Snapper being back, J-Bay being back. I mean, Felipe's chosen a great year to return to competition.
Yeah, pretty exciting time in the world title race. And now here on the Coronacero Update Show, it's time for the top 5 moments of the day. Jordy Smith, when he was a Grum, used to throw down Supermans all the time in heats. Thank you, Jordy, for bringing it back.
that's the second of the year because he also threw it down in Abu Dhabi as well. So let's just show how light-shouldered he is and how much he's enjoying being there, but still putting in the work. It translates with confidence in this type of surfing. It's so fun to watch.
He was quoted recently saying he wants to be the first to go 20 years straight on the championship tour. He's still looking like a Grom. Number 4, how great did Leo look on this 833?
So good. The high mark of the men's competition, the 833 from Leo. He's just looking so in the zone at the moment, so focused. He's traveling with a great crew, and he seems really happy.
Just had a fiery flow. 833 came on his very first wave of this heat, established dominance by controlling the start of the heat without priority, and never looked back. Found a nice sneaky little backup score, really quick, really confident. After kicking off the year world number 2, he still got that same fire. And Griffin Colapinto, congrats, your best combined heat total of the year.
Well deserved. Waited for almost 20 minutes or about 20 minutes for that first wave, and seemed like everything could go wrong because you're sitting for so long, added pressure, but he just went to town and looked as confident as possible and backed it off with this beautiful wave here.
A guy who typically has a win or a final at this stage of the year already. Even mentioned to you, Rosie, sitting at 20th in the world. He's aware of that, and I'm sure this is going to fire him up. But Ro, number 2 on the list, Italo taking flight.
Wow, I mean, this guy is unbelievable. And Italo, another guy that's looking really happy, really comfortable, very self-aware. And I think a lot of that, working with Reynos Hayes, having that yin and yang of the high energy and then the groundedness of Reynos in his corner, I really like the recipe of that relationship.
Yeah, and it's translated on heated strategy and also on his surfing as well.
And winning the update show, Felipe Toledo on fire, Jesse.
I mean, it was about time, right? Like, and with the conditions that it has to offer here, and that's what I like to mention. The best in the world are hard to beat anywhere, but on point breaks where things are predictable and they can wait for a good wave, it's almost impossible. And Felipe just showing he was going against himself in that heat. Like, he was almost untouchable. The type of surfing he was doing was second to none.
Oh, he's just so brilliant, as he can do a lot of different things. I think it's like high performance, it's speed, but then variety as well. Going 100 miles an hour, he doesn't repeat himself. He's spontaneous in the air. He really can do anything he wants, as he's reminding everybody he's only been in finals here before. He's number 9 in the world, and he's running after a spot in the final 5. Once again, everybody, we are going on hold till 2:45 this afternoon. Keep checking WorldSurfLeague.com for all the event updates. On deck, opening round heat number 2 with Caroline, Lakey, and Alyssa Spencer. We'll see you later on this afternoon. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
What a turn. Molly Pickup taking it to the house.
Undeniably, the biggest story in surfing right now is what the women are doing in Waves of Consequence.
Katie Simmers says, game on.
Headline for the girls.
They're creating the biggest headlines. They're getting the fans more excited than ever.
This next generation, they are here. They are coming. They are pushing the envelope.
Oh my. 10s all the way across the board.
The women have absolutely been owning pro surfing.
Man, this is women surfing. You know, like we're doing it.
Welcome to the Surf City El Salvador Pro as we descend upon the beautiful cobblestone point of Punta Roca. The race for the Final Five really starts right here.
This is where you have to show up and show out and prove that you have what it takes to get a big result when the pressure is on.
Whoa! Come on now! What was that? That was as twisted as you could get.
The world title's the goal.
I start envisioning it and I start crying because I see it so clearly.
Just that Final Five will have a chance at a world title.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yep, and then action.
John Florence has claimed the rankings lead for the second time this season. With 3 final appearances, the Hawaiian has cemented himself as a formidable title contender. Here in 2024, we're seeing the resurgence of the John Florence that we all know and love.
John yanks on the rail, over the foam ball, bucks through there. He loves it.
Back in yellow, world #1, best of luck in El Salvador.
But for him to come down to El Salvador wearing that yellow leaders jersey, it almost feels like all is right in the surfing world. It's telling that we're seeing a reinvigorated, re-energized John.
John Florence throwing down the carb of the contest.
That was high-tech technology. And I think it just is a reassurance that I'm doing the right thing and our team and everyone's kind of working in the right direction.
Another magicianry magic trick still going.
Come on.
And he is going to finally come out.
John Florence has made a remarkable comeback this year. However, last season, El Salvador challenged the rankings leader.
I was just like so bummed and just like destroyed after losing on the elimination round.
rare occurrence for John Florence.
Just being here, I was just in a really kind of tough mental state of competing and not really enjoying it and kind of taking it too serious and a little too tense and losing because of that.
The body language tells me what I need to know. The wave let him down.
It just doesn't feel good, and it doesn't feel good to be here. It doesn't feel good to be doing it when you're in that mindset.
John, real rough go for him.
I think last year was perfect for this year. It was kind of irritating for him finishing 8th. He was pissed, and he obviously wanted to compete for the world title. He's coming into this year really amped and motivated.
Wow. Holy moly. That's a perfect 10 for John Florence.
Last year fired me up.
Yeah, you think back to the kind of John world title years, and this is starting to mirror what he did back then. But it's cool to see now because, you know, we haven't seen John be able to compete in the Final 5 yet at lower trestles.
This is John's comfort zone. And John's in that kind of role. I mean, he's more consistent than he's been in a long time. He's back at the #1 seed.
What a turn again.
And the waves are pumping. It's like perfect scenario for John to go all the way.
This is one of the heats of the day.
It is.
On paper and, of course, in person. John Florence, world #1. Liam O'Brien, 16, and your local wild card, Brian Perez.
Yeah, Brian Perez knows this wave like the back of his hand. So literally grew up steps away from the top of the point. He was washing the cars in the parking lot. His dad used to sell coconuts right here in the parking lot of Punta Roca. So the kid obviously knew what growing up with nothing was, but he's always doing things with a lot of grace and being a great host here to his home country in El Salvador. This story is nothing short of a miracle. It's beautiful to see.
Let's get right into it with the one and only Pink Panther. This is Brian Perez. Speed, power. Yo, Brian Perez has entered the chat, Mitchell. That's exactly what you want to see. 3 of the world's best.
Double J, though. I mean,
man,
he had the one major layback on the outside, and how's that wrap in the pocket? Truly looking like the rankings leader right now. Great exchange. It seems like John is going to get the best out of the 3, though.
Building speed, hunting the ramp. He gets it straight to the air. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. He's on his way to an excellent score, no doubt. Watch out. Here comes the Pink Panther with a redemption song. Yeah, it's too easy. It's too awesome. It's John Florence, ladies and gentlemen. That's a feel-good wave for Brian Perez. It shows us more of what he's capable of. Great easy call for everybody, easy for the judges. A 16.33 for John Florence. And I'm seeing John in championship form. That right there was a brilliant heat.
Good heat, huh? That's so fun.
I was able to just kind of relax halfway through and just be like, oh, if I was surfing this with my brothers right now, no one would be so fired up. I wouldn't be able to control myself. So, yeah, I could definitely try to bring that into it.
Brisa is honestly one of the most remarkable stories that we've seen. From missing the cut a few years ago, she loses her sponsors.
I felt like I kept on going deep into this hole, and I couldn't figure out why. And I was like, I can't do this anymore.
It feels like right now surfing is having an incredible moment of excitement, skill, and bravery shown by women.
Pipeline barrel pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
Visibility started in mainstream sports with big stories coming about female athletes. Well, it started for surfing in early 2024. You have this huge explosion.
Molly picked them, pulls up and under. She gets the exit.
Perfect 10.
So often we talk about women shattering the ceiling, but what we're seeing here in 2024 on the WSL-CT is women raising the floor.
It's very competitive now, just feeding off each other's energy and inspiring each other.
What a turn. And then you come to Tahiti.
Hey, let's go. It's 10 foot and heaving. You're talking about serious fear to actually take that step. Like, this is the moment. Like, I've been asking for this. Sometimes it's life and death.
Oh my
deep one for Weston Webb. She comes out.
We're pushing the boundaries.
Brisa Hennessy pulls in.
We're changing the game of women's surfing in our own different ways. And that's magical to witness and to be a part of.
Opening round for the women's here, the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
So coming here to El Salvador, there's ever so slightly some movement on the leaderboard. We've obviously got new woman in yellow, Brisa Hennessy. She has been incredibly consistent throughout the year, and then with her runner-up finish in Tahiti, taking that yellow jersey.
I think the last time I was in the yellow jersey, it was so new for me to be at the top and to feel all those different emotions.
World number one. Stumbling on the takeoff, Brisa goes down.
The lows, the highs, like it all kind of built up to this moment.
Brisa Hennessy's this just incredible story, like the courage, the tenacity, the strength of will that she had to tap into to get to the top of this sport. I didn't even remember all the hardships that she went through.
I think it started kind of in 2022. Weird ups and downs within my energy levels and my mental health.
Brisa Hennessy has not made the cut.
That is heartbreaking.
Going further deep into this hole, honestly, my arms could not paddle anymore. So I did a lot of blood work, and the first thing they found was I had hypothyroidism, one of the most common diseases in women, and it happens a lot to athletes, just because our adrenals are fried. You know, we push ourselves so much. My cortisol levels were all over the place. I did an MRI, and yeah, there was a benign tumor in my pituitary gland, and I needed to take 6 months off. It was really meant to be. So yeah, it's my dream to like have my own garden one day, for sure. I was born off the grid in Costa Rica, in the thick of the jungle. There's no grocery store, there's no restaurants, I mean, no electricity whatsoever. While I felt like I could have died a couple times, like jaguar incidents, some snakes, you know, monkeys, I also became so connected with my surroundings. I really want to embrace little jungle girl Brisa more. I think she had life figured out pretty good. My parents actually had a little surf school down there, surfing these bright point breaks by themselves. Yeah, they pushed me into, you know, my first wave when I was 2, and I was hooked. I am the lotus, but I am the mud. To bloom even in no moonlight, when I already knew the sun. For the brackish, dirty depths seated compassion, the fearless fragrance of hope. The towering mountain, all but a dewdrop on my petal. I see my edges, but that I am not. Breathe in fearless courage, breathe out pure kindness. Oh, to bloom again. We all come from the dirt, and we have struggles.
Brisa is honestly one of the most remarkable stories that we've seen. She stayed present in the challenge that she was facing at the moment, whether it was the getting cut, whether it was the losing the sponsor, whether it was the diagnosis of the brain tumor.
I saw a lot of amazing doctors, found a lot of answers, and surgery could do more harm than good. At the moment, I'm working on shrinking my tumor, meditating, breathing, eating the right things, and my inflammation has come down.
Brisa taking off. There's that setup, and then grabs the rail. Beautiful execution from Hennessy.
My energy has come back a lot. So sick. Mentally, I'm feeling the best I have in a long time.
It's like the biggest wave of different emotions possible.
Your current world #1, Brisa Hennessy.
Wow, thank you. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to say.
Are you at all surprised to find yourself #1 in the world right now?
I am, honestly. I'm like in this state of like not forcing it and trying not to be a victim of my problems, of my health issues, of things that hold me down. I really want to work hard, but also embrace all those moments of being on tour.
The journey she's been through has, you know, obviously the struggle at the time, but she's come out absolutely firing and stronger for it.
Hennessy, big snap here for current world #1. Hangs onto a float. Wow, 180 pivot. Coming around, and
that was sick. Cracker of a wave to start the day.
Heat control right now for world #1. Back to live action. Sakura Johnson here. She's trailing Brisa Hennessy. Sakura is looking dynamic on this wave. This is going to tighten up the heat. gets the finish, that's going to activate Brisa Hennessy. Brisa, nice carve there. Powerful snap on the Glenpang surfboard. One more quick snap. A third lightning fast snap, and a fourth with a huge redirect there. Sakura, second wave of the set. Eases through a cutback. Lining up on this inside section, this is when the wave's gonna run. Big slash off there, little caught up, makes up for it. One more slash for Sakura, and a solid finishing maneuver. Did she turn the heat?
Couple of little ballsy moments which leaves questions in the judges' minds for sure.
Betty Lou needed a 7.14, gets a 7.17.
And at the back, Brisa again.
In the final exchange, Brisa can turn this heat. Snaps off the top, quick direction change there. Again, looking super solid. Last exchange between Brisa Hennessy and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson will be #1 in the rankings moving into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was firing out there. I mean, it was really special to be out there with no one out. I mean, glassy conditions and perfect right point breaks. I mean, I'm just feeling good energy, you know, that pura vida energy, and yeah, I'm feeling it. Did I need a score? Yeah, I did. Yeah. My mom's definitely not okay up there. Sorry, Mom. Yeah, Mom, sorry. Every heat I feel like I'm so sorry.
My goal life is for the kids that want to achieve.
Italofa had your winner from Tahiti going up against an incredibly talented wild card, Brian Perez, the pride of El Salvador. This guy's got a massive air game. Is he going to go to it? He does. Whoa! Come on now. Make it. 24-year-old Brian Perez is representing El Salvador on surfing's biggest stage. Watch out, here comes the Pink Panther. If anybody knows this break, it's Brian Perez. Perez learned to surf just steps away from Punta Roca.
This way is super special for me. This is La Paz. When I started surfing, the first time my dad took me to Sur La Paz, I remember I was 7 years old. To have that connection with the water and with the board, having so much fun, and then I remember that feeling, and then I said to my dad, I want to surf my whole life. The first time I was surfing is the first time I fell in love with surfing. I grew up super close to Punta Roca. That's my house right there.
That's your house?
Yeah.
So close to
yeah.
Roca.
Thank God first, and my dad and my mom that they show you how to enjoy life, you know. Just go and surf, have fun, and go to the house, go to school. That's why I'm here right now. First for God, and then second for my parents. My mom was there. My mom is super shy. She's scared about the camera. It's like everything for me, you know, to see my mom super proud of me. When they see you grow up, and then they see you achieve your dream, you know. That's the big thing that I have, my family. My family is the big support that I have. I have the people that support me when I was a kid, Marcelo. For me to have those people around me still, that's the blessing. This is my brother's house.
Since he was a kid, like, he is one of the kids that have a beautiful soul, you know, and he's an amazing human, you know, like super humble. Like, he goes to the next level. He's super grateful, always grateful for everything. And
this is where I grew up. This is my mom's house. This is my brother's house. This is my cousin's house. That's me and the barrel.
He grew up in Paradise, but back in the days, Paradise was also like a place where a lot of bad things happen, you know, and Brian was surrounded by gangs.
It was difficult at that time to just surf and focus on surfing because a lot of things going around. My dad, he always like, hey, go surf, and then go straight to the house because it's too dangerous to be outside.
The kids don't have too many options when they live in that environment, but he have surfing, and I think he saw a way out of the problems and a way for him to help himself, but also to help his family.
It's crazy how everything's changed so much, you know. I remember when I was a kid, I opened the window and then you see all the car was parking over there, and When I see a lot of car parking, I was like, it's good, it's pumpy, so I got to surf. My goal in life is just to be a mentor for all the kids that want to achieve their dreams.
There's a lot of kids that now they know they can do it. It's beautiful for Salvadorians to have someone that you can feel really proud. And he's always inspiring people with the way he works and the way he is.
What more you can have, you know, you have everything. You have the good way, you have the good life, you have the food, you have your family, you have the people that I see you grew up. Beautiful life.
Buenos dias and welcome to Surf City, El Salvador. Italo Fajeda, your winner from Tahiti, going up against an incredibly talented wild card, Brian Perez, the pride of El Salvador.
Italo coming off of his first championship tour victory since 2021 out of Tahiti. Momentum with Italo Ferreira, but who can stop a momentum like that? A local crowd favorite. Brian Perez, he knows this break like the back of his hand. So this is going to be a big, big challenge for the 2019 world champ, Italo Ferreira.
Here we go, our first wave of the day. Italo with everything to lose right now as he is finally cracked up into that top 5 spot. I'm liking the tempo we're seeing from Italo right now. Our first look at our local wild card, Brian Perez. Airdrop floater right there. Italo Fajeda on his backhand. Big whip out the back. Here you see building speed. What do we have on the inside? Critical section for Italo. But watch out for the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. He's setting things up. This guy's got a massive air game. Is he gonna go to it? He does. Make it. Whoa! Come on now. Good morning. Buenos dias, everybody.
Look at the height on that thing, though. And look at where he lands, literally on the lip.
Brian Perez, whose point is this? Let's go, this is insane.
And we've just seen a shocking upset. Number 5 in the world, taken out by our local wild card.
I'm super grateful to be here again and with my family, with the people from El Salvador. So beautiful to see all the country come to support me. I've been working so hard, like every day, waking up early, putting my mind in the right spot, meditate and bring that energy that I'm going to win this heat. And then, yeah, it's happening. This is the moment I was waiting for to show my surfing.
Being the first Salvadorian male ever to win a championship tour heat. This time against Italo, who's number 5 in the world coming into the event here. And finally proves what he's capable. Like, that's ridiculous.
We've got another hammer of a heat lined up for you. We have current world number 1, John Florence, going up against Brian Perez. Out the back on one of the biggest waves we've seen. It's the Pink Panther. Wow. Layback jam right in the pocket. Brian Perez.
He's always surfing in the pocket, Chris. Whoa.
That's a nice turn. Pushing the chemistry board to its limits right there. Identifying a ramp, sees it, boom. 617. Now John Florence needs an 867. We'll see what John Florence has to say about that. Oh, there we go. Power jam for John Florence. Another. Woo. I think John's angry because that's how he surfs when he's mad. I love to see it. John Florence needs an 867, 893 for the win. He's in the quarterfinals. Congratulations to Brian Perez, the only El Salvadorian surfer to ever win a championship tour heat.
First heat with John was so beautiful.
I've been watching you for when I had a kid. Oh, yeah, it's a long time. Always watching you.
I knew it was gonna be hard because John is one of the best surfers in the world, and he's my favorite surfer too. I can't ask him for more, you know. It's too beautiful to be here, represent my country, represent my people, the local from Punta Roca, to go compete and represent and do my best on the contest. See my family, see my friends that support me. That's my motivation every day.
This is going to be a heavyweight boxing match. And it starts right now. Even a chippy battle. And there it is, interference.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
He knows what he's got to do, and it's that. Griff goes huge.
There's no way that he's losing this.
The men's Final 5 picture coming out of Tahiti is pretty exciting. John, Griff, Jack, Ethan, Italo Ferreira. Of course, we'll have to see what happens after El Salvador, but for right now, that's a good group of surfers.
This is the race for the Final 5.
We're at a pivotal point in the year right now. Only 2 events left after this one. There's such a small gap between the people that are top 20 surfers and those who are at the very top of the top 5.
It's pretty undeniable that Griffin Colapinto has been the most consistent surfer here outside of Felipe.
Here comes Griffin Colapinto, bashes off the top. He's in the final.
2 finals, I feel like could easily win his first championship this year.
I think Griff finally has that true belief in himself. He knows he belongs now at the top, and that's why we're seeing this string of incredible results.
Can Griffin hopscotch over John Florence for the top of the rankings? We'll find out at the end of this event.
We only have 3 events left. At that time, the Final 5 are going to be established, and just that Final 5 will have a chance at a world title. The stakes have risen, there's much more pressure, and every heat counts.
Heat 1, Griffin Colapinto going up against a returning João Chianca. Very excited to see João Chianca back in competition after an injury. He's been looking sharp.
His quickness, his precision is something that shouldn't be underestimated, but number 2 in the world already with 4 wins. He's looking for number 5 right here.
This is going to be a heavyweight boxing match, and it starts right now. Even a chippy battle.
Oh, what happened?
Somebody may have got blocked.
In that situation, John Chianca had the inside position for the wave, and Griffin did a classic block. He loses half of his second scoring right, still has a chance in this heat.
And there it is, interference on Griffin Colapinto. Wow. Shock and awe. I mean, his title campaign right now could have been affected.
Wow, that is a shocker right there, let me tell you.
I think Griff's about to go off, and I'm here for it. João Chianca, beautiful S-turns and a nice jam there on that inside section.
Well served.
And right behind him, Griffin Colapinto. Big air, catches the landing, hits the white water, more to give on the inside, winding up. Griff goes huge! Pulls it around. That's how you surf out of an interference call, ladies and gentlemen. Guess who was right underneath him? João's right there by the WSL logo looking up going, oh no. 9.43 for Griffin Colapinto, one of the highest single wave scores of this event.
Another one.
I mean, Griff still needs a 9.14.
Needs to go huge once again.
This is wild, you guys.
All right, looking for a 9.14. Generating speed, he knows what he's got to do, and it's that. Griff, front 5. He's got more. Bashes it on the inside section. He wants it.
Griffin needing 9.79, and it seems like the score coming through not enough for the surfer from San Clemente in red.
An 8.3. Unfortunately, though, it goes to a 4.05 due to that paddling interference. Griffin Colapinto, back-to-back events, goes down.
Thank you. Yeah.
Griff is absolutely one of the best. Such a bummer that that interference happened so early. When that happened, the first thing that I thought it was, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Heat number 2. It's Gabriel Medina versus Ryan Callan in a battle of the powerhouse goofy footers.
Medina pulls in, pulls up, high line through this barrel.
The guy is on fire.
He jumped 7 spots with his performance in Tahiti. Coming in number 12 on the rankings into this event.
Woo, Medina! Woo, yeah!
Here we go. Gabriel Medina looking for his 4th world title. 2 big turns. Callanan on the outside. Medina's wave, meanwhile, perking up through the inside section. Arkel's trying to catch up to him. Medina goes backside reverse, makes it, finishes his wave. That's going to be a huge score. Arkel goes down on the inside. 8.5. That puts him in the lead. That means Ryan Callanan needs a 7.34. Uh-oh, here we go. Speed, power, flow. Highline car, building speed. What's he got on this inside racetrack? Ryan Callanan drops an 8-point ride. That's how you flip a heat.
With 2:45 to go, Gabe probably still gonna have a chance to answer back, Chris.
Wow, there we go. Patience there in the bottom turn. Quick snap.
Oh.
That was a bash. Give it to him. Coming in. A minute and 40 to go. He's coming in.
Here we go. Ryan could have another chance.
Medina's on the beach right now, watching Ryan Callanan with 27 seconds left. Arcal cranks it off the bottom, straight into the lip. Woo. Ooh, just gets slightly hung up.
Little dirty.
That final.
A little bit dirty, but that first turn was so muddy.
Gabriel Medina comes through with a 7.67. Ryan Callanan would need an 8.18. Didn't get it.
Good effort. What a heat, guys. What a heat.
Medina goes monstro.
I just want to make hits. That's how I'll get points. And I feel happy to get the last one, you know. I'm really happy with my performance.
Watch out, Final Five. You got a monster knocking on the door. The round of 16 continued, and world number 2, Jack Robinson, advanced to the quarterfinals.
Wow, Jack, first turn. Nice air reverse.
Robinson is on his way to solidifying his place in the Final Five.
You can look at the rankings, and we all do, but still got a while to go, and you know, just stay on the journey.
Double E, Ethan Ewing catches a rail.
Oh my.
World number 4, Ethan Ewing is unable to find an answer to Matthew McGillivray's big scores.
Punching it out in the air.
It is over.
That's 3 disappointing 9th place finishes in a row for the Australian. For world number 6, Jordy Smith, every heat win is crucial as the South African looks to cement his place in the Final Five.
Jordy Smith will go to that number 5 position.
I mean, tomorrow's another day. Hopefully I can climb 4th, 3rd, 2nd, you know?
We're live from El Salvador. Surf City's going off, and Caroline Marks cutting into that bottom turn. Big snap.
There it is.
Wants to get in the top 5, the higher the better.
Caroline Marks is on fire. That said, there's a young lady out there with something to prove.
Look at the spray off of that thing. Bang.
There's so much more on the line for Gabby.
Give it everything I got to get to that Final Five.
That race for the Final Five continues. Quarterfinals in the water at the Surf City and Sakura. Nice bowly section here. Snap to finish, a 6.93, best number so far. Brisa just needs a mid-range score. That guy's on both teams right now. Here she goes, big snap there. Power snap for Hennessy. Oh my goodness, goes down.
The women's quarterfinals wraps up, and rankings leader Brisa Hennessy is eliminated. While falling to 3rd in the rankings, she still has a fighting chance to clinch a spot in the Final Five.
Brisa, after her loss, there's been movement right at the top. Katie has jumped up into that number 1 position, which is big news.
Katie rips, and she's been a big part of changing the game, and she's only 18. She's got a real cool skate influence. We definitely want to hone into it, let her do it her way and express that sort of DNA that she's got.
And then you've got Gabriella Bryant. In my opinion, she's the most powerful woman on tour. She's also outside that Final Five.
She's probably always been the underdog, and I think that suits her personality.
Show the world. Show the world what you got.
Welcome back. It is sizzling down here at Punta Roca. Here we go. Katie Simmers versus Gabriella Bryant. No tranquilo, no chill, all action.
Gabby Bryant in the last heat surfed incredibly well. Here she goes, Chris. It seems like we got some action. Gabby with a huge turn outside.
Starting it off with a bang. Gabriella Bryant's power has been unmatched.
Tranquilo aquí is insane. Simmers is in this one. Straight up into the lip. Big front side air. Can't pull it down.
Clash of the Titans. And so far, Gabriella Bryant has had the edge and throwing a lot of spray. 3rd turn, give it a growl, Mitch.
Waka!
If you're into your bottom turn and the spray's still coming down from the turn you just did, you did something right.
Oh, yeah.
Caitlin Simmers An answer back to Gabriela Bryant's opening waves, and this is what we want to see from Katie.
Great stuff. Looking good to qualify for the finals once again, the surface promotion side. But she did get a little hung up right there, but the timing on that last section was perfect, and a really difficult maneuver right there, right at the end.
Gabriela Bryant in that big lead. Katie Simmers looking for a 6-7-1. You got a minute 40, Katie. She needs to get angry. She needs to get wild. She needs to lean into that Billie Eilish breakup song and go off. This is one of the most exciting surfers on the planet right now, hoping for a clutch finish, building up speed down the line, looking for the section. Quick snap there, comes around it, floats it again. She needs a critical section to work with. Get mad, Katie.
I don't know.
Don't doubt yourself just yet.
This turn is the most radical we've seen all event long, though. Seconds on the clock.
Did she do enough? Looking for a 6-7-1.
Last of red, 6.3.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a breakup song. Gabriela Bryant ripped her way into the finals.
Just believing in myself, I think, is the biggest thing. And if I just dig into what I know and how I surf, I knew I could do it. So I'm super stoked.
It's a huge bounce back for Gabby.
Yeah, Ralpha.
Gabriela Bryant means business.
Putting pressure onto the world #1 right now, Caitlin Simmers.
Women's finals coming up. It's going to be Gabriela Bryant and Caroline Marks.
Getting better, for sure. Wow.
El Salvador is proving to be that magic spot for Caroline Marks. Last year, it was the first event win on her way to her maiden world title.
Goal is to get in the top 5. Obviously, the higher the better. Right now, she's sitting 5th with 3 events to go. If she could knock off a win right here, that would really put her right in the mix of that top 3 conversation.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Just go, Caroline, win this thing. Be the best. Simple.
The heat is on. Caroline Marks is up and at it already here in the final. That's never going to get old. That bottom turn snap like that. Gabriela Bryant's got to fight her way back into this. Solid surfing for Gabriela Bryant. I mean, that's exactly what she needs to do. Score comes through a 6.93. She's into this heat.
Oh, wow. Look, Caroline, here she goes.
Cutting into that bottom turn. Big snap. High-speed turn for Caroline Marks. Weather impactful, yet condensed wave. And here we see Gabriela Bryant. Quick under the lip snap there. Comes around this section, has a big chunk of whitewater to attack.
She likes it.
Gabriela Bryant looking for a 7.87.
The last of red comes in as 7.53.
Not an ow. Man, by the slimmest of margins. Caroline Marks does it again. That backhand is unstoppable. She's the Terminator. Crown her.
Oh my God. I'm so excited.
Congratulations. #2 in the world at the moment. You're on fire, girl.
Yeah, I want to be in that final 5, and I want to back on my world title. I want to be at lowers and hopefully win in front of my friends and family again. And yeah, all the stars aligned for me today, and I'm really stoked.
In El Salvador, the women who were in the top 5 coming into the event, they proved that they absolutely belong there, because leaving El Salvador, it's the same 5 women. And these are the women who have consistently put together the results to be there. And for Gabriela Bryant, she wants to prove she belongs among the best female surfers on the planet. And here at Punta Roca, she did exactly that. This could be the underdog on the women's side for the season, because she's sitting just outside that final 5 picture.
The scenario for Florence is he wins this event and he clinches his spot in the final 5. Pops it up, puts it down. And Yago has 30 seconds to respond. He just needs a 6.56 to take the lead.
Welcome, Surf City, El Salvador. Punta Roca is pumping. We've got some action in store for you.
Gabe Medina, 6, right below the cut line. Yago Dora, he's been wowing surf fans throughout this entire event.
Those guys are the best goofy footers that we have.
Semi-final number 1 out of the water. Yago Dora, Gabe Medina.
It's time to get fired up.
Dora, way up the point. You can see Mamaroka. Really shallow section here. Pops it up. Inverted cork lands on the cobblestones. Talk about a high-risk maneuver in a high-risk section of the wave. 8.33. Incredible backside rotation from Yago Dora.
You can see Gabe just watching on here. I mean, this is not what you want to see.
Yago again. This is a variable. Wow.
That's like cool, innovative.
The news is spread, and everyone's gathering in the Red Bull Athlete Zone to witness what they know is competitive surfing progressing before our eyes right now. Yago Dora, he's up in the air. What was that? That was a McTwist, Indy McTwist. That was as twisted as you could get.
That was ridiculous. Just like the A, but like he had the grab like crazy.
And there's the score, 9.33. Big number dropped. Gabe Medina right here, and he's just looking to break the combination. Stomps on the tail, wants a ramp, gonna have to go for turns here. No ramp opportunity, sees it down the line, telegraphing for an air, punches it through the air, lands on the white water again. So combination of turns and that aerial finish over the board, not as corked out. Yeah, 7.5 is gonna be Yago Dora into the final.
Whoa. Just perfect in every single way, like, well done, Yago.
That was, in my book, a landmark heat and one of the most progressive displays we've seen on the championship tour so far this year by Yago Dora.
Going up against a guy like Gabriel, you know you have to go with everything and try to go big. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to go for it every wave and every opportunity I get. And it worked out. I keep landing this air somehow. Really grateful to be in another final, and it's time to go for it again. Like, the final is the stage for it.
In this final, Yago Dora coming up against John Florence. The scenario for Florence is he wins this event and he clinches his spot in the final 5. Yago Dora with a win here will get above that line into number 5. Here we go, first wave, John Florence. Pops it up, puts it down.
Look at the spray off of that thing. Bang.
John slashes off the top. One more time, the carve layback hack. He's got some variety so far on this wave. Yago up right behind him. Nose pick, reverse there on the backhand. Goes for it again. John Florence has put Yago Dora into a 2-wave combination. Yago needs 16.33 to take the lead. The rhythm evident down the line for Yago Dora. Pops it up, puts it down.
Yes, sir.
A lot of it back into it. A 9.77. Now he just needs a 6.56 to take the lead. And Yago has 30 seconds to respond. That's not going to do it for Yago Dora. Exceptional surfing for John Florence. He's our champ for the Surf City El Salvador Pro. He clinches his spot in the final 5. So we're going to see John Florence for the first time at lower trestles.
It's just been such a good year. Like, coming into the year, there's so much going on. You know, we're having a baby and the Olympics and the tour and everything. Oh, yeah, brother. So stoked. This will be my first time making it to the final, so I'm super stoked on that. Yeah, I'm just having fun competing. I really just want to serve as many heats as I can. But I'm just so stoked. I was going to be really bummed if I got another second. Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thanks.
John's win here just proves to me that he is in really good nick this year. He is injury-free. He's surfing amazing.
Thank you. You're happy?
Final 5? Are we in?
Yes, you're locked for the lead.
Yeah, I know.
Seems like he's unhinged. The floodgates are open. This is the John that we've known and loved for years.
I know. Hello.
He is now in contention to surf for a world title on finals day.
I was like 12 minutes, I was like, it's gotta go flat.
Put your hands together for the rankings leader. First win in his 4th final this year. Su campeón del surf cita Salvador Pro, John Florence.
With the win, John Florence maintains his place as the rankings leader, followed by Jack Robinson and Griffin Colapinto, and South African Jordy Smith moves up to 5th place.
Overall take on the men's final 5, John, he's in contention for a world title. Jordy Smith has snuck back up into that final 5, but trailing just behind him is Gabriel Medina, knocking on the door of a spot in the final 5 picture and fighting for a 4th world title.
We will see you in Brazil.
On the next episode of Inside Pro Surfing, the World Surf League returns to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for stop number 8 on the championship tour.
That's right, it's the pathway to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Gotta be in the final 5 to surf it, though.
I feel immense pressure being here.
Aloha Kakayaka coming to you live from the Bonsai Pipeline, the opening day of the season.
Welcome to the year of 2025 on the WSL Championship Tour. Anything is possible. From the calendar to the names, everything looks different than it has in years past.
It sort of feels like the start of a new era. We've got 7 events before the Cup, different events on tour.
It's 2025. It really is a year of change. Stephanie Gilmore still taking a hiatus. Gabriel Medina injuring himself. John Florence taking the year off. Who's going to step up to fill that spotlight?
A really good year. I think a lot is going to change. Medina and John and all those guys are getting kind of old. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
My name is Erin Brooks. I'm 17 years old.
Erin Brooks is the champion in her wild card debut.
Everyone already knows what she is capable of. It's got everyone a little scared, to be honest.
We're all super cool with each other, but when we get in the water, you want to absolutely smoke the other guy. Once you're in the water, you're a stone cold killer.
Oh, he likes it.
And let the big dog eat.
The season of change for 2025 for me is on the women's side.
The level of women surfing, I think it's just going to go up and up.
The women that we have on tour, we know that they're going to go. We know that they're hungry to keep raising that bar. If it's 10 foot and pumping, they're out there.
Pipeline for the girls.
For the first time ever, we're going to be crowning a world champion in Fiji.
At a truly world-class wave at Cloudbreak, the Dream Tour is back.
Pipeline perfection.
Uh-oh, here we go. I was like, I'm either getting a 10 or I'm going head first into the reef.
Everybody is coming into the Lexus Pipe Pro with all the intentions to prove they are going to be the world champ, and they know it has to start here at Pipeline.
It's an exciting place to be, but it's more than just the waves. You know, there's a deep history here, and you can definitely feel it. It's so rich with a million different cultures.
There's a feeling that you just live for when you arrive on Oahu. You drive from the airport, take a drive through the pineapple fields.
And you like come over and you can see Haleiwa and you can see all the outer reefs breaking and the mountains, and you like get this like crazy feeling of energy. Look at everything is standing up on my whole body right now, thinking about the reality of this being the mecca of surfing.
It is the mecca of the sport. From the birthplace of surfing on the opposite side of the island in Waikiki, drive about an hour to the North Shore, and all focus is on a wave that's known as the Proving Grounds. If you're brave enough to take on Pipeline, there's this like little stepping stones you got to go through to accomplish just getting one ride out there, let alone earning your spot on the reef.
That's how it was for me. I was 16 when I first came here back in 1978. And I'm really happy to see that it's still the arena. And all the athletes come with everything they've got.
Baron Mamiya. Oh, Kelly Slater backdoor drops into a bomb.
It's a miracle the pipeline exists. You have this outer reef, it tends to focus the wave and the energy right into pipeline, and then that reef is just the right shape to come out of deep water into shallow water, and all that energy just gets lurched up and detonates in one spot.
Pretty much every surfer that wants to find out where their limits are eventually end up going to pipeline and like checking it out, you know, to see if you even want to jump in.
It just puts everything to the test. Equipment, timing, sensors, really just your innate knowledge of what you're doing.
There's just an intensity at pipeline that doesn't really exist at very many places in the world.
Oh my God.
He's gonna be under the lip, grabbing the rope.
The waves here on the North Shore do not care if you're from Nebraska or Nanakuli. They will handle you.
It's not for the faint of heart. You know, you gotta know that risk going out there.
Oh my goodness, pipeline is coming alive.
People are lying if they say they're not scared out there, and I'll be the first to admit it, I absolutely am.
To get the best wave, you have to put yourself in a really uncomfortable situation. There's like a moment before it all happens where your body's just like, how dare you do this to me?
You have to have that 100% commitment into it. You hesitate for a second, and then you're free falling out of the sky, going over the falls.
You have to almost even trick yourself like, it's so good, you know, I have to do it.
It has been an amazing day of barrels. Pipeline perfection.
You're just going, oh my gosh, does it get any better than this?
Oh, red, white, Alan Cleland Jr. Hola, senor! Bravo! All the magic in the barrel! Go, 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 go!
I was panicking when I saw it. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it. He just came to me.
Huge section here. He's driving through. John Florence finds the exit.
Wow! That thing was freaking huge.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pipeline. Welcome back to the World Surf League Championship Tour.
Jack Robinson up against Alan Cleland Jr. Al, just 22 years old, first professional surfer on the championship tour representing Mexico.
Congratulations on the tour this year.
Thank you so much.
Worked hard for it.
I'm really stoked to see Mexico represented on tour. This guy named Alan Cleland Jr. He is an absolute weapon of an athlete.
I mean, look at where I came from. Who's a blonde kid living in the middle of Mexico and likes to surf. You're gonna create a monster, you know?
Kind of take waves from those guys, you know? I'm like, I'm here too, bro. What's up?
This guy's got depth, but he's got charisma. He does it his way.
Guys here, fire me up.
He might end up being the mascot of the tour by the end of the season.
This matchup against Jack, I think, is going to be really good. If a wave comes, both of these surfers are going to be super keen to give it a crack.
You know what? Everybody's in every of us, but then it's just going to take over. Yeah, take over. Yeah, respect it.
As we see Al.
You know, I've been fighting for the past 4 years for this. I'll put my life on the line for it, and I'll definitely chase it.
Oh, red, white, Alan Cleland Jr. Hola, senor! And backdoor! Still going! Coming out again!
Oh, Alan Cleland Jr.
Are you kidding me?
That was a good ride. That was a really good.
There's only a few people in the world that are going to actually commit to a thing like that.
Almost was like, oh no, I'm going to straighten out for the score. And then I was like, you know what? I'm Mexican. I go all out all the time. I'm never going to go halfway.
Last score, a 9.5.
As we look at Al again, he's trying to improve his total.
When Jack is on the ropes, we have seen incredible things from Jack.
It's all right.
Jack's been in these positions a million times.
Look at this backdoor wave for Jack Robinson.
No, get in there.
Go, 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 go! Bravo on the magic in the barrel, and Jack Robinson is coming out!
The takeoff was psycho. Air dropping, but with control.
It has to be 10. 10 points.
Check out this number, our first perfect 10 of the season. So Jack still needs to catch a wave, better than a 2.83.
There's no wave after this. We've got to go.
Jack Robinson, just a little bit too late, is upset by the rookie from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr.
I feel for him now, bro. He did so good, just didn't get an opportunity. No opportunity for a back.
I knew I had one of the toughest heats ever in my life. Made good decisions, and at the end of the heat, I came up top. Yeah, stoked to make it through.
It was definitely the hardest decision of my life as a professional surfer. To actually take the year off, and after 2 world titles back to back, knowing that the finals was at Trestles and knowing that I do have chances at Trestles, I was like, am I missing another opportunity? Like, what do I do? And is it the right call?
Part of our storylines in pro surfing, a lot of big world title holders have taken breaks, from Aki to Kelly Slater to Andy Irons. Felipe Toledo, he disappeared after he had back-to-back world titles, and now he's back.
I'm back. It was so good to just be home and wake up with the wife, and we're all doing breakfast together in the table. I was like, oh man, I don't even remember when was the last time that I did that. I was waking up with a purpose of being a better dad, a better husband, a better son to my parents, and that was just being a normal human being and not thinking about goals and titles, and I'm just gonna really take the break for real, and just sit on my couch and eat Cheetos.
Here we go with a matchup. Felipe Toledo up against David Silva.
You look at waves like Abu Dhabi, Lowers, J-Bay, all these waves, he's such a beast. I wouldn't be surprised for him to be, #1 on the ratings. Where I would say there'd be other huge favorites over Felipe if it's a little juicier, if it's like 6 to 8 feet and slabby, and that's where Felipe gets a little more gun shy.
He won back-to-back titles when the finals were at Lowers. Now the finals will be at Cloudbreak. Can he close it out at Cloudbreak? He's definitely not going to be as favored as he was at Lowers.
In the red, Felipe Toledo.
We still have time to learn a bunch of new stuff and get better at pipe, get better at chokes.
Comes out clean, and right into another one. Oh no, Felipe. Come on, the 2-for-1 special right there. Backdoor drainer, down the line speed. He's deep, he's covered. Felipe is coming out. Felipe Toledo defeats David Silva.
When you get 1 or 2 good ones, you see how much more exciting it is than a small wave. Like, you just froth on it. That's probably gonna be a huge step in the right direction for Felipe's confidence.
I got nothing to prove to anybody. I came back this year just to enjoy, have fun and surf, and no pressure at all. Have fun is the #1 priority.
Kelly Slater, 8-time pipe champ, the wild card in this event this year. Coming up next against Rio Waida. Rio Waida pulling in some travel time, and will get a first score against Kelly.
Here's Kelly spinning at backdoor. Disappeared. Kelly is coming out clean.
I haven't caught a wave at pipe in the last year. Days like this, what we live for out at pipe.
Rio Waida picking just a gem of a wave. He knows he can make them.
And now he's in a solid lead.
I was trying to get my feet wet at the same time as trying to surf a heat, and when you're in the spot and you got to push it, that's when it happens. So
Here we go, Kelly Slater. Reel at pipeline. Deep behind the curtain, he comes out. Last score for Kelly Slater, an 8.0. 15 seconds. Rio, you now need an 8.5.
Here goes Rio, looking at backdoor behind the peak in the barrel, gets in and gets out.
And with scores coming in for Rio, in the 6 range, it won't be enough, and Kelly will be surfing into the round of 16.
Your 100th heat win here at Pipeline. What is your reaction to that statistic?
That made me tired. I'm just thinking, like, how much mental focus does that take for 30 years, you know? But no, that's great, thanks. That was the one right there.
Next heat, John Florence versus Baron Mamiya.
Does it get any better than this? And it does not.
Baron Mamiya took down John in 2024. Baron is here to prove that's not a fluke.
Oh, look at this wave right here. Baron Mamiya.
I was like, I'm either getting a 10 or I'm going head first into the reef.
Oh!
Baron's fighting for his life up there.
No, I'm not.
Wow.
That was huge.
Yeah.
It looks so big.
Because you can hear it.
I grew up watching pipe on the beach and just like thinking, wow, one day I want to surf out there and one day I want to get big barrels. Winning at pipe is different than like winning anywhere else. And then I did that last year and it was almost like something came down and was like, yeah, this is your year. And I felt it in that moment. It was crazy.
And here goes Baron Mamiya.
Grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit. Baron! Oh, man, Mamiya!
What is happening?
Are you kidding me? 3, 2, 1. The final is over.
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Baron Mamiya!
Meet up with John in the final and then getting the 10. I just remember it was just like an insane feeling, like overwhelmed of like happiness and like excitement. And it was very humbling too, you know, just to feel that, you know, it was insane.
Baron Mamiya, your champion.
Day number 3 of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti is on. Yes, like popcorn.
Great matchup here. A couple of North Shore locals doing battle. Heat 3 of the round of 16.
John Florence to kick off the season as a wild card.
I really like to surf against John. Every time I've surfed against him, it brings the best out of each person. You know, it's pretty straightforward. You really have to show up.
Oh, look at this wave right here. Baron Mamiya. Oh! He likes it. Splashing water, pumped up, he's jazzed.
How late can you possibly be?
Critical, just airdrop that thing. Perfect exit, just staring straight up at the judges. Last score for Baron Mamiya, a perfect 10. Just like the final last year.
Deja vu, pipeline.
Perfection. John grabbing a barrel at pipeline, coming through, and he makes it out. John says, let's go.
Right behind him, Baron on another screamer. Mamiya comes out looking unstoppable. And he's going to put John right against the ropes.
John, you have first priority.
More waves approaching.
Here we go.
Oh.
John, backdoor. Steps on the gas. Huge section here. He's driving through. John Flores finds the exit. Wow!
John disappears, gone, comes out and says, yeah, that's right, it's on.
Let's go. These two just push each other so hard.
Last score for yellow, a 9.63. John Florence in second needs an 8.35. 45 seconds remaining. The ocean not providing much at the moment. 3, 2, 1. Baron Mamiya defeats John Florence. Yeah, go all the way, dude.
In my head, I was like, it's gonna be the heat of the round. You know, I knew he really wanted to beat me from last year, but yeah, it was a crazy heat. Dude, that drop was so scary. I was like, uh-oh, here we go. I was like, I'm either getting a 10 or I'm going head first into the reef.
Oh my God.
Waves are still firing, and we are swinging into some big heats. Kelly Slater, Ethan Ewing. Kelly Slater, 52, almost 53 years of age, 30-plus starts here at Pipeline.
Kelly grabbing the rail, disappeared. Kelly Slater, come on! Wow. And he's out.
Kelly looking for yet another Finals Day appearance here at Pipeline. Out in front with a 7.83. As we look at a wave just guttering out at backdoor and just standing tall as Ethan Ewing.
Kelly had priority. Kelly, I think, let that go because he's waiting for one of those bombs.
Now locking in, late takeoff, Kelly Slater deep in backdoor and gets blown out.
Uncle Kelly wanted a sassy wave and he got it, and he delivered. It's insane.
Kelly's number dropping in at a 9.33. The GOAT takes over once again. Ethan Ewing now comboed.
Thank you.
Kelly Slater is 52 years old, and he's just won his 100th and 101st heat here at Pipeline.
Kelly, the GOAT.
Yeah, Kelly.
All right.
You're not me and you tomorrow, brother.
Sick, bro.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Entertainment will continue, like I said. Together, put our hands together.
It was so tall. I was panicking when I saw it. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it just came to me. Yeah, Ethan. Heath.
Yeah,
man.
Well done.
All right. Thanks, man. You know, there's still a part of me just being out there that I actually am like, I don't even know if I want to compete, you know, but at Pipe or somewhere where the waves are going to be really good, where I feel like I can perform at my peak, then it feels good. But, you know, there's definitely a part of me that's just, I'm so obsessed with my baby and learn how to be a dad, you know.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks. Yeah, good. All right. Yeah, I'm good.
When all the elements combined, there's simply no better feeling. Everything coming together at Pipeline with a giant swell where there's frightening waves coming through, some brutal wipeouts, multiple 10-point rides. You're just going, oh my gosh, does it get any better than this? And it does not.
He's deep, he's covered. Holy Toledo!
That was crazy.
Oh my God.
Looking for it. He almost had it.
That's Ian Govea in the barrel. Ian Govea coming out and says, thank you very much.
What a dream session.
Oh my God, look at these waves, bro.
Gets right.
Oh my gosh.
Joel Vaughn backdoor.
Oh! Leonardo Fioravante in the barrel, backdoor. Huge section comes out. Game on here. He gets spat out.
The dream is realized on days like that where everything comes together. It's as good as it gets.
Something that piques my interest on the women's side of the tour is the rival between Katie and Molly.
The rematch of last year's final.
Molly is going to be so hungry, she is going to want to take it to Katie.
Molly in the barrel at backdoor, coming out.
Katie pulls in, controls it.
She'll answer right back.
Erin's been here for like the last couple of months, and on almost every day we meet here at Pipeline on the beach in the dark and talk about the conditions and the forecast and what board she's gonna be riding that morning.
Hopefully it's really fun tomorrow. Could be like that, but just clean. You know, that kind of that size, maybe slightly smaller. Like
when I got to know her as a person and how her mind works and how much she loves challenges and how she's just really resilient and motivated, that's the thing that I was like, whoa, this girl's built different.
Shane has definitely been a big part of my life and a big part of my surf career. He just helps me stay calm because I get really nervous surfing pipe.
If there's a kid that works harder, I've never met him.
You cannot talk about this rookie class and women in professional surfing without mentioning the name Erin Brooks.
Then Erin Brooks, she's taken off, locks in. Unanimous across the board. It's a perfect 10.
2024 for her was such a milestone year for her, and I think it's got everyone a little scared, to be honest.
A 17-year-old Phelan in her wild card debut is the champion of the Corona Fiji Pro. These are world champion type moments. This is where they begin.
Steph Gilmore won in her first try as a rookie and won a world title. And this is maybe the next time we could possibly see that.
Winning the world title is so prestigious and what we all strive for. That's why we're here, and it would just be the greatest dream ever. I definitely still get scared all the time surfing bigger waves, but I'm not gonna let my fear keep me from getting the best waves of my life.
Aloha, kakahiaka, up and down the beach. I've seen so many shakas and a lot of smiles because we are underway.
Check out a new heat, Molly Picklum versus Erin Brooks.
And obviously, we've all seen what she can do. So well prepared and ready to fight for world titles.
You have to have a really stiff barrel or like a pre-turn wave. It has a really good front turn section. It's a big spot.
As we look at Molly Picklum just connecting.
Nice layback carve on the rail and gliding over that next section. And another.
Paddling into this one, 56 seconds on the clock, needing an 8.5.
One big turn, one big turn.
Erin Brooks put a lot into that first turn, pushing as hard as she can, not giving up, belts it a third time and a fourth hammer.
Nice surfing, but not gonna do it.
Good effort to try to keep her head in the game towards the end, but not enough to beat the Aussie.
Yeah, it keeps going.
Everything is still available for Erin Brooks to have this rookie season that we think she's capable of having. The one where she does learn to slay the giants that are Molly Picklums, that are the women on tour who have more experience, because she's that electric of a surfer.
Something that piques my interest on the women's side of the tour is the rival between Katie and Molly.
Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum in a rematch from last year. Molly Picklum locks in, pulls in, standing tall, and gets blown out at backdoor.
There goes Katie Simmers pulling in, huge backdoor section.
And right when you see Molly start with a 9.27, Caitlin does have an answer back.
Going into that final last year, Molly was top dog and she didn't get the win.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti.
Molly is going to be so hungry. She is going to want to take it to Katie, and I think she wants to be like, all right, let me show you who's boss.
What is it about going up against Molly Picklum that you two just bring out the best in each other, but somehow you always get the edge?
Molly's the best, I don't know.
There's a healthy sort of rivalry that brings out the best in people, and you sort of need a rival to push you that little bit more. So I think we're just starting to see the beginning of that.
It's time to go. It's so fun surfing there. We have the funnest resurfs, and then when we're competing, it's like same, but different.
The rematch of last year's final begins now. This year's semifinal.
And out the back, Caitlin Simmers. Katie dropping in late, pulls in. Katie in the barrel. Katie disappeared. Coming out clean.
8.17 for world number one, the reigning world champ, the 19-year-old that's changing everything.
Molly Picklum.
Good golly, Miss Molly. In the barrel at backdoor. Coming out.
Picking up right where we left off, just that intensity, that rival between these two women.
Now that's the new high score of the heat. Katie, nice takeoff, pulls in, controls it. It's stretching out for Simmers on the reef and makes it. How cool was that?
That makes the heat easy when you're like, a perfect wave comes to you and you have priority. That's just like simple, nothing complicated about it.
Yellow, you go back to first. Molly in the blue, you now need a 9.35 Good golly, Miss Molly at backdoor.
Oh.
Knows how to pick 'em, coming out clean. A 7.8, not enough.
Now we've got the final set for the women. The reigning world champ, Katie Simmers, takes on the veteran, a two-time world champ, Tyler Wright, in the final. Sets up a tall section and body surfs into the closeout.
Go, 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 push, push, push. 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining.
She's going backdoor, bread and butter. Katie Simmers in the barrel.
Good morning. A two-time world champ, Tyler Wright, prepares for finals day at the season opener. Lakey Peterson, Tyler Wright.
This one right here, you could say it's the veteran matchup.
Fun to see these two vets here on finals day with still a chance to win the whole event.
First wave of the semifinals. Tyler Wright, she stalls, she's behind the curtain, and she comes through.
Tyler Wright gets the first move, game on. And Lakey with a nice looking right-hander setting up in the barrel, traveling. Lakey coming out. Looking great on that one.
First score for Lakey Peterson, a 6.0. First score for Tyler Wright, a 6.5.
Neck and neck off the bat.
This is a semi-final. You really need to be positioning yourself on the best waves.
Here goes Tyler.
Tyler Wright locking in. So much speed, really deep on this racetrack, and look at that feeling from Tyler Wright.
This was a seriously good wave. You can see she starts to pump on the gas, fully covered. Wow, I mean, this is going to be a really good score. It's going to make things really difficult for Lakey.
Last score for Tyler Wright, an 8.67.
Tyler Wright looking like she's in command here.
Tyler Wright will move into the final.
That is freaking mental good.
I was just so excited. That was just pure joy. There's not really a lot of thoughts, it's just joy.
Tyler Wright, she's won out here before. And I think there's been so much energy about this younger generation that, you know, some of these veterans have been overlooked, and Tyler has got absolutely shacked at backdoor before.
In the barrel, Tyler Wright comes out.
We've seen the changing of the guard. We're living in it. But now Tyler Wright's reminding people that she's still got some steam. She's still ready to play the game. She's in the hunt for a third world title this year.
This is my, I think, 15th or 16th year.
What a read from the two-time world champ.
Your priorities change, your values change. Been away for 9 to 10 months a year. I'm fortunate I get to bring my wife, which is the only reason I really do this is because she can come. As you get older though, yeah, like I'm gonna invest in what I need to and narrow in and focus and be really specific about what makes you great and what doesn't.
This is the women's final here at the Lexus Pipe Pro. Tyler Wright and Katie Simmers.
Here we go. Katie Simmers, last year's world champ, the event champ from Pipeline. We heard what she said last year in the final. She's ready to go back to back.
Pipeline for the girls. That's all I have to say. And I think that's the reason why she stands out. She doesn't give a about what other people think or say. And that's the environment that she's created for herself to absolutely thrive in. It was so cool to see a moment that I was equally inspired and pumped to be inspired by the next generation.
I don't love being in the spotlight. I love the success that surfing has brought me, and I love surfing so much. And so I am happy that I'm here because I can do what I love for a living.
Tyler Wright, a 30-year-old veteran, two-time world champ, hasn't won in over a year, is looking for the pipe title as well. Tyler Wright will kick things off. And a section there just stopped the Australian. Now Katie Simmers sets up a tall section and body surfs.
Go, 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 come on, Tyler.
Tyler pulls in, straight in, backdoor little runner. Comes out clean, wraps a big turn. Last score for Tyler Wright, a 6.0.
World number one pulls in and ends up being a little out front of it. She's just got to identify a wave that's better than a 4.84.
Something's coming out the back though. It looks like maybe a couple of lines.
1 minute, 10 seconds remaining.
She's going backdoor, bread and butter. Katie Simmers in the barrel. Not gonna do it.
Tyler Wright is your Lexus Pipe Pro champion.
Are you kidding me? Been spending a lot of time just figuring out how to get the joy back a little bit. This is such a special win. It was so cool to have a final with Simmons out there. She's like the queen of pipeline to me. I'm always a little bit scared to love surfing because, you know, I've been injured so many times. So it's just one of those ones where this has been really nice.
Winless last season. She was motivated by the youthful movement last year. Cool for the veteran to kind of tell the younger guard to simmer down. This whole movement has been real. Caroline Marks, Katie Simmers, the last two world champions. We've seen the changing of the guard. We're living in it. But now Tyler Wright's reminding people that she's still got some steam. She's still ready to play the game. She's in the hunt for a third world title this year.
And our men's finalists getting ready to come up next. Baron Mamiya versus Leonardo Fioravanti.
Thank you.
Mamiya is looking to go back-to-back here at Pipeline on his home break.
Oh, this is a bomb right in time for the men's final.
Mamiya putting Leo in a severe combo. Fioravanti's just going, what do I do now?
Here goes Leo, dropping in the barrel, Leonardo. Come on, Leo, there he is!
That's gotta be there. Scores coming in.
Oh my God.
Wow.
What a day here on the North Shore of Oahu for the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti. Stop one of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Two Brazilian goofy foots going head-to-head for a chance to be in the semifinals.
I'm really hungry to win again, so be careful, guys.
The world champ, former pipe champ, with the lead and the energy here.
He's eating up these backdoor waves.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
It's 4-1 in favor of Italo in these matchups as Miguel Pupo got locked in.
Holy, it's the best barrel we've seen of this heat so far.
That's going to change the number. New situation. Miguel, you're in first with a 7.17 and a 6.0.
And Miguel is going to go using the priority. Miguel grabbing the rail in the barrel. And Miguel Pupo!
Oh. 2 minutes remaining. Here we go.
Bye.
Italo on the answer back. He grabs his rail, pulls it into the pitted back door, and he comes out.
Hey! Finish!
And now he's going switch. Oh my goodness, we're seeing it all today.
Entertainment.
So talented. Oh my goodness. Last score for blue was a 7.93. Italo needs an 8.43. Last score, Italo Ferreira, an 8.5. Italo goes to first and wins the heat. Hey, holy moly. They got it right. They got the score right.
Incredible.
That was chicken skin moment right there.
We got the semifinals. We're getting to the pointy end right now. Goofy versus regular. Both pipe champions. We're talking about Italo Ferreira coming up against Baron Mamiya in this semifinal number 1.
The goofy foot, Brazilian, grabbing the rail in the barrel. Disappeared, still traveling. Italo still going. Italo coming out the other side. Yes, he is!
What an answer back from Italo Ferreira in red.
Way to go, Italo!
Push 171. Where did this? Back off. Watch Baron falling out of the sky, pulling in. Huge backdoor section. Looking for the exit.
Oh,
Baron!
God.
It is on here in semi 1.
That was so nuts. Man, he was steep, deep, and underneath the way you want to be.
Italo, your first score, an 8.5. Last score for Baron Mamiya, a 9.33. Baron, you go to first.
Baron going left, grabbing a rail. Baron in the barrel. Barrel and Baron. My man Mamiya coming out. Not Pau yet. Going for the big air. But wow.
Give it up for Baron Mamiya. On his way to the final, back-to-back seasons here at the Lexus Pipe Pro.
you have a chance to join an exclusive list of men who have won this event back to back. What would that mean?
Yeah, that would be great. Be super stoked on that. But yeah, I'm just focused one more heat, 2 more waves, and see what happens.
Stand by for semi number 2.
Leo Fioravanti up against Ian Govea.
9 years ago, I broke my back at Pipeline. It was one of the toughest, worst moments of my life. Yet again, every single season, I'm out there pushing my own limits, and I love the wave to death.
All right, here we go, Leonardo. He's gonna pull in, backdoor drainer.
Oh!
Comes out, wraps it off the top. Into one more big flick off the top for Leo.
The Italian rapscallion getting it done at backdoor. Here we go, Ian Govea.
And up and down for Ian Govea.
Meanwhile, Leo on the hunt for wave number 2, pulls straight in a backdoor. He's driving, still in there, and he comes flying out. Wow.
Well, Leo Fioravanti is on his way to yet another final at Pipeline.
Well, it's a beautiful Saturday crowd to wrap up a 2025 Lexus Pipe Pro. And our men's finalists getting ready to come up next. Baron Mamiya versus Leonardo Fioravanti.
Joe. Thank you. I think this year will be an incredible year for myself. I know what it takes to get good results and to push my own limits.
When I first got on tour, you get humbled. It's a pretty gnarly learning curve. I think it's 90% belief and 10% skill.
Mamiya is looking to go back-to-back here at Pipeline on his home break.
Oh, this is a bomb right in time for the men's final. Barrel and Baron, my man, Mamiya coming out.
Oh! He can do no wrong.
An 817. Stand by.
Baron onto another one.
Baron now rolling in. Super hollow. He's got the pace. Mamiya makes it again.
This is a man who's been surfing pipe since he was 10 years old, and he is just sleepwalking out there.
A 9.8.
Look at this heat already. 817, now a 9.8. Mamiya putting Leo in a severe combo early.
That was an aggressive way to start.
As Fioravanti is sitting with priority, just going, what do I do now?
This is going to be a good gut check for Leo. Leo is more than capable of throwing down a couple big scores, so just got to hold the emotions at bay.
Well, Leo trying to get back in this heat, pull straight in the barrel, back door. The wave grows down the line. Oh, he comes out. Leo fighting back in this final. Needing a 9-1-1 to go to first.
Dropping in the barrel, Leonardo, the Italian rapscallion. Come on, Leo, there it is! What?
Ben, that's got to be there.
Last score, a 9-1-0, not enough. Ouch. The score is tied, 17.97 to 17.97.
With the high single score for Baron Mamiya, he breaks the tie in his favor. Unbelievable.
It's over.
Back to back, give it up for your 2025 Lexus Pipe Pro champion, Baron, my man, Mamiya.
You are the back-to-back pipe champion, the last person to do that. Andy Irons, what does that mean?
It's crazy. I honestly can't even believe it. Winning it, cool, right on. You did it. It's a big deal. But trying to do back-to-back, I feel like that cements you as one of the best ever out here, and that was my goal going into this comp, and I did it.
Unreal. I mean, right now, he's Mr. Pipeline, dude. He owns this place.
When you look at Pipeline, it's huge just to get your name on it. But in back-to-back fashion, that is owning an era of surfing at the Holy Grail on tour.
He's kind of like the next guy behind John, and it's his moment right now. See him take it to a whole different level. I feel really privileged to see it, and to get to be a little part of it is incredible. He's really special.
The next step for Barron is to win on the road. He has 3 CT wins, all at home, about 2 minutes from his house. And now his confidence is growing in other waves around the world. So he wants to really put in a full swing at the world title race.
Barron Mamiya, your champion in back-to-back seasons. And now world #1 heading into stop #2.
On the next episode of Inside Pro Surfing, after a stunning conclusion at Pipe, the world's best will face off in the Abu Dhabi desert. Engineered for excellence, the high-performance wave will allow CT veterans and rookies alike to showcase infinite possibilities for progression. Be sure to watch the second stop of the championship tour, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Over the last decade, the biggest evolution in the sport of surfing has been the widespread introduction of man-made waves. Wave basins, wave systems, surf machines, whatever you want to call this technology, there is no question that the wave pool has forever changed surfing. Whether you're a believer or a hater, every surfer will agree that we all love perfect waves.
We've landed on another planet. We're surfing perfect waves in the Middle East.
Today, the world's best are in Abu Dhabi for the WSL Championship Tour's singular contest outside of the ocean.
Everybody gets their set amount of waves. You don't get a do-over, so it all comes down to how do you perform when the pressure is on.
The wave pools and the wave systems out there have changed everything. We're always waiting for waves, and now you have them on demand. It's still surreal. That's actually happening in our lifetime.
Just the ability to be able to replicate that same section over and over again, you don't get that in the ocean. No 2 waves are ever the same.
These new wave systems, that's giving these guys the opportunity to go out and hit that same jump at that same speed, practice their technique, and that's why we've seen a massive jump in performance surfing.
Big, massive air.
And what?
And he stomps it. That thing was huge.
That was as twisted as you could get.
Just the repetition, like you don't get that many ramps when you're surfing in the ocean. Wave pools, they're the same every time, so you get to practice over and over again.
The old days of airs where you just grab on both rails and hang on the best you can. It didn't have to look pretty. Oh, that's a long time ago. The wave pools and the wave systems out there have changed everything.
He's setting it up, one big move, and oh my goodness, that was crazy.
It's good to push the limits. That's where the future of our sport's going towards. And this is what pushes the sport to another level.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Look at the landing. Probably the biggest air I've ever seen in the pool. Oh, good.
This is a very special day in pro surfing history. First championship tour event in the Surf Abu Dhabi facility, but also the first ever championship tour event with the World Surf League here in the UAE.
Stop #2 for the championship tour. We are in Abu Dhabi in a man-made wave pool. It's all about high performance, super technical. It's the complete opposite to being in the ocean.
This is the biggest wave pool in the world, longest running wave in the world. We're the only saltwater pool in the world too, which is pretty unique. Love them or hate them, surf pools are going to be thriving over the next couple of decades. It is a part of the surf industry, and it puts surfing within arm's reach of everybody.
You know you're getting the exact wave that's coming, so you can visualize it a lot. Everyone's got equal opportunities, so it just comes down to your surfing and not so much wave selection.
This just makes it pure performance and pure pressure. It really tests your mental side of things.
I don't think you'd ever think that you'd see surfing at this level here, but with this technology, it's happening.
Wave pool contests are nothing new. In fact, this is the 5th time the WSL Championship Tour has competed in a manufactured wave basin in the last 8 years. One surfer who has mastered this mechanical mayhem is the monarch of man-made, the unsanctioned king of the pool, Felipe Toledo.
He's basically the king of the pool, the king of high performance. He's so reliable in waves like this. I'm looking at him to kind of just take this over and put himself just directly into the world title hunt.
I just like the fact that we're having a perfect wave every 4 minutes, and we have to deliver.
And now we see the man to beat, Toledo. I'm already starting off with a big throw tail reverse.
Never imagined that I was going to be surfing with the best surfers in the world in the middle of Abu Dhabi and perform, have fun, and deliver a good result.
As the early rounds get underway here in Abu Dhabi, everybody has their eyes on the matchup between Felipe Toledo and Kanoa Igarashi. Toledo might be the king of the pool, but he's about to discover that Igarashi is the self-proclaimed prince of progression.
Into the tube, Igarashi disappearing in the first section. He'll get a pump, and then he'll exit. Now, carving down, using the full face. He'll set up here and use a ramp. And he'll go the corrupt Igarashi. Good way to kick things off.
Oh, that was so good.
Excellent stuff, 817. Here we go, Igarashi on the left. Well, that's a great turn to come out and just belt it for the finish. He'll reverse it out of the lip. And once again, he needed to finish both of his waves and apply pressure. It's exactly what he's done.
Very proud of you, brother.
Wonderful.
Here comes the response from Toledo. Up and at him with a spring in his step. He'll make some adjustments, and then he'll actually miss a section. We'll get a ramp to finish here. He'll throw up a big, healthy corrupt, and it looked like he got real close to our cameraman in the water there. Halfway through that wave, it looked like he disengaged a little bit, well, a lot bit.
Definitely disengaged, but he was really eyeing up that big last section, went for that big air.
That's a bummer. That's a real unfortunate situation for everyone.
Kanoa Igarashi through to quarterfinals.
Not the way that Kanoa would want to win a heat.
If he complete that turn, wouldn't change the result of the heat, so therefore we're not going to resurf this wave. The result stands.
Good surfing. Good surfing.
There's this excitement, this anticipation, like, oh my gosh, it's coming.
3, 2, 1, go. The pressure of surfing on demand is heavy. Every wave at Surf Abu Dhabi is perfect. The X factor is how you handle the mental game. There's no place to hide. Everything is on display, and you have to perform to win.
Things can go wrong really quickly out here. One lapse of concentration, one misplaced turn, and you're done.
It's just you and then all the people watching you. If you're not ready for it, it's a lot of pressure.
It's really hard.
And he easily stomps it. Talk about firing under pressure.
If you want to win this, it's perfect surfing. There is no room for error.
The 2025 WSL Championship Tour began at Bonsai Pipeline, and the race for the world title kicked off with a serious test in heavy water.
Oh my goodness, Pipeline is coming alive.
Baron Mamiya has been tagged the best pipeline surfer in the world right now.
Baron Mamiya. Oh!
A perfect 10.
And the North Shore prodigy stakes this claim with his second pipe victory in 2 years.
Baron Mamiya, now your world #1.
Tyler Wright, a two-time world champ, has returned to her winning ways. Here she raises her second trophy at the Bonsai Pipeline.
This is such a special win.
Mamiya and Wright are the current rankings leaders, and they will both surf in yellow here at Abu Dhabi. It's CT stop number 2.
This is not the North Shore. This is not Pipeline. This is Surf Abu Dhabi. It's a whole different ball game.
Good evening, everybody. It's time for a night session.
The Abu Dhabi night session is every struggling surfer's biggest nightmare.
Now it's coming down to probably one of the heaviest sudden death rounds we're going to see all season.
The environment's going to change. The lights are on. The sun is down. It's going to make a lot of difference between your depth perception to see the lip.
They almost need to learn the wave and kind of surf it like Braille.
This sudden death leaderboard-style showdown will eliminate 20 men and 10 women.
It's not just physical, it's mental, and it's dealing with the pressure that is pressed upon you here in the basin.
Going for something big, a giant alley-oop.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Look at the landing. Probably the biggest air I've ever seen in the pool.
Oh, God. The two biggest casualties of the night are the yellow jerseys.
Right, she'll come out and try to hang on. She'll head to Portugal. Baron Mamiya in the yellow jersey. Here he goes. Now loading up here. What's he got? He'll go. Just not quite getting the finish.
Both Baron Mamiya and Tyler Wright are out.
Now that yellow jersey can be heavy, can be a burden.
And the two rankings leaders will exit the UAE with disappointing results.
Marco Mignot, fortunately getting stuck. Tough one there for Marco. Rodeo misses the grab and incomplete.
Can't believe I fell on that.
And he's a little annoyed with himself.
It is what it is.
Cal Livast, he's gonna go switch to change things up in the pit.
And the number is solid, 7-6 for Joel.
Every time he just keeps blowing me away as a rookie onto it.
Here you go, Miggy. Forcing the reverse for a finish. Very well done, a clutch situation.
Mateos reaching for an alley-oop rotation. A 7-3-7. He does move one of his best friends just out of the mix. I think he's feeling the moment.
It'll be Sawyer Lindblad. That's a hammer of a turn.
Go, 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 go.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad in full flow here. That was really well done.
You dropped the highest wave score of this night session so far.
Mahine Fierro is the last surfer to surf on the women's side.
So this is it. Last run. Fine Fierro. The backhand for her is deadly.
And the tour rookie from French Polynesia shines bright at the end of a dark night.
This is magic. She'll get the advance.
Super excited, like it's such a different format, and like mentally, physically, just everybody's on the same playing field, and trying to stay creative is so important.
Mahine Fierro is a smiling beauty from the tropical paradise of French Polynesia.
Growing up in Tahiti, I'm very fortunate to have lived this way of life. Just the people, our culture, our way of doing things is really what inspires me to carry that through everywhere I go around the world.
But don't let that big smile fool you. Mahine is gnarly.
That was unbelievable.
Fierro is a rookie on tour this year. But last season, the Tahiti resident upset the world's best to claim a historic win in massive surf at her home break of Chopo.
The first to ever win it, representing this beautiful island, your champion, Mahine Fierro!
Winning at home was so special because I feel like I had all my friends and family that were here since the beginning, and they saw my progression on this wave. They saw all my struggles. They saw my best waves of my life.
There are no wave pools in Tahiti. And stereotypes make you believe a surfer from Chopo would not be favored in man-made waves. Well, with Vahine, you could not be more wrong.
You wouldn't necessarily expect someone like Vahine to be someone that brings it to the wave pool, but once you know her process, you're not surprised at all that she knows how to get herself an edge in every single condition.
Uncertainty, I guess, is what's driving me, because I don't know if I'm gonna get the best wave of my life or get a win or lose, but just like how I'm committing to trying to better myself is, I guess, what motivates me every day to wake up.
Quarterfinal number 2 underway. Vahine Fierro against Caroline Marks.
Marks is a world champ, an Olympic gold medalist, and also a standout at Chopo. This heat is a legitimate opportunity for Vahine to prove that she can beat the world's best and contest for Tahiti's first world title.
How much time has she spent in the pool? Not so much, but what we've seen so far here at Surf Abu Dhabi has been pretty incredible.
Look at that backhand. That you add some style, and that's just how comfortable she is.
She's given us some sort of creativity on the barrel riding that we haven't seen on that women's sort of side yet.
What a performance in quarter number 2. Vahine dropping an 8-point ride.
Volume's been turned up. Vahine absolutely applying the pressure right now, but it's Caroline trying to fight her way back.
2023 world champ rolling in a comeback scenario here.
Oh, wow. That was all she wrote for Caroline. Vahine moving through to the semi-finals, so big result already for the rookie.
That was a good battle, and I'm happy that I got to perform under nerves against someone like Caroline.
Italo Ferreira just moves on a different type of rhythm.
It's so unique. It's so fun to watch. When the Italo show's on, it's something you don't want to miss.
He is leaving nothing on the table right now.
The Surf Abu Dhabi Pro is the only 2025 Championship Tour event on a man-made wave system. The challenge here is equal. Perfect 4-foot waves, lefts and rights, opportunities for barrels, turns, and airs. With an identical canvas for all, this contest is rooted in pure surfing skill.
Hits it hard again.
And one of those surfers that has the skills to pay the bills is Indonesian Rio Waida.
Big section, throw tail reverse.
Rio Waida has shown us more consistency than we've ever seen from him.
That's all surfing. That was gorgeous.
He now knows he belongs. He's just built himself into a world-class athlete on this tour.
Strategy, just surf, you know, just focus on myself and do what I do.
He has no weaknesses, front side or backside. The years he's had on tour has now given him the confidence to know that he's ready to take on the world.
Rio Waida is the first Indonesian to qualify for the WSL Championship Tour. Rio is a very likable hero from the island of Bali, where his success is inspiring an explosion of youth talent all across his home nation.
I'm a first Indonesian surfer that made the CT, so it's a big achievement. And for me and also for Indonesian surfers, Indonesia has the best wave in the world, and I think we should have someone in the tour. I didn't really know about professional surfing when I was a little girl, but I just want to surf, to be honest, until 9 years old or something. My first time I saw professional surfer, it was like 2008, when they had the CT event in Uluwatu and Padang Padang. At the same time, I was going crazy about Kelly Slater, you know, oh my God, it's Kelly, but I was like, who is Kelly Slater? I don't know this guy.
Rio Waida dari Indonesia.
My family had enough to just to live. You know, it wasn't like we poor, but also we wasn't like rich. So we kind of had enough to just to live normal. It's a lot of money to travel, to reach next level or to make to the world tour. I need money. So my dad, he started to work in Japan to make more money. But at the same time, there was my sponsors and I had a lot of amazing people that supporting me. So I was To be honest, I was lucky. It's good for my country, you know, just to put the Indonesian flag on the tour, you know, it's pretty cool. I'm happy and I want to stay here at least 20 more years, I think.
Rio Waida, he's on his way to the best finish he's ever had on the championship tour.
Rolling in to kick things off at his first championship tour final is Rio Waida.
I mean, I got second, but somehow I felt like I won. Now I got this. Okay, what's next? Win, top 5, win the world title. There's so many goals, so hey, it's fun, it's good.
Rio Waida faces Ethan Ewing in the semifinals. Rio, the underdog in this heat, is eager to prove that he's ready to fight for Indonesia's first surfing world title.
Australia versus Indonesia going head-to-head for a shot to be in the final. And as we get started with Ethan Ewing springing into that first section, great flare off the second hook. Ends up throwing the fins in front of him.
Yes. Crazy good surfing there first start of this heat.
8 in for his rights. And you know he's got plenty more in the tank. Parking it close. On the foam ball, extended cover.
Ethan's really laying on the pressure right now.
I love it. That's a huge base.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
This is a huge moment for Rio right now. I mean, there's quite a lot of pressure on him. Basically needs to go for broke right now and leave nothing on the table. Let's see what he's got.
Getting loose and liberated. Wow, so we're seeing that reverse in the opening section. So he's given this everything, releasing that tail. Super creative, hammers that turn to chuck, loads of spray. And then a wrap to reverse on the end. Not done yet, a little 3 to finish for Rio Waida.
Talk about putting it all on the line.
8-4-3, excellence for Rio Waida.
Last roll of the dice here.
Chasing 7-2-7. He'll sting one up. Super critical, loads in that turn as well.
He's just such a master in the tube, on the backhand, slicing and dicing through the lip. So dynamic, so much power.
How worried is Ethan Ewing right now?
Yeah, you're worried for sure.
Number in for Rio Waida, 7-5 click. Wow! What a story into the final.
Feel like I pushed my level on my last heat, so next one I'll push a little more, so I'm stoked.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
That's sick. Good to watch.
I've been second already. I don't know. Here for second.
Go lock in.
Italo Ferreira only knows one position on the accelerator pedal, and that is flat on the floor.
Italo Ferreira just moves on a different type of rhythm.
Reckless abandon is what Italo Ferreira is. Ferreira, just a ball of energy.
He's trying to stay in the zone, and he's got Red Bulls everywhere. Italo on a glassy bomb.
His approach is just attack, attack, attack.
He's going to catch a ton of waves. He's going to throw airs, lefts, rights, it doesn't matter.
That thing is as radical as it gets.
That's why they call him Bravo. He's a Brazilian slang for I'm the man. He's willing to sacrifice his body, his boards, everything for the win.
The persona that you guys see, you know, the rock star that's necessary for this world is somebody that's different from the human that he is. Deep individual, you know, operates on a lot of feeling, and the best do that.
You can see how much it means to him.
Let him celebrate, you guys.
It's so unique. It's so fun to watch. When the Italo show's on, it's something you don't want to miss.
Italo Ferreira is the most amped up competitor on tour. When the 2019 world champ gets on a hot streak, look out. There's no slowing down the 5'6" freight train from Bahia Formosa.
Looks like the alley-oop rotation, easily landing that one.
So fast, so electric.
Ferreira ain't done yet.
Stop it.
He'll just waft one out. Ferreira, he is having a hell time out there.
Supersonic into the air.
Let's go. Let's go.
Talk about going big or going home. I mean, he is leaving nothing on the table right now.
Even more intense, even bigger.
Italo has dominated the early rounds here in Abu Dhabi, and he moves into the final heat for a matchup with Indonesian Rio Waida. With a rowdy Brazilian fan base here in the UAE, Ferreira will stand the loudest in the climactic heat of the weekend. But don't underestimate the Indonesians, who are ready to crank up the volume for their prodigy from the island of the gods. Molly Picklum is a WSL superstar. The 22-year-old Australian is a natural-born athlete and one of the best surfers in the world.
This was absolutely insane.
Molly has it dialed. She is so sure of herself.
Molly is really good at maintaining a balance between the discipline of sport and a lifestyle of having fun.
Semifinals underway here at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Molly Picklum versus Vahine Fierro.
These women are going to level up, and I cannot wait to see the show.
Molly Picklum getting involved.
She's got a good pace, nice rhythm. Pushing harder, little extended slide, puts her in a great spot to drill it again. Two big moves for Picklum. Grab rail cut in, and she'll step off. Numbers locking in for Molly. She's successful with it, making a big improvement, 8.67. Here comes her left.
Molly Picklum is ferocity in an Energizer Bunny form because Molly brings so much intensity out to every single wave that she takes off on.
Amazing surfing from Molly.
She's going to apply some serious pressure here.
Watch this big blast there from Vahine.
I feel like she has to go for broke in order to beat Molly.
Hits the lip. Bottom turn. Pulling in super deep.
Oh, she makes that.
Then Fierro gets caught. It's Molly Picklum getting the jump into the final.
I have a forehand, I have a backhand, and that one I went more on my forehand than I did my backhand. So let's hope I can lean on them both and get big scores.
We'll see you in the next one.
Caitlin Simmers is the current world champion of our sport. Less than a year ago, she became the youngest world champ in history with her monumental win at the WSL Finals.
She's taken the 2024 world title.
Katie's introduction to the WSL came at age 14 when she attended a Rising Tides event held at the original Kelly Slater Wave Co.
I remember Steph was doing it, and I was like kind of freaking out, and I was super nervous because Steph was like my favorite surfer.
A lot has happened in Simmers' career since her first go at the wave pool back in 2019. Today, Katie comes to Abu Dhabi as a 19-year-old veteran with 6 CT wins and a world title.
Her lines are just so refreshing. For her to have like a perfect canvas, I think she's going to be insane to watch.
Previous were wild card opportunities.
Simmers is known for her trademark style. The world champ will put her style to the test against the queen of power surfing in semifinal 2.
Enjoy. Big battle here. Katie Simmers, Gabriella Bryant.
Yeah.
Katie Simmers is going different on us here. Drawn out roundhouse cutback. And then combos it up with a big climb. Judges are gonna love that creativity. Oh my goodness, releases that lean back into the barrel. Simmers is out and now winding up for the end section. One of the dreamiest rides we've seen in the last couple of days.
Feel like Katie coming out right there.
changing gears on her lines.
You never know what she's going to throw at us.
That was beautiful. A 9.57 best score goes to the reigning world champ. Wow, that was insane. Here we go. Katie Simmers still needs to perform, putting herself in the barrel and holding her line well. You can tell she's enjoying her job. Now setting up a little shove-it opportunity.
Incredible, dude. Win, lose, or draw, we're going to be proud of that one, huh?
Gabriella Bryan's turn to answer to Katie Simmers for a chance to compete in the final. Here comes Gabby Bryan. There she goes, making it rain. Drills that section. How about timing and authority? Flexing off the lip, putting everything into every maneuver. Into that open face hammer and shuts it down. Holy smokes. That sequence of power hooks was unbelievable. Wow. It's an 8.83. And now Gabriella's chasing a 6.32.
It's a hate, huh? It's a hate.
This is so nerve-wracking right now.
Let's see what Gabby could do. A couple of turns, hammers it one more time, and now really reaching for the end section, but gets lipped in the head on the way down the line.
Let's go get the leg work done now.
Okay.
Wow.
Good job.
Katie moving on, reigning world champion, back to world number 1.
The women's final is set. Picklum versus Simmers. Out of the water, these two good friends laugh it up. But once that wave train starts rolling, Molly versus Katie becomes a rivaled clash between two of the most competitive athletes in surfing.
Tearing into it here, Picklum absolutely clubs it.
Give it to me!
Comes down to the very last wave of the women's final.
What's it gonna be?
The biggest rivalry in professional surfing at the moment, men or women, is Molly Picklum versus Katie Simmers.
All right, little smile. Nice.
This is that new generation of the tour. We've been enjoying it for a couple years now. And the wildest part about this is Molly has never beat Katie. Just recently, at stop number 1, it was a semifinal shootout.
Molly Picklum.
Good golly, Miss Molly. In the barrel at backdoor, coming out.
It's stretching out for Simmers on the reef and makes it. The reigning world champ, Katie Simmers, in the final.
Remember Pipe the year before, and Katie got Molly again there.
Huge backdoor section.
And right when you see Molly start with a 9.27, Caitlin does have an answer back. Katie Simmers is your champion at Pipeline.
So it's starting to build. Molly's a competitor. Even though she's laughing and probably having the most fun, she is serious. She likes to compete.
And Molly, good golly, knows how to pick 'em.
There's a healthy sort of rivalry that brings out the best in people, and you sort of need a rival to push you that little bit more.
The record of how much I've beaten her, that's just not even something I think about.
Your champion, Caitlin Simmers.
Surfing against Katie, it's epic. We don't care, you know, we're just gonna go out there and try and beat each other, even though we're such good friends on land.
The last thing she wants to do is remain winless against Katie Simmers. So she's going to be fired up.
Due to their leading ranks, Molly and Katie only face off in high-stakes situations. And here in Abu Dhabi, the two rivals will contest in the final heat.
It's a classic new school final.
Molly will serve first in the final, and this uber-aggressive Australian simply wants a payback win over her competitive nemesis.
It's time to see the 8 ball.
Women's final is underway here at Surf Abu Dhabi, an historic moment here in the Middle East right now. Molly Picklum through the tube. Molly, mad deep that one. Really nice to see. Grab rail cuddy, well executed. Kate Simmers about to get involved here. Simmers, her first wave of the women's final. That first turn sets her up for a crazy tube. A little extra on that one.
excellent serving right there. I just absolutely love to see that. Different lines, explosive. That's what we like to see. Final is on.
Check the carving work from her.
Right now, she's just really applying that pressure on Molly.
Advantage Katie at a midway point in the final.
Little mate on the spine.
Molly Picklum looking to go excellent to stay in touch here. Let's go, Picklum. 7.68, the number she's after. Directs her line out of the tube, absolutely clobbers the first section again. Tearing into it here, Picklum. Now it's down to the judges to really do their thing.
That was sick.
You regret your all from your go. You got some more on your left too. So yeah, just look back on that kick.
Yeah.
From there. Yeah.
Molly Picklum gets the number 7-7, goes into first for the moment.
Watch this girl, man. She's gnarly though.
So our requirement goes over onto Katie Simmers for her final run. Comes down to the very last wave of the women's final. Katie Simmers, world champ, driving for the fence. Deep tube ride, real well done. She's ripping here, ripping the face, and then out onto this steep transition. That was a hammer.
This kid can serve.
She's done it.
Will it be enough without that finish?
It's so close.
Wow, this is actually crazy.
What a moment this is here. So Simmers, wait for her score.
What's it gonna be? I don't know. This is crazy.
Scores in for Kate Simmers.
Oh, you got it.
She's queen of the desert.
That's like that.
Champion here at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Wow, you two are gnarly. Unbelievable. Well done, Kate. You guys are gnarly for the sport.
Katie 6, Molly 0. This rivalry sounds one-sided, but in the water, it's as close as it gets. And you gotta bet there will be another heated duel between these two good friends. As the sun sets and the lights turn on here at Surf Abu Dhabi, only one heat remains. The men's final is going to be a power surge between an electric Rio Waida and the most amped up competitor on tour.
Enjoy yourself. So
He is hitting that point where he could basically do anything he wants.
Surfing is an individual sport. But professionally, surfing is an Olympic sport. And to succeed at the highest level of the game, it takes a team.
Let's go improve leaderboard one.
Outside. Isso.
Agora ele vai. Qual?
Isso, vai. Vai. Ela está aí mesmo.
Good job, bro.
Excellent job.
Meet Coach Reynos Hayes.
Stay tight. Stay tight.
Reynos is a legend of our sport.
Gotta move. Pull up. Stay. Bye. Beautiful. Phenomenal, my friend. Phenomenal.
For these guys that coach, they do it for the love. Reynos doesn't sign up to work with anybody. He has people that he really, really cares about and goes all in with heart.
Beautiful. That was an incredible ride. That's all surfing. That was gorgeous.
Today, Reynos is the mentor for both Italo Ferreira and Rio Waida. As the bell rings for the final heat here in Abu Dhabi,
Italo Ferreira taking on Rio Waida. That'll be the matchup for the men's final.
Reynos finds himself campaigning on both sides of the ring.
What do you think of the final, bro? Yeah. Heavy. I'm not sure how many times that's been done before.
Italo's fired up, hyper. He's ready to go.
Let's go. What's the number? Doesn't take tricks. No need.
Reynos is always going to be that fine line of wisdom, feet on the ground, that can just bring him right to the level where he can succeed.
Concentrate yourself.
On the other side, you've got Rio, and he's pretty balanced in his decision making. Rio trusts Reynos' experience, and with that, they've created a great recipe for success.
Point of difference can be in the middle for you, right? In the middle there. Yeah. Looks good, bro.
I know, so nothing to lose, but at the same time, yeah.
But you're going for the win.
Yes, that's it. You know, the answer is only one.
You're going for the win. Yeah. Throw it in the middle.
Yeah.
You can, 100%.
Will do.
Rio in his second chance to win a CT event. It'll be the first ever for Indonesia on the championship tour.
This is what you do, right? This is what you do.
Hitting the lip well, and how about that? Rock and roll flow transitions in the flats and drills it. Italo on fire. When Italo gets into this kind of form, you can tell he doesn't even have to think. He can just react.
Smash that wave from top to bottom. Wow.
Ferreira now blitzing that section. Wide open canvas to play with. And he is hitting that point where he could basically do anything he wants. What a dominant opening run in this final.
This is as good as it gets right now. So grateful to be part of these two athletes as they're performing in front of us.
Rio, you now need 9.44.
For Rio, I think he'd like to look toward the air in the middle, and he's going to need to do it. It was just huge. Here he goes. Let's go, Rio. Find yourself. Find yourself. Ah! Okay, okay. It's one. Whoa. It's two. It's three.
So Rio trying to go next level, but it's going to cost him the back end of the right.
It's over.
Next year. Give me some of that. Forget your job. Rio, right? Yeah. I couldn't be more proud. With Rio, he definitely didn't hold back. This is my second event with Rio, and here he is.
Your first ride? That was like, yeah, I was on the break.
It was the same on the lap. I was like, yeah, Rio. I was like, I cannot not
And then also with Italo recreating himself and coming back to be the champion he is. It's for him. The only way.
Coaching is a very important element in professional sports, and here in surfing, the individuality of the game is best conquered by a devoted team. So watch out for the eclectic crew of Italo, Rio, and Reynos to continue their winning ways here in 2025.
Couldn't ask for anything more. This is a beautiful moment for both of these guys and myself, and I couldn't be more proud.
You're going to go to Portugal with a yellow leader jersey on. Your number one in the rankings, Italo.
Italo Ferreira and Katie Simmers are back on top of the Championship Tour rankings. This fight for the world title takes place over 12 contests on 6 different continents. Next time on Inside Pro Surfing, The world's best travel to the cold North Atlantic for a stop at Europe's most challenging beach break. Tune in for CT stop number 3 at the Mayo Ripcro Pro, Portugal.
What a turn. Molly Pitlow taking it to the house.
Undeniably, the biggest story in surfing right now is what the women are doing in Waves of Consequence.
Katie Simmers says, game on.
Pipeline for the girls.
They're creating the biggest headlines. They're getting the fans more excited than ever.
This next generation, they are here. They are coming. They are pushing the envelope.
Oh my. 10s all the way across the board.
The women have absolutely been owning pro surfing.
Man, this is women surfing. You know, like we're doing it.
Welcome to the Surf City El Salvador Pro as we descend upon the beautiful cobblestone point of Punta Roca. The race for the Final 5 really starts right here.
This is where you have to show up and show out and prove that you have what it takes to get a big result when the pressure is on.
Whoa! Come on now.
What?
What was that? That was as twisted as you could get.
The world title's the goal. I start envisioning it and I start crying because I see it so clearly.
Just that Final 5 will have a chance at a world title.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yep, and then action.
John Florence has claimed the rankings lead for the second time this season. With 3 final appearances, the Hawaiian has cemented himself as a formidable title contender. Here in 2024, we're seeing the resurgence of the John Florence that we all know and love.
John yanks on the rail, over the foam ball, bucks through there.
He loves it.
Back in yellow, world number 1, best of luck in El Salvador.
But for him to come down to El Salvador wearing that yellow leaders jersey, it almost feels like all is right in the surfing world. It's telling that we're seeing a reinvigorated, re-energized John.
John Florence throwing down the carb of the contest.
That was high-tech torqueology. And I think it just is a reassurance that I'm doing the right thing and our team and everyone's kind of working in the right direction.
Another magicianry magic trick still going.
Come on.
And he is going to finally come out.
John Florence has made a remarkable comeback this year. However, last season, El Salvador challenged the rankings leader.
I was just like so bummed and just like destroyed after losing on the elimination round.
Rare occurrence for John Florence.
Just being here, I was just in a really kind of tough mental state of competing and not really enjoying it and kind of taking it too serious and a little too tense and losing because of that.
The body language tells me what I need to know. The wave let him down.
It just doesn't feel good, and it doesn't feel good to be here. It doesn't feel good to be doing it when you're in that mindset.
John, real rough go for him.
I think last year was perfect for this year. It was kind of irritating for him finishing 8th. He was pissed and he obviously wanted to compete for the world title. He's coming into this year really amped and motivated.
Holy moly. That's a perfect 10 for John Florence. Last year fired me up.
Yeah, you think back to the kind of John world title years, and this is starting to mirror what he did back then. But it's cool to see now because, you know, we haven't seen John be able to compete in the Final 5 yet at lower trestles.
This is John's comfort zone. And John's in that kind of role. I mean, he's more consistent than he's been in a long time. He's back at the #1 seed.
What a turn again.
And the waves are pumping. It's like the perfect scenario for John to go all the way.
This is one of the heats of the day.
It is.
On paper and, of course, in person. John Florence, world #1, Liam O'Brien, 16, and your local wild card, Ryan Perez.
Yeah, Brian Perez knows this wave like the back of his hand. So literally grew up steps away from the top of the point. He was washing the cars in the parking lot. His dad used to sell coconuts right here in the parking lot of Punta Roca. So the kid obviously knew what growing up with nothing was, but he's always doing things with a lot of grace and being a great host here to his home country in El Salvador. This story is nothing short of a miracle. It's beautiful to see.
Let's get right into it with the one and only Pink Panther. This is Brian Perez. Speed, power, yo. Brian Perez has entered the chat, Mitchell. That's exactly what you want to see. 3 of the world's best.
Double J, though. I mean,
man,
he had the one major layback on the outside and outside wrap in the pocket. Truly looking like the rankings leader right now. Great exchange. It seems like John is going to get the best out of the 3, though.
Building speed, hunting the ramp. He gets it straight to the air. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. He's on his way to an excellent score, no doubt. Watch out. Here comes the Pink Panther with a redemption song. Yeah, it's too easy. It's too awesome. It's John Florence, ladies and gentlemen. That's a feel-good wave for Brian Perez. It shows us more of what he's capable of. Great easy call for everybody, easy for the judges. A 16.33 for John Florence. And I'm seeing John in championship form. That right there was a brilliant heat.
Good heat, that's so fun.
I was able to just kind of relax halfway through and just be like, oh, if I was surfing this with my brothers right now and no one asked me so fired up, I wouldn't be able to control myself. So yeah, I could definitely try to bring that into it.
Brisa is honestly one of the most remarkable stories that we've seen. From missing the cut a few years ago, she loses her sponsors.
I felt like I kept on going deep into this hole and I couldn't figure out why. And I was like, I can't do this anymore.
It feels like right now surfing is having an incredible moment of excitement, skill, and bravery shown by women.
Pipeline barrel pulls in under the hook, spat out.
Visibility started in mainstream sports with big stories coming about female athletes. Well, it started for surfing in early 2024. You had this huge explosion.
Molly picked them, pulls up and under. She gets the exit.
Perfect 10.
So often we talk about women shattering the ceiling, but what we're seeing here in 2024 on the WSL CT is women raising the floor.
It's very competitive now, just feeding off each other's energy and inspiring each other.
What a turn. And then you come to Tahiti.
Hey, let's go.
It's 10. About serious fear to actually take that step. Like, this is the moment. Like, I've been asking for this. Sometimes it's life and death.
Oh my! Deep one for Weston Webb. She comes out.
We're pushing the boundaries.
Brisa Hennessy pulls in.
We're changing the game of women's surfing in our own different ways. And that's magical to witness and to be a part of.
Opening round for the women's here, the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
So coming here to El Salvador, there's ever so slightly some movement on the leaderboard. We've obviously got new woman in yellow, Brisa Hennessy. She has been incredibly consistent throughout the year, and then with a runner-up finish in Tahiti, taking that yellow jersey.
I think the last time I was in the yellow jersey, it was so new for me to be at the top and to feel all those different emotions.
World number 1. Stumbling on the takeoff, Brisa goes down.
The lows, the highs, like it all kind of built up to this moment.
Brisa Hennessy's this just incredible story, like the courage, the tenacity, the strength of will that she had to tap into to get to the top of this sport. I didn't even remember all the hardships that she went through.
I think it started kind of in 2022. Weird ups and downs within my energy levels and my mental health.
Brisa Hennessy has not made the cut.
That is heartbreaking.
Going further deep into this hole, honestly, my arms could not paddle anymore. So I did a lot of blood work, and the first thing they found was I had hypothyroidism, one of the most common diseases in women, and it happens a lot to athletes, just because our adrenals are fried. You know, we push ourselves so much. My cortisol levels were all over the place. I did an MRI, and yeah, there was a benign tumor in my pituitary gland. and I needed to take 6 months off. It was really meant to be. So yeah, it's my dream to like have my own garden one day, for sure. I was born off the grid in Costa Rica, in the thick of the jungle. There's no grocery store, there's no restaurants, I mean, no electricity whatsoever. While I felt like I could have died a couple times, like jaguar incidents, some snakes, you know, monkeys, I also became so connected with my surroundings. I really want to embrace little jungle girl Brisa more. I think she had life figured out pretty good. My parents actually had a little surf school down there, surfing these right point breaks by themselves. Yeah, they pushed me into, you know, my first wave when I was 2, and I was hooked. I am the lotus, but I am the mud. To bloom even in no moonlight, when I already knew the sun. For the brackish, dirty depths seated compassion, the fearless fragrance of hope. The towering mountain, all but a dewdrop on my petal. I see my edges, but that I am not. Breathe in fearless courage, breathe out pure kindness. Oh, to bloom again. We all come from the dirt, and we have struggles.
Brisa is honestly one of the most remarkable stories that we've seen. She stayed present in the challenge that she was facing at the moment, whether it was the getting cut, whether it was the losing the sponsor, whether it was the diagnosis of the brain tumor.
I saw a lot of amazing doctors, found a lot of answers, and surgery could do more harm than good. At the moment, I'm working on shrinking my tumor. Meditating, breathing, eating the right things, and my inflammation has come down.
Brisa taking off.
There's that setup, and then grabs the rail. Beautiful execution from Hennessy.
My energy has come back a lot. So sick. Mentally, I'm feeling the best I have in a long time.
It's like the biggest wave of different emotions possible.
Your current world #1, Brisa Hennessy.
Wow, thank you. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to say.
Are you at all surprised to find yourself #1 in the world right now?
I am, honestly. I'm like in this state of like not forcing it and trying not to be a victim of my problems, of my health issues, of things that hold me down. I really want to work hard, but also embrace all those moments of being on tour.
The journey she's been through has, you know, obviously the struggle at the time, but she's come out absolutely firing and stronger for it.
Hennessy, big snap here for current world #1. Hangs onto a float. Wow, 180 pivot. Coming around, and
that was sick. Cracker of a wave to start the day.
Heat control right now for world #1. Back to live action. Sakura Johnson here. She's trailing Brisa Hennessy. Sakura is looking dynamic on this wave. This is going to tighten up the heat. Gets the finish. That's going to activate Brisa Hennessy. Brisa. Nice carve there. Powerful snap on the Glen Pang surfboard. One more quick snap. A third. Lightning fast snap, and a fourth with a huge redirect there. Sakura, second wave of the set. Eases through a cutback. Lining up on this inside section. This is when the wave's gonna run. Big slash off there. Little caught up, makes up for it. One more slash for Sakura, and a solid finishing maneuver. Did she turn the heat?
Couple of little ballsy moments, which leaves questions in the judges' minds for sure.
Betty Lou needed a 7.14, gets a 7.17.
And at the back, Brisa again.
In the final exchange, Brisa can turn this heat. Snaps off the top, quick direction change there. Again, looking super solid. Last exchange between Brisa Hennessy and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson will be #1 in the rankings moving into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was firing out there. I mean, it was really special to be out there with no one out. I mean, glassy conditions and perfect right point breaks. I mean, I'm just feeling good energy, you know, that would I be that energy, and yeah, I'm feeling it. Did I need a score? Yeah, I did. Yeah. My mom's definitely not okay up there. Sorry, Mom. Yeah, Mom, sorry. Every heat I feel like I'm so sorry.
My goal in life is just to be a mentor for all the kids that want to achieve.
Italo Ferreira, your winner from Tahiti, going up against an incredibly talented wild card, Brian Perez, the pride of El Salvador. This guy's got a massive air game. Is he going to go to it? He does. Whoa! Come on now. Make it. 24-year-old Brian Perez is representing El Salvador on surfing's biggest stage. Watch out, here comes the Pink Panther. If anybody knows this break, it's Brian Perez. Perez learned to surf just steps away from Punta Roca.
This way is super special for me. This is La Paz. When I started surfing the first time, my dad took me to Sur La Paz. I remember I was 7 years old. To have that connection with the water and with the board, having so much fun. And then I remember that feeling, and then I said to my dad, I want to surf my whole life. The first time I was surfing is the first time I fell in love with surfing. I grew up super close to Punta Roca. That's my house right there.
That's your house?
Yeah.
So close to
Yeah.
Punta Roca.
Thank God first, and my dad and my mom that they show you how to enjoy life, you know. Just go and surf, have fun, and go to the house, go to school. That's why I'm here right now. First for God, and then second for my parents. My mom were there. My mom is super shy. She's scared about the camera. It's like everything for me, you know, to see my mom super proud of me. When they see you grow up, and then they see you achieve your dream, you know, that's the big thing that I have. My family is the big support that I have. I have the people that support me when I was a kid, Marcelo. For me to have those people around me still, that's the blessing. This is my brother's house.
Since he was a kid, like, he is one of the kids that have a beautiful soul, you know, and he's an amazing human, you know, like super humble. Like, he goes to the next level. He's super grateful, always grateful for everything. And
this is where I grew up. This is my mom's house. This is my brother's house. This is my cousin's house. That's me in the barrel.
He grew up in Paradise, but back in the days, Paradise was also like a place where a lot of bad things happen, you know, and Brian was surrounded by gangs.
It was difficult at that time to just surf and focus on surfing because a lot of things going around. My dad, he always like, hey, go surf and then go straight to the house because it's too dangerous to be outside.
The kids don't have too many options when they live in that environment, but he have surfing, and I think he saw a way out of the problems and a way for him to help himself, but also to help his family.
It's crazy how everything's changed so much, you know. I remember when I was a kid, I opened the window and then you see all the car was parking over there. And when I see a lot of car parking, I was like, it's good, it's pumpy, so I got to surf. My goal in life is just to be a mentor for all the kids that want to achieve their dreams.
There's a lot of kids that now they know they can do it. It's beautiful for Salvadorians to have someone that you can feel really proud. And he's always inspiring people with the way he works and the way he is.
What more you can have, you know, you have everything. You have the good way, you have the good life, you have the food, you have your family, you have the people that I see you grew up. Beautiful life.
Buenos dias and welcome to Surf City, El Salvador. Italo Ferreira, your winner from Tahiti, going up against an incredibly talented wild card, Brian Perez, the pride of El Salvador.
Italo coming off of his first championship tour victory since 2021 out of Tahiti. Momentum with Italo Ferreira, but who can stop a momentum like that? A local crowd favorite. Brian Perez, he knows this break like the back of his hand. So this is going to be a big, big challenge for the 2019 world champ, Italo Ferreira.
And here we go, our first wave of the day. Italo with everything to lose right now as he is finally cracked up into that top 5 spot. I'm liking the tempo we're seeing from Italo right now. Our first look at our local wild card, Brian Perez. Airdrop floater right there. Italo had on his backhand. Big whip out the back. Here you see building speed. What do we have on the inside? Critical section for Italo. But watch out for the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. He's setting things up. This guy's got a massive air game. Is he going to go to it? He does. Make it.
Whoa!
Come on now. Good morning. Buenos dias, everybody.
Look at the height on that thing, though. And look at where he lands, literally on the lip.
Brian Perez, whose point is this? Let's go. This is insane.
And we've just seen a shocking upset. Number 5 in the world, taken out by our local wild card.
I'm super grateful to be here again and with my family, with the people from El Salvador. So beautiful to see all the country come to support me. I've been working so hard, like every day, waking up early, put my mind in the right spot, meditate and bring that energy that I'm going to win this heat. And then, yeah, it's happening. This is the moment I was waiting for to show my surfing.
Being the first Salvadorian male ever to win a championship tour heat. This time against Italo, who's number 5 in the world coming into the event here. And finally proves what he's capable of. Like, that's ridiculous.
We've got another hammer of a heat lined up for you. We have current world number 1, John Florence, going up against Brian Perez. Out the back on one of the biggest waves we've seen. It's the Pink Panther. Wow. Layback jam right in the pocket. Brian Perez.
He's always surfing in the pocket, Chris. Whoa.
That's a nice turn. Pushing the chemistry board to its limits right there. Identifying a ramp, sees it, boom. 617. Now John Florence needs an 867. We'll see what John Florence has to say about that. Oh, there we go. Power jam for John Florence. Another. I think John's angry because that's how he surfs when he's mad. I love to see it. John Florence needs an 867, 893 for the win. He's in the quarterfinals. Congratulations to Brian Perez, the only El Salvadorian surfer to ever win a championship tour heat.
First heat with John was so beautiful.
I've been watching you for when I was a kid. Yeah, it's a long time.
I knew it was gonna be hard because John is one of the best surfers in the world and he's my favorite surfer too. I didn't ask him for more, you know. It's too beautiful to be here, represent my country, represent my people, the local from Punta Roca, to go compete and represent and do my best on the contest. See my family, see my friends that support me. That's my motivation every day.
This is going to be a heavyweight boxing match, and it starts right now. Even a chippy paddle battle. And there it is, interference.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
He knows what he's got to do, and it's that. Griff goes huge.
There's no way that he's losing this heat.
The men's Final 5 picture coming out of Tahiti is pretty exciting. John, Griff, Jack, Ethan, Italo Fajeda. Of course, we'll have to see what happens after El Salvador, but for right now, that's a good group of surfers.
This is the race for the Final 5.
We're at a pivotal point in the year right now. Only 2 events left after this one. There's such a small gap between the people that are top 20 surfers and those who are at the very top in the top 5. It's pretty undeniable that Griffin Colapinto has been the most consistent surfer here outside of Felipe.
Here comes Griffin Colapinto, bashes off the top. He's in the final.
2 finals. I feel like could easily win his first championship this year.
I think Griff finally has that true belief in himself. He knows he belongs now at the top, and that's why we're seeing this string of incredible results.
Can Griffin hopscotch over John Florence for the top of the rankings? We'll find out at the end of this event. We only have 3 events left. At that time, the Final 5 are going to be established, and just that Final 5 will have a chance at a world title. The stakes have risen, there's much more pressure, and every heat counts.
Heat 1. Griffin Colapinto going up against a returning Zhao Qianca. Very excited to see Zhao Qianca back in competition after an injury. He's been looking sharp.
His quickness, his precision is something that shouldn't be underestimated, but number 2 in the world already with 4 wins. He's looking for number 5 right here.
This is going to be a heavyweight boxing match, and it starts right now. Even a chippy battle.
Oh, what happened?
Somebody may have got blocked.
In that situation, Zhao Qianca had the inside position for the wave, and Griffith did a classic block. He loses half of his second scoring right, still has a chance in this hit.
And there it is, interference on Griffin Colapinto.
Wow.
Shock and awe. I mean, his title campaign right now could have been affected.
Wow, that is a shocker right there, let me tell you.
I think Griff's about to go off, and I'm here for it. Zhao Qianca, beautiful S-turns and a nice jam there on that inside section.
Well served.
And right behind him, Griffin Colapinto. Big air, catches the landing, hits the white water. More to give on the inside, winding up. Griff goes huge. Oh, pulls it around. That's how you surf out of an interference call, ladies and gentlemen. Guess who was right underneath him? Zhao's right there by the WSL logo, looking up going, oh no. 9.43 for Griffin Colapinto, one of the highest single wave scores of this event.
Another one.
I mean, Griff still needs a 9.14.
Needs to go huge once again.
This is wild, you guys.
All right, looking for a 9.14. Generating speed, he knows what he's got to do, and it's that. Griff, front 5. He's got more. Bashes it on the inside section. He wants it.
Griffin leading 9.79, and it seems like the score coming through not enough for the surfer from San Clemente in red.
An 8.3. Unfortunately, though, it goes to a 4.05 due to that paddling interference. Griffin Colapinto, back-to-back events, goes down.
Thank you.
Griff is absolutely one of the best. Such a bummer that that interference happened so early. When that happened, the first thing that I thought it was, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Heat number 2. It's Gabriel Medina versus Ryan Callan in a battle of the powerhouse goofy footers.
Medina pulls in, pulls up, high line through this barrel.
The guy is on fire.
He jumped 7 spots with his performance in Tahiti. Coming in number 12 on the rankings into this event.
Woo, Medina! Woo, yeah!
Here we go. Gabriel Medina looking for his 4th world title. 2 big turns. Callan on the outside. Medina's wave, meanwhile, perking up through the inside section. Arkel's trying to catch up to him. Medina goes backside reverse, makes it, finishes his wave. That's going to be a huge score. Arkel goes down on the inside. 8.5, that puts him in the lead. That means Ryan Callan needs a 7.34. Uh-oh, here we go. Speed, power, flow. Highline carve, building speed. What's he got on this inside racetrack? Ryan Callan drops an 8-point ride. That's how you flip a heat.
With 2:45 to go, Gabe probably still gonna have a chance to answer back, Chris.
Wow, here we go. Patience there in the bottom turn. Quick snap.
Oh.
That was a bash. Give it to him. Coming in. 1:40 to go. He's coming in.
Here we go. Ryan could have another chance.
Medina's on the beach right now, watching Ryan Callan with 27 seconds left. Arkel cranks it off the bottom, straight into the lip. Woo. Ooh, just gets slightly hung up.
A little dirty.
A little bit dirty, but that first turn was so money. Gabriel Medina comes through with a 7.67. Ryan Callan would need an 8.18. Didn't get it.
Good effort. What a heat, guys. What a heat.
Medina goes monstro.
I just want to make hits. That's how I'll get points. And I feel happy to get the last one, you know. I'm really happy with my performance.
Watch out, Final 5. You got a monster knocking on the door. The round of 16 continued, and world number 2, Jack Robinson, advanced to the quarterfinals.
Wow, Jack, first turn. Nice air reverse.
Robinson is on his way to solidifying his place in the final 5.
You can look at the rankings, and we all do, but still got a while to go, and just stay on the journey.
Double E, Ethan Ewing catches a rail.
Oh my.
World number 4, Ethan Ewing is unable to find an answer to Matthew McGillivray's big scores.
Punching it out in the air.
It is over.
That's 3 disappointing 9th place finishes in a row for the Australian. For world number 6, Jordy Smith, every heat win is crucial as the South African looks to cement his place in the final 5.
Jordy Smith will go to that number 5 position.
I mean, tomorrow's another day. Hopefully I can climb 4th, 3rd, 2nd, you know.
We're live from El Salvador. Surf City's going off, and Caroline Marks cutting into that bottom turn. Big snap.
There it is. Well, it's to get in the top 5. The higher, the better.
Caroline Marks is on fire. That said, there's a young lady out there with something to prove.
Look at the spray off of that thing. Bang.
There's so much more on the line for Gabby.
Give it everything I got to get to that final 5.
That race for the final 5 continues. Quarterfinals in the water at the Surf City and Sakura. Nice bowly section here. Snap to finish, a 6.93, best number so far. Brisa just needs a mid-range score. That guy's on both teams right now. Here she goes, big snap there. Power snap for Hennessy. Oh my goodness, goes down.
The women's quarterfinals wraps up, and rankings leader Brisa Hennessy is eliminated. While falling to 3rd in the rankings, she still has a fighting chance to clinch a spot in the final 5.
Brisa, after her loss, there's been movement right at the top. Katie has jumped up into that number 1 position, which is big news.
Katie rips, and she's been a big part of changing the game, and she's only 18. She's got a real cool skate influence. We definitely want to hone into it, let her do it her way and express that sort of DNA that she's got.
And then you've got Gabriella Bryant. In my opinion, she's the most powerful woman on tour. She's also outside that final 5.
She's probably always been the underdog, and I think that suits her personality.
Show the world. Show the world what you got.
Welcome back. It is sizzling down here at Punta Roca. Here we go. Katie Simmers versus Gabriella Bryant. No tranquilo, no chill, all action.
Gabby Bryant in the last heat surfed incredibly well. Here she goes, Chris. It seems like we got some action. Gabby with a huge turn outside.
Starting it off with a bang. Gabriella Bryant's power has been unmatched.
Tranquilo aquí is insane. Simmers is in this one. Straight up into the lip. Big front side air. Can't pull it down.
Clash of the Titans. So far, Gabriella Bryant has had the edge and throwing a lot of spray. 3rd turn, give it a growl, Mitch.
Waka!
If you're into your bottom turn and the spray's still coming down from the turn you just did, you did something right.
Oh, yeah.
Caitlin Simmers, an answer back to Gabriella Bryant's opening waves, and this is what we want to see from Katie.
Great stuff. Looking good to qualify for the finals once again, the surfer promotion side. But she did get a little hung up right there, but the timing on that last section was perfect, and a really difficult maneuver right there, right at the end.
Gabriella Bryant in that big lead. Katie Simmers looking for a 6-7-1. You got a minute 40, Katie. She needs to get angry. She needs to get wild. She needs to lean into that Billie Eilish breakup song and go off. This is one of the most exciting surfers on the planet right now, hoping for a clutch finish, building up speed down the line, looking for the section. Quick snap there, comes around it, floats it again. She needs a critical section to work with. Get mad, Katie.
I don't know.
Don't doubt yourself just yet.
This turn is the most radical we've seen all event long, though. Seconds on the clock.
Did she do enough? Looking for a 6-7-1.
Last of red, 6.3.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a breakup song. Gabriella Bryant ripped her way into the finals.
Just believing in myself, I think, is the biggest thing. And if I just dig into what I know and how I surf, I knew I could do it. So I'm super stoked.
It's a huge bounce back for Gabby.
Yeah, Ralpha.
Gabriella Bryant means business.
Putting pressure onto world number 1 right now, Caitlin Simmers.
Women's finals coming up. It's going to be Gabriella Bryant and Caroline Marks.
Wow. It's getting better for sure. Wow.
El Salvador is proving to be that magic spot for Caroline Marks. Last year, it was the first event win on her way to her maiden world title.
Goal is to get in the top 5. Obviously, the higher the better. Right now, she's sitting 5th with 3 events to go. If she could knock off a win right here, that would really put her right in the mix of that top 3 conversation.
Excited.
Yeah.
Just all Caroline win this thing. Be the best.
Simple.
The heat is on. Caroline Marks is up and at it already here in the final. That's never going to get old. That bottom turn snap like that. Gabrielle O'Brien's got to fight her way back into this. Solid surfing for Gabrielle O'Brien. I mean, that's exactly what she needs to do. Score come through, 6.93. She's into this heat.
Oh, wow, look Caroline, here she goes.
Cutting into that bottom turn, big snap. High-speed turn for Caroline Marks. Weather impactful yet condensed wave. And here we see Gabrielle O'Brien. Quick under the lip snap there. Comes around this section, has a big chunk of whitewater to attack. She likes it. Gabrielle O'Brien looking for a 7.87.
The last of red comes in as 7.53.
Not an Ow. Man, by the slimmest of margins. Caroline Marks does it again. That backhand is unstoppable. She's the Terminator. Crown her.
Oh my God. So excited. Congratulations. Number 2 in the world at the moment. You're on fire, girl.
Yeah, I want to be in that final 5, and I want to back on my world title. I want to be at lowers and hopefully win in front of my friends and family again. And yeah, all the stars aligned for me today, and I'm really stoked.
In El Salvador, the women who were in the top 5 coming into the event, they proved that they absolutely belong there, because leaving El Salvador, it's the same 5 women. And these are the women who have consistently put together the results to be there. And for Gabrielle O'Brien, she wants to prove she belongs among the best female surfers on the planet. And here at Punta Roca, she did exactly that. This could be the underdog on the women's side for the season, because she's sitting just outside that final 5 picture.
The scenario for Florence is he wins this event and he clinches his spot in the final 5. Pops it up, puts it down. And Iago has 30 seconds to respond. He just needs a 6.56 to take the lead.
Welcome, Surf City, El Salvador. Punta Roca is pumping. We've got some action in store for you.
Gabe Medina, 6th, right below the cut line. Iago Dora, he's been wowing surf fans throughout this entire event.
Those guys are the best goofy footers that we have.
Semi-final number 1 out of the water, Iago Dora, Gabe Medina.
It's time to get fired up.
Dora, way up the point, you can see Mama Roca. Really shallow section here, pops it up. Inverted cork, lands on the cobblestones. Talk about a high-risk maneuver in a high-risk section of the wave. 8.33, incredible backside rotation from Iago Dora.
You can see Gabe just watching on here. I mean, this is not what you want to see.
Iago, again, this is a varial. Wow.
That's like co-innovative.
The news is spread, and everyone's gathering in the Red Bull Athlete Zone to witness what they know is competitive surfing progressing before our eyes right now. Iago Dora, he's up in the air.
What?
What was that? That was a McTwist, Indy McTwist. That was as twisted as you could get.
That was ridiculous. Just like the A, but like he had the grab like crazy.
And there's the score, 9.33, big number dropped. Gabe Medina right here, and he's just looking to break the combination. Stomps on the tail, wants to ramp, he's gonna have to go for turns here. No ramp opportunity, sees it down the line, telegraphing for an air, punches it through the air, lands on the white water again. So combination of turns and that aerial finish over the board, not as corked out. Yeah, 7.5. is going to be Yago Dora into the final.
Whoa. Just perfect in every single way. Like, well done, Yago.
That was, in my book, a landmark heat and one of the most progressive displays we've seen on the championship tour so far this year by Yago Dora.
Going up against a guy like Gabriel, you know you have to go with everything and try to go big. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to go for it every wave and every opportunity I get. And it worked out. I keep landing this air somehow. Really grateful to be in another final, and it's time to go for it again. Like, the final is the stage for it.
In this final, Yago Dora coming up against John Florence. The scenario for Florence is he wins this event and he clinches his spot in the final 5. Yago Dora with a win here will get above that line into number 5. Here we go, first wave. John Florence pops it up, puts it down.
Look at the spray off of that thing. Bang.
John slashes off the top. One more time, the carve layback hack. He's got some variety so far on this wave. Yago up right behind him. Nose pick, reverse there on the backhand. Goes for it again. John Florence has put Yago Dora into a 2-wave combination. Yago needs 16.33 to take the lead. The rhythm evident down the line for Yago Dora. Pops it up, puts it down.
Yes, sir.
A lot of it back into it. A 9.77. Now he just needs a 6.56 to take the lead. And Yago has 30 seconds to respond. That's not going to do it for Yago Dora. Exceptional surfing for John Florence. He's our champ for the Surf City El Salvador Pro. He clinches his spot in the final 5. So we're going to see John Florence for the first time at lower trestles.
It's just been such a good year. Like, coming into the year, there's so much going on. You know, we're having a baby and the Olympics and the tour and everything.
Oh, yeah, guys. So cool.
This will be my first time making it to the final, so I'm super stoked on that. Yeah, I'm just having fun competing. I really just want to serve as many heats as I can. But I'm just so stoked. I was going to be really bummed if I got another second. Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thanks.
John's win here just proves to me that he is in really good nick this year. He is injury-free. He's surfing amazing.
Thank you. You're happy?
Final 5? Are we in?
Yes, you're locked for the
Behind it.
Seems like he's unhinged. The floodgates are open. This is the John that we've known and loved for years.
And they are.
He is now in contention to surf for a world title on finals day.
Yeah!
I was like 12 minutes, I was like, it's gotta go flat.
Put your hands together for the rankings leader. First win in his 4th final this year. Subcampeón del Surf City El Salvador Pro, John Florence.
With the win, John Florence maintains his place as the rankings leader, followed by Jack Robinson and Griffin Colapinto, and South African Jordy Smith moves up to 5th place.
Overall take on the men's final 5, John, he's in contention for a world title. Jordy Smith has snuck back up into that final 5, but trailing just behind him is Gabriel Medina, knocking on the door of a spot in the final 5 picture and fighting for a 4th world title.
We will see you in Brazil.
On the next episode of Inside Pro Surfing, the World Surf League returns to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for stop number 8 on the championship tour.
That's right, it's the pathway to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Gotta be in the final 5 to surf it though.
I feel immense pressure being here.
Aloha Kakayaka coming to you live from the Bonsai Pipeline, the opening day of the season.
Welcome to the year of 2025 on the WSL Championship Tour. Anything is possible, From the calendar to the names, everything looks different than it has in years past.
It sort of feels like the start of a new era. We've got 7 events before the Cup, different events on tour.
It's 2025. It really is a year of change. Stephanie Gilmore still taking a hiatus. Gabriel Medina injuring himself. John Florence taking the year off. Who's going to step up to fill that spotlight?
A really good year. I think a lot is going to change. Medina and John and all those guys, they're getting kind of old. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
My name is Erin Brooks. I'm 17 years old.
Erin Brooks is the champion in her wild card debut.
Everyone already knows what she is capable of. It's got everyone a little scared, to be honest.
We're all super cool with each other, but when we get in the water, you want to absolutely smoke the other guy. Once you're in the water, you're a stone cold killer.
Oh, he likes it.
And let the big dog eat.
The season of change for 2025 for me is on the women's side.
The level of women's surfing, I think it's just going to go up and up.
The women that we have on tour, we know that they're going to go. We know that they're hungry to keep raising that bar. If it's 10 foot and pumping, they're out there.
Pipeline for the girls.
For the first time ever, we're going to be crowning a world champion in Fiji.
At a truly world-class wave at Cloudbreak, the Dream Tour is back.
Pipeline perfection.
Uh-oh, here we go. I was like, I'm either getting a tan or I'm going head first into the reef.
Everybody is coming into the Lexus Pipe Pro with all the intentions to prove they are going to be the world champ, and they know it has to start here at Pipeline.
It's an exciting place to be, but it's more than just the waves. You know, there's a deep history here, and you can definitely feel it. It's so rich with a million different cultures.
There's a feeling that you just live for when you arrive on Oahu. You drive from the airport, take a drive through the pineapple fields.
And you like come over and you can see Haleiwa and you can see all the outer reefs breaking and the mountains, and you like get this like crazy feeling of energy. Look at everything is standing up on my whole body right now, thinking about the reality of this being the mecca of surfing.
It is the mecca of the sport. From the birthplace of surfing on the opposite side of the island in Waikiki, drive about an hour to the North Shore, and all focus is on a wave that's known as the Proving Grounds. If you're brave enough to take on Pipeline, there's this like little stepping stones you got to go through to accomplish just getting one ride out there, let alone earning your spot on the reef.
That's how it was for me. I was 16 when I first came here back in 1978. And I'm really happy to see that it's still the arena. And all the athletes come with everything they've got. Barrett Mamiya. Oh, Kelly Slater backdoor drops into a bomb.
It's a miracle that Pipeline exists. You have this outer reef, it tends to focus the wave and the energy right into Pipeline, and then that reef is just the right shape to come out of deep water into shallow water, and all that energy just gets lurched up and detonates in one spot.
Pretty much every surfer that wants to find out where their limits are, eventually end up going to Pipeline and like checking it out, you know, to see if you even want to jump in.
It just puts everything to the test. Equipment, timing, sensors, really just your innate knowledge of what you're doing.
There's just an intensity at Pipeline that doesn't really exist at very many places in the world.
Oh my God. He's gonna be under the lip, grabbing the rope.
The waves here on the North Shore do not care if you're from Nebraska or Nanakuli. They will handle you.
It's not for the faint of heart. You know, you gotta know that risk going out there.
Oh my goodness, Pipeline is coming alive.
People are lying if they say they're not scared out there, and I'll be the first to admit it, I absolutely am.
To get the best wave, you have to put yourself in a really uncomfortable situation. There's like a moment before it all happens where your body's just like, how dare you do this to me?
You have to have that 100% commitment into it. You hesitate for a second, and then you're free falling out of the sky, going over the falls.
You have to almost even trick yourself like, it's so good, you know, I have to do it.
It has been an amazing day of barrels, pipeline perfection.
You're just going, oh my gosh, does it get any better than this?
Oh, red, white, Allen Cleland Jr. Hola, senor! Bravo! On the magic in the barrel! Go, 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 go!
I was panicking when I saw it. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it just came to me.
Huge section here. He's driving through. John Flores finds the exit.
Wow! That thing was freaking huge!
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pipeline. Welcome back to the World Surf League Championship Tour.
Jack Robinson up against Allen Cleland Jr. Al, just 22 years old, first professional surfer on the championship tour representing Mexico.
Congratulations on the tour this year. Thank you so much. I worked hard for it.
I'm really stoked to see Mexico represented on tour. This guy named Allen Cleland Jr. He is an absolute weapon of an athlete.
I mean, look at where I came from. He was a blonde kid living in the middle of Mexico and likes to surf. You're gonna create a monster, you know?
Kind of take waves from those guys, you know? I'm like, I'm here too, bro. What's up?
This guy's got depth, but he's got charisma. He does it his way.
Now he's here. Like, oh, fire me up.
He might end up being the mascot of the tour by the end of the season.
This matchup against Jack, I think, is going to be really good. If a wave comes, both of these surfers are going to be super keen to give it a crack.
You know what? Everybody's but then it's just you take over. Yeah, take over. Yeah, respect it.
As we see Al.
You know, I've been fighting for the past 4 years for this. I'll put my life on the line for it, and I'll definitely chase it.
Oh, red, white, Allen Cleland Jr. Hola, senor! And backdoor! Still going! Coming out again!
Oh, Allen Cleland Jr.
Are you kidding me?
That was a good ride. That was a really good.
There's only a few people in the world that are going to actually commit to a thing like that.
Almost was like, oh no, I'm gonna straighten out for the score, and then I was like, you know what? I'm Mexican. I go all out all the time. I'm never gonna go halfway. And
last score, a 9.5.
As we look at Al again, he's trying to improve his total.
When Jack is on the ropes, we have seen incredible things from Jack.
It's all right. Jack's been in these positions a million times.
Look at this backdoor wave for Jack Robinson.
No, get in there.
Go, 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 go! Bravo! On the magic in the barrel, and Jack Robinson is coming out!
The takeoff was psycho. Air dropping, but with control.
It has to be 10. 10 points.
Check out this number, our first perfect 10 of the season. So Jack still needs to catch a wave better than a 2.83.
There's no wave after this. We've got to go.
Jack Robinson, just a little bit too late, is upset by the rookie from Mexico, Al Cleland Jr.
I feel for him now, bro. He did so good, just didn't get an opportunity. No opportunity for a back.
I knew I had one of the toughest heats ever in my life. Made good decisions, and at the end of the heat, I came up top. Yeah, stoked to make it through.
It was definitely the hardest decision of my life as a professional surfer. To, actually take the year off, and after 2 world titles, back-to-back, knowing that the finals was at Trestles and knowing that I do have chances at Trestles, I was like, am I missing another opportunity? Like, what do I do, and is it the right call?
Part of our storylines in pro surfing, a lot of big world title holders have taken breaks, from Aki to Kelly Slater to Andy Irons. Felipe Toledo, he disappeared after he had back-to-back world titles, and now he's back.
I'm back. It was so good to just be home and then wake up with the wife and we're all doing breakfast together in the table. You know, I was like, oh man, I don't even remember when was the last time that I did that. I was waking up with a purpose of being a better dad, a better husband, a better son to my parents. And I was just being a normal human being and not thinking about goals and titles. And I'm just gonna really take the break for real, you know, and just sit on my couch and eat Cheetos.
Here we go with a matchup. Felipe Toledo up against David Silva.
You look at waves like Abu Dhabi, Lowers, J-Bay, all these waves, he's such a beast. I wouldn't be surprised for him to be, you know, #1 on the ratings.
I got you, Vince.
Where I would say there'd be other huge favorites over Felipe if it's a little juicier, if it's like 6 to 8 feet and slabby, and that's where Felipe gets a little more gun shy.
He won back-to-back titles when the finals were at Lowers. Now the finals will be at Cloudbreak. You know, can he close it out at Cloudbreak? He's definitely not going to be as favored as he was at Lowers.
In the red, Felipe Toledo.
We still have time to learn a bunch of new stuff and get better at pipe, get better at chopes.
Comes out clean and right into another one. Oh no, Felipe. Come on, the 2-for-1 special right there. Backdoor drainer, down the line speed. He's deep, he's covered. Felipe is coming out. Felipe Toledo defeats David Silva.
When you get 1 or 2 good ones, you see how much more exciting it is than a small wave. Like, you just froth on it. That's probably gonna be a huge step in the right direction for Felipe's confidence.
You know, I got nothing to prove to anybody. I came back this year just to enjoy, have fun, and surf, and no pressure at all. Have fun is the #1 priority.
Kelly Slater, 8-time pipe champ, the wild card in this event this year. Coming up next against Rio Waida. Rio Waida pulling in some travel time, and we'll get a first score against Kelly.
Here's Kelly spinning at backdoor. Disappeared. Kelly is coming out clean.
I haven't caught a wave of pipe in the last year. Days like this, what we live for out at pipe.
Rio Waida picking just a gem of a wave. He knows he can make them.
And now he's in a solid lead. I was trying to get my feet wet at the same time as trying to surf a heat, and when you're in the spot and you got to push it, that's when it happens. So
here we go, Kelly Slater. Reel it pipeline, deep behind the curtain, he comes out. Last score for Kelly Slater, an 8.0. 15 seconds. Rio, you now need an 8.5.
Here goes Rio, looking at backdoor behind the peak in the barrel, gets in and gets out.
And with scores coming in for Rio, in the 6 range, it won't be enough, and Kelly will be surfing into the round of 16.
Your 100th heat win here at Pipeline. What is your reaction to that statistic?
That made me tired. I'm just thinking, like, how much mental focus does that take for 30 years, you know? But no, that's great, thanks. That was the one right there.
Next heat.
John Florence versus Baron Mamiya.
Does it get any better than this? And it does not.
Baron Mamiya took down John in 2024. Baron is here to prove that's not a fluke.
Oh, look at this wave right here. Baron Mamiya.
I was like, I'm either getting a 10 or I'm going head first into the reef.
Oh!
Baron's fighting for his life up there.
No, I'm not.
Wow.
That was huge.
Yeah.
It looks so big.
Because you can hear it.
I grew up watching pipe on the beach and just like thinking, wow, one day I want to surf out there and one day I want to get big barrels. Winning at pipe is different than like winning anywhere else. And then I did that last year, and it was almost like something came down and was like, yeah, this is your year. And I felt it in that moment. It was crazy.
And here goes Baron Mamiya.
Grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit. Baron Mamiya!
What is happening?
Are you kidding me? 3, 2, 1. The final is over.
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Baron Mamiya!
meet up with John in the final and then getting the 10. I just remember it was just like an insane feeling, like a overwhelmed of like happiness and like excitement. It was very humbling too, you know, just to feel that, you know, it was insane.
Baron Mamiya, your champion.
Day number 3 of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti is on. Yes, like popcorn.
Great matchup here. A couple of North Shore locals doing battle. Heat 3 of the round of 16.
John Florence to kick off the season as a wild card.
I really like to surf against John. Every time I've surfed against him, it brings the best out of each person. You know, it's pretty straightforward. You really have to show up.
Oh, look at this wave right here. Baron Mamiya. Oh, he likes it. Splashing water, pumped up, he's jazzed.
How late can you possibly be?
Critical, just airdrop that thing. Perfect exit, just staring straight up at the judges. Last score for Baron Mamiya, a perfect 10. Just like the final last year.
Deja vu, pipeline.
Perfection. John grabbing a barrel at pipeline, coming through, and he makes it out. John says, let's go.
Right behind him, Baron on another screamer. Mamiya comes out looking unstoppable. And he's going to put John right against the ropes.
John, you have first priority.
More waves approaching.
Here we go.
Oh.
John, backdoor. Steps on the gas. Huge section here. He's driving through. John Flores finds the exit. Wow!
John disappears, gone, comes out and says, yeah, that's right, it's on.
Let's go. These two just...
Buenas tardes. We're back here in El Salvador. Alyssa Spencer getting prepared for heat number 2 with Lakey Peterson and Caroline Marks. Great signs here with the jerseys on. That means we are back on after a brief hold, passing that low tide. Tide's on the rise. And we are planning on finishing the opening round of competition for the women. Sun's still out. It's blazing. About 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Water about the same. Welcome to paradise for stop number 4 of the season. Joe Chappelle with former world number 7, Rosie Hodge. And Rosie, that was just a brief hold. All these surfers did different things. Got quiet in the shade and tried to stay focused for this heat. This is a great one on paper because we've got a back-to-back champion in the water.
Yeah, definitely, and someone that's just coming off a event win in Portugal, so crazy to see her and how she's going to compete here. And yeah, I just think that energy management is so important here in El Salvador. Like you said, it's so hot. So for these women, you know, it's stop go for them. So just how they manage their emotions and how they refocus and get out of the heat and hydrate.
You've been frothing, Rosie. The whole time we're on break, you're like, looks so fun out there. There have been some great sets. Still has a similar pace to what we saw earlier before we went on hold. So we'll see who gets in position early to kick things off. Caroline Marks representing the USA from Florida, but been residing in San Clemente for over a decade now in Southern California. Lakey Peterson, pretty much neighbors from Santa Barbara, but has spent more time in San Clemente the recent years just because of consistency of waves, having a wave called lower trestles in your backyard, which is very important for their careers, and was the stage for Caroline Marks becoming world champion, upsetting Carissa Moore that season. And Caroline's still happy lowers isn't going anywhere. It's just moved earlier into the season. It'll be in June this year as a regular season event.
Yeah, it's so great to see lowers back on the schedule. It's such a world-class wave, and you know, a lot of the women on tour spending some time in San Clemente and really enjoying what lowers has to offer.
30-minute heat just started. Scored on their top two. Getting position is the veteran Lakey Peterson with a lot of speed on this right-hand bowl. Changes gears to hit the whitewater well. And extends the bottom turn, extends the finish on a real clean two-turn combo.
What a good feeling. You just hear the buzzer sound and you chip into such a fun two-turn combo. Great start for Lakey. And that would have been the game plan. Get that early start, get a number on the board. You're up against stiff competition, so really start chipping away at it early and apply the pressure.
Well done for Lakey Peterson. 30-year-old vet, loves El Salvador, loves right points, really. She's had a lot of success on them on tour. And able to get that runner-up finish in the past at this venue. Let's take another look.
Yeah, so getting that speed line going, a lot of speed down the line. She burns a little bit off of there, and she eyes that section, the one she wants to hit, straight up into that next one, and does so well to recover as she throws that board up into the lip. Just really solid surfing from Lakey with the two-turn combo. She's reacts to this section so well. Climbs up and over. Wow, that's some good core control to keep on top of her board and ride that out.
Great composure there from Lakey Peterson. WSL wild card from last year. Starting to notice how this younger crop is rising up. Something that she experienced in real time when she was the same age. She had that signature film based on her rapid growth to being a pro surfer, 0 to 100, because that's how quickly she all of a sudden realized that she had some work to do to figure out what it's like to be a pro surfer. She had the natural athletic ability very early, and she's worked with a lot of great people to have just a great long career on the tour, not showing signs of slowing down as we see her hit the lip there. Goes off the top of that whitewater section, and Lakey being active to kick things off. Sometimes there's one surfer that just gives you more fire, and I think that's always going to be Caroline for Lakey Peterson.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you think about the early years with these women on tour when Caroline just started getting going, having the same coach in Mike Parsons, and they were always traveling together, having those kind of mock heats. There's definitely that kind of almost competitive rivalry. I think there's almost like a sisterly bond there, but at the same time, you have those people that kind of get those competitive juices going.
Last wave for Lakey, picking this one up. Smart idea?
Yeah, she's just trying to stay active. She's not going to have priority because she had that first wave, so she's just trying to back up that first wave. Don't think that wave is really going to come into, it's not going to be the keeper come the end of the heat, but it's just nice to just stay active and get a number on the board.
Looks connected, looks like she's having fun. Opening ride 5.17, and a great read there, Rosie, at 2.83. So most likely a throwaway for Lakey Peterson, but staying comfortable. Her warm-ups have been great. But yeah, like we were mentioning, both working with Snips over the years. It's kind of like Snake Tales with Jake Patterson. He posts a lot of sometimes edited surf videos of his whole camp and what it's like, even in the house, pranking each other, having fun, laughing, and obviously the heat strategy. Snips was kind of doing that just a little bit more raw. He was just posting little stories, and if you follow Mike Parsons, you were getting these little battles in between events of Lakey versus Caroline all the time, and it almost felt like sisters, you know, just like leaving the beach. One would be upset. They couldn't believe what the other one did, but all love there. You know, they pushed each other a lot. I think they're really grateful to have that type of sparring partner role. Now Lakey with Leandra Dora this year. Caroline mixes it up a bit with Snips, and also Luke Egan full-time.
Yeah, and it's good to just see the way that these women have evolved, and obviously they still have that really great relationship with Mike Parsons. Cool to see Lakey, you know, leaning on the expertise of Leandra Dora, traveling a little bit with Brisa Hennessy, who's also being coached by Leandra, and then Caroline, again, leaning on Mike Parsons here at this event.
25.5 on the clock. Lakey getting a jump start on Caroline and Alyssa. Let's catch up with Mitchell Salazar on the rocks.
Buenas tardes, damas y caballeros. Joe, Rosie, real fun conditions this afternoon. Most people actually tended to surf out there when we're on hold. Tide right now just under 3 feet at the moment. It does get super high, around 7 feet, around 6:30 p.m. this afternoon. And as you can see, where I'm standing at right now, these rocks right here behind me, those get wet once the tide comes all the way up. Waves are fun, and of course, the wind tends to back off quite a lot this afternoon right here at Punta Roca. Chris, I believe you have a little bit more about it.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mitch. Things went from siesta to serious real quick here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Of course, we got Snake and Aaron right here, Katie's book over here talking to Tommy. You know, everyone's kind of in their coach's corner getting ready for what's to come. It was very, very chill in here in the past couple of hours, but it's escalated now, and these surfers are ready to get out there and do business. It's a really fun, electric feeling in here right now. The afternoon is going to be awesome.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, we love that view that you have down there. Everyone looks really comfortable, and you think about it, everyone's in really close quarters right there. You can get away from it all with some really awesome lockers that they have with their codes on them, so there is even more personal space if you need it. But like most surfers do, at some point they want to have eyes on the water, start making a game plan. Saw that bright yellow jersey hanging out with Tommy Whitaker. Caitlin Simmers, always looking for her to set the pace at every event these days as the reigning world champion. She takes on Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, and also the wild card Kara Pinkerton coming up next.
Such good heats in this women's opening round. I mean, everything is stacked. Kara Pinkerton, really looking forward to seeing her debut in 2025 on the championship tour as a wild card. She's been ripping, so looking for big things from her.
So Lakey with the numbers on screen, 6 career CT event wins in her career. The first one she won 2012. So it's 2025 now. Her more recent one was a J-Bay title in 2023. Rolling in now, we've got Alyssa Spencer getting around some whitewater. Nice, comfortable little sling off the top. Big whitewater section forces her to float. And now a little fade just to find the pocket. A little bit of busy work to fill in the gaps, and more of a knife right there to line up the lip. Late to the end section and she's down. So Alyssa getting a bit of a settler there. She's been spending a bit of time with Chris Gallagher. Gallagher used to be on tour in the past, also a great coach for many years now, working on some technique things, so he was looking forward to seeing her apply that at this event. With a right like this, you have so much time to break it down. And to make those adjustments on the fly when you're already a pro, you've already been on the CT, if you're willing to look at yourself and change gears, it can really do some great things in your career.
Yeah, definitely open to learning, and Alyssa's just such a great surfer. Been watching her free surf clips from Punta Roca, and she's been on fire. And just to surf with that freedom as a wild card is probably a really nice feeling for her. If you think about all the pressure that she's had on her shoulders to qualify, and then last season with the cut, I mean, she's such a talented surfer. So to see her competing at this level as a wild card, it's super fun. This was a really tricky wave to surf, though. It really didn't give her that opportunity that she was looking for.
Quick to live action, because a world champ and the surfer to beat in El Salvador just started off on her first wave here in the opening round. Caroline Marks looking to go 3 in a row. It's a pretty rare accomplishment in any sport to own an event multiple years, even just to go back to back. It shows that it wasn't a fluke the first time. It shows that in a year's time, still, you're unbeatable. And if she can go 3 in a row, you might start naming sections of this wave after her.
I think it's like having that carrot dangled in front of you too, and I think Caroline's someone that really thrives in that, like having that goal to work towards. 2-turn combo right there, looking for more on this inside section. Her opening ride, so good little combination there. I think that's going to be the second best wave of the heat. I don't know how it's going to factor in with the 517 of Lakey's opener, but it was a good ride from Caroline. But yeah, I think she's very goal-orientated, goal-motivated, and I think coming off the momentum of winning in Portugal and then having the goal of doing a three-peat here in El Salvador, that's going to be something that's going to ignite that hunger.
Okay, gosh, she's going to be pushed by different surfers now, you know, with the younger crew coming behind her. She was the youngest to ever qualify for the tour, so she had no one else to look at to be the Grom. You know, now she has Katie Simmers to spar with to try to get her title back from. So this is a really fun, youthful movement that we're enjoying. Caroline getting the gold medal last year as well, to add to what's already been a stellar career numbers in for her start, a 3.77, just a touch better than Alyssa's 3.17. So Lakey still with the lead and holding down priority. When we focus on this event, it's just so fun. It's still relatively new. We just go to the last few seasons. It's a lot of Caroline, but the very first winner is the GOAT. Steph Gilmore has 33 victories all time. Her 33rd was right here at Punta Roca.
Wow. I mean, and you would expect that from Steph at a right-hand point break. I'm sure that's like a check off the list. But for Caroline, going back to back, and then 2022 when she competed in this event for the first time, it was a comeback event after taking some time off, finishing equal third. That's also a huge result.
That's right, losing to Steph Gilmore in the semifinals that year, and Caroline had taken a break, had done a boat trip with Luke Egan, worked on a lot of things. She's always been in love with surfing, but I think just fell in love with it even further, built that relationship, going to the Mentawais and getting barreled, and even practicing things that she hadn't done before. Luke told me they had a little practice program where he's like, I want you to fall. You know, push your turn until you fall. Just because he was realizing she doesn't ever fall. So he wanted her to get out of her comfort zone. And the way they'd apply that to heats, it's like, okay, if I get, you know, an 8 doing my backhand surfing, I know how to push further if I need to. And we really got to see that even to her runner-up finish last year at Lowers. You know, when she went crazy on Katie Simmers, won the first title match, that was her going into that extra gear because the world title was on the line.
Yeah, and it's putting us, like, simulating those experiences and simulating, you know, that exact scenario. And so I also think, you know, like you said, Caroline falling back in love with surfing. Sometimes when something that you absolutely love becomes your job, it's easy for that to get a little bit jaded and for it to lose its shine. So to reignite that hunger and kind of figure out what gets you to that place where you're enjoying it and bringing out your best.
Quick updates on Steph. I know you guys hung out recently at Indo. It's like, you know, just for you guys to know, she's still extending her hiatus, you know, from competing full time, and just remembering that last win she had in El Salvador. You always wonder what her plans might be, but you guys looked like you had a blast at the Rip Curl event.
Definitely, and it's always rad to hang out with Steph, and she's just absolutely ripping. I think it's all in Steph's hands. Whatever she decides to do, she's going to be firing on all cylinders. So, I mean, obviously as surf fans, we want to see her back competing, but how rad for her that she's getting to go on these Rip Curl search events and search trips and just enjoy being a surfer again.
Recently spending a ton of time on the North Shore of Oahu, Steph hanging out with Coco Ho and getting some great waves and just kind of figuring out what's next, doing some exploring as well, but still in tune to the best surfing in the world. Winning the first event at El Sal. It's been all about Caroline Marks as she is starting her quest for a third this year in 2025. World number 1 coming up next. Caroline Marks came to El Salvador and Punta Roca gave her the belief that she was ready to fight for a world title. It really jump-started her world title campaign, finishing equal third the following year, won the whole thing, and became a world champion. But El Salvador just gave her more love. Punta Roca champ last year as well. Her backhand was always world famous, even as a rookie on tour, and it just gets better and better.
Just absolutely firing. So good to see this through the years too, to watch her performance from last year, how good the waves were. Just insane. She's like a magnet on that whitewater section as she just stays so tight in the critical section.
This year, Caroline looking to go 3 in a row to just completely own this event in Central America. The wave just really feels like it bends to her backhand. She can release a carve into a more vertical snap. She's really great at changing gears. Caroline starting to jump down the line. It's a float just to cover some space. Attacking the lip line there, just really cruising to find her points. Trying to get a little bit out in front, finds it there. More fan, a spray off the top and shuts it down. And then coming off the rail work of Lakey Peterson. Fun little inside corner to hack. Pushing hard down the line, she'll float it. Opens up more opportunity there to shut it down. And Lakey Peterson getting applauded by her coach, Leandro Dora. And he's going to high-five everybody around him. He's got that kind of vibe, doesn't he?
Yeah, just good vibes there, just feeling it from that camp, and Lakey just looking so sharp, so tapped in.
Love getting a high five from Leandro. You're just like, yeah, everything's going to be all right. Living the dream. What'd you see here?
The beautiful bottom turn, top turn connection right there. Just a hot knife through butter. Throws it up into that lip. So switching it up on her maneuver choice. Back into the pocket there. Here she starts to kind of step on that tail as she finds that release. Takes this one all the way through. It was like just all gas on that wave. Every single maneuver, she was giving it her all. Love that little bit of tail release as she kicks that back foot out through the lip.
And then Caroline had to really stay light on her feet through a couple of these sections, not to get bumped off before she got to the money sections down the line.
Yeah, Caroline did so well to negotiate through this tricky first section of the wave. It's kind of dumpy right now. Those little sections that just come at you. You have to be quick on your feet, transition through all of those maneuvers. Just staying sure-footed and light. She's already kind of looking over her shoulder, looking at what's coming up down the line. Just such great technique. She flows through those maneuvers.
Caroline Marks now with a 4.5. As that patience paid off, there's all the bump and lump on the face to begin with. Had to kind of do a couple late floats. Then when her timing got solid towards the tail end, she definitely pushed that score out of the 3 range. So now she's the heat leader. Lakey drops to second, but does have a score to lock in. And Alyssa sits with priority, holding a 3.17. Fun to see Caroline grow so much on tour from those early stages of upsetting the world's best. We'll never forget that win, where it was the first event with equal prize money. And we're on the Gold Coast of Australia, getting past Steph Gilmore, the local hero, then getting past Carissa Moore. That was really the turning point in Caroline's career, where she wasn't just the Grom that was breaking records by age and being a phenom. It was like, okay, she's in the title race now, and ended up turning in that world title race not soon after that major win.
Yeah, I mean, to go from runner-up in the world and then, you know, have that hiatus, have COVID happen and all these things, and then to see her get that world title, that was an emotional one, Joe. That was so well-deserved on Caroline's part, and it was a hard-fought world title for sure. As we see numbers locking in for Lakey, it's a really good one.
Lakey Peterson locks in a 7. Goes all the way to first. Caroline drops to second. Alyssa still in third, but now needs a 5.10 to move on. So Lakey finding a nice rhythm with her old sparring partner, and both in very great conditions for what they can do to these waves. They'd be looking at El Salvador and a place to win. And Lakey trying to add some points for Channel Island Surfboards with the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. We've had 2 titles in a row going to Lost Surfboards. And Channel Islands every year is always in the mix. On the CI as well. Alyssa Spencer floating that section. Just really pushing down the line for some speed. Nice wind up and attacking the lip this time. Stretches out the bottom, turn well done again for Alyssa. Now a little inside track. Swipes it off the top and shuts it down with a series of backside turns. Needs a 5.10, Rosie, to move into the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good ride from Alyssa, a little bit better than the 317 that she's already got, but it was a little bit of a compressed ride, a smaller wave on the inside, a lot of foam on the face, but really good surfing. I'll leave it in the judges' hands.
Let's take another look at the roll in out the back row.
Yeah, so gets through this little section. That was a tricky one. Here she's just looking for that open water, flows, finds some speed, and starts to wind it up in that hook. This is where it starts to get a little bit better for Alyssa, but as you can see, that wave is kind of dissipating with the energy, but Alyssa's just hammering away at this thing. Does so well to land that on, just right out smooth on that last maneuver.
So waiting on that number to come through. We've got a very special guest on the VIP headset, the leader of the Vissla CT Shaper rankings, and also a 2-time champ already, Matt Biolis. Matt, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Rosie.
Yeah, you having a good time?
Yeah, we got here yesterday morning and enjoying the warm weather, warm water, and friendly waves.
Have you come down here a lot in the past, like outside of the event, or is it usually to do some business with your team?
I've done quite a few trips outside of the event over the years. It's a, it's a pretty, the waves here kind of suit an average schmuck like me. They're enjoyable, lots of point breaks and warm water. It's a good getaway.
It's great. A lot of these trips around the event, you end up usually building some boards when you have time. Are you doing that on this trip?
Yeah, we have a really cool setup here with Papaya. He's got a hotel and a surfboard factory on the beach, right there, right by Bocana, La Bocana, the 5-minute walk up to Sunzal. And we build boards here. He's got a great setup. Sharp Eye's with us. Our 2 brands, we kind of share the place and build boards for the local market. It's a small market, but a lot of surfers and tourists come from around the world, and they can get a brand name board when they come here.
Well, what did you bring, like for yourself to ride? What do you got in your quiver?
I bring big boards. I got everything from like a 6.6s for here, like generously dimensioned for surfing this like steeper, faster waves. And then I have like 7.0 smooth operator, big, long, stretched out board for Sunzal. I like to sit outside, way out in the back, and ride those big, lumpy, mushy, peeling waves out there. It's a good mature wave.
That's awesome, Matt. I mean, I'm wondering sometimes if I have like 2 good boards, sometimes I don't know what to do, but being, one of the world's best shapers at the moment, I mean, how does that feel for you? Do you ever get stuck on one design where you just can't get enough of it, or are you always mixing it up, kind of doing your own R&D?
I mix it up. It's hard. I'm so focused on other people surfing, mine kind of takes a back seat, but I brought a bunch of boards on this trip, and I plan on surfing, 12 days straight. Kind of kick off my surf season after a long, cold winter of work and snowboarding.
Matt, you got the target on your back. Has the vibe changed? I mean, with your personal relationships with Darren Hanley, Britt Merrick, John Peisel, are these guys trying to get in your head this year to take your title off you?
I don't know. I mean, it's something that you and your team, you guys came up with it, you manufactured it, you're putting us all on a pedestal. Talking about the boards we build, and it's a good thing for all of us. We've been fortunate. Our team evolved naturally. It's not like we have a bunch of like hired guns or free agents. Most of the kids riding our boards grew up riding our boards. A lot of them since 10, 12, 13 years old. Pretty much everyone on our team has been riding our boards since they were teenagers. So it's been a natural thing. We didn't go out trying to build a world-beating team. They're just a lot of surfers and coming into the prime of their career, and they're having good results, and our brand's the beneficiary.
Really cool, Matt, to see what you're doing, and you know, San Clemente these days. Basham's is just part of the furniture, you know, in that surfboard ghetto. And I really love what you've done with it and creating the Board Builders Hall of Fame. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I cannot take any credit for that. That's Damian Bronner. He did the Board Builders Hall of Fame. I guess I can take credit for the relaunch of Basham's. It's a passion project of Mike and I, and it's really great. It's 100 yards from my house, and I can just bury myself in it the last couple years. But Damian Bronner, the son of Danny Bronner, a forefather of board building, was one of Hobie's very first employees back in the 50s. He came up with the local Surfboard Builders Hall of Fame, and that's his baby. And Damian's a creative, flamboyant guy who does a lot of cool things in our community.
Oh, I love that breakdown. And as far as the solid go-to guys in your crew, I know you brought a lot of them to the WSL Awards this season. A few shout-outs for the guys that work hard for you to make sure the best surfers in the world are on their best boards they could have.
There's no I in team.
100%, yeah. Any shout-outs from your team?
Oh, I don't pick favorites, so just everyone back home, they work hard, they show up and lend their expertise, and it's all in for our brand, so we can, you know, reciprocate and keep a business going, and guys have a good place to earn a living and live a good life.
Matt, I love when you decide to make movies. Anything coming in the future?
That's hard. I mean, we were young men when we did most of those projects. Riola was on a heater for a good decade, and we had a lot of fun. But I mean, it's hard to put a lot of effort into those projects nowadays. And it's hard to actually get your money back, and it's hard to be edgy and radical and creative at the stage we're at. I'm looking more for younger guys to come in and do some radical like noise making. And maybe just as long as the surfers are on our boards, and we're pretty stoked.
Quick update on Caroline before we let you go. Anything unique coming into El Salvador this season for?
Not really with Caroline. If it's not broke, don't fix it. We've made a few subtle adjustments, but Caroline's pretty locked in and in the zone with her equipment. We haven't been making a lot of radical changes, but you know, some of the other surfers are newer to the program, like Betty Lou's brand new to the program. We basically met surfing here after the event last year. So we're just trying to settle in and see what's right for her. Erin is, you know, she's growing. She's put on a lot of muscle and a lot of power in the last 6-8 months. We've had to really adjust her boards. That's been a race. Snake Patterson's helped with that. You know, Cole on the polar opposite end of the spectrum. We're trying to make sure that he has equipment for his massive build and incredible strength. So there's always somebody that's a squeaky wheel that requires a little extra work, but Griffin's riding the same board that he rode last year in that crazy heat with the interference, where he basically got a couple 9s that didn't count. But you know, sometimes you're on cruise control and you're in a groove and the boards are just flowing, and then some surfers always need a little adjustment. So there's always something going on.
Thanks for your time, Matt.
Okay, thank you.
Matt Paolis, two-time Vissla CT Shaper Rankings champ, and still leading the race after 3 events this season. And it looks like he's in a strong position to potentially go 3 in a row. Caroline's trying to go 3 in a row at this event. At the moment, she's sitting in second, holding priority, and needs a 7.67 to take the lead. Lakey out front, dropped that 7, and things got a little bit quiet. 1 minute on the clock. Alyssa still just needs a 4.18, and what's on the line is skipping the elimination round. Top 2 move straight to the round of 16.
Yeah, and that can be just having this heat through, just getting that bye into that next round is kind of alleviates that little bit of pressure. Being in that elimination round always creates that added stress, but it can also be a springboard to an event when we have seen surfers surf out of the elimination round and come in and win the event. Here we go, Alyssa, important wave.
Nice patience off the bottom, perfect place to put that board off the lip. Gets the second jam in. It's gonna start to bowl up, hopefully down the line, but she'll just reach for the whitewater. Now fading into the double up. So picking some good lines to stay on her feet. Caroline trying to protect second right behind her. Smaller pockety section though, but more of a lip to really hit off the top compared to Alyssa's wave. So that'll be a close decision Alyssa gunning for a 4.18. Caroline looking to improve on the 3.77 to change that requirement as Lakey lets the clock run out with priority in that big 7.0.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a replay of that exchange because Alyssa had a couple really solid looking turns, but then Caroline right out the back, she's only looking to drop that 3.77. So here we go, Caroline first. This is that second wave of the set. Wow, bang. You can tell that there's just a little bit more open face and bolier section to work with. Being the second wave of the set, the water's kind of drawn off the reef. Two really whippy, strong turns. So that, you know, I think she's going to improve her situation. This one from Alyssa is the important one. The 4.18 is what was required as she was taking off here. But like I said, I think that requirement is going to be a little bit higher after Caroline drops the score.
Just unfortunate for Alyssa seeing those softer sections to follow that first turn where she was able to square up with that softer whitewater crumble compared to the wall for Caroline. That's a big difference there that the judges are looking at.
As we see here, that score for Alyssa has dropped in. She has taken that second place position, but now we're waiting on the score from Caroline, and that's, you know, that's where it can be heartbreaking for surfers because Alyssa, she gets that number, she's kind of feeling confident, feeling good about it, but then you turn around and you see your competitor up on a good-looking wave as you see scores locking in.
Caroline benefiting from that wall and had rapid-fire snaps with the lip and is able to get second place right back. Still very close in the numbers between the goofy footers in that heat, but it will be the back-to-back champ in El Sal advancing with Lakey Peterson to the round of 16. We'll see wildcard Alyssa Spencer in the elimination round. Opening round continues. We're bringing Cote and Jesse Mendez for the call.
How do you eliminate pressure and expectations and all the head noise that comes with it?
We are not from the surf industry.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Drive is a big word. I think from being a single mommy, he carries that weight with him.
Surfing's so hard to win a contest, win a heat, win a world title. He's a little bit tortured by it, like almost destiny.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to surf his best. He wants to do it for himself. He wants to do it for the fans.
He sees things differently to everyone else.
A lot of sacrifices for sure.
There's a ton of pressure. But a ride that's only just beginning, it feels like.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to your siesta here in El Salvador, forget about it. It's time to amp up. Women have taken to the lineup. There are waves out there. It's looking super fun and rippable. It's not going to be easy, but these are the world's best we're talking about. Chris Cote here with Jesse Mendez, and in the lineup, 3 incredible surfers. Your current world #1. We've got Betty Lou Segura-Johnson. We got Caitlin Simmers. We've got Kira Pinkerton. Something for everyone in this heat. Wild cards. You got kind of that rising star in Betty Lou Segura-Johnson. And of course, your world #1, your reigning world champion, Caitlin Simmers. Jesse, tail of the tape. Let's talk about these 3 surfers in the water. Who do you think is best set up for success right now?
I mean, if you talk about just how everything has been panning out throughout the year, obviously Caitlin, but the 2 of the other surfers are very impressive in this type of conditions, and all of them sit in a different scenario of their lives and their career. Obviously, Caitlin coming off a world title, best year yet so far that she started, and Betty Lou kind of sits with her back against the wall, hasn't really performed as well as she's capable of. She's one of the best, most talented surfers of her generation, but just kind of trying to find the rhythm yet, and she started off pretty early, and let's see what happens here. Nice up and vertical first turn right there for her, getting down the line. That wave just kind of running away from her, and finish it off strong. That's just solid start. Oh, actually, yeah, that was the end of it. But you can see how tricky it is actually to just identify those sections if they're going to cope or not. Just kind of run down the line and get all crumbly. And then Kira on the other end has 0 pressure right here. Like, is just here to perform and do her best surfing. Got nothing to lose but everything to gain. So different scenarios of career right now. It's going to be exciting to see who's going to perform the best.
Yeah, I think this could be a really good opportunity for Betty Lou Segura-Johnson to kind of right the ship. Had a solid result here last year. So far, you know, 3 9ths in a row. Obviously not the number you want to carry through into your 4th event of the season, but everybody, I mean, there's no surf fan in the world that doesn't know how good Betty Lou Segura-Johnson surfs. So for her, it's just, you know, I think it just going to take one big result. Could flip everything, and she could find herself right in the driver's seat for the final 5 at the end of the season, where I think both you and I feel she belongs.
100%, and I think from the generation that she came from, she was one of the outstanding girls, and just, I mean, obviously she's doing so good. She's been on tour for a few years. She qualified herself twice already to the tour, kept her spot in there for a few years as well, so she's proven that she's capable of being there. It's just about breaking the ice of that next step of becoming a top 5 contender. So it's some people take a little longer, some just go through that phase a little faster and it's more natural for them, and some have to kind of learn the hard way, and that's how it's going for her. But it's a matter of time and when things are going to click, and not to mention she's a fierce competitor. I've ran mock heats with her at State Beach in San Clemente with with Ross Williams, and she was not scared for a paddle battle. And like, that's Betty Lou 5 years ago before she qualified. She was like a grown 15-year-old, and Ross was like, give her, you know, like put pressure on her, and she was like,
she put it right back on you.
Yes, I was scared of her. I almost came in crying.
That's rad. Well, you got 23 minutes, 12 seconds to go. Currently, Betty Lou has a 4.33. She's in the lead. Now on the glass, we've got Mitchell Salazar standing by with Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, former finalist Lakey Peterson, congratulations. A big heat win, obviously, you got it out of the way. Strategy was perfect, though, Lakey. After 3 hours of waiting around, it seemed like getting a one right off of the bat, was a perfect game plan.
Yeah, the ocean was definitely a bit kind to me then as well. A lot of it's just rhythm, and my start was critical, and it also put me in a good rhythm for my 2nd wave, or my 3rd wave, my 7. So super stoked. I love this spot and this wave. It's obviously right point, and yeah, I was just stoked to get round 1 going. We sat here for a while. I took an ice bath before my heat, actually. I was like, I need to cool down. But yeah, it worked out, and yeah, just love surfing out there. It felt really good.
Hey, Lakey, your career is super fun and noticeable in the sense that you were a late starter to surfing, and we've seen Dane Reynolds, a couple other people really succeed in that kind of sense. What kind of word of advice would you give to people that maybe start a little later and find some joy in surfing like that?
Oh, good question, Mitch. Yeah, I don't know. I did start a bit later. It wasn't like a natural thing for my family. Didn't really come from like a surf background or anything like that. So I just enjoyed the ocean as a kid and didn't take it too serious. And then it felt super organic. And for us in California, especially like the NSSAs, there's so many great events up and down the coast. You can start young. And I was just blessed enough to have that opportunity. But I'd say, yeah, just enjoy it and do what feels organic to you, and yeah, put the work in, and usually the results will follow in some way. So, yeah.
Equipment looks good. What are you riding out there right now, Lakey?
It's actually Old Faithful. I went back to some boards. I have my board from J-Bay in 2023, and then this is a replica of it. So my J-Bay board was, my husband Tom was on it as my backup, and then this is a replica of that. But it's a Rook 15, 5.9. Yeah, Britt Merrick shape, obviously, best in the business. So it felt really, really good. I think I'll probably stay on it for the rest of the event.
Congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Cool. Thank you.
Chris?
It was a great question, Mitch, and that got me pretty fired up. It makes me want to surf. That answer was perfect from Lakey Peterson. We can later. And, you know, during that break, pretty interesting to hear what people were doing. These surfers are treated very well down here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. There's literally masseuses, there's ice baths, there's, you know, physical therapy, there's facials. They're actually getting, you know, treated like this is a spa. Now they have to go back to work. So the party time's over. It's time for business. 2042 to go. Here is your 2025 Vissla CT Shaper rankings. Lost with a big lead in number 1. Sharp Eye in 2nd. Channel Islands, no doubt rooting for Lakey Peterson. DHD 4th. Timmy Patterson 5th. For now, of course, still early in the season. And when Lakey was talking about her board, you know, of course, all surfboards are awesome looking, but there's something pretty special about just that beautiful white surfboard with the Almeric, you know, logo, a couple feet up from the tail. It's that old school kind of Kelly Slater 90s logo placement. Kind of gives you good feels.
I mean, for me, it's nostalgic. It's just like I grew up watching that, and I mean, name every possible movie you can think about it. So, yeah, it does have something special to it, Chris.
1950 to go here. The only wave ridden so far is by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a 4.33. So obviously she's in the lead. Katie Simmers, Kira Pinkerton yet to strike, but both of these surfers come from areas of the world that maybe they won't be surfing rights this long and kind of perfect, but they will be surfing these kind of afternoon California style situations with this type of wind. It won't be this warm really ever. But they'll feel right at home. Here we go. Kira Pinkerton, powerful, precise, and definitely has a long history of competitive surfing. She's won it all so far, and now she makes her climb up the Challenger Series and inevitably onto the Championship Tour. She has big things in her future. Caitlin Simmers, reigning world champ. We've been playing a game at dinners throughout this event, talking about, you know, our top 3 surfers from certain regions, from certain areas. Katie Simmers has topped a lot of our lists. One of the top 3 ever to do it out of California. One of the best to ever do it out of Oceanside. She's on a lot of lists of the world's best, and she's earned every accolade and seemingly done it, you know, just how she wanted to do it. Doesn't seem like she, you know, is flustered ever. Just seems like she goes to work, puts her head down, surfs how she surfs, and the rest of us just watch and enjoy.
Yeah, it's pretty, it feels natural. I'm sure there's a lot of pressure and weight that she carries in her shoulders for being such a young woman and has to deal with so much already in front of her and in her plate, but she doesn't translate to that when she stands up on a board. It feels like where she can free it up and looks the best.
One of the best styles that I've ever seen in competitive surfing history. Here we go. Speaking of great style, Betty Lou has it all. There you see on display Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. 2 nice snapping top turns there. Finds a good section to work with here on the inside. Building speed, hoping for a big finish. Gets around it. Blows the tail again on her forehand. So a solid wave there for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Maybe it's like she felt what we were saying about her slow start, and she said, okay, pedal to the metal surfing right there from BSJ.
Yeah, it's about time, and that's just, I feel like sometimes luck of the draw and how things pan out into their heat. And she started off with the 4.33, gave her some confidence. All the other 2 girls kind of had to sit there for a while, and they kind of took off in waves that weren't really of substance. Obviously, Caitlin Simmers were going to get a decent score, but it wasn't a wave that you expect to get right off the bat. You probably, mostly after sitting for almost 13 minutes. And then kind of just open up the door for Betty Lou coming the best wave of the heat so far, and probably the best, one of the best waves of this afternoon so far, because that wave was kind of coping. A few waves came before and kind of cleaned up, the lineup, made everything a little bit more smooth, and she went to town on that wave. That's going to be a very good score for Betty Lou. As you can see it right here, there's less lump on it. There's previous waves that kind of rolled the point down and just cleaned up everything and groomed everything down for her. And I love how she kept the patient, went through that section, and right here just finished it off with a very big turn, applying that pressure on the back foot, looking back, checking out the spray, and coming out pretty clean. This is going to be a solid score for her. Caitlin, on the other hand, that's what I mentioned, like nice and critical right there, but the wave's kind of, you having to connect the dots. The wave gets flat, like it loses power, and then she's like doing as much as you could, but it lacked intensity on that wave. So that's my personal opinion on why Betty Lou is going to get the better exchange. But then she finished it off very strong on the inside, but nice finner right there for her.
You know, that series of floaters, pretty reminiscent of a Tom Curran style wave in a contest. We see now Kira Pinkerton on the replay.
I love the reading on this wave. Like, she took off on a wave that had nothing. I just felt like she missed time a little bit because she had two sections that could have provided her a little bit of a more intense approach to it, but she kind of just went a bit lateral. It would have been nice here to see her actually, mostly on that second turn, finish it off and went for broke, because, you know, the scores translate into it, and it's a 3.17.
Scores dropping now. Caitlin Simmers with a 5.40. Betty Lou Scarra-Johnson with a 6.43. Pair that with a 4.33. She's got a big lead right now. 10.76 total. Surfer in blue from Haleiwa, the north shore of Oahu. And we're halfway through this heat now. And just looking back at Kira Pinkerton's wave, she has a really strong forehand gouge. So do you think, had she just leaned on the rail and, you know, kind of thrown her money turn at that wave instead of maybe trying to link it all the way through, that score would have elevated a little bit? It's that kind of quick decision. I don't blame her, because it looked like that wave had more, but sometimes if you just kind of roll the dice a little bit, maybe just do one big turn, you might get the judges' attention more.
We've seen that. I totally agree with you. We've seen that with Felipe Toledo, like that 7.43 that he thought should have been higher. He rode pretty much all the way to where we are, which is like 150 yards from the point. And the previous waves was just a 3-turn wave, not very short, but short for here, and he got a higher score. So it's not really about quantity and how much down the line you're gonna surf, but mostly in these conditions, being more broken, make the most of the sections in front of you. And that's what I think Betty Lou did, and I'm actually surprised. I thought that score is going to be a little bit higher compared to Caitlin. Bigger wave in size, more critical, cleaner, just more power, because she was capable of doing that because the wave offered to her. And yeah, finish it off stronger. So I think that's what you got to be looking for. For a girl like Kira, like you mentioned, bigger girl, like taller in size, probably heavier than the other two surfers, more power. Like, just identify that one critical section and open up, and the judges are going to reward you.
We got 13.43 to go. Next heat is coming in strong. We've got Gabriella Bryan, Rahini Fierro, and Sally Fitzgibbons. Another one of these really fun matchups. You know, rookies, veterans, power surfers, finesse surfers. See, everybody's back in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. This camp right here is classic. That is a reality show.
I think this really helps Gabby. It really helps Gabby, because obviously different scenarios of situations of career right there, with Ryan and Connor being on tour for so long, have been through everything, and kind of more laid back, relaxed approach, and probably takes a little bit pressure off Gabby. It's good for her.
No doubt. Caitlin Simmers now up and at it. Quick snap to start, setting things up. Deep bottom turn. And a rare fall from Caitlin Simmers. Right behind her, we've got Kira Pinkerton surfing in the white jersey. Quick snap, setting things up, building speed, spraying, almost spraying Katie Simmers, which always feel good to do in a heat. And nails the finish. I think that was a make.
Yeah, it felt like
on the edge.
It felt like it's on the edge. Yeah, like it could be 50-50.
3-turn combo right there, though. Big snaps to start, and then solid all the way through to the inside. I think that's going to be a better number than her 3.17. And it almost looked like she looked back when that number was announced, and she goes, okay, I got the memo. I know what to do. Turn harder, throw more spray, and she did just that on that last wave.
Yes, that's true. It's just really going to be up to that last turn if the judges are going to count as a maker or not. She opens up nicely, She could have maybe put a little bit more effort into that turn, but this is, she really lays it down. Beautiful carve. The wave dies out, but she keeps the speed and finish it off strong. But right there, it's kind of iffy. I'm interested to see.
We've seen that go both ways,
I've
right?
seen that both. Yeah, it's hard to pick because it's going to be 50-50. You know, like some people are going to think like, it felt like she was enough in control, but she almost relaxed too much. And then open up the option of us questioning. Like,
you really got to make it obvious.
Yeah, you have to make it obvious. And there was no rocks kind of popping up. Sometimes if there's rocks popping up, the judges obviously, it was like, hey, like he couldn't go
give you a
much
little
forward,
leeway.
or she couldn't go much forward. But yeah, like in that situation.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break and we'll find out around the corner, did Kira ride out of this wave? Stay tuned to find out. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back. We are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro, and we've got merch. That's right. The WSLstore.com has all your merchandise needs. Jesse, I like the graphics and the logos for this event in particular. I'm not saying you should buy it for me, but Easter is right around the corner, and I am looking for a present from you. So there's your
Oh, this is my
hint.
pick. Okay, sounds good. I'll send it. Give me your mail,
Okay.
and I'll send it over to your house.
Thank you. And if you want to know what jersey I want, it's this one right here. The yellow Katie Simmers jersey. Because I want to surf like that. I think we all do.
Yeah.
Nice and
I agree
fluid.
with you.
Smaller wave, not a lot of opportunity, but made the most of it. Her second wave came through at 217. And for Kira Pinkerton's wave, it was right on the edge. We weren't quite sure. A 3.33, so not as good as her previous wave. That kind of tells us that maybe that last turn was deemed a non-make.
Yeah, I think that's the situation on that. She didn't make it clear, and here, that's the difference. You're going to see her layback. She's going to be on that whitewash, but she's going to ride out with 100% confident that she made that turn and finish it off. So that was, I mean, a little bit of difference. Obviously, that layback was nice. It bumped that score up. It was critical. It's a point of difference. It's harder to see women do that.
You know, and for Katie Simmers, it seems so natural all the time, but she absolutely puts in the work. She's been part of that training camp with Tommy Whitaker, running mock heats with Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto. They're up and down the Southern California coast, surfing in the worst conditions they can find. They are on the grind, and I love to see that from our reigning world champ, right? Because you get that world championship, you could think, well, I got it. I just have it. Katie doesn't believe that. She knows she's got something special, but she also knows she's got to put in the work because the rest of the tour is gunning for you when you're the #1 spot. And I just loved to hear that those that crew was out there grinding day in, day out, in between events. You know, those cold, windy mornings in California, those blown out afternoons. They're out there doing their thing, and it's going to pay off. The harder you work, the better you're going to do. I think that's a pretty simple equation. Big snap there for Kira Pinkerton, but only one maneuver available on that last wave. Not easy out there right now. There are diamonds in the rough, but mostly it's just rough.
And that's a little bit of a mistake there for Sakura Johnson, having to opt to pull the trigger with first priority on that wave. She didn't need to. That wave kind of running down, very messy on the face. Now leaving the door open, obviously, most for Caitlin Simmers. And believe it or not, as much as 2 people make out of this heat, it's very important for you to win and hold your seeding for the round 3. As you see it right there, the wave starting pretty flat, and then it's just kind of stretching down the line and doesn't really have a shape to it. Could have held herself priority right there. That's more like it. See the aggression in that turn. That's what the judges want to see from Kira. That's the worst wave she got. She got a 2.57 for that only 1 turn, basically almost matching their first wave with 2 turn combos. So if she can put a couple of those together, she's going to start to be looking a little bit more solid in this heat and closer to what the girls are having.
5 minutes, 47 seconds left. Kira Pinkerton is a world champion. She won the junior world title. 2018, she won the Taiwan Open World Junior Championship. She won a bunch of events. Los Cabos Open of Surf, the Ron John Roxy Junior Pro, Live Like Xander Junior Pro. She's the 2022 ISA World Champ. And this is pretty cool. Her victory earned an extra spot for the USA team. And it's because of surfing like that. And you can see the frustration, the wave really just letting her down right there. And it's tough because when you see a surfer this talented, just kind of on the wrong side of luck, I feel like luck is playing a pretty big role out here. It's going to be really hard to decipher which waves are going to give you that opportunity to go down the line and get speed and those little sections that pop up to the other waves that are kind of just going to, be duds. So I'm not going to hold it against her just in terms of performance. It's just I feel like the rotation that she's in right now, she hasn't been on waves that are as good as the waves that Betty Lou and Caitlin has been on.
There's a luck factor to every once in a while, but I don't like to blame luck for situations of the heat, because you choose your decisions and you put yourself in those situations. Like for an example, she was holding the inside before priority was set, and she decided to go on that very first wave that didn't have too much potential down the line. So it was her choice that put herself in that rhythm. Yeah, easy saying sitting down here, but like it feels luck. Gabriel, John, Felipe, Italo, those guys make their own luck. Like Italo this morning, he had a shocker and he got a 4-point ride and turned into an 8. So luck only happens a very few times.
Yeah, I guess mistakes are magnified when the waves get a little tough like that.
For sure, yes, I agree with you. And because you only have a very few opportunities. And right there, it's just put herself in such a bad rhythm for this heat. And Betty Lou starting with the 4.33, solid surfing, just wider. Didn't want to fight for the inside in the beginning. Just put herself in a great rotation to get a 6.43.
Momentum,
so, yeah.
Momentum building. Here's your CT win percentage by the numbers. Caitlin Simmers, 80%. That's huge. Tyler Wright is right behind her with 75%. Molly Picklum, 70%. Gabriella O'Brien, 67%. Caroline Mark, 67%. And that's for 2025. So 3 events in, and those numbers are really just showing us why these are the best surfers in the world. It's rare that Caitlin Simmers loses. If she was playing baseball, she'd have a high batting average.
Yes.
But luckily, she chose surfing. We're all happy that she did.
I mean, it suits more her style.
We got 2:45 left. Katie Simmers does have priority. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, second priority. Kira Pinkerton, third priority. There is time for potentially one more wave each. You're live from Surf City, El Salvador. Even on a day like this, to me, this looks really nice, because if you pulled up Punta Roca on an afternoon like this, probably not going to be a lot of people out there. And as you can see, if you're free surfing right here without the pressure of time limits and points and all that, you would be having a ball on these waves.
I mean, this is definitely better than most of beach breaks, obviously on most people's coasts, on the average day. And this is a pretty average, below average day out here at Punta Roca. It's just such a magnet, very consistent. Obviously, the wind plays some factor to it, but even when it's onshore, it's still pretty fun.
Air wind.
Air wind. Some people are happy with that.
1:45. This is where time starts to fly. Big heat coming up next. Opening round heat 14 for the women. Gabriela Bryan, Vahina Fierro, Sally Fitzgibbons. World number 5, number 8, number 16. Take to the lineup.
Looks like a few of sets up the point. I wonder if they're gonna be just those deep ones that don't really wrap around, or they're coming down here. Caitlin already having a look and going up there, get close to Kira.
Well, that's kind of cool. That wave kind of peaked up right when it hit the rocks. And Kira Pinkerton has to give way to Caitlin Simmers. Blows the fins, goes down. That was pretty much, I think, a defensive maneuver there. Now, she knows full well if Kira Pinkerton gets a big section like that and hammers it, she could get herself some big points. Betty Lou up and out. 51 seconds left. And now it's a priority race. I believe that's the white jersey on the furthest out. That's Kira Pinkerton on this. What could be her last wave. It's a late takeoff. And just releases the fins a little too much. The board goes flying. 24 seconds left. That puts her now in third priority. Yeah, she's set, and you know why wouldn't you be? She knows how good she surfs. Just didn't give herself the opportunities required to advance through two hard-charging surfers in Betty Lou Johnson and Caitlin Simmers. But don't worry, Kira Pinkerton fans. We're going to get more Kira in the near future. She has another opportunity in the elimination round. We saw flashes of brilliance there. But at the end of it, it was Betty Lou Johnson getting the win and current world champion Caitlin Simmers in second place. We have more action around the corner here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Stick around.
¿Sabes por qué El Salvador tiene tan buenas olas? Muchas de las olas buenas que tenemos acá existen por cómo se formó el terreno. Los volcanes prácticamente moldearon la costa. Hay diferentes olas para diferentes niveles de surf y diferentes estilos. Y creo que lo que las hace especiales es la exposición que tienen las olas al Pacífico y a los swells que vienen. Ese fondo de piedra y los diferentes oleajes es lo que hace que tengamos olas tan constantes y definidas. Y el fondo de muchos spots acá no es de arena, sino que es de piedra volcánica, la que lo hace más limpia, más larga y más predecible.
Said it better myself. El Salvador is awesome. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro, and this is your opening round Heat 4. Gabriela Bryan, Vahina Fierro, and Sally Fitzgibbons. This is going to be a really fun heat to watch. We've got 3 surfers with totally different styles. We got veterans, we got rookies, we got surfers who are in the battle to stay in that top 5 and potentially surf for a world title at the end of this season. And Gabrielle O'Brien, say she is one of the most improved surfers in the past 3 or 4 years. That's, of course, to her drive and determination. Also very well coached.
Yeah,
she runs with a fast crowd in the dog pound. Just any surfer will tell you, and any surfer will know that the better surfers that you're surfing with, the better you're going to surf if they let you catch waves. Sometimes they don't let me, but when you're surfing with really good surfers, you're going to elevate your skills as well. And I think, yeah, Gabriella has been really just soaking in all the knowledge from the surfers that she's been traveling with on the championship tour. And here's another surfer that is relishing in the glory of being a world famous professional surfer, Vahini Fierro, rookie on the championship tour. Now we go to Gabrielle O'Brien. She is a strong rail. She has a really strong rail game. Smooth style as well. And this wave was bad, but she's making it look good. Just soaking up the energy there, goes vertical, rides out. Solid finish there. Sally Fitzgibbons getting radical, but going down. I really like that wave from Gabrielle O'Brien. It was a good mix of turns and a real strong finish.
Yeah, that finish definitely is what saved her actually a few times in the previous event we had in Portugal. And right there, just showing how powerful she is, moving a lot of water. Vahini up and riding.
Hine now on her backhand, flying down the line. She's so good at Chopo that sometimes you forget she is a QSCS warrior. She can do it in any type of wave. Seen her do airs, fin blasts, big carves. You know, obviously, she's fearless, and I think that fearlessness translates from, you know, big waves in Tahiti to going up against the world's best. You know, it's obviously a different type of fear, but she is not going to back down from any situation, including going up against, you know, ultimate veteran, one of the best to ever do it, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Gabrielle O'Brien, who currently is putting together her best ever campaign on the championship tour.
Yes, she is. And she's looking solid too. Make the top 5 this year. Sally right there kind of had a missed opportunity. That first wave of hers, a little bit taller, seemed a little cleaner, just overcooks that first turn. Goes over to cope in there and gets bucked off. But she's still in priority, luckily for her. Got back out, Vahini. This is the wave I'm talking. Look how much cleaner that wave is, how much steeper it is compared to Gabby Bryan's wave. But then she just has so much speed in her hands that kind of couldn't hold herself too much and went over the handlebars. And here, Gabby on a completely different wave. You can see how it dies it out, but she's able to maintain, zigzag it around, keep the speed, and then she gets a little cope in here, pushes the back foot, and then she finishes it off very strongly. Good surfing for her, but just the wave did not help her at all. It's going to keep that score low.
This is a straight up novelty wave, and she made it work. I mean, that wave was so weird, but her surfing on it was so sharp. And I love that you mentioned her finishing maneuvers in Portugal. Look at that.
That was very similar. Like, she had a heat with Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, where she couldn't really find anything off the takeoff, but then she would finish it off very strong, and she was getting scored because she was doing a lot of damage. And right here, actually, she might have not landed that last turn. That's why that score kept on a 3.5. We obviously panned out to go watch Sally on the wave behind, and we couldn't really see her riding out of that whitewash. And right there, that replay really showed. And because I was kind of surprised at 3.5, you know, she did some damage on that wave. But then that just answers my question.
Well, that was a well-earned 3.5 because that wave did not have a 3.5 on it. And had she ridden out of that last wave, we could have been looking at a 5.5, maybe even a 6. But the judges do have access to every angle, slow motion. You know, they see it all. So you're not going to fool them. She does get a score on the board nonetheless, a 3.5 at the moment. Vahini Fierro is in the lead with 22-26. I think the dog pound has a new member, and his name is Joe Turpel.
like this. It feels good being around this kind of energy. Richard Dog Marsh doing a great job with his squad, and two of the biggest members of it, Connor O'Leary, Ryan Callanan by my side here. Before I talk to these guys, I talked to Dog himself about Gabrielle O'Brien and working with her this year. First of all, he's like, she's in the best headspace ever, coming off a final in Portugal and coming down here to Punta Roca. One thing these guys help her out with is kind of filtering the dog and his emotions, you know, like Connor was kind of letting me in on. Yeah, she can get a little upset when Dog's a little harsh on her review when it comes to performance, but like Ryan said, they've been there before. They know it's purposeful and for her own good. So she's taking that in, learning a lot. And she's on a Magic Driver 3.0. Another thing that made her grumpy, Dog didn't let her ride it. So a bit of magic, like a coach is supposed to do, hid that thing from her for a couple of days and saving it for this heat right now. So one thing that Gabby's got is that powerful open face hook. She's got different gears on it, a big carve, and asking Ryan and Connor about it, they're saying it's the biggest, most powerful turn on tour. Easy statement there. Connor went on to say, with the absence of Carissa Moore, one of the all-time greats, with that class of power surfing, Gabrielle O'Brien steps into that conversation. So big shoes to fill. Gabby's got a great relationship with Carissa Moore, and right there, a great call, the most powerful surfer in the world. And remember, boys, she finaled here last year. She got past Katie Simmers, got past Molly Picklum, runner-up to Caroline Marks. Gabby's in a great place, and she will get a shot of whipped cream, just like you did when you were a kid. You're not allowed to do that, but Gabby will get that reward from her camp if she wins this heat, and a side of chicken tenders, one of her favorites. Back to you, Chris.
Oh, thank you, Joe. It kind of makes me feel like the dog, you know, the dog camp reminds me of Connor's haircut. You know, business up front, fun in the back. I know they have a lot of fun, but I know they also do business. And that mullet right there, that's one of the best in the world. And I'm wondering, you know, when you get a haircut like that, you just run with it, right? If you're getting results, it's working out for you, just go with it. I wish I could get a mullet like that.
Right?
It'd be a dream come true. 19:55 to go, Jesse. We're looking right now at the score line, and it's a little odd. 2.5, 1.5, 3.5, the highest single wave score. Sally Fitz with an 8.7. Not like Sally, who's been on tour for 16 years. Got on tour in 2009, and then just started racking up the accolades. 5th place, 2nd place, 2nd place, 2nd place, 3rd, 4th. I mean, all single-digit finishes, making her, no doubt, one of the best to ever do it, and one of the coolest, nicest, sweetest to ever do it. She is beloved, you know, by the entirety of the surfing world. She's got her work cut out for her now because of this turn that's about to happen right here. Told you. Big snap from Gabrielle O'Brien. Follows through with a carve. Good section here to work with on the inside. So we're going front of the mullet right here. All business. Bam! Finishing. That was strong, precise surfing for Gabrielle O'Brien. Now Sally Fitz goes down.
She seems a bit off, which is very not usual for someone like Sally with so much, obviously, 12 career championship tour wins. That just shows itself that a lot of the people that are on tour right now don't even have that many heat wins inside. So I'm just very surprised. Overcooking that first turn on a very good wave. The second one looked pretty decent as well. She's always opting to go for that second wave of the set with a little bit cleaner face. She runs down the line and once again just goes a little bit ahead.
In the mid-face bottom turn, a lump kind of came up right when she was in the apex. She went down, but let's take a look at this wave. This thing was radical.
That's 100% amount of power applied on the perfect part of the wave. And just to finish, top it off, just to finish with that nice kind of finner. And you can tell that she's stoked, and she should be, because this first turn here is damaged. Look how much inside rail she's gonna catch her in a good way. Just engage that rail, push that back foot, relay on the rail, and those inside fins coming out with speed. And then just take the pace a little bit slower. that part of the wave that she's just trying to connect and keep the speed to finish it off strong, and the boys are frothing.
Yeah, so I was just taking notes on how to surf better by watching that last wave. And looking at what's happening this afternoon, Jesse, you tell me, it seems like, of course, everyone on the championship tour, all these women surf so well. But to me, right now, the surfer with the best timing is the one that's achieving the most success. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's all because, I mean, it usually that tends to happen, but in conditions like this, even better. And this girl is very good at timing. Let's see if she's gonna do that in this wave.
Nice two-turn combo there for Vahinii Fierro. Sitting on a 2.5 and a 1.5, she's gonna delete one of those scores and put herself in contention with 16:41 to go. So all surfers now making their way back to the takeoff zone. That gives us a chance to catch up with Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson and Mitchell Salazar.
Thanks, Chris. Sakura, congratulations. Tricky out there. We all know that the high tide coming up right now, but the 3 hours in between the hold and actually running, what was that like preparing once again to get in a game face mode?
Yeah, the hold is actually better for this wave. We need this incoming tide for it to get a little better and more rippable. But yeah, it was kind of a long hold. We kind of just stayed here all day since the morning, and yeah, just kind of preserve my energy and make sure I'm ready for all of my gears out in the water.
Those really good mock heats, Swanson, John, yourself, how much do you think those matter in moments like these where you're waiting and all of a sudden you got to switch it back on?
Yes, totally. All of those mock heats become really important, just become like kind of like muscle memory, and yeah, it just flows into the comp days.
And now several years now, Sakura, you feel like you're settling in on tour?
I'm so happy to be here. Love El Salvador, love this wave, and I love the warm weather.
Congratulations, see you in the next round.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
She's a great ambassador for surfing.
Yeah,
you know,
she's an awesome human. I actually spent a lot of time with her the last few years. Obviously in her camp with my wife Tachi and her, surfing together all the time. And it's just a fun person to be around. And she rips, and she charges.
Positivity is great. 15:14 to go here. Vahinii Fierro, her last wave comes through at a 4.67, right back in the conversation. Vahinii has had quite a few opportunities to experience what it's like to be on the championship tour. Roxy Pro France, she got a wild card twice. She was in the Outer Known Tahiti Pro, of course, the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, where she got 3rd place. The 2024 Shiseido Tahiti Pro, guess what? She won. And she went out there and dominated her home break. With 14:43 left to go, let's learn a little bit more about Vahinii Fierro.
My dad is American, so I'm half Tahitian, half American, and he used to compete in the NSSAs against Rob Machado, Taylor Knox. Like he used to be with, he's from Antonitas, so he was in kind of that surfing world, and then he got injured, so he went on a surf trip, and then that's how he met my mom in Tahiti and never left. And then he got my mom into surfing, and then got his kids into surfing.
I don't blame he never left Tahiti.
Well, you know, 2 of the best places ever, right? Encinitas and Tahiti.
There you go.
Yeah. So people from Encinitas, we kind of can claim Vahinii a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little percentage.
That is
And
true.
we will. 13:58 to go. Okay, back to business here. Sally Fitzgibbons has priority. She's got to get moving, though. She's got a 1 and a 0.87. This is not the average heat for Sally Fitzgibbons. A little off, but she, of course, is a veteran. She knows how to turn things around. Here's the year so far for Vahinii Fierro. A 9th, a 3rd, and a 9th. So a 3rd place, you know, in Abu Dhabi in a wave pool. I'm sure a lot of people did not expect that, but that just shows you how good and how well-rounded Vahinii Fierro is at surfing.
Yes, she definitely is, mostly on her backhand for turns. I think that's the cherry on top. I think just the timing, like you mentioned, how important it is here. It's going to pay off for her. She has great timing, great spray, great technique, beautiful style as well.
Well coached by Jeremy Flores and Tirana Tafua. And for her, her jersey number 5, pretty cool story behind that. 5 archipelagos of Tahiti, the 5 main islands of French Polynesia, and the 5 most important people in her life: mother, father, 2 sisters, and boyfriend. And her sisters rip.
Yeah,
I was surfing.
and they charge.
Yeah, I was surfing a little wave in Tahiti. They came out. I said, "Oh, this is awesome! I get to surf with them." Well, it wasn't, because they caught all the waves, and they're really good, and they paddle really fast. It was fun to watch, though. It was like a demo, you know, a demonstration of how to surf well from the Fierro sisters. With 12:27 left. Gabrielle Bryan right now is just showing why she's a title threat. This is a really solid heat for her, 7.17 and 3.5. And with this much time left, you know, that 3.5's gone. I have no doubt in my mind she's going to just smash that number out of her scoreline. And if anybody in this heat right now, just in terms of momentum and kind of the waves they've been finding out here, can do it, I think Gabrielle Bryan could be on her way to a total score in the teens by the time this thing's done.
I agree with you, and also another person that had the opportunity, in my opinion, to be close to that or in the teens club is Sally Fitzgibbon with that first wave. That was a very critical section, hard to find on the conditions that we have to offer right now. Fell off, that wave kept peeling down the point. Probably the best wave of the heat as far as quality. And that second one that both of them kind of get ahead of herself, which is very unusual for someone like Sally.
And now we see Vahina Fierro smashing that opening turn. Quick strike for the second turn, hoping for this wave to grow down the line. It does, gives her a third section to work with. Hangs on. That first turn was a hammer.
Yeah, beautiful bottom turn, getting up in vertical, and just nice timing and very smart of her to get a decent backup under priority. She was sitting in third priority, wanted that deep peak that we've seen it happen before. Shorter wave, but just has a little bit, sometimes more intensity to it. Shallower bottom right there, and helps her out. Get some great combination of maneuvers.
So that's going to make things interesting. Vahina Fierro is looking for a 6.01. Did she get it? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Don't go anywhere.
Bounce it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Snapper Rocks, and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
That is going to be awesome. That's a series within the series. The Aussie treble, a trifecta, if you will. Somebody at the end of that is going to be crowned champion of the treble and win that cool car. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Can't wait for that one. Here we go back to Punta Roca and Gabrielle Bryan trying to delete the 3.5. It looked like she had already had some momentum when the screen popped back on. We'll see what she did on the opening section of that wave. Meanwhile, here goes Vahina Fierro fighting back. It looks like she's trying to surf above and beyond second place. Get that top spot, but either way, if she can defend that second place position, she will skip the elimination round, and you're wondering where Sally Fitzgibbons is. Well, she had to do a board change. So something went wrong with Sally Fitzgibbons' surfboard, and trust me, she's going to be so thankful that she had a caddy out in the water, that she didn't have to come in and do the rock dance. Even though the tide has come up and made it a little bit easier, this is kind of deceptive because there is more water, but it's not quite enough to fully cover those rocks that are about halfway out. So it looks easy, but it's still really gnarly to get in.
And that's the 3.23 that she had. Let's have a look here. Nice first turn right there for her. Unloading, getting a lot of flare. Right here, just eyeing it down the section in front of her, going for the kind of a blowtail. I don't know if she realized how good of that first turn was. Like, that was a very critical turn, very dynamic, and she got a 3.23 just for that, basically, because she kind of just set herself up for that closeout, and she felt on it. But if she finished, she would probably got a decent score. Maybe sometimes it doesn't feel as good as it looks, and she felt like she had to go big on that second, or the closeout turn, and came unglued. She was probably looking at something around the mid-range 5-point ride. She would have been right back in the heat, but now little gap in front. Still reachable. 6.51 is not a massive score. Let's see if this board looks better for her.
And I think she could be in the process of changing her own luck, because now she's out the back with priority, needing a lower number, a 6.51, with 5 minutes 52 seconds left. Of course, we would never count her out. Never count out Sally Fitzgibbons. She is that good. And she's got nerves of steel. She's been in every scenario, you know, possible in the realm of competitive surfing. So plenty of time left for Sally to shine. And I don't think a 6.51 is out of the realm of possibilities for Sally. For Gabrielle Bryan, I mean, she's just ripping. You know, she is obviously the momentum surfer, in form, making all these waves look so fun.
Acceleration throughout the turns too is so impressive, how she can power through and generate speed off those rails and fins.
It's a great mix of being super powerful but also light on her feet, so she can kind of keep the flow in between turns. There's no, you know, hitches, there's no kind of weirdness from one turn to the other. It's just nice, solid, flowing surfing.
Just great foundation. And even this turn right here, the wave's completely dead. Look how much rail's engaged. Mostly half of that board on the inside rail was digged in a nice way. Then what I really like about Gabby right here, she's obviously got on tour as a rough diamond, but she really cleaned up, and you can see it in these sections here where you kind of need to slow yourself down and let the board glide. She's doing that so well today and throughout the year. And just really applying pressure when the wave gets steeper, like it did right there. And then she puts all that energy and the power that she has, but the downtime, she's keeping it rails clean, and the judges like to see that. Gives it flow, and dog's stoked.
Yeah. Coach has got to be proud. Her timing has been impeccable in this heat.
Well, bettering her situation every time she stands up on a board. Started 3.5, 7.17, 5.73. So that's what you kind of would hope for your athlete to do. Pulling the trigger in the right moments. Just leaving a big gap in between the other surfers.
It's kind of like an F1 race, right? You know, when it's speed on the straightaways and then slow down a little bit for the curves and then lay back on the gas. She just kind of has the perfect speed control for what these waves are right now. She's putting her board in the proper spot on the wave, and that's not a lot of space. I mean, this is what, waist to chest high, and there's not a lot of room to kind of fit these boards, which are pretty much taller than the waves are.
Yeah.
So she's just putting the board right in the perfect spot on these waves, throwing a ton of spray, using the most of her rail through her turns. She's on fire right now.
And not just to mention, I like that he said the size of the wave. It's just maybe shoulder high for some of those girls, a little overboard on that. But because it's crumbly and there's texture to the wave, you know, this morning a head-high wave would have a head-high potential of you like extending throughout that whole turn. But here it's going to be tighter because there's a lot of wobble, as you can see right there. Look how much noise there is right by Sally. There's a bunch of little swell coming from every direction. Reflection from the reef bottom right there and the point as well. So when you're putting on the rail, it makes it even tighter, because if you try to cut through the whole part of the size of the wave, you're gonna end up getting caught, and it's not gonna look good for the judges. So she's just being laser sharp and aiming it on the perfect spot every time she get up on the board, and applying the right maneuvers and making the right decision.
And I think gotta give a lot of credit to Vahina Fierro. Not easy to surf these waves on your backhand, and she's definitely made the most of it. She's got some good scores, 5.07, a 4.67. She's sitting in second priority for now, but she's definitely, you know, battled through this heat. And I'm thinking, you know, this morning when it's glassy, we saw some incredible surfing from goofy footers. It's a lot more difficult in the afternoon like this, with more chunk, more lump coming up the face, harder to see the lip on your backhand. But she's really, you know, again, precision and timing, just right on point for Vahina Fierro.
Right on point. I agree with you. And I liked her wave selection as well. Just not getting caught with the surfers, the opponents that she had against her, and choosing the waves that suits her surfing very well. Usually the second wave of the set, she's getting a little bit cleaner, helps with the backhand because you don't have too much speed down the line and the wave's not running as fast. So it's slower pace wave and just doing the work that needs to be done.
1 minute to go. Who is going to wind up in the elimination round? At the moment, it's looking like Sally Fitzgibbons, but we would never count her out till the whistle blows. Sally always has a chance. She's looking for a 6.51. It's going to take a pretty good wave. Only one score above that in this heat, and that was that 7.17. Probably the biggest, best wave ridden in this match by Gabriella Bryant. So it could be out there. Will it come in the next 37 seconds? We'll see. Scanning the horizon, hoping for something to pop up. She's going to paddle a little bit deeper. 20 seconds left for number 89, one of the best to ever do it, Sally Fitzgibbons. Okay, things could get interesting here. 8 seconds. Will it come in time? Countdown's on. 4, 3, 2, 1. Her hands would have to leave the rails. The wave is not going to come in time. That means Gabriella Bryant gets the win. Vahina Fierro in second. Sally Fitzgibbons heads to the elimination round. Let's just keep watching this wave. This is just an indicator of what Sally's capable of. That heat didn't go her way, but look at how good she surfs.
Air reverse.
Yeah, let's see that air reverse. Boom.
Ooh. I actually saw her land 2 of those yesterday afternoon.
Oh yeah, she's one of the best female aerialists on the planet. Hopefully we'll see her unleash that later on. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back with Joe and Rosie and Tyler Wright and Brisa Hennessy and Luana Silva. Don't miss it.
Flashing back with Tyler Wright taking over the first stop of the season, a wave called Pipeline. She's had success there in the past in the Maui continuation event. This one all the way from the opening round into some beautiful backdoor pits. She was very connected to stretching these out, making them, getting more confident heat by heat to kick off the season world #1.
So magical to see the women competing at Pipeline, getting these backdoor bombs, and just to see Tyler Wright take out the first victory of the year. I mean, the smile says it all. That's just that iconic win. You love having that trophy on your mantelpiece. Make some space for it with all the other trophies that she's got going.
Certainly. Now 17 wins in a stellar career, two-time world champ. The easy headliner of heat #5 with all she's accomplished. Taking on some weapons, though. Brisa Hennessy will bring the flavor for Latin America, representing Costa Rica. Pura Vida is what you always hear when you go to Costa Rica. And just up the road here in El Salvador, representing Central America, we've got Luana Silva, representing Brazil as well. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, former top 10 in the world, Rosie Hodge. And you kind of brought up that point of just seeing Tyler at Pipeline. You know, when you were on tour, did you imagine that the championship tour would look anything like what we're seeing today?
It's incredible just to see how far it's come. I do remember Tyler Wright just as a youngster coming over to the event that we had at Honolulu Bay on Maui, and she was just wide-eyed watching the competition unfold. And then to just think, you know, maybe a decade or so later, she'd win a few world titles and then also take home a Pipeline trophy, and to see a women's event at Pipe at this, you know, just being on that stage, creating space for the women to go out there and perform is just an amazing thing to see.
Also bringing back Tahiti a few years ago. Those kind of heavy water waves bookend the regular season. This year, Tahiti will be the final stop before the finals go to Cloudbreak for the first time in history. It's been at lowers for the last few years, and now at Cloudbreak, a world-class left that Brisa could call one of her home breaks, as Hennessy's starting now for us. Just feeling her way down this wall. There's a nice bowling lip to crush there out in front, and little wrap that she had to force. More finesse in that follow-up cutty, and pushing some water into the open face. Nice fun pocket she's found down the line, and puts a little slash to slide on that softer shoulder. She had to change gears a few times through her turn choice, but I like it. Looks like she's connected. Saw her earlier leaving the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and she's just enjoying her time, surfing a lot. Loves being in El Salvador, loves speaking Spanish to all the locals here. And with that front side power hook that she showed us as a wild card at Honolulu Bay years ago, it just gets better and better every year.
This start was just so energetic from Brisa, just reading the conditions down the line so well, just kind of flowing with that chop and lump. Got a little bit hung up there, but she cleaned it up nicely on this inside section. This is very reminiscent of the start that Lakey Peterson had in her opening round heat. I think it's definitely part of the strategy with the Leandro Dora crew, is to go out there, get that early start, and be energetic and just show how engaged you are in the heat. Loving the equipment underneath Brisa's feet. I think we saw her kind of unveil the fact that she was going to be riding Channel Iron surfboards at the WSL Final 5 last year. And it's looking so good under her feet. I feel like Brisa always seems to ride a longer length in her equipment, and that longer rail line really suits her style. Little bit caught there, and that's really my only criticism of that wave.
And it felt like the wave kind of got more bowly on the inside, even though it was getting smaller. She had a good section to work with.
Yeah, just really attacking it, and that's such a fun feeling when you surf and you find that flow, and that inside section just gets super bowly and you can attack that lip line. Really mixing up her maneuver choice.
Britt Merrick enjoyed it. He's been enjoying his time, watching his athletes compete and building that relationship with Brisa Hennessy. A 5.5 puts her out in front early. Tyler just had a quick one, 0.43, so Luana Silva now holds down priority. Then we'll get to Heat 6 to close out the round. Sawyer Lindblad, Aaron Brooks, and Isabella Nichols will look to jump straight into the round of 16. A lot of great waves to choose from when you come here to El Salvador. Punta Roca, you know, the queen of the coast, the best right-hander in the area, which can obviously be rippable when it's small and even on shore. And when it all comes together, it just goes straight world class. Big barrel sections, really high performance, incredibly long rides. The water's always warm, and we're really just entering that primetime season at the moment.
Yeah, it's so nice to see these south-southwest swells start to pop up all over the place. Nice to see this wave come to life and have the contest and this energy being funneled into Punta Roca with all the athletes around. It's been a fun couple days already.
Punta Mango, Las Flores down to the south. Great opportunities for great waves and good barrels. All the way up north to Mizata. There's beach breaks in between. Little places that you can get accommodations and walk out front and have a fun right or left to surf. Surf City is what it's called. And they've put millions of dollars into this area, La Libertad, to set up the infrastructure, help the roads. There's new little shopping centers now that are popping up. And a lot of happy locals that are telling us about all the great things over the years in the surf culture here, which has been around for a very long time. Remember, we had a world champ named Peter Townend show up the first year, and he was wearing a Big Wednesday shirt from that movie because he got a lot of his waves down here for that film way back when. And then early contests started happening in about the late 70s. It was really focused at Sunzal. And then a few years ago, getting the championship tour here to El Salvador. And it's been a favorite. You know, coming into warm water is always fun. Long point break with a lot of hi-fi sections where it really suits, I'd say, every surfer at this level. If you're known as a power surfer, that's going to look great. If you want to get progressive and go above the lip, you'll have opportunities out here. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Gabrielle O'Brien is with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, the Gabrielle O'Brien. Congratulations, another victory right here at Punta Roca. This is no doubt one of your favorite waves on tour. Everybody knows it. But your peers, everybody on the broadcast team, they know how talented you are. What is it about this wave that brings out the best in you, Gabby?
I think the most obvious one is it's my forehand and it's a right-hand point break, so I love that. It just has a really good pace to it where if you just find the right timing, you can really unload, and I can just do some carves, which I love, but also just being back in bikinis and warm weather, it reminds me of home. So yeah, I feel really good here, and this is my 4th time here, so I'm getting more and more comfortable every time.
You know, growth and maturity is something we see from the younger surfers. You've already been here a couple of years now, but overall, how do you feel like you've developed, not only as a competitor, as a human being while being on the championship tour?
You know, the first couple years on tour, it's hard. You're coming into a completely new atmosphere, and it's super scary. Just walking in the locker room is scary. So I think just being confident in myself and trusting my surfing and my process and not focusing on what other people are doing is something that has helped me a lot. But I mean, honestly, I'm surrounded by such an awesome crew. I mean, here I'm staying with Leo, Connor, Ryan, and Dog, and my mom, and Tommy. So it's been awesome, and just having fun along the way is a huge one for me.
And how much do you think your mom has actually mattered in those moments, whether you're winning or losing, Gabby?
She's here for me all the time. I mean, like even last night, I got a little bit of food poisoning, and she was there for me to help me. So yeah, I love my mom, and so grateful to have her here.
Congratulations. See you soon.
Thank you.
That's a happy Gabrielle O'Brien. Absolutely ripping. It feels like her season on tour. Boards are feeling magic. At the start of the season, she said it was actually hard to pick because they all felt amazing. That was something special that she found in El Salvador, so saving it for her heats. The driver 3.0 model said the biggest change was just adding more volume into 2025, as she will be reseeded into the round of 16. Here comes a 2-time world champ, Tyler Wright. Nice pace on the wrapping turn. This one's already bowling up for her. She floats it. Starts to open up again. Comes down with the lip into a wrapping turn. And swings that cutty in the pocket. She'll step out. So you can see that tempo of that wave would go soft and then bowl up. The secret of timing here is interesting to find. Some find that flow quickly. If you're off pace, you might as well kick out, it seems. And for Tyler, she was patient. When it bowled up, she would attack. Kind of wait for those spots to open up for yourself.
That's such a good point about this wave. I mean, it's such a fun, high-performance, rippable wave. It really feels fun when you're free surfing, but sometimes in the context of a heat and when it's being scored, you know, you do something a little bit off-timed and it just doesn't feel good. But right here, Tyler's tapped into the timing of this wave. She's been a standout in the free surfs, and you can tell she's found that flow state.
Tyler 0.43 on her start as she had to time this section. Even was able to pop the fins out. So slowing it down, Rosie, she added a little extra to that section.
Yeah, I love that. You know, Tyler's just adding that extra bit of power to all of her maneuvers. And you look at each of those maneuvers individually and they're all different. So that was also really good surfing from Tyler. And not to mention, I feel like Kate Scarrett wore those board shorts back in the early 90s.
How cool is that? Big shout out to Kate Scarrett, one of the hardest charging athletes on tour back in the day, working with the Australian team these days. Lulu just lit up that section. Luana Silva taking out a World Junior title in the Philippines to kick off the year. If you missed that final, you can check it out on worldsurfleague.com, and that goes for all the events that happen on the World Surf League. There's heat analyzers. You can pick one heat to watch. You can watch the entire event replay. That final was so dramatic in the Philippines. As we look at Lulu's start.
Yeah, tricky wave at the beginning there, and then this bowly section comes at her. A thing I really like about Lulu's surfing, she's got such a fluid, graceful style, and then the attack off the lip. You never want to take your eyes off her because she just kind of throws it up and puts it on rail and keeps it clean.
So Lulu stepping off. Yeah, that final came down to the wire. The horn went off to finish the heat. Decision made on the sand. Lulu was able to get the score for a big comeback to accomplish the World Junior title. And we've seen her on the championship tour before that. So her whole goal there was to free up her surfing and feel just comfortable surfing heats and relax instead of just the so much pressure she's felt on the championship tour, going through the highs and lows of the mid-season cut. I think what a great way to kick off your year, getting the call up again to the championship tour, starting off with a World Junior title before Pipeline.
Yeah, and that is just such a huge accomplishment, having that World Junior title. I mean, you look at the list of winners and they've all gone on to such great careers, so definitely a little confidence builder as she heads into the season, getting the call up as a replacement surfer.
Priority here is with Brisa Hennessy. The Costa Rican will get the roll in with the whitewater, had the 5.5 start. There comes a nice swing into the pocket. Section growing in front of her, late to it, wild wipeout. Trying to get to that section, but it really threw out hard into the flats. Such a hard charging athlete, pushing herself in bigger waves over the last few years, releasing some wild clips and even movies. Giant cloud break, charging and pipe and backdoor. You see a section like that, you know Brisa's going to go for it.
And her read in Tahiti has been incredible. Let's see what went wrong here. So good little start. She's eyeing the section down the line, and she just doesn't have enough speed and projection. Look at that lip. It's like 3 feet thick. Those ones hurt, Joe, when you kind of going in slow motion, you're throwing everything up at it, you're almost exhaling, so it wins you and takes you down, puts you through the rinse cycle.
Brisa with just a 2.0 for that wave. Still has her lead though. Tyler's start a 4 and Lulu's opener a 3.17, so that's the top 3 at the moment. Silva with priority. Luana Silva is really fun to watch. She had a great result when Sunset was on tour, built to the quarterfinals when she was making her rookie debut. Paddling for this one though on the way back out is Brisa. She'll let it run through. And so Lulu putting it together. She's got her mom here for support. It's usually her mom or dad that kind of shift on who's going to be there to back her on her travels. Lulu's got a really cool younger brother, Kai, who's seeing the water all the time on the North Shore of Oahu. Plays a little bit of golf as well, and really proud of his big sis, representing their family on the championship tour. And growing up with great surfers, especially, you know, looking right at Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, I'm sure Lulu's fired up to see one of her best friends get a win earlier today.
Definitely, and it's such a great relationship, having someone on tour that you're really close with, but also, you know, you can be competitive with. But I just feel like they are both just always there to congratulate each other when they have successes.
Aaron Brooks on screen now to Sawyer Lindblad with Snake, as those goofies are in the same heat together coming up next. Quick off the top for Lulu, getting to the end section late, and a solid one setting up for a two-time world champ. Tyler locks in. Nice smooth face, but a big section is going to put her behind. That one just going wide on her, and Lulu might just take a look at the rest of it. Throwing a first turn off. It's got a nice angle on it. She could really light up a few more points here. Blasting it off the top again. Nice connection for Lulu. And not a bad idea. Tyler too deep out the back, but Lulu just identified the scoring potential that was going unridden.
Yeah, that was so interesting. I mean, watching Tyler take off, you're like, oh, this is the wave that every surfer's kind of waiting for. And Lulu identifying down the line that even though it had a bit of froth on it, it was still going to draw off the cobblestone so nicely so she could get a couple maneuvers done.
And for Lulu, even though she's had championship tour experience, she hasn't been in this event in the past, so figuring it out on the fly here. But for a wave like Punta Roca, for this kind of talent, they're going to figure it out very quickly. They'll find out where the rocks are, how to get in the lineup, identify the types of turns they want to lay down. For that little pickup for Lulu, she gets a similar score to her start, a 3.10. That'll bump her to second.
Yeah, and it's just kind of getting her to surf into momentum as we see this little replay. You can tell that the wave's kind of compressed. It's not as big as it was on the outside as this wave was caught midway through the break. A lot of foam on the face. Good maneuvers. She surfed that wave as well as it could be ridden.
You see that bottom drop out. Then it was able to set up another great section for Lulu. Frames it up so well. Nice critical surfing there. She's had a few threes in a row. 3.10 was her wave previous, so that final wave, 3.57, just a touch better. So her goal on her next strike will hopefully to break that 3-point range and catch up to Brisa Hennessy out in front. Total different type of feeling to stop number 4. Last couple of years or few years when we've gotten to stop 4, it's just been so stressful with the cut. Typically that's been Bell's, so the whole story with that cut line changing a bit, a little bit more room to find your form this year as we continue with heat number 5 right after this.
coming live. Just welcome back.
Welcome back to El Salvador. It is the opening round, heat number 5. 8 minutes on the clock. Brees is still out in front, then Lulu, then Tyler. Tyler Wright has had a final out here in the past, still the biggest name in this lineup right now. And we'll see if she can get herself into the top 2. Let's check in with Mitchell Salazar.
Hey guys, we're here on the bleachers with all the fans at Punta Roca. It's the Surf City of Salvador Pro. We have this heat and one more left, and of course we have the Corona Cero post show. Good thing about a Corona Cero, you can enjoy it anywhere. 100% natural ingredients made on the beaches of Mexico. Like myself, Joe, Rosie, waves are fun. This afternoon turning on. Seems like we might even get a rain tonight, guys.
Love it. What a great place to be for Mitchell Salazar. What a lucky guy. And a Corona Cero. Salud, Mitch. Enjoy it. Corona Cero post show at the end of the day today to break down the highlights and the drama that we've had through a big holding period, but some fireworks we saw finishing up the opening round for the men. What's coming to mind is maybe the best performance that you saw this morning.
Wow, there were so many good performances to round out the men's. I really enjoyed Griffin's performance. Felipe Toledo was unbelievable. Italo Ferreira, Jordy winning, even though he was feeling a bit crook. Yeah, there's so many highlights to go through.
Brisa Hennessy now live, just feeling for the lip there. A lot of speed off that wedge. Takes it through that flatter section well. Trying to find a place to bottom turn and find an end section hook. You can tell how challenging that wave was to ride. And now Lulu up and out. So 6:20 to go. And it's still incredibly close. Tyler's looking for a 2.74. Lulu needs less than a 4 for first. Should see a bit of improvement for Brisa on that last wave, even though it was hard to ride. She did well to finish that one off. But this has been one of the more challenging heats, you know, for really clean water out there.
It has been, and I think that's going to be good for us because I think these last 6 minutes are going to get very exciting as we have a look. Brisa, little bit off time there, that wave just not offering her anything. Looking to improve on the 2.57, and I mean we saw some of the most exciting 1-point rides that we've seen in competition. Crosby Colapinto getting that one, you know, just over the requirement that he needed in the last 46 seconds. So these heats, even with the lower scores that you require sometimes, they create a lot of excitement.
There was so much drama with that heat. Crosby getting the 7 so early and then just sat and waited, and the wave he was looking for never came, and he had priority. Caught about a half a footer maybe. There's rocks everywhere, and was able to get 2 turns off. One judge didn't give him the score. It was a 1-5 throwaway. That was dicey.
Yeah.
The Cross got it. Took second to advance straight to the round of 32. Yeah, some great mentions there, Rosie. Fireworks from kind of the usual suspects that have owned this event in the last few years. But one more heat before we get to the Corona Cero post show. Sawyer Lindblad, Aaron Brooks, Isabella Nichols will be out there next. It's been a fun journey to follow in the relationship, kind of like big sis, little sis with Isabella and Aaron Brooks.
Why does that always happen though? These two women, they draw each other like repeatedly. They had a couple fun finals on the Challenger Series, but yeah, it's interesting to see when you're staying with someone, traveling with someone, how often you come up against them in competition.
The competition's going to get intense as we approach the cut at stop number 7. As always, that cut is at Margaret River in West Oz. This year we'll get to enjoy the Aussie Treble 3 events in a row with the return of the Gold Coast event with Snapper Rocks and Kira. That's such exciting news. I mean, it didn't go too far. It was the Challenger Series event the last few years, and now back to championship tour status. So many great memories, especially if you're Tyler Wright, of being in the final in front of all the fans on the sand there. That was a happy place competitively for Tyler. Now she'll be able to return there, spend more time in Australia. We'll see how all the Australians do through that stretch with a ton of fans supporting them on their journey.
Yeah, so many fond memories in Australia of the events there. I mean, Tyler Wright watching her brother Owen win at Snapper, that was just incredibly emotional, that comeback after injury.
Maybe one of the most insane stories in the sport of surfing. You know, it's got to be one of the top 10 stories of all time, one of the best comebacks I think we've ever witnessed Big Bro O taking the win at snapper, as we've got Tyler rifling off a couple of turns, whipping that one into the pockets, has the flow. How's this inside bowl popping up? Her tempo is sweet. Hits it off the lip again. Lulu getting started out the back. Chunky section for Lulu. She drills it and steps off.
That was good. Good surfing there on Tyler's point, the 2.74. You see her improving on that, but then Lulu out the back. You know, just a combination of major maneuvers in a short amount of space. Tyler Wright obviously getting a lot more maneuvers done, but the wave a little bit smaller. We'll see. It's in the judges' hands.
2:25 on the clock, waiting for scores. We're getting a lot of questions on our social media at WSL on Instagram. So if snapper's a CT, what happens to the Challenger Series? Good news, we're heading to Newcastle as we check out the replay here from Luana Silva.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the beginning part of this wave because we kind of missed it with Tyler going in front. That turn right there was money. The first turn, a little bit caught up, but still 2 major maneuvers, and then Tyler Wright has to come around that section, so a lot of downtime before meeting that open face. I mean, definitely got the 2.74, but then it's all about what Lulu's going to drop in for that 2-turn combo out the back. Right, Tyler gets it. We'll see. I mean, man, it's been incredibly tricky to pick numbers today.
All about angles too as well. Surfing towards you, the judges looking straight into that point break. As we look at Brisa, has a nice section. Big blast there, well timed, and a hurry up section there. She gets there in time. Just enjoyed her having a nice clean entry to the lip on that first turn. She's had to work hard on that opening section. She's looking to protect her lead because she had a 2.57 she was carrying. It seems like all 3 surfers potentially improved on those last 3 waves, and now Lulu is into this wave, into the final minute. Waiting patiently, times it off the lip, and unfortunately can't ride out.
That was a bummer for Lulu, but I mean, that turn of Brisa, easily the best of the heat so far. So how are they gonna score that one maneuver as Tyler's taking off on the inside here on a frothy wave? Let's see if there's a little bit of a paddle back battle with 30 seconds remaining.
Right there, Tyler just took enough time to take a look, but clear intent to get right in front of Lulu, just in case she needs to regain priority. So just an up and out there for Tyler. Her wave previous 5.37. She was able to take the lead off Brisa Hennessy. And now waiting for last couple for Brisa and also Lulu as we've run out of time. So pretty intense last couple of minutes of heat number 5. Tyler's scores are basically in now. She just has a throwaway that'll be locked. So 5.37 and a 4 are her keepers. Lulu left chasing a 4.51 for the lead. Brisa dropped to 3rd, but she has her last coming in. We'll have to wait and see. At the moment says a 2 range score needed, but could be things changing at the buzzer. Last of Brisa in at a 3.6. Wave number 5 for Lulu was her 4.87, so she did break out of the 3s. What a wild battle, and all scores under a 9-point combined total. And last of Brisa enough to solidify that 2nd spot. Tyler takes the win, and Luana Silva just misses out and will be into the elimination round. Unfortunately falling on that last opportunity, but she was definitely right in the mix from start to finish. Last heat of the opening round coming up next. Sawyer Lindblad, Aaron Brooks, and Isabella Nichols. We'll be right back. We always love keeping you posted on the WSL One Ocean initiatives, partnering with the WSL Pure Grantees, Save the Waves, Oriente Salvaje, and Paso Pacifico on a sustainable art project, creating those trash cans and putting them into art. Those are throwaway pieces of metal and now repurposed as artwork and trash cans, and also planting all these native plants in the region as well. We always like to see how you guys are participating out there. Remember the hashtag WSL1Ocean and tag @WSL and WSL1Ocean in all of your posts to see what you're doing to protect our favorite place in the earth, our world, our ocean, where the world's best get to compete. Great job to all the world's best that participated in that project as we go right back to the lip with Isabella Nichols kicking off heat number 6. Fades into the pocket. See that slope of the wave? That's all just patient surfing with those wraps. She wants to knife it right there. Well-timed finish for Nichols to get on the board. She takes on Erin Brooks and Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer, the Rookie of the Year last year, and that's what Erin's hoping to achieve this season. Isabella Nichols doing well through that shortened season back in 2021. To get on the podium through the Aussie leg. Got past her heroes that day. That was the event where Carissa Moore did that big air reverse that was just blown up through the internet as one of the best airs completed in competition, and Nichols was so happy to find her flow in that event, but then also have some clutch performances also at Margaret River main break when the cut was there. And she's been through a lot. Went through the high of winning Margaret River to keep her spot on tour, and then the low the following year of losing early and getting back to the Challenger Series. So she's done a lot of growth in the last few seasons.
Definitely. I mean, it's just an emotional roller coaster surfing can be, but great to see Isabella right where she belongs on the championship tour. And the advantage of the early start, that's been, you know, something that's been the theme of the day for me in this women's round, and that's what happened with Bella right there on that wave.
So Bella waiting for her first score to come through, but we've already had an active lineup. We'll keep you posted on the start of this one. Sawyer's score is already in, a 7.17. What a way to kick off this heat. Last year's Rookie of the Year from San Clemente, California. Starting to get used to some big scores on her backhand. This is what happened.
Wow, so Sawyer on her backhand already locking in a big number. Big whip off the top there. Finding that timing and rhythm that just looks so good on the backhand. Just 3 very impressive maneuvers. Well rewarded. Just love the rotation of the shoulders and then just the verticality with the board right there. And then just loads up for another one. Goes even more vert on that second occasion. Touches the deck of that board as she winds up again. Heading back towards that power source. And then eyeing up this last section. Just hammers on her backhand.
And Erin Brooks was on the wave up behind Sawyer Lindblad.
Erin just so whippy in transition. Goes down right there. Really like this wave from Isabella Nichols too, that first bowly section, and then unfortunately this wave kind of tapers off through the midsection. Bella has to work this one through to find the inside connection. There it starts to bowl up again. Waits for it on the bottom there. Really good little start to this heat with 717 from Sawyer. Erin's on the board. Isabella doing some great maneuvers on this wave. Good little start.
Isabella Nichols turns in a 5.83. Erin Brooks, a shorter ride, just a 3.0. And Sawyer still has the best start at that 7.17. Sawyer making some major finals these days. We've got to enjoy the podium at Margaret River. Was on the podium as well with Katie Simmers in Brazil. So a very successful first lap against the best in the world. Brother Taj, such a talent in the North American region. That could be another sibling duo that we could potentially see on the championship tour. He's a regular footer, but man, he's got a lot of strengths. Love watching him compete.
Taj absolutely rips, and he's so incredibly proud of his sister. It's so fun to see their dynamic.
Last heat was won by a world champion. She's won 2, and she's hanging out with Mitchell.
Yeah, Tyler Wright here, Joe. Congratulations. It was a tricky heat. You went up the point at the start and then eventually had to transition down. But with the tide still increasing in big tide swings, Tyler, how do you adjust on the fly?
Yeah, like I kind of knew that down the point was going to be an easier option, and up the point, you know, quite a bit of hassling at the start, quite a bit of positioning just to try and get that first exchange. Like, I had 2 that I was kind of caught behind on, and I think they would have been scoring waves at the start of the heat, which, you know, and then at the end of the heat I was kind of in that tight situation. But I feel like I handled it well, and I knew the ocean was going to send me something, and because I could just feel that energy. There was energy there, and so I was like, all right, just chill, find your wave, do your turns, and, you know, if there was more after that, you know, that happens. But yeah, so happy with the first heat. Yep.
Would you say that improvising and adjusting is just as important as actually performing out there in a heat like this?
Yeah, I think one of the benefits, like for me, I see a lot of the coaches, and I've been coached a lot and stuff, and there's always a strategy, right? There's always a plan, something you kind of got to stick to. I feel like one of the things, like as I've gotten older, I kind of know and have the ability now to have 15 years experience. I've worked enough to kind of get an idea of who's going to do what and when, and so how to position myself for my benefit, really, and using the reef to my advantage, like, and knowing the reef to my advantage as well. So adaptability is key, and that's something that I feel like is one of my more strong suits at the moment, just because I can be flexible. I never really have a plan. I'm just winging it all the time, but that's part of my skill set. So
it's working. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Guys?
Thank you, Mitch, and a great chat there with Tyler Wright. And yeah, she's been coached a lot. She's done a lot of surfing in her lifetime. Youngest ever to win a CT event. Still has that record when she was just 14 years of age. She's surfed in over 100 championship tour events. This is her 111th start.
Wow.
Competing at this level.
Wow.
Talk about longevity.
That makes me feel so old, because I was there when Tyler was 14 and won her first event.
Were you in that event? You would have been.
I would have been, yeah. Was that 2010? 20?
Yeah, I think it was before that. Or it might have been. Yeah, I think you're right. It was Lane's event. Lane Beachley threw an event back then on the northern beaches of Sydney, Australia, and saw the talent in Tyler. And so Lane, the 7-time world champ, was like, yep, you're in. And she won the whole thing. And her career changed instantly as we look at a nice replay from Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, good little 2-turner there. Just, you know, a little bit deeper than the other competitors, finding this wave away from them, creating space in the lineup, quick transition through these moves. Gets a little hop there, she readjusts her feet. Slams this one again, just keeping that center of gravity so low so she's able to just keep her feet engaged on the board. It's so easy to get bucked off here as there's reverb coming off the rocks on the inside. We've got that higher tide that's coming in.
That's right. Yeah, the low was about midday around lunchtime. It'll peak high tide about 6:40 this evening. It's about 5:15 in the evening local time for last heat of the day. You still have a chance to shuffle around your fantasy lineup. You can play now on worldsurfleague.com. You have your Tier A picks, Tier B, and Tier C. You also choose one surfer to be your power surfer. That's really important. Someone that you see just opening up the scale. That's worth double points. Set up your clubhouse. Set up your profile as well on worldsurfleague.com. And get in the mix. Some, I guess, Captain Obvious picks are the ones that have won here before. So with Steph taking hiatus, that goes straight to Caroline Marks. But you also want to kind of think outside of the box a little bit. Maybe find someone that might see not be selected as much that could do some damage on this point break. Isabella up and out. Nichols last wave, 4.5. As we watch Erin Brooks, first ever to represent Canada full-time on the championship tour. She whips it for one big section. now into just her 5th event on the championship tour. Complete different feeling from Tyler's stats of being the veteran. I don't know how many other people can say their first start, though, was a win. Her wild card performance last year, winning at Cloudbreak, was just insane. You know, when you're a wild card and there's final 5 spots on the line, you're going to be a spoiler if you're doing well. And she was, in that case, for Gabby Bryan when she upset her on that reef in the Pacific.
Yeah, that was just insane. What an announcement. But then Erin still had work to do on the Challenger Series to qualify. Here she is, her debut as a rookie, 2025. She used her priority on that last wave, Joe. Could tell that she was a little bit bummed with that decision. I feel like here you kind of have to just go and create opportunities. You've seen Isabella, she's in the lead at the moment, and she's kind of played that underneath priority.
Sawyer holding down that 717, and she hasn't budged since. She's in the Jake Snake Patterson camp. Mentioned Taj, her dad rips as well. Growing up competing all over. Growing up in Southern California, had some great rivals. He's a pretty calm dad, you know, he's just hanging out, giving his support, loves traveling around the world with his daughter. Probably his favorite would be surf trips where they're just getting barreled. Sometimes it's stressful on the parents, you know, trying to see their kids fulfill their dreams, but he's always keeping it calm and showing a lot of love to Sawyer throughout this journey. One thing to qualify, then one thing just to stay on tour, especially in this system last year where it's been making the top 10. So now we'll have a few more spaces left when it comes to requalification.
I saw him in the water after Sawyer had that crazy ride in Tahiti, and I was like, how was that? That was like insane. Like, as a parent, watching your kid in, you know, life or death waves, like that place is serious.
You want to watch some highlights? Let's
Oh,
do
there
it.
you go.
Let's go right to it, Rosie. You just put the vision together. That was this wave at Backdoor in her rookie debut, and she was like, well, I haven't even had a look at that wave yet. You know, it was like she's trying to learn so much before the start, and at the time, she's like, well, that's my first backdoor pit that I'm proud of. She still slammed it on the other end of it. We're going, okay, this rookie's a bit different. Then to Tahiti, bro.
This was bonkers, Joey. Like absolute maniac, holding on for dear life there at the end, and just the ride of her life. I mean, surely. And that to me is just, you know, incredible to see Sawyer's, you know, grit and determination in waves of consequence. Because you're surfing in San Clemente, you're practicing at T Street, you're practicing at low trestles. You're not risking your life every day. But then to go and put the time in Hawaii, she went over early, got some practice in, went to Tahiti early, more practice and more time, and really learning on the fly and doing so well.
What a great welcome to the Dream Tour. Getting the wave of your life with the jersey on. That's what it's all about. It's also showing how your depth is when you haven't been to a place before, when you've never taken off on a wave that's scary and dangerous, and you come up with something like that. I think she's realizing that she might be better than she actually thought she was, and she's meant for this tour. She's meant to be a title threat. Sawyer Lindblad still holding priority, still holding the best number of the heat so far. Let's see if she can fight for the lead with Isabella Nichols and Erin Brooks right after this. Let's get you caught up on a big day of action. Oh my goodness, Italo going to the sky in a rematch with the local hero, Brian Perez. Had a few chances at that helicopter, started greasing it, and just kept going to town. Unstoppable. Al Cleland Jr. just had to celebrate. He was in the following heat. He just enjoyed the air show. How many miles does this guy have above the lip?
Unbelievable performance, unbelievable energy.
And we also saw Griffin Colapinto finding his groove. Best combined heat total he's had so far this season. Coming into stop 420th in the world. Boing, boosting, punting, feeling confident. This is the stage where he bounces back and puts himself closer to the top 10. Hasn't had a sleepy start like this in a few years, but look at this kind of surfing. He knows he's there physically, mentally, and exploded for us here in the opening round of competition. A champion here in the past, and he's ready for more. Then we saw fireworks in the second heat of the opening round for the women. Longtime sparring partners, Lakey Peterson and Caroline Marks going blow for blow, along with Alyssa Spencer, the wild card in this heat. Came down to the wire in a buzzer beater moment for the two-time event champion. Looking for 3 in a row. She got second above Alyssa, was able to move on into the round of 16. Down to 11 minutes in the day here for competitive surfing. Then we'll get right into the Corona Cerro post show for all the great highlights and updates. Look into the big matchups that we can have here at Punta Roca, this amazing right-hand point here in Central America. It's been fun to learn more and more about El Salvador, the great food, the great culture, and the great waves that we're enjoying here for Isabella Nichols. Down carve, nice clean start, a couple of rail hooks. Bella is over that inside section as she's looking to improve on a 4.5. And meanwhile, Sawyer just kind of giving us a little bit of what we saw from Crosby earlier today. You were bringing up how clutch that was for Cros with less than a minute to go to back up, not just back up his 7, but chase a 1-range score, 1.9 needed to move on. And well, for Sawyer, she's hoping not to get that close down to the wire, but she's sitting forever with a 7.
Deja vu. I mean, almost down to the T. A 7.17 is what Crosby had. Let's see, I mean, still got those 10 minutes remaining, but dropping anchor there, you can tell that she's starting to look left and right with priority.
And Sawyer showing us just how fun this is on the back end. That's kind of been a bit of our breakdown throughout the last couple of days, Rosie. Just the right-handers on tour that have tended to, you know, haunted the backsiders in surfing history. You think about the hiatus on the men's side at Bell's Beach from Aki, and then it took a while until Wilco won, then Italo, and then that script sort of changed. And, you know, J Bay kind of had a similar flavor as well. For El Salvador, it's just so rippable, heading both directions. I guess when Honolulu Bay was on tour as well, that was Goofy Foot friendly as well. When you think of some of your old rivals and friends, Chelsea Hedges, Jessie Miley Dyer had great success there as well in their back end.
Yeah, and it is interesting to see, you know, coming to these right-hand point breaks, especially on the women's side. I do think the backhand just looks so good on this right-hand point break, and the timing that you can inflict on this wave. This is really a pleasing to the eye, the situation with the Goofy Footers out here at Punta Roca. I like watching it.
Yeah, it's fun. Tide still filling in. We've had some extreme tides the first couple of days of the waiting period, and even had to go on hold through the bottom down tide at low midday. Isabella sneaking under that one and trying to hold court and her lead. She has the most experience in the lineup, a world junior champ as well. Puts a lot of hard work into her career. Got a gem at backdoor this season. Had to go back to the Challengers last year. Learned a lot. Challengers going to be fun to follow this year. Recently getting the news that Julian Wilson will be competing, as he's hoping to get a spot back on to the championship tour.
And Josh Kerr.
How cool is that? Josh Kerr, I think he's now 40, right? I don't know if we've ever had a father-daughter compete together throughout a whole Challenger Series campaign. That's got to be a first.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that he was just like, yeah, I'm at the events, why not?
He still rips. He's been riding like really different types of surfboards into what was so-called his retirement, but there's no such thing as retiring in surfing, is there? He's pulling an Aki.
Oh, I know, it's so funny. It's so fun to watch.
With Sierra, we saw her as a wild card as well alongside Aaron Brooks at Cloudbreak. So Sierra's goal will be to try to join Aaron full-time next season on the championship tour. Aaron spends a lot of time with Sierra. They're always looking at what's next. She spends a lot of time working on every part of her craft, really learning technique and everything from Shane Beshin. As we look at her profile, still 17, enjoying her rookie season, her 5th start at the championship tour level. Been working with Biolas for a long time. And from Texas, kind of already has that citizen of the world type surf profile, which is pretty common on tour. Representing Canada, falling in love with surfing in the Hawaiian Islands.
And I think, you know, looking at Erin, her ascension to be a pro surfer has been just so amazing. Just seeing someone with such great athletic ability. She started surfing when, she's maybe like 8 or 9 years old. She's 17 now. That's a short amount of space to get incredibly good at something and be the best in the world, especially something like surfing.
Just being all in from day one. It wasn't about, oh, I'm going to ride some waves in my life. I just want to be a world champion right away. Throwing the snap in the pocket, belting it again. The patience from Aaron Brooks now paying off for a wave she could really light up. Not a whole lot of downtime in between sections. Just real smooth backhand surfing with a continuous wall. Brooks only chasing a 3.18 for Sawyer's spot in second.
Yeah, that was she had to get going on that wave. Even though it's small scores required, with Sawyer with the 717. It's dangerous for Erin as she starts to get moving on this little wave. Tags it off the lip. Quick succession here. Very similar maneuvers. Finishes that one off. A lot of speed. A lot of whip in her surfing. See her finish this one off. It's just good to see her get that kind of complete ride.
So for Erin, her 3rd wave ridden, a 3, then a 4. And it's definitely shown that she's heading the right direction, looking to improve on her 3rd strike. There's just classic footage of Aaron Brooks throughout the WSL Rising Tides program back at Honolulu Bay, where she fell in love with surfing overnight, started showing up at the big event, would meet all of her heroes, and she'd have an opportunity to ask them questions. It wasn't just going, oh, hi, I want to get a photo. It was like she was taking notes, and it was making a big impression on her. And it's been fun following her journey, seeing her a ton at Rocky Point, getting a lot of waves from getting technique on. Technique coaching from Shane Beshin was crucial. I think the original ask from Shane was to help with airs, and he's like, well, we got to start with everything if we're going to, get to airs. It was bottom turns, arm placement, where you're looking, everything that had to be there before they went progressive, barrel riding, and everything else, and then really strengthened her fitness and getting better in heavier conditions with Kahea Hart. And I think when you see a determination of Aaron Brooks, heroes want to work with you. Like Shane Dorian's going, yep, I'm here when you need me. And sitting next to her at Pipeline, it's kind of feels like that Carissa Moore type of intensity of goal setting and drive. And all the greats, they want to feel that again.
She is extremely competitive. I think that's just a huge part of her personality. She's obviously incredibly talented, and I think, when you combine those two, you've got the perfect match for a competitive athlete, for a surfer, that natural knack and ability in the water, along with that competitive hunger and drive. Yeah, a lot of people want to work with you because they can see that there's going to be that success that's going to come with it. But you want the right people you want to surround yourself with the right people, and I think Erin's been very selective with who she works with, and yeah, she's only chosen the best of the best.
Ton of time in the wave systems where she's just been able to work on air after air, punt after punt. Still has one of the best rides at snapper, that backhand barrel, getting a perfect 10 on the Challenger Series last year. So for Erin Brooks, a 4.9. She's moving the right direction, improving on every wave. That has put Sawyer in that Crosby situation we had earlier, where he had that 7 Ranger, sat the entire heat. Well, he waited till under a minute. Here's Sawyer. Oh no, steps off after a long wait. She's way too deep, loses first priority, and she's still in third.
Wow. That's a heavy situation there for Sawyer. And even, I mean, we keep bringing up Crosby's situation, but for him to get that 1+ ride, he had to do some work to be rewarded that by the judges. So it's not like a get your feet and you get a 1.73, as Erin's going to move in on Sawyer, try and eliminate the possibility of her getting another wave.
They are just running for it. You see that look in Erin's eyes. She's like, this is my opportunity. I'm going to be all over you. Well, she's already lost her priority above Sawyer. So that was the best case scenario for Lindblad. So Erin's out of the picture for defense.
Oh, this is interesting too, because, I mean, Isabella's one of Erin's best friends. It's almost like, how are they going to play this off? You know, is it every woman for themselves out in the lineup, or are they going to kind of just descend on Sawyer?
And now another chance for Sawyer Lindblad. 55 seconds. Can she get this wave? She still needs a turn. She gets 1 over the rocks. She needs a 1.73.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough, Joe. Like I said, it's not a matter of just, yeah, she got the maneuver, she completed it, but I don't know if that's going to be what she needs. What do you think?
It's really close. I mean, for
really
what Crosby had to do to earn it, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be enough. Sawyer's still far inside. She has 30 seconds. Scores are in, and it is a 1.3. Not enough. Chasing a 1.73. She has some distance. She just needs a set to go wide. Out the back, Erin and Isabella can't get this wave. Sawyer's trying to turn around.
10 seconds.
Staying a little bit flat, but and it'll roll underneath her. Sawyer Lindblad paddling for everything in the last couple of minutes. Ends up running out of time and ends up in third, even though she had the best wave of the heat. Sawyer will deal with the elimination round later on in this event.
That was intense.
I need to take a nap. That was incredible to see the fiery look on Erin Brooks, knowing how to respond to play defense. Sawyer did the best she could to create space. And we'll have another chance in the elimination round. Bella Nichols taking the win. Erin Brooks will be moving on to the round of 16. Two good friends were able to survive that one. And once again, coming up next, the Corona Cerro Post Show. Go through all the major highlights and all the action of a big day here at Punta Roca. We'll see you then.
All right, surf fans, it's time to have some fun. This is the Corona Cerro Post Show, a.k.a. Happy Hour, a.k.a. Golden Hour, here in beautiful El Salvador. We are live from Punta Roca here in La Libertad. I am Chris Cote. I'm very excited to be joined by Rosie Hodge and Jesse Mendez. And we had a long, awesome day of surfing with a little siesta break right in the middle. Gave us all a chance to recharge, send surfers back out into the lineup, and while there were some challenging moments, the stars rose to the occasion. We saw some great surfing this afternoon.
We did. I mean, seeing that women's round complete, I mean, that last heat of the women's was extremely exciting with Erin Brooks just pipping Sawyer Limblad there. So, yeah, some exciting stuff.
I got to agree with you. I think the most outstanding for me was actually Sawyer, that it's going to the repechage, but that first wave she got right off the bat was incredible. Like, just power surfing, great timing and great surfing. She just needs to reset and do the same thing again twice.
Yeah, I think, you know, for how predictable this wave is, it's actually very unpredictable, because even on an afternoon like today, around about midday, 1 o'clock, it was pretty much unsurfable. Tide started coming in, waves started coming up a little bit, and we saw some big scores. You mentioned Sawyer 7.17. That was the highest single wave score of the afternoon. And it looked like she had everything going for her, but of course, this is professional surfing, so anything can happen. But looking back on the day, a lot happened. We got down here bright and early, and then in the afternoon, when things fired back up, we started off with a really cool heat. Lakey Peterson, Caroline Marks, Alyssa Spencer. And here's how it fired up. This was a great start for Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, so great to see Lakey just finding that form, finding that rhythm earlier on, starting this heat off with a bang, and really led from that moment on.
And it seemed like she had this one in the bag from the jump, really in form, looking solid. But then we started getting a little bit worried for former world champion and most likely future world champion at some point, Caroline Marks. You know, she had a couple decent scores, but Alyssa Spencer made her earn it. So you see Lakey Peterson still feeling like she's right at home at Rincon, but this is where we started to kind of worry a little bit for Caroline Marks, but Solid Surfing got her through.
I think she's a genius because she makes sure she just does enough to make every heat, if it's 18 points or if it's a 6-point total. She does that all the time. She slow cooks every surfer on tour, and I think that's what it kind of makes her a world champion, that special surfer that she is.
Crockpot.
Yeah, she really does that. I tell a lot of people about her because she does that a lot of times.
The scores were close, though. Alyssa Spencer had a 4.43 and a 4.10, so she definitely made Caroline Marks earn it. So as it stands there, Lakey Peterson gets the win. Caroline Marks squeaks through in second place. Alyssa Spencer in the third place finish. That will send one of the best surfers out of Encinitas into the elimination round, which is stacked with talent on both the men's and women's side of the draw. Not where you want to be, because as we've mentioned at the top of the show, this place is unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen. You don't know when exactly you're going to surf in the ER round. You know, it could be another vexing heat for this elimination round.
I think the elimination round, it adds a certain element of extra stress, but at the same time, we have seen surfers go from the elimination round, start their campaign, and go on to win. So, you know, I think if you kind of reframe it as something positive, an extra opportunity to surf out here, get more reps, and find your feet.
Well, finding your feet is right, and one surfer that really put up some big numbers with a massive performance, absolutely ripping. We're talking power, we're talking precision, did it all in the right time at the right place. This was the heat that had us excited to see what was going to happen. Gabriella Bryan started strong, finished strong. She did everything right, straight from the dog pound. She is thriving out here at Punta Roca.
Yes, just incredible power, and just hearing from her in her post-heat interview that she actually wasn't feeling well last night. and competing at this level. I always think that's incredibly impressive, and a huge smile on her face while she's doing it.
Could have fooled me. It looks like she's feeling great. And give it up for Virginia Fierro. Not an easy wave to surf on your backhand, but she made it work.
No doubt about it. And I just thought she was very smart throughout the heat, finding waves a little bit deeper up the point and making sure she's capitalizing and just kind of putting Sally, the veteran, under the ropes. And Sally couldn't really find a rhythm out there.
Yeah, it was a weird heat for Sally Fitzgibbons. I mean, she's a veteran. She's been on tour for 16 years, so you're going to go through a couple weird heats when you have a Hall of Fame career like that. Hopefully we'll see Sally regain control in the elimination round. It just was one of those instances where nothing went right. And wait, you call them the Dog Pound, the Dog Squad? What is their official name? Do you guys know?
You've called it. I think you've just... How can we improve upon that? I don't think we can, Chris.
Dog Squad is
You
actually...
made a statement already. It is what it is now.
So your opening round for the women is done. Now we have fielded our elimination rounds, and we've at least got over half of the field in the second round or third round for the women. So a lot of surfing went down today, and I loved the call to take a little break because, like I said, it was not looking fun or contestable in the middle of the day. Yeah, and like I said, the siesta recharged the whole crew. Went out there. It was a ghost town during that break. It was absolutely silent. There was a lot of people under trees with blankets over their eyes. So a well-earned break for the crew that's been working hard from dawn. So it was solid, and it was a good call to keep going because surfers like this thrived. Isabella Nichols on the glass now with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, from dawn till dusk, Chris, is Isabella Nichols' job. So great heat, quick start. It seemed like the plan was working from the get-go, but right at the end, a little bit of drama. How do you stay out of it, Bella?
Yeah, I mean, me and Bottle just assessed, the best way forward out here, and for us, that was like getting a few quick ones underneath, up top, and I feel like it's a really different wave you got to find as a goofy footer versus a regular footer out here. So I was just trying to find like the little pockety ones, and the girls were a bit down the line trying to find like the slower ones that allowed them to like open up. But yeah, it's always fun. Like I love the game of surfing. That's the stuff that like you live for, and especially when you're not the one involved in that situation. It's fun to see it play out. I felt like the vet against two young guns out there, but I had a lot of fun, and just watching the way it all unfolded and being out there in a heat with Ez is pretty cool, and for her to advance too. Like Sawyer was ripping, that 7 was great, but yeah, I mean, just stoked to make it through the heat. It's been a long day.
I want to say I met you about 10 years ago, and we actually did an event together, 2016, if you remember. Women's the 6-star QS right here. Remember how good the waves were? So experience outside of CT competition right here, but this place obviously brings a lot of good memories back.
Yeah, this place is like one of my favorite waves in the whole world, and one of my favorite places in the whole world, to be honest. I keep talking about that event whenever it gets brought up. I'm like, man, that was like the craziest, best waves we've had for a contest. And I just remember like lying on the couch, like with just horrific stomach bug sickness, and I was like trying to paddle out and verse Coco Ho, and I was 16, and I just got like, she wiped the floor with me. But I just, yeah, that was one memory. But the good memories are, the good food, the good people, the waves were great, and still by far that and an event I had in Lakey Peak, those two were the best 2 events I've ever had.
Your memory is good. Nearly 10 years after that and still having all those good thoughts.
I can't believe it's been 10 years, honestly. Like, it went quick.
Yeah.
Enjoy your 20s.
Congratulations, Bella. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
Chris?
Oh, thanks, Bella. I'm definitely enjoying my 20s. I'm loving it. I've been 20
too.
for the
For the
last
second
30
time.
years. Who's Ez?
Aaron.
Okay, Aaron. All right. I wasn't familiar with that nickname. That's a new one to me. Well, Aaron Brooks and a lot of the younger surfers we have on the championship tour right now came up through an awesome, awesome part of the WSL. That is the Rising Tides. I know you have been loving the Rising Tides for a long time, and this is just a real feel-good way not only to spread the love of surfing, but also to potentially produce future world champions. Let's check out Rising Tides.
What is the biggest challenge that you have being a surfing girl?
It's just really scary when you're in a lineup and it's only dudes out, and they're like, you can like feel their dude energy, masculine energy, or whatever you want to call it, but you can feel it when you're the only girl. But the way to overcome it, I guess, is just surf with your friends. Like, my biggest inspiration was my friends growing up.
Salvador has become a lot more popular for surfing, and I want with my foundation, Hijas del Mar, more girls.
Nosotros estamos trabajando muchísimo para poder colocar a la mujer en un mayor posicionamiento en el surfing en El Salvador, y obviamente Rising Tides es clave para eso, y las chicas del tour inspiran a nuestras surfistas.
I think all these events, all these Rising Tides are getting involved in the mind of the girls. They want to be in the water, they want to go surf with us, they want to go surf every day.
Es súper bueno porque es cierto, antes solo habían hombres surfeando y ahora hay bastantes chicas incluso en la federación, y es súper bueno para el futuro de las personas que surfean y del país.
When I was growing up, I kept surfing because I had really good friends and role models, like older girls who showed me how to do it. So I feel like it's just really important here because women have had like less opportunity to surf here.
When women and girls come together, it's one of the most strongest forces. It really does give me goosebumps because I just feel like there is so much talent here.
They rip. Like there was a girl this morning I saw do like 5 of the hugest backside turns, and I was like, wow.
The girls say like, you need to just show up. So I learned that even if it's me, the only girl in the water, I need to show up and I need to be there just to encourage the female energy in the water.
It's safe to say the future of El Salvadorian surfing is female. And you know, I feel like we need to owe a lot of credit and give a lot of thanks to Marina Valdez, who really is a huge driving force to making surfing this popular and to inviting the world down here to El Salvador. So thank you so much, Marina Valdez from the tourism board. She has just been an incredible spokesperson for El Salvadorian surfing, and of course for you know, female power. That piece was rad. I cannot wait to see what the Salvadorian surf team on the female side does in the next 4 to 5 years. They're going to be, you know, a serious threat in many occasions.
Definitely, and I think, you know, I think back to being a Grom and watching the pros come to Jeffreys Bay and just being so inspired by that. So that little moment there, that little morning spent, the pros just, you know, giving their time and hanging out with those women, like, you know, like you said, that just inspires that talent, that just ignites that flame for pro surfers, women pro surfers to come out of El Salvador.
Rising Tides rules. We love that the WSL does that at nearly every stop on the championship tour, and will continue to do that. So with the Rising Tides, let's get into the top 5 moments of the day. And of course, we're going to start with number 5. This was the Italo Air Show. Slow start, but then when he fired things up, watch out, world.
I mean, I just love how he found the launch ramp right there. Like the full felt like he was on a pool, you know, identifying that Mama Rocca did that little crumble and just getting up in vertical without priority and in a very bad situation of the heat. Just impressive from him.
Yeah, we doubted him for about 0.07 seconds, and then he made us all eat our words. He was on fire. And then we go to number 4, back-to-back champ advances. Right here, we're looking at the Caroline Marks buzzer beater. So just squeaking through, but guess what? All these numbers, they go away. So she's not going to remember that she had a pair of 4s. All she's going to remember is that she dodged the elimination round. Number 3, Gabriella Bryant. Power, precision, and really dominated this heat.
Just power surfing to the max, just putting everything out on the line. Like we said, wasn't feeling well, just still comes out smiling, still comes out hammering, and gets the job done.
It doesn't seem like she wasn't feeling well,
if
right?
If I wasn't feeling well and surfed that good, it'd feel great.
I'll try and not feel well every day.
I just love the nuances too, like all these little sections that she was finding, and you know, rail work.
She cleaned up a lot. She really cleaned up.
And we've been here, I mean, almost 12 hours now. Gabby was one of the first people in the lineup. So, you know, she's really a professional. She comes down here, she does her free surf no matter what, and she's in the lineup winning heats.
Then we go back to the morning time where Griffin Colapinto gets in his groove. So Griff, with an admittedly slow start, loves coming down here to El Salvador, loves this wave, loves doing airs, loves to put on a show, and it looks like Griffin is back on track.
And it took him a while to click in on this heat, and he just said in his post-heat interview, he almost liked that challenge, that he had to, you know, come back with the pressure on. 14.87, his highest heat total of the season so far.
with the grenade claim. And then we go to our #1 spot, Felipe Toledo. The man is back. Another surfer with a relatively slow start for what he's normally capable of. Felipe went out there and went off. We're talking video game surfing, throwing some of the biggest airs, definitely going the fastest of the day. Put together a huge heat. Felipe was ripping today.
And in my personal opinion, I think he was the most engaged on the rail today on the men's side. Like the amount of rail work he's done on those waves were very impressive, and just the variety, flare, wave amplitude, everything. He was amazing.
Posty gave the internet something to talk about as well.
Yeah,
so we
why
got a
not?
lot out of Felipe today. So that was your top 5 moments of a radical day of surfing. And I got an announcement to make. You guys are going to want to make note of this. 5:50 a.m. call for a potential 6 a.m. start. That means we're going Cerros tonight, all right?
Yeah,
we got to wake up early.
And go to bed early. It's going to be a
Cheers.
dawn patrol for the ages. All right, we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow, live from Punta Roca, the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.